Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see part 2. What if Hogwarts screened students for abuse? Here is short summary. What if Hogwarts began screening every student for signs of abuse after a tragic death? With Dumbledore under investigation, Professor Snape is put in charge of examining every student. But one routine check uncovers a heartbreaking secret: Harry Potter has been hiding years of abuse at the Dursleys. As the truth comes to light, Snape is forced to confront a shocking revelation that changes everything between them. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Harry sat on the floor of the kitchen against the wall, right by the door to the dining room, with his knees pulled up to his and his head leaned back against the wall. His breathing was harsh and raspy, his heart thudding in his ears. The back door wouldn't open for him, as he'd discovered when he tried it a moment ago. He wasn't thinking about where he'd go, just that he needed to get away. When the door turned out locked, he'd tried an Alohomora on it. It hadn't moved at all. The two men hadn't come out of the other room, so Harry slipped down the page to the front door. That was also locked. Harry took a quick look at the watch he wore. It read, "After curfew." Snape had obviously planned this out. And, unlike the last time someone had locked him in, there wasn't going to be any rescue by the Weasleys. Neither Snape nor Dumbledore were following him now, so he just posted himself by the door to try to listen to them. He was in so much trouble. This was exactly like what had happened with Marge. He just lost it. Once he might have believed the headmaster would take up for him, but after what had happened this summer, his faith in Dumbledore was pretty well shot. He couldn't imagine what they'd do with him, now. Perhaps an orphanage like Vernon and Petunia had always threatened. Did they have those in the wizarding world? No, they couldn't send the boy who lived to an orphanage. Perhaps a Muggle one, then. He held his breath, straining to hear the men's conversation. They were speaking softly, but neither had put up a silencing charm. He heard Snape tell Dumbledore that he wouldn't let Harry go to anyone else but the Weasleys. That gave Harry the oddest feeling. Something like shock, and then a weird sort of warmth. The realization that Snape had kept every promise he'd ever made to Harry. He was the only one who ever had, really. Snape was still an unpleasant bastard, but he was reliable. What had he said that time when he'd taken Harry to Hogsmeade? "This is not nice, this is responsible," Snape had said. Snape didn't like him, but he didn't like Ginny either, and he'd done that spell that obviously debilitated him so much. From whispers around the school, the night Neville died, Snape had spent all night trying to save Neville's life. Why couldn't he have done the same thing with Neville that he'd done with Ginny? That was a question Harry filed away for future contemplation. In the meantime, it didn't matter that Snape didn't care about Harry. Snape had said that Harry wasn't the first student he'd had to take care of. It seemed that Snape cared about the students and was serious about being responsible for them. He'd replaced Harry's glees and clothes without a word of complaint. The shopkeepers in Hogsmeade hadn't even batted an eye to see him doing that, so he'd done it before. More than that, Snape cared about keeping his word. He had kept his promise not to inform the Ministry about the issues with the Dursleys. Now, he was keeping his promise that he would only transfer the guardian rights or whatever to the Weasleys. It wasn't like having someone who wanted him, but Harry would take what he could get. He was tired of people who smiled to his face and then ordered his life as they pleased, not ever checking to see what Harry wanted or needed. Dumbledore had sent him to the Dursleys, after all. Harry tried not to think too much about that. Harry heard the two men stand. Noiselessly, Harry darted out into the page and up the front stairs, not wanting to be caught eavesdropping. Hedwig had already flown off to hunt. Harry was disappointed to see. He closed his bedroom door, careful not to make a sound. He threw himself down on the bed, not bothering to turn on his light. The light from the street lamp outside illuminated the room sufficiently. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how he'd shouted at the headmaster and Snape. He'd thrown Snape's dishes around the dining room and broken drinking glees with his magic. No doubt that Snape wasn't happy with him. The bed was shaking. No, it was he who was shaking. Shaking hard enough to shake the bed. He closed his eyes, turning onto his side and pulling the blanket over him, feeling like he wanted to hide. He tried to tell himself he was not going to cry. There was no reason to cry and he wasn't a baby anymore. It wasn't much use, so instead he burrowed into his blankets, muffled his noise with his pillow and just gave in. His tears never lasted long, and he had learned, when he was tiny, to do it quietly. Vernon and Petunia would never put up with it. They always said, "Stop your crying or I'll give you something to cry about." If the threat didn't shut him up, a smack or a flip around his ear would surely follow. A long time later, it seemed, he heard the front door open and shut. Harry's cheeks had dried and he was lying in his bed, considering whether he should bother to change into pajamas, or at least slip off his jeans and socks. Slow footsteps mounted the stairs. Harry hoped that Snape was headed back to bed. He curled tighter into himself, pulling the blanket over his head. There was a soft knock at the door. Harry ignored it, willing the man to just go away. Perhaps if Snape thought him asleep, he'd hold off on punishing Harry for what he'd just said to Dumbledore until the morning. The door opened quietly. Harry held himself stiffly, wondering when the shouting would begin. He felt the man staring at him, not saying a word for a long time. Harry stubbornly remained curled up on himself. He resolved he wouldn't even look at Snape, until he had to. However, long minutes ticked by and Harry wasn't sure the man was still there. Perhaps Snape had gone off to his own room without Harry hearing him. Finally, unable to stand it, he lifted his head off the pillow. Snape stood there in the doorway, leaning against the side, not saying anything at all, his grave expression half hidden in shadow. "What?" Harry hated the rough quaver in his voice and he was unable to suppress a sniffle before he spoke. He held his breath, waiting for Snape's sharp voice to outline his faults and to mete out punishments. "You didn't eat much," Snape replied softly. "I still don't want you missing meals." He sounded almost gentle. That wasn't what Harry expected, not hungry. Harry tried to growl, but it came out as more of a whine. He put his head back down on the bed and screwed his eyes shut. A sigh and the sound of a chair being pulled across the floor. Harry kept his eyes tightly shut. If he'd have spoken to any of Vernon's friends like that, he would have already gotten the belt. He didn't expect that from Snape, anymore, but he was at least going to be cleaning cauldrons until the end of the year. A hand came to rest gently on his shoulder. Harry flinched a little, but Snape didn't take his hand away. The hand on his shoulder seemed to undo him, in a way that all Snape's snarking, sarcasm and detentions had never done. Harry gasped in a breath that turned into a sob on the exhale. To Harry's utter horror, another sob followed and then another. It felt like some outside force was tearing these sounds from him. The hand on his shoulder never moved, but grasped his shoulder firmly. That was it for the remains of Harry's self-control, it seemed. His sobs grew louder and he took great shuddering gulps of air that didn't help at all. Snape's hand still didn't move. Harry just couldn't stop. He wasn't even sure what he was crying for, after a few minutes. Finally, the hand withdrew, but before Harry could pull himself together, the bed dipped as the man sat beside him. "Move over a bit," Snape whispered, picking up his long legs to stretch out them out on the bed, while he leaned his back against the headboard. Completely nonplussed, Harry scooted over, taking his whole blanket cocoon with him. An arm SD behind Harry's shoulders, Snape gathered Harry's unresisting body, blankets and all, against his side. Harry had no memory of ever being touched this way. Hermione hugged him all the time, of course, and Mrs. Weasley always greeted him and sent him off with a hug. Occasionally one of the teachers who were fond of him went so far as to pat him on the shoulder. Once, when he was in primary school, the nurse had held him on her lap after a particularly bad weekend. His trembling grew more pronounced and everything from the past summer and autumn seemed to gather into one huge, suffocating ball of misery in his. The sobs clawed their way out, no matter that Harry tried to swallow them down. Snape didn't say anything, he just continued to hold Harry as though he were a much younger child. Harry was beyond shame, only aware that he couldn't bear to part with this warm, human contact. This seemed to bring a relief that Harry had never felt before. A sense that he wasn't alone in the world, feeling he could not remember ever having, even at Hogwarts. It didn't matter that Snape would probably rake him over the coals come morning. After a while, Harry's sobs quieted. Snape pulled a handkerchief from somewhere, handing it to Harry without speaking. Harry stole a glance at the potion master. Snape still looked dead tired, his eyes closed, but he wasn't sleeping, his arm was still tight around Harry. Harry drew back and Snape let him, but his dark eyes opened to look at Harry. "Better?" Snape asked, quietly. Harry nodded, wiping his eyes and blowing his nose. "Would you like something to eat?" Snape wouldn't let that go, apparently. Harry shook his head. "Not hungry," he replied. Snape sighed, looking resigned. "Will you at least have a cup of tea?" Harry nodded. The man pulled out his wand and gave it a wave. The tea tray appeared on the desk. Snape stood and walked over to pour. "I'm going to put some calming draft in," he told Harry, still speaking quietly. "I'd like you to get some decent sleep, at least." Harry pulled himself up to sit with his feet on the floor, still wrapped in all the blankets from the bed. Snape handed him the tea, poured himself a cup. He sat back down on the chair, so that they faced each other. Harry sipped at the tea, which was heavily sugared and had an undertone of something like old socks in it. He kept drinking it. Snape sat back in his chair, studying Harry. He crossed his legs and put his elbows on the hard wooden arms, cradling his teacup in his two hands. Harry would have been more nervous about the scrutiny, but the sock-flavored tea seemed to be doing its job. His stomach and shoulders slowly unclenched. "How much of the headmaster and my conversation did you hear?" Snape asked, at last. "I didn't," Harry began, but Snape raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Oh. Harry felt his cheeks coloring. "Just to the part where you said you didn't want anyone else but the Weasleys to have me." Harry wondered, not for the first time, if Snape read minds. The professor nodded. "And, so I won't." Harry stared at the man, finally blurting out, Why, what?" Snape returned, slowly. "Why don't you want to just get rid of me?" Harry asked, confused. He stopped, not sure what he meant. Snape looked at him levelly. "I do not believe in ping-off duties, once I have accepted them." That seemed cold, but to Harry, it made sense. Snape was all about duty. The professor leaned forward to take the cup that Harry had emptied. "Potter, I have already told you that I do not intend to take up where your relatives left off. That includes not abandoning you at first opportunity. Do you understand?" he said. "I will not change our arrangements without at least informing you." Harry shrugged. Now that he no longer had his teacup in his hand, he twined his fingers in the blankets. That is I wanted to say." Snape seemed terribly uncomfortable suddenly, his gaze shifting away from Harry's face to somewhere in the corner of the ceiling. His eyes came back to look into Harry's and the wizard made a movement as though squaring his shoulders. "I am sorry." Harry wasn't sure what the man was apologizing for. He shifted uncomfortably, pulling the blankets tighter around himself. "I would like to apologize to you for." Snape began again. Harry jumped in, before the man could get far. "It's fine. Don't worry." Harry didn't think he could bear to hear whatever Snape had to say. It was embering enough, without the man going all apologetic over poor, pitiful Harry. Snape stopped, cleared his throat. "Yes, well," he looked uncertain, for a minute. That was a look Harry had never seen on his face before. "Will you be able to sleep, do you think?" Harry nodded. Snape stood up. "Vanish the tea things. If you need anything, knock on my door," he said, as he left the room. "Good night." Harry just stared as the door closed. The Tribute Vita charm is generally believed to strengthen or restart the heart of a dying wizard or witch by infusing a measure of the donor's magic into the body of the recipient, before all of the recipient's magic has fled. It is most successful in those cases where the recipient's body has sustained little to no trauma or debility from disease. Although one may perform the spell, at least two are required to perform the spell with some degree of safety, and better for it to be three. The spell itself is dangerous for all but the most powerful of wizards. The addition of a third lends a stability that prevents the overdraining of. A knock at the door startled Severus out of his book, as he sat drinking tea at his kitchen table. Normally, he sat in the living room to read, but this morning the kitchen had felt much more inviting than usual. As much as he hated to admit it, Potter's thorough scrubbing had lent the room a coziness that Severus could hardly credit. He wondered idly if he should spell the floor to white, although the soft gray that the floor had cleaned up to gave the kitchen a sort of rustic character that was not unattractive. The only thing that jarred were the yellowing curtains that the boy had been unable to wash. They now soaked in the sink, in one of Severus' best bleaching potions. This morning, he almost felt that Eileen's ghost might come in at any moment to press it to his forehead and question him animatedly about his studies, or merely go about her business, singing softly while he read at the table. As he got up to answer the knock, Severus felt for his wand, in the pocket of his dressing gown. It was unlikely to be anyone but Dumbledore, although what he could be doing here, at this time of day, Severus didn't know. He took a moment to look out of the spy hole in the door. His elderly neighbor from next door stood patiently waiting on the doorstep. The Cooks had lived next to the Snapes for at least 40 years. Mrs. Cook was likely the only Muggle left on the street that remembered either Eileen or Toby. Therefore, she was the only Muggle who remembered the Snape house existed. The charms Severus used to hide the house from Muggle eyes were complex. A combination of Muggle repelling and notice-me-not charms that meant new people moving in wouldn't notice the place, and people like Mrs. Cook wouldn't think about either the house or him. Sometimes she'd seen Severus on the street. Naturally, he was polite to her and never did anything to make anyone gossip, so he just slipped out of her mind as a part of the local scenery. When Mrs. Cook died or moved on, the house would be completely hidden from sight, as there would be no one to remember that it was ever there. Of course, since the boy had spoken to her, she'd remembered the house, because Severus hadn't thought to modify the charms or warn the child not to speak to her. No matter. She'd only remember them as her quiet neighbors in a week's time or whatever it took to renew the wards on Hogwarts. "I beg your pardon, Severus," said Mrs. Cook, as he opened the door. "I'm sorry to bother you so early, when you're ill." Point of fact, it was gone 9, but Severus was moving slowly this morning. "No matter," he replied, as graciously as he could manage. "Harry forgot his coat last night," she said, holding it out. "Oh, thank you." Severus reached out to take it. As he did so, he realized that in the soft fabric, he felt a thin, hard cylinder. A wave of fury washed over him. Potter had left his wand in the pocket of this coat that he'd so carelessly misplaced. The boy was going to find himself cleaning cauldrons every night for the next 4 years, at this rate. "Ah, Severus," the woman was saying, "I wonder, could I have a word with you about Harry?" Severus sighed, wrenching his mind back from the detentions he was planning to IGN the child. "Yes?" he asked. She looked pointedly past him, and then, "Is Harry about?" she asked softly. Harry would not be waking up until at least noon, given the strength of the calming draft Severus had given him the night before. Harry, the name felt strange and yet somehow right in Severus' mouth, is still asleep. He had a difficult night last night. It was most worrisome that in the early morning, when Severus had woken, he had heard the boy muttering and tossing, in the throes of some unpleasant dream or other. Severus had done the decent thing and shaken the child. Potter had sat bolt upright in bed, and thrown an arm up to protect his face. Severus had been reminded of those bruises he'd seen on the boy's forearms when he had done his screening exam. "Sorry," the child had whispered, "I'll do it over again." "Shish, you're dreaming," Severus had told him. Potter had blinked owlishly. "Professor." He slowly dropped his arm. "Yes. Go back to sleep." The child had nodded sleepily and snuggled into his blankets. Severus pulled the quilt up over the boy's shoulder as if he had been one of Severus Slytherin firsties having a bad bout of homesickness. Severus might have to start giving him a potion specifically for anxiety if he was having nightmares after a calming draft. "Did he?" Mrs. Cook asked, still standing there, in a tidy green sweater and jeans. She must have been gardening at some point this morning. She hardly ever wore jeans otherwise, Severus mused tiredly. With an effort, Severus wrenched his groggy thoughts around to the here and now. Mrs. Cook stood looking at him expectantly. "Perhaps you'd like to come in?" Severus asked, realizing that, short of obliviating the woman, he'd never get rid of her. Unfortunately, the boy was likely to speak with her again, so that wasn't more than a short-term solution. This was likely not a good conversation to have on his front doorstep, either. "Thank you, Severus," she smiled. Severus waved her in. His wards remained quiescent, proving that she was indeed a Muggle, with no magic upon her. Severus still kept her in front of him, just in case. "Oh, my, You keep everything just like Eileen did, dear, she said, entering the kitchen. At least in the kitchen he did. He certainly wasn't about to take her into the living room where he kept his potion books. She sat at the table and he took down another teacup, pouring for her and offering her sugar before sitting himself. He put Potter's coat on the back of his chair. I was so surprised when I spoke to him. Mrs. Cook began, he's so like Lily. Same eyes and the same voice even, although I dare say that will change when he gets older. And you have custody of him, do you? Severus nodded. Ah. She shifted around, a little uncomfortably. I know it's terribly personal, Severus, but as one teacher to another, Mrs. Cook had taught in the local primary school for years. Actually, Mrs. Cook had taught Severus when he had attended it. Potter must have explained to her that Severus was his teacher. She continued, well, the boy told me he'd been living with Petunia. The way he spoke about her seems, well, it appears to me that you've taken custody of the child because he was mistreated, somehow. You're quite right, replied Severus, softly. He looked her in the eye. It's just come to our attention that Petunia and her husband were. Severus hesitated, then plunged ahead with as much of the truth as he dare tell this woman, abusing the boy. He sighed heavily. Sadly, we didn't realize until just this year. I suppose that was partly my fault. I never imagined Petunia. Mrs. Cook was nodding, sympathetically. It's so easy to ascribe their behavior to another cause, isn't it? We had a terrible scandal a few years ago at our school, you know. It was in all the papers. We had a child who was killed by their mother's boyfriend, and no one had ever even suspected. She shook her head. Well, some of us suspected, but often the children themselves go to some lengths to hide it. Severus nodded soberly, for once not rebuffing the sympathy. Yes, Mr. Potter was quite reticent about the whole matter. If it hadn't been for another case, we would have likely missed his as well. Even now, I fear we know little more than what the physical exam showed. Her eyebrows rose. So, there isn't anyone at school he's close to. Severus was fairly certain she didn't mean her words as an accusation, but it felt like that nonetheless. He is quite wary of adults. Although, perhaps last night we had something of a breakthrough. That's encouraging to hear. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help, she said gently. After our incident we had all sorts of special training. I also have the names of some good counselors that aren't far. Severus suppressed a smirk. Getting Harry admitted to a Muggle psychiatric facility would probably be counterproductive, in the long run, thank you, but no, we've arranged counseling for the boy. Mrs. Cook looked at Severus speculatively for a moment, before saying, it's very good of you to take the child in. It can be healing to care for someone else with similar issues. Severus did not want to have this conversation. I used to spend a lot of time with your mother when you were away at school, you know. She continued inexorably. She was very proud of you, you know. I didn't know that you and she spoke often. Severus said, stiffly. Mrs. Cook sighed. I'm afraid we only really became friends after that time when we called the police on Toby. I beg your pardon, exclaimed Severus, stunned. She never told you. The woman sipped at her tea, looking both sad and discomfited. I'm sorry. I suppose it makes sense that she wouldn't tell you, though. You were away at school. I suppose you must have been about 12 or 13. Your father and she were having a bit of a Barney. Right out in the street, you see. Now, you know that we wouldn't ever call the police on a neighbor. Normally, she sounded rather embered, but we were afraid it would turn nasty. My Jack and Di Evans tried to talk some sense into him, but you know your father. He wouldn't have any of it. He ranted and raved about Eileen and Eileen's family, and you, I'm afraid, said horrible things. Well, Violet and we brought Eileen in here. He'd already given her a black eye. I have an idea that's how they ended up in the street, you know. I suppose the poor girl was trying to get out of his way. She reached over to pour herself some more tea. We tried to get her to go somewhere, but she said she didn't have anywhere to go. Severus nodded. My grandparents disowned her when she married my father. They never considered her marriage legitimate. If she'd have gone back to them, she would have had to leave me with my father. He said, quietly. The Princes were an old family and they felt she'd married beneath herself. Mrs. Cook shook her head irritably. Yes, Eileen said something like that. You'd have thought it was the 19th century, not 1973, the way she spoke. Severus swallowed, not wanting to ask the question, but since they were talking, was this long before? Before Eileen took sick, Mrs. Cook said, sadly. No, not long. It was maybe the following spring that she started having such trouble. Well, in those days, we didn't know much about depression, did we? Not as though you could pop a pill. I think maybe the doctor gave her some Valium to help her sleep. She paused and looked down, but wasn't that? Yes, it was. Severus gritted, remembering his 7th year. The odd letter his mother had owled him. And then a week later, the horrible conference with Dumbledore, Poppy and Slughorn. A week after that, he'd joined the Dark Lord. I'm sorry, Severus, I didn't mean to bring up all this old business. The woman was bright red and looking down at her hands, fiddling with her wedding ring. It was far too early in the morning to start drinking, Severus knew, although that had never stopped Toby. After Eileen's death, Toby had ended up on the dole and had drunk himself to death. After Toby's death, Severus had enhanced his status within the Death Eaters by intimating to the Dark Lord that the cause of the man's demise had been slow poison at his son's hand. In truth, it had been Toby's guilty conscience and a steady diet of whiskey that had done the man in. Although Severus was guilty of many crimes, murder was not yet among them. I fear a lot of old business has been stirred up, lately, Severus said, dryly. She nodded, was silent for another minute. Harry seems very self-sufficient, she said, probably to change the subject. Severus nodded. Yes, I'll admit, my experience in other cases has children such as Mr. Potter notably lacking in life skills. It had never occurred to Severus that Harry was the one doing the housework, because most 13-year-old wizards he knew wouldn't have been able to so competently care for a house. Hell, he'd have been impressed that Harry had managed to make his own bed. The woman nodded again. Yes, Harry seems of the kind to be overly responsible. And, he's not really accustomed to praise. I suppose you've noticed all of this, though. Severus had to remind himself that the Muggle woman wasn't trying to twist the knife. Does he not have any family on his father's side? She asked innocently. Severus shook his head. No. That's a shame, she said, sipping on her tea some more. As I understand it, Lily made quite a good marriage for herself. Did you know him? What did he do? I knew him, said Severus, striving to keep a neutral tone. He went to school with Lily and I. Although he didn't need a scholarship. He worked for the government before he was killed. Quite high up. Oh, I see, the woman said, almost comprehending. So he came from money. Severus nodded. She made a little noise in her throat. Well, that would explain some of the things Petunia said to Angie. She seemed to sense Severus' discomfort and finished her tea rather quickly after that. Well, Severus, I won't trouble you any more. Please think about bringing Harry and yourself over on Sunday, won't you? To his own surprise, Severus found himself nodding. Yes, if we're still here. Thank you, Mrs. Cook. She smiled. I'll see myself out. You look as if you're hardly well enough to be out of bed. She stood and walked down the page. Hello, Harry dear, Severus heard her say. The boy replied with an indistinct greeting. You look a bit peaky. You should go get some breakfast in you. I'll see you later. If the child had been sitting on the stairs, he would have likely heard most of their conversation. Severus used to listen to his own parents talk in the kitchen from the 4th step down. The 5th one down creaked. The boy must have sat on the 4th one, in order to remain undetected. Not something he would have done accidentally, Severus was certain. Yet again, Severus would have to readjust his estimation of the boy. Mrs. Cook closed the door behind her. Come in here, Mr. Potter, called Severus, quietly. Potter came hesitantly into the kitchen, his hands nervously clasped in front of him and his eyes wide behind the lenses of his glees. He still wore the clothes he had on last night, having slept in them, by the looks of it. I swear, Severus, if you don't start calling him by his given name. Lily's voice was in his head again. Severus purposely looked back down at his book that still lay open on the table, seeing the way the boy was avoiding his gaze. I made you some breakfast, he said calmly. It's in the bread box. Sit down and eat something. Cheese on the table. Thank you, the child whispered, moving around the kitchen silently. No wonder the boy was able to sneak around the castle like he did. He didn't make any noise at all. Severus used to put that down to a child who was determined to sneak about. Now, he saw it as the mark of a child who feared to draw attention to himself. Can't imagine where he gets that from. Lily's voice said. Shut up, Lily, thought Severus irritably, you're not helping. Potter retrieved his breakfast and brought it to the table. Severus poured him a cup of tea, barely looking up. Potter muttered another word of thanks. The child poked at his eggs, pushing his food around on his plate rather than eating it. Severus sighed. Without saying anything, he took a bottle of the appetite-stimulating potion out of the pocket of his dressing gown. He put it on the table and slid it across, pushing it with one finger as though it were a chess piece. Keeping his face pointed towards his book, he raised his eyes to look at the child. Potter's eyes went to it, then darted up to meet Severus. What's that? He asked fearfully, as if he hadn't taken this exact potion just days ago. Same as before, said Severus, turning the page of his book. Slow poison, to rid the world of people who annoy their teachers. It takes, maybe 150 or so years to work, but in the meantime, you'll manage enough owls and possibly NEWTs to finish school and then get out of my hair. A long moment of shocked silence, and then, did you just make a joke? The headmaster's visits have that effect on me, replied Severus, affecting unconcern. Really, the boy was fun to tease. Severus engaged in this kind of banter with some of members of his own house. The ones who required extra attention were usually able to appreciate Severus' humor, eventually. The boy picked up the bottle and drank it without complaint. After that, his breakfast disappeared rapidly. Severus surreptitiously observed the boy, rather than read his book. The boy never looked up, eating in silence. There were still dark circles under Potter's eyes and they looked a slight bit puffy. The set of the boy's mouth and chin were firm though, wanting to betray no weakness. They had yet to discuss last night's little episode and Severus had a strong suspicion that Potter expected to be punished fairly harshly for his outburst. When Potter was done with his food, he gave his plate one of those longing glances as though hoping it would magically refill itself. Severus had put only a small portion on the plate, not wanting to overwhelm the child's appetite. A certain witch he used to know had tended to lose her appetite completely, if she was stressed and faced with too much food. However, the boy didn't ask for more, a symptom of someone who was accustomed to only eating what they were given. The child was headed to the sink with his plate when Severus said, glancing up from his book, "There's more fried eggs in the cupboard, if you like. I put the rest of the pan in there. And some more bacon and toast. The stasis charm will have kept it edible." Potter stopped halfway to the sink. He seemed to consider Severus, then came to a decision, going to the cupboard and helping himself to more food. Severus turned his attention back to his book. Prevents the overdraining of the casters, magic. Some older authorities regard tribuo vitae as a type of dark magic, no matter the purpose it is turned to, as it bears a striking resemblance to both Horcruxes and to the Dementors, insofar as the donors are concerned. In the former, a piece of soul is broken off and secreted in an object, in the latter, the soul is ed out and presumably destroyed. Like the Horcrux, during the incantation, a soul fragment is extracted from each donor. Rather than being hidden away, however, this fragment of soul is destroyed, although some more fanciful explanations have the three donors offering a third of their souls to death itself in exchange for the soul of the dying, resulting in a MIV release of magical energy. This magical energy is directed by the incanter to restart and sustain the heart of the dying. Because the soul fragment is destroyed, rather than merely disconnected from the main soul, the soul regenerates. It is a slow process that has numerous effects upon the donors. A long list of side effects Severus could expect followed: weakness, emotional lability, drowsiness, nightmares, and fog chief amongst them. Lovely. Well, that would explain the past 2 days. Tribuo vitae creates a bond deeper than a life debt. In some circles, it is accepted as being as binding as blood. Again, we see the similarity to certain dark rituals, although healing oaths. Wonderful. Severus was now an honorary Weasley. Minerva already was a distant Weasley cousin and Poppy had taken all of the healer oaths which negated life debts. Chances were, they nullified this as well. Still too early for drinking, unfortunately. And more than likely contraindicated. The 1 GL he'd had last night had left him with a headache this morning. On the other hand, the Weasleys were an ancient family. Adoption into their clan had benefits. Especially should Severus ever find himself on the wrong side of the Wizengamot again. He would not have to rely solely on Dumbledore's goodwill. Yes, that was something to consider, for the future. The clattering of dishes in the sink pulled Severus from his reverie. Potter had rinsed out the now white curtains, wrung them out and was filling the sink with soapy water. "Leave it, Potter," Severus said idly, looking up. "I'll do the washing up." Another one of those comical looks of surprise. "Oh." The boy seemed confused, not sure what to do next. He glanced at the curtains that were dripping onto the floor. Severus flicked his wand, muttering a quick drying charm, and then had them rehung in about 30 seconds. Really, he should have done that a while ago. The white curtains really brightened the room. Unsettlingly, even that little bit of magic left Severus feeling as tired as if he'd done it by hand. "Put the kettle on and come sit down," Severus told the astonished boy. Potter did as he was told. He stared at Severus with equal parts fear and defiance. He crossed his arms over his, leaning back in his chair, as though to be out of arm's reach of the man. Severus pretended to take no notice. "I had meant to speak to you about this the first night we were here. Sadly, I underestimated how badly drained I am," he said, putting the bookmark into his book and closing it. "As it is, I'm still not quite feeling like myself." Potter gave a jerky nod. "So, I thought it would be best if I laid down some house rules." Severus paused, pulled Potter's wand out of the jacket hanging on the back of the chair, and then continued darkly. "First and foremost, you are to remember that you have a dangerous dark wizard after your blood. Leaving your wand in the pocket of your misplaced jacket is asking for death." Potter's eyes went wide. "Where did you get that?" he demanded, angrily. "I believe I just told you," Severus said, coldly. Potter opened his mouth and then closed it again. "I forgot I had it in my jacket," he muttered sullenly. "I would suggest you do not forget again," Severus said, sternly, suppressing the urge to shout. He was too tired for it, and it wouldn't help their current situation. He held it out for the boy, who took it, looking sheepish. "Now, while I appreciate your diligence, I would prefer you not spend your days keeping house," Severus said. "So you want me to stay in my room?" asked Potter, rather petulantly. Severus rolled his eyes. "Well, tell me, what do you generally do while you're away from school?" Anger sparked in the boy's eyes. "What? At the Dursleys?" The child's voice took on an iciness Severus had never heard. "Housework when Aunt Petunia needed help," he said in monotone, his green eyes flat. "The rest of the time I spent pretending I don't exist." "That's pretty much it." "Pretending you don't exist?" asked Severus slowly. "What does that mean?" He had an idea, but he thought it would be a good thing if he got Potter to say it out loud. "Well," Severus could hear the boy fighting to sound matter of fact, "if anyone came over, they sent me to my room. I had to be quiet so no one would know I was there. Well, unless they needed me to serve things. Last summer they locked me in my room after Dobby, the house elf, dropped a cake on one of Uncle Vernon's clients." Potter rubbed his nose. "Why do you think a house elf would be here, anyway?" "They've done it before," replied Severus, but then pulled the conversation back to the point. Now that Potter was finally being a little forthcoming, Severus was going to take advantage. That would be when they put bars up on the windows, he asked. Potter shrugged. "Yeah." The kettle started to whistle. Severus summoned it to him and poured the hot water into the teapot, pondering what the boy was telling him. "And fed you a tin of soup a day?" Severus asked the boy quietly. Potter's cheeks burned and he ducked his head. "The Weasleys told you that?" "Yes, they did. Locking a child into a bedroom is not normal behavior, either. How else were you to pretend you didn't exist? It appears to be a skill they taught you early on." The boy shrugged. That gesture seemed to be a large part of his vocabulary. He seemed to be waiting for Severus to move on, as if they were in CL. He seemed to think that any minute now, Granger would jump in with an acceptable answer. The silence lengthened, with the boy fidgeting. It became so uncomfortable that the boy finally blurted, "Mostly they locked me in my cupboard when they were tired of looking at me." "Your cupboard?" asked Severus slowly. That phrase came up so often. Potter stood suddenly, as if finding being still too hard to bear. "My cupboard. Don't pretend you never knew," He cried, viciously. My letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. Obviously everyone thought that was okay. Quote, those letters are addressed automatically, Potter. We only knew that they kept being generated, meaning they weren't being received. Severus said woodenly. He didn't turn a hair, but his insides squirmed. Some of the ways Potter was reacting were beginning to make huge amounts of sense. How often were you locked in the cupboard? How often? The boy laughed, that same high-pitched, eerie laugh Severus had heard last night. Professor, until I was 11, that was where I lived. If I wasn't looking after the house or at school, I was in the cupboard. Severus swallowed. This was more than he was expecting to hear. He'd assumed this business about a cupboard was more in line with Tobias locking Severus in the cellar, didn't anyone ever? The nurse and some social worker came by once. Potter turned to look out of the kitchen window. I suppose Uncle Vernon must have told them that Dudley's second bedroom was mine and that I was the one who was so careless with my toys. Potter snorted. Apparently the injustice of that rankled. I got the hiding of my life for being noticed by the nurse. Being noticed? Asked Severus slowly. Well, you don't bloody well think I went and talked to her myself, do you? The boy exclaimed. Language, Potter, Severus said, but without heat. No, I can see that you probably went to some lengths to hide this abuse from outside eyes. I wasn't abused, Potter said, in a low voice. What else would you call it? Snapped Severus. Then he sighed. It's important to name the thing for what it is, he said, trying to speak reasonably. The Dursleys are right asses, but Vernon never got the police called on him by the neighbors for hitting Aunt Petunia in the middle of the street. The boy said harshly, turning to face Severus with bright, angry eyes. Severus clenched his fist. Severus, Lily's voice said, sharply. Severus silently named the 14 uses for unicorn tears, calming himself. Potter stood with his chin raised and his feet planted, determined that he wouldn't show weakness to his professor. All at once, Severus felt himself sag, but he caught something Potter said. Did Uncle Vernon make a habit of hitting your Aunt Petunia behind closed doors? No, exclaimed Potter. So, he only tended to hit you? Severus said dryly. He leaned his head against the wall, keeping his eyes on the boy, but that is besides the point. We were speaking of house rules. Severus was far too tired to really go into depth at the boy's treatment at the hands of his relatives, and he suspected that the boy was too fragile, right now. So, I'll stay out of your way. Potter leaned against the sink, his hands in his pockets. What else do you want me to do? His tone was a little aggressive. Do you have your homework done? Asked Severus. Potter gave another one of those jerky nods. In the cabinet in the living room, there's a television, if you like that. I don't tend to, since they took Drive. Who off the air? Severus said, airily. Well, as airily as Severus ever got. There's also a stereo, but if you scratch my records, you will not like what happens to you afterwards. You may leave the house, as long as you stay within the wards, but do not go behind closed doors with anyone. I expect you to pick up after yourself and do the washing up after I've cooked for us. I generally wear muggle clothes while I'm here and drop clothes off to the laundrette. If I need any wizarding robes cleaned, I take them up to Diagon Alley when I go. The boy nodded, his mouth was hanging open. Now, regarding your behavior last night, Severus began, his voice a little more stern. The trembling started again. Severus might not have seen it if he hadn't been looking for it. The child shut his mouth with a snap. Sit down, please. For some reason the child just reacted to that tone and those words. Severus felt like he was trying to talk down a frightened hippogriff, finding just the right combination of courtesy and care. The child sat. I didn't mean to shout at Professor Dumbledore, he muttered, shamefaced. I imagine, replied Severus dryly. I think, perhaps, you owe the headmaster an apology. So, write a note this morning. Bring it to me at lunchtime and we'll send it along. Potter stared. Is that all? He said, after a moment of seeming to wait for Severus to say more. No, but given that the floor would get holes in it, were you to scrub it any more, that would be sufficient. The fact was, Severus needed some time to process this conversation. Probably, he did need to have one of Poppy's mind healers look at Potter. This was the stupidest thing Snape had ever come up with. Harry had no idea what to say to Dumbledore and he was heartily embered. Being made to apologize on paper just felt beyond awkward. He wasn't even sure what Snape wanted him to apologize for. After a dozen false starts, Harry decided that it didn't need to be a saga, and he'd just stick to the basics. That one sentence had taken him over an hour to write. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I am very sorry that my magic got away from me last night and that I shouted at you. Harry. Of course, it made him sound about 5 years old. Every time Harry set quill to parchment, he heard Mrs. Weasley railing at Dumbledore about how it had been him that sent him to the Dursleys. His skin crawled when he thought of the minister jovially telling Vernon, the night he'd blown up Marge, that it's not unusual for this sort of thing to happen. He doesn't know his own strength. The boy just needs a firm hand. A little discipline usually sorts it out. Marge had certainly let Vernon know that all Harry needed was a good hiding. She'd also reminded Vernon that it still wasn't against the law to smack your own child, or the one you were guardian of, no matter what any of those namby-pamby, anti-corporal punishment, liberal sorts had to say. For all that Snape was much scarier than Uncle Vernon, he seemed to be one of those namby-pamby, liberal sorts. That thought made Harry snort. It was so weird the way Snape kept saying that Harry had been abused. Harry wished he'd stop saying that. It was a horrible word that made Harry feel somehow dirty. The only thing the Dursleys ever did that seemed outside the norm to Harry was the cupboard. That was only because they didn't know how to cope with Harry's accidental magic, when he was younger. A little voice in the back of his head mentioned that he'd never heard of anyone else going for days without food. There had been 2 kids at Harry's primary school who'd been taken away from their parents. It was whispered that they'd been abused. When Petunia had heard about these children, she told Dudley not to go near those little hooligans, that they were sure to be dangerous, coming from a family like that. She'd remarked darkly to Vernon that evening, that she'd known those kind of families where she grew up, surprising to find them in such a good neighborhood, she'd said. Harry had never thought them dangerous. In fact, he'd almost made friends with one, before Dudley had threatened the other boy with a thrashing if he didn't stop being nice to Harry. From what Mrs. Cook had been saying, Snape came from one of those families. Shaking his head, he stuck the bit of parchment into an envelope. He didn't seal it, because he knew Snape wanted to look at it. A noise from downstairs made him jump. He was so deeply in thought, it took him a second to realize that it was the phone ringing. He crept to the top of the stairs, sat on the second step down. One of the steps further down creaked and he wasn't sure which one. He could hear just fine from here, though. Yes, we're fine. Snape was speaking with some irritation, but he seemed to be attempting to rein it in. No. Thank you. Snape paused. That's very kind. Pause. Yes, I do. Of course. Another pause. Yes, he is. Snape said, then shouted, Potter. Harry started again. He hadn't thought Snape would know he was up here. He jumped to his feet. Yes, sir. He tried to sound innocent, as if he hadn't been eavesdropping for the second time that morning. Potter, get down here. He jumped up and ran down the stairs. Snape sounded really hacked off. Snape stood with the phone in hand. He held it out to Harry. Talk to Granger and you her that I have not buried you in the back garden, he growled. Harry realized he'd promised to call the Grangers. Oh, okay. He put the phone up to his ear and Snape swept out of the room, looking ominous even in his dressing gown. Hello, Harry said into the phone. Harry, Hermione said breathlessly, her voice higher pitched than usual, are you all right? I don't have an owl, and I was so worried. Then Mum told me she had Professor Snape's phone number. Though it would be all right if we called. I'm not getting you into trouble, am I? No, it's fine. Harry twisted his hands in the phone cord, listening to the professor's footsteps as he climbed the stairs. What do you want? He asked, wincing at how cold he sounded to his own ears. He trailed off. He never used the phone much at the Dursleys, except to take messages. I wanted to see how you were. Hermione replied in a small voice, sounding near tears. Harry cleared his throat in an attempt to sound more normal. I think I'm okay, he said softly. He remembered that the last time he'd seen Hermione, he'd collapsed into a pathetic heap on the ground. She must think he was mental. Have you heard from Ron? He asked, casting about for something to say. Yes, he sent me an owl, she said, sounding a little veer. He says that Ginny is supposed to be well enough to be moved at the weekend. That's good, Harry said hesitantly. He did not want to talk about Ginny. Unfortunately Hermione did. He said that she's breathing on her own, but she still can't speak. We still don't know what happened. Everyone's saying it was an accident, but remember what she said just before she collapsed. She wondered if she brewed it right. Ron reckons that proves it was accidental, but she didn't want anyone to get Madame Pomfrey. Hermione took a breath. Harry reckoned she'd been wanting to talk about this for days. I don't know. Mum says that it's not uncommon after someone's died for a teenager to do something stupid. I didn't tell her about Ginny and the diary stuff last year. And I certainly didn't tell her about getting petrified. Her voice dropped, as though she were afraid of being overheard. I told her I was in the infirmary with a bad flu, last year. I was afraid she wouldn't let me go back to school. Said Harry, when she seemed to be pausing to make sure he was still there. He felt speared through with guilt. He'd been so wrapped up in his own troubles that he hadn't thought once of Ginny since he'd been here. He pulled one of the kitchen chairs over to him so he could sit down. She reckons I need to see someone, only she knows I can't see a muggle. I'd end up locked up. Hermione almost laughed. She's written to Professor Dumbledore to find one. See someone? Asked Harry, confused. Yes, like a wizard psychologist or something. Hermione said, far too lightly for Harry's taste. Why would she want you to see someone like that? Harry asked cautiously. Perhaps Hermione had been losing it. Maybe that potion Ginny had puked all over her had made her a bit mad. Harry didn't think he knew anyone who needed to see a psychologist. Harry had heard Petunia talk in hushed tones on the phone, from time to time, about a neighbor who needed to see a psychologist, because she'd gone round the bend. Oh, you know, Harry heard his friend sigh. She says that it's a good idea after something traumatic's happened. She made it sound like her mum thought it was normal. Oh, on the other hand, the only muggles he knew well were the Dursleys. Maybe their opinions of psychologists and the sort of people who saw them were as reliable as their opinions on wizards. So, are you all right? Asked Hermione. Yeah, fine, Harry lied, not knowing what else to say. Harry. Hermione's voice was tentative, as though she wasn't sure how Harry was going to take what she had to say next. Ron told me, he said that Snuffles died, saving everyone in the tower from Sirius Black. Harry really didn't want to talk about Snuffles. Listen, Harry said, hurriedly, I don't think Snape wants me talking on the phone. I've got Hedwig, I can just send you a letter, okay? His voice was thick. It would be easier to talk to Hermione through letters. She wouldn't hear how pathetic he was. Oh, all right. Harry knew by the tone of her voice that she'd be biting her lip. Harry heard a woman's voice in the background. Mum says to have Professor Snape bring you with him when he comes round her office. Hermione said, her voice bright and forced. Oh, okay then. Harry hesitated. Listen, I have to go. I'll send Hedwig, okay. He hung up the phone without waiting for her to say goodbye. His breath caught in his. He closed his eyes, resting his fisted hands on his thighs and focused on the feel of his fingernails biting into the palms of his clenched fists. It hurt, but it felt real, in a way that nothing else felt real. Harry felt as though he wasn't even really in his body. If he tried, he could pop right out of the top of his head. Harry thought of Ginny's face as he'd last seen it, slack and still, her eyes the only thing that seemed alive, Mrs. Weasley brushing her hair. A wave of anger flowed over him. Remembering what Ginny had said to them, Harry couldn't help but think she'd meant to kill herself. How could Ginny have done that? She had everything she could want. Everything Harry had ever wanted. It seemed Ginny had been more affected by Riddle than any of them had imagined, though. Could it be that he was still working some kind of dark enchantment on her? Maybe people touched by that kind of darkness couldn't ever get rid of it. Unconsciously, Harry lifted his hand to his forehead. Potter. Snape's smooth voice was dark with concern, startling Harry out of his thoughts. What? Harry's eyes snapped open. The professor stood in the doorway of the kitchen, leaning on his stick, staring at Harry. Are you all right? He'd changed into his muggle trousers and sweater. He still looked a bit rough, but he'd managed to shave and damp hair hung around his face in tendrils. Yeah, I mean, yes, sir. Harry nodded, trying to sound sure of himself. Snape looked at him with narrowed eyes. He said, "Did you bring your note?" "Oh, left it upstairs." "Go get it then. I have some other letters to send," said Snape. Harry pounded up the stairs and came back down with it. The older wizard slowly made his way to the kitchen window. One of the brown school owls was sitting just outside, apparently just waiting to be needed. Snape tied 3 or 4 letters to its leg. Harry handed over his letter. Snape took it, pausing a moment to absent-mindedly seal the envelope, without reading it. "I was planning on sandwiches for lunch," Snape said, when he'd finished, "unless there's something you'd prefer." The man sounded as though he were going out of his way to be nice. Harry shrugged. Snape made one of those irritable noises in his throat. "Get the bread out, then, Potter." The rest of the day was quiet. After lunch, Snape went into the living room, settling down with a stack of books. Bereft of housework to keep him busy, Harry wasn't sure what to do with himself after the lunch dishes were done. He tentatively joined the professor in the living room, expecting to be told to get out of Snape's sight, but Snape didn't seem object to Harry's presence at all. Harry sat down on the floor in front of the fire with his back leaning against the settee. After a while, Snape pulled out his wand. With a few flicks, he set a record on the old-fashioned stereo that was housed in a wooden cabinet. Harry hadn't realized there was actually a stereo there, and he'd been afraid to open the door, in case something nasty and magical had burst out of it. It was strange how unmagical Snape's house seemed to be. The next bit of strangeness was the music Snape listened to. Harry was convinced that Snape would listen to clickle music, or else something from the wizarding world that Harry had never heard before, so he was surprised when the first record Snape put on was anything but. Rather, it was some variety of dark, moody rock music. Harry had no idea what it was, since the Dursleys wouldn't let Harry even listen to the radio, if they were around. It wasn't like what Dudley liked, though. It was what some Muggle teenagers down the street from the Dursleys liked to listen to. The teenagers that used to make Petunia go mad over their purple or pink hair, boys with black made-up eyes and girls with nose rings. By the middle of the afternoon, Harry finished the book he'd started the night he'd gotten to Snape's house, and he was beginning to feel edgy with inactivity. More, there were things in his mind that just wouldn't go away. He had questions he just had to ask, never mind if it sent Snape into a temper. So far, Snape's temper hadn't been any worse than it ever had been, so maybe that had Harry feeling veer. On the other hand, maybe he was just losing his mind, sir. He asked tentatively. "Yes, Potter?" asked Snape, without looking up from his book. Harry took a deep breath, blurting out the question that had been bothering him for the last day and a half. "Were you and my mother?" "Did you and she?" His courage failed him as the potion's master looked at him sharply. "Did we what?" the man asked, his jaw tight and his lips compressed to colorless lines. "Did my father take my mother away from you?" Harry never did know when to keep his mouth shut. Snape's eyebrows furrowed, then his face cleared. "No, Potter, I never competed with James Potter for your mother's affections." "But Mrs. Cook said you were inseparable," Harry persisted, convinced that this would be the reason Snape hated Harry's father, and by extension Harry himself. Snape closed his book. "You, Weasley and Granger are fairly inseparable. Which of them is your intended?" Snape's mouth quirked up at the corner. Hermione and me, we're just friends." Harry found himself babbling. It was far too disturbing to think of Hermione as a girlfriend. Snape nodded, gravely, "As were your mother and I." The man sighed. "She was a very good friend." Harry pushed his hair out of his eyes. "I don't know much about her," he admitted, quietly. "Did Petunia never speak of her?" asked Snape. Harry shook his head. "She said once to Aunt Marge that she thought my parents had to get married. That their wedding was rushed, because my mum was, you know." Snape seemed to smirk. "I promise you, Potter, James Potter did not marry your mother because she was pregnant." The expression was gone after an instant and the man's face settled into dour lines. If the wedding was rushed, it was due to the fact that the wizarding world was engaged in a war. People tend to do these things more quickly under those circumstances. "Oh," said Harry, "but, if you were friends." Snape sat, looking at him coldly, and Harry's courage failed him. "Never mind," he said hastily. "No, Potter, go on," said Snape. His tone was soft, Not encouraging, but not discouraging either. Forget it. Harry crossed his arms over his. Snape tutted but seemed willing to drop the subject. The day continued in this vein. Harry wrote notes to Hermione and Ron, but he really didn't say much. Hedwig returned with replies in what seemed a very short time. Ron's letter told him that Ginny continued to get better. There was a surprising thread of anger in the tone of Ron's update. Ron said that Ginny's potion overdose was an accident, apparently she'd botched the brewing of a draft of peace. However, he still was angry at her for taking stupid risks. Like he was one to talk. Hermione, on the other hand, was convinced that Ginny had done it on purpose. She was more forthcoming in writing than she would have been in person, Harry thought. She sent him a long letter that she must have been working on, even before she spoke to him on the phone, talking about the whole term. Among other things, Hermione told him that she had gone to Lupin in the first place because Ginny had told her and her brothers they better do something about Harry before he ends up like Neville. Apparently, Ginny had been adamant that Harry's behavior was just like Neville's. She'd also made some very dark implications about what happens to people who aren't looked after by their friends, that she wouldn't explain. So really, Ginny was to blame for Harry's current predicament. To an extent, that made Harry feel better about Ron and Hermione. If Ginny had been winding Hermione and the other Weasleys up, being all guilty about Neville, then it was no wonder they'd gone to Lupin. 2 days passed, and Snape seemed to be getting better, spending more time awake. He still had the thing where he'd randomly drop off, but Harry never made the mistake of trying to shake him awake again. Harry avoided talking to him, as much as he could, limiting his answers to, "Yes, sir," and, "No, sir," if at all possible. For some reason, he kept thinking about how Snape knew so much more about his mother than he, Harry, did. It wasn't fair. It was yet another person who knew far more about Harry's life than Harry did. Snape made the next few meals. Harry was actually surprised that the man wasn't a bad cook. He also apparently liked Muggle food. The next evening he sent Harry out for Indian takeaway. When Harry admitted he'd never had Indian, the man had merely told him to order himself a mild chicken curry, rather than sneering at him. Harry had never had so little to do in his life. Snape didn't even seem to care if he slept till all hours. Which was good, because Harry couldn't sleep more than 2 hours at a time, without waking up in a cold sweat. This time, the nightmare sent him rushing to the loo to be sick. He must have made too much noise, because he immediately heard Snape come out of his bedroom. "What's the matter, Potter?" sighed the man. "Nothing, fine," Harry muttered, standing up shakily. He felt terribly self-conscious as he washed his hands and face and rinsed out his mouth. "Curry not agreeing with you?" Snape sounded almost solicitous. Harry nodded, looking for an easy out. "It's fine," he said, softly, "no big deal." Snape hesitated. "You know, Potter, it sometimes does one good to talk about things." Harry had to hand it to the man, he was a damned fine actor. That smooth voice was heavy with sympathy and had taken a coaxing tone, as if Harry were a kid and he was trying to talk out from under a car. Harry could almost believe he gave a damn. But it was his duty, wasn't it? To make sure Harry was okay. Harry almost laughed out loud. "No, it's fine. He wasn't a bad actor himself, I just think it's that I never had curry before." Snape narrowed his eyes, but nodded. "Your mother had a touchy stomach, as well." Snidely, Harry thought Snape ought to know, given that he and his mother were inseparable. Of course, Harry didn't know the first thing about his mother, did he? Harry nodded again. He really just wanted to head back to his room. Snape turned away. "Good night, then Potter, if you don't need anything." Harry mumbled, "Good night, sir." He lay back down in bed, but he knew he'd never be able to go back to sleep. This last nightmare had been of Ginny, laying in the Chamber of Secrets, Tom Riddle bending over her form as Hermione tried desperately to get Ginny to breathe again. Harry wondered how the potion Ginny had used felt. He'd never made a draft of peace himself, but it was good for just generally calming. Ginny must have drunk an awful lot to overdose on it. She must have brewed it wrong, then. If it was easy to overdose on, it wouldn't be in a student book. Or at least not outside of the restricted section. He turned over again, restlessly, wondering how it must feel to die. Potions were all very well, but they were too easy to mess up. Shock at his own train of thought made him pause. It had been at the back of his mind for weeks, but it now was surging forth in an awful black wave. It would be horrible for something to happen to Ginny. She had a huge family who loved her very much. The vision of Mrs. Weasley brushing Ginny's hair made Harry's throat ache. Harry on the other hand. Well, who did Harry have? Dumbledore had sent him to live with the Dursleys. And then he had sent him back, again and again. Ron and Hermione, they had gone behind his back to the teachers, not even telling him. Anyway, they'd be fine without him, they had their own families. Mrs. Weasley would be upset, but she had Ginny to look after. Snape would just be relieved not to have to cope with Harry underfoot. Really, the only one who'd miss him would be Hedwig, now that Snuffles had gone. Harry sat up, feeling oddly liberated. Very quietly, he crossed over to the desk, picking up quill and parchment. "Dear Professor Snape, would you please look after Hedwig? She seems to like you and I know she really appreciates that you let her out at night to hunt. If it's a problem, please see that she gets to Hagrid's." HP. So, how would one not mess this up? Harry's thoughts went back to the astronomy tower. That was too far away now, and who knew when they were getting back to Hogwarts. He didn't like to leave a mess, so cutting his wrists was probably out. Could someone Avada Kedavra themselves? Unlikely. He looked around his room. His trunk sat open with some of his school clothes inside. His eyes fell on the ties. They wouldn't work, but perhaps he had something that would. He dug around the trunk, until he came up with one of his long winter scarves. The closet had a bar to hang clothes on, that looked very sturdy. Sturdy enough to hold up one scrawny little freak. He looked at the scarf. He'd heard someone say that hanging was a pretty painless way to die. He began to twist the scarf around and around, to make it more of a narrow rope. He tied a slip knot, wishing he knew how to do better knots, but this one would serve. As a last precaution, he closed the window, so Hedwig couldn't get in while he was doing this and make a noise that would wake up Snape. The bar was set at about 5 foot high. Harry was 4 foot, 8 inches, could he hang himself with 4 inches of space? He dragged the chair over to the closet. If he tied the noose tight enough, he could just slip off the chair. He tied the scarf to the bar and stood on the chair, to put his head through the noose. Feeling like he had when he stood at the top of the astronomy tower, he gave the chair a kick away from him. The noose pulled tight and hard against his throat. Harry tried to gasp, but there was only the smallest wheeze of air getting past the constriction. His head felt light and like it was going to explode at the same time. His eyes felt as though they were starting from their sockets. Oh Merlin, it hurt. Why didn't he think it would hurt? The scarf was cutting into his throat. Why did it hurt so much? He scrabbled at his throat frantically, with his fingernails, trying to loosen the horrible tightness. What was he thinking? He couldn't open his eyes or pull his head into a more natural position. He kicked out, trying to find a purchase on the floor or wall. His body wanted to breathe so badly and his head felt as though it was twisting of his neck. His ears were ringing like a fire alarm and a great roaring black wave was coming to claim him. "Harry," a distant voice cried. Miraculously, Harry felt his body lifted in someone's arms, taking the weight from the noose. The scarf vanished. Harry gasped and coughed, weakly. "Oh, thank God." That same voice whispered, as whoever it was touched the side of his throat. Harry opened his eyes slightly. His glees were gone, but he saw the unmistakable outline of Snape. "Harry, can you hear me?" Snape demanded. "Yes, sir," Harry croaked. "Come on, let's get you off the floor." Snape's voice was terribly soft, with some sort of tremor in it. He lifted Harry again and put him on the bed, pulling up the bed covers. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. He had not planned on this, not at all. He tried to turn over, to burrow into a blanket cocoon, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. "Keep still, a moment, Harry," Snape said. He was dimly aware that Snape was using his wand on him. Not being allowed to turn away, Harry kept his eyes screwed shut. He wanted nothing more than to sink into the floor. Now he really wanted to die. Snape must summon something, because Harry heard a bottle uncorked. "I need you to take this, Harry," whispered Snape. Harry shook his head, violently. He didn't want anything from Snape. The potion's master sighed. "It's a potion for dreamless sleep." We can talk about this in the morning. Unless it was one of Snape's better poisons. Harry didn't want it. He opened his eyes to glare at Snape. Don't want it. The professor was sitting on the edge of Harry's bed, dressed in a blue nightshirt. Apparently he'd been sound asleep when he'd heard Harry. Snape's expression was shadowed, yet somehow more open than Harry had ever seen it before. That was not a request, Harry. The soft voice was firm. Harry shook his head again. Snape sighed, sounding exhausted. He pointed his wand at the potion and muttered an incantation. From the momentary coolness in Harry's stomach, he realized Snape had spelled the potion into him. You bastard. He spat. Yes, well, you'll be alive to discuss my parentage in the morning. Snape said, recovering some of his snark. Harry's eyes fell closed. Severus flipped on the electric light to better examine what the child had done to himself. The boy hadn't complained of any pain before Severus had spelled that potion into him, but doubtless, that was because with the shock and near asphyxiation he wouldn't have felt it if yet. The croaky, weak voice and almost spastic movements of his neck spoke of real damage. The hastily cast Esment spell backed it up. He had almost barked at the child, when he was trying to shake his head. That would have only caused further trauma, mental or physical, it didn't matter at this point. Under the bright electric light, Severus could see darkening bruises all around Harry's neck. Why the child had decided to do himself injury tonight? Well, they'd get to the bottom of the emotions tomorrow. Tonight Severus would work on the injuries he could see. Just to be safe, Severus cast a full-body bind on the sleeping boy, taking care that his neck was properly aligned. Next, a spell to monitor Harry's breathing, in case his airway started to swell or fluid got into it when he couldn't move. A few more spells gave the child extra oxygen, a blue magical glow appearing over his nose and mouth to signify the presence of pure oxygen. Severus summoned a recording parchment to keep track of what the monitoring spells were saying. For now, according to them, Harry was physically stable. The diagnostic spells showed the kind of damage one would expect from a botched hanging. Harry had fractured his larynx and one of his cervical vertebrae. No nerve damage. The boy's astonishing luck still held. That could have been a very nasty repair. There didn't seem to be any damage, either. Magic protected the child, of course, but it could only go so far. The boy's magic might have rallied to sever the scarf or levitate the boy, or it might not have. Self-inflicted injuries often had the effect of confusing a wizard's magic. Severus looked at the sleeping child, thinking hard. Making his mind up, he summoned his Patronus. It was bright with the relief that the child lived. Sev, admit it, you are ecstatic that Harry's alive, Lily's annoyingly accurate voice in his head said. He gave it its instructions before he summoned his dressing gown. It was chilly and it was going to be a long night. The boy's injuries were not life-threatening, but healing them would be a delicate job, beyond Severus' skill. If he did a poor repair, it would just have to be redone, and the child was traumatized enough, as it was. He summoned a teapot, and the makings of a nice cup from the kitchen. He didn't dare leave the child even for a second, not even with a sleeping potion and a full-body bind on him. The truth was, Severus didn't like to give him that much sleeping potion, until his injuries were fully healed. Severus sighed. What am I going to do with you? He asked rhetorically, in a soft voice. He made his tea and pulled up a chair, next to the bed, so he could keep an eye on Harry's face. In repose, the boy's face was again very like his grandfather Evan's, Severus thought. It was the boy's defiant or petulant expressions that looked so like James Potter. Severus drank his tea, considering the black-haired child. He had known that it was possible that the boy was capable of something like this, but he had expected, perhaps, a little more warning. Severus spared a moment to thank all the gods he'd ever heard of that Molly Weasley had the foresight to tell him about the alarm clock spell. He might never have found Harry until it was too late, otherwise. The alarm had started whooping as the hand had ticked over to mortal peril. Waking from a sound sleep, it had taken him precious seconds to work out what the alarm was, and then a few more precious seconds to ascertain the child's location. Thank Merlin that it hadn't been the cellar. His anti-apparition wards would have had to have been rebuilt from the ground up after he broke them. He wondered what had made Harry decide to do it tonight. The child had been quiet all day, but no more so than usual. They had not even had words. The phone call from Granger. Had she upset him? There was no telling. His mother had been the same. He would never know what caused her to kill herself that chill spring day. She had chosen a potion much more swift and sure than the endless peace Miss Weasley had brewed. There would have been no saving her, even if she had been discovered 15 seconds after ingesting it. Severus' heart felt heavy in his. It seemed that Harry had inherited the Snape tendency toward depression. Given the burdens the child struggled under, however, it was surprising that this hadn't happened sooner. The child made a low noise in his, seeming to try to cast off the jinx holding him immobile. Shish. Severus put his tea on the bedside table and took one of the boy's hands between his own, not wanting Harry to wake up properly and panic. That wasn't at all what either of them needed. Keep still, Harry. You've hurt yourself. Madame Pomfrey will be along soon. Heavy eyes opened to slits. The boy was fighting the potion, as well as the spell. Go back to sleep, Severus said, not sure if Harry heard him or knew who was speaking. The hand in Severus twitched. Severus looked at the chilled face. His eyebrows were furrowed and the mouth was turned down in a frightened line. Harry's groggy, barely audible voice came out with a frightened, "Lemego. Masori, plus Lemego, Masori." Ah, Severus whispered an incantation to modify the spell, to allow the child to move his arms. That seemed to help. Harry's hand tightened on Severus, drawing it to him so that he could press the back of it to his cheek. Clearly, the child had no idea who was sitting with him, Severus thought wryly, but the eyes closed fully and his breathing evened out. Severus found himself thinking of the times his mother had cared for him, in this very same room. The empty place in his soul seemed to ache less, at the moment, with the small hand curled in his own. For no earthly reason, other than to keep himself awake, Severus started to speak to the child. His mother liked to tell him fairy stories when he was ill. His mother's favorite was the Fountain of Fair Fortune, so he started with that one. Poppy was accustomed to middle-of-the-night summons. It was an occupational hazard. What she was not accustomed to was that summons taking the form of a Patronus, a bright silver yearling stag, who spoke with Severus Snape's voice. "Poppy," he said, speaking urgently, "it's Harry. I need you. Tell no one." Poppy sighed. She was still so tired. But Severus would know that, so it was only his extreme need that had him calling for her. She got dressed as quickly as she could, gulping down a few pepper-ups, then she called one of the Hogwarts house elves. "Would you take me to Professor Snape's home?" She asked it. She had absolutely no idea where it was. She knew that Severus felt very uncomfortable with house elves, but it seemed the most expedient choice of transport at the moment. And the house elves always understood that Poppy's patients, their ailments and their treatments were absolute secrets. The elf bobbed his head until his bad ears flapped. "Bring my things, after you take me there. I don't know what I'll need yet. And it's likely I'll be staying there, so I'll need one of you to east me." Severus would have to make an exception to his no house elf in my home policy. The elf looked both frightened and doubtful, but took Madame Pomfrey's hand. She was the only one. Other than the headmaster, the elves were authorized to apparate into and out of the castle, due to the possibility that she might have just this kind of emergency. They apparated to a badly lit hallway. Poppy heard Severus' rich voice speaking. After a moment, she realized, thunderstruck, that he was not having a conversation, he was telling a story. The Wizard and the Hopping Pot, unless she was much mistaken. Complete with voices. "Severus," she called, not willing to ember the stiff and private man. "In here, Poppy," he called from the door hanging half open, at the end of the hall. Harry was lying on the bed, looking sallow in the harsh light of an overhead electric bulb. Severus had his back to the door, a position Poppy had never seen him take before. He was holding Harry's hand, with the back of his hand against the boy's face. The tableau would have been touching, if black bruises were not rapidly coloring around Harry's throat. Bruises so large and dark that Poppy could see them from the doorway, where she stood. Ligature lines as wide as her thumb was long. A school scarf lay cut in half on the floor. "Severus," she said, questioningly. "What?" "I didn't do this, if you're wondering," he said, stiffly, without turning around. "Well, not directly." In 3 steps, she crossed the room to stand beside his chair. She put her hand on his shoulder. "Severus, I know that." Now what did happen? Apparently, it all became too much for Harry, all at once. I found him hanging, nearly unconscious, from the bar in his closet. The dispionate voice was Severus at his most distressed. Oh, no. Poppy drew out her wand to begin her exam. What have you done, so far? No, stay where you are. Severus had begun to move away from the boy, and the boy had whimpered in his sleep, clutching harder at Severus' hand, anything that keeps him calm. I gave him some sleeping potion. I didn't like giving him much until you arrived. He replied, settling back into his chair. I put him into a body bind to prevent him from injuring himself further. I let him have his hands, as he seemed to feel the spell in his sleep and was fighting it in the potion. Poppy moved to the other side of the bed. I have to ask, do you know if he's claustrophobic? The body bind sometimes causes claustrophobia in people so inclined. The potion's master looked distant. I believe he might be, he said. She looked at the notes Severus' monitoring spell had begun taking. Well, he's had worse injuries, she said, grimly. Severus flinched, although her ire wasn't directed at him, with nothing but his innate magic to help him. Severus said, as if to himself, if Harry had been a Muggle child, they would have killed him. I need to get some things. We'll use Skelegro for the fractures. You kept everything well in line, so I needn't vanish anything. There's a lot of soft tissue damage, but I think most of that is mending itself, rather quickly. He can have some healing draft for it, in the morning, when it won't interfere with the Skelegro. She heard the pop that indicated the house elf had heard what she needed and gone to get it. We'll leave the body bind on him, until the spine heals. We'll have to watch him tonight, regardless. Would you prefer me to stay with him? The glare that earned her had made many a student burst into tears. Harry is my responsibility, Severus said, harshly. Poppy stopped what she was doing, to look across the bed at Severus. Harry, now, is it? She said, gently. Severus nodded. To her shock, tears were leaking from the potion's master's eyes. She decided not to remark on it. Instead, she said, why didn't you want me to tell the headmaster? Because if I saw him tonight, it would end with myself either dead or in Azkaban. I doubt I'd be very helpful to the child either way, he said bitterly. Poppy blinked at that. She shrugged mentally. Just as well, if Severus felt that angry at the headmaster, that he stay away. It would do Harry no good to hear the adults arguing. She, herself, would have words for Dumbledore when she saw him again. You will need help, Severus, she said, changing tack. Even after his body's repaired, he can't be left alone. And you still aren't well, if you feel anything like I do. Severus closed his eyes and nodded, a testament to how weary he was. If he was willing to have another person in his home, whom do you suggest? He asked, not opening his eyes. Well, given the circumstances, I have one suggestion, and you won't like it, she said, carefully. Severus opened his eyes to look at her. Remus Lupin. No, said Severus flatly, absolutely not. I know you've had your differences. Differences, hissed Severus, keeping his voice very low. Poppy noticed that even in his outrage, he never let go of the child's hand. He and his friends got Lily killed. He was involved in that prank that nearly killed me. Or have you forgotten? Poppy sighed. Severus, he was as much of a victim of that prank as you. And that is the long past. He knows about this whole situation and he will not break confidence. Your only other choice is Molly Weasley. Molly won't leave her daughter, Severus said, with urence. True, Poppy was unable to suppress a smirk, but, if I tell her about this, she will have no qualms about moving Harry and yourself into her front room where she can keep a proper eye on you both. You wouldn't, snarled Severus. Care to test that theory? Poppy said darkly. Besides, Remus also has a background in mind healing. He can't pee any of the background checks to get licensed, of course, but I'd hesitate at this point to send Harry to even the most discreet of my friends. Their shock that the boy who lived was just another troubled adolescent might too much. I didn't know that, muttered Severus. You never asked, replied Poppy, a little archly. So, which will it be? Remus or Molly's front room? Severus sagged, capitulating. Fine. Summon the wolf. Someone was speaking to Harry. Dimly he was aware that someone was manipulating his head and neck, and that seemed a little frightening, although he couldn't have said why. It wasn't that important though, except once or twice when sharp sensations lanced through him, riveting his attention. What was important was what the person who was speaking to Harry was telling him. Sometimes, when he was very little, Harry would lay in his cupboard, listening to Aunt Petunia read Dudley bedtime stories. There was always an ache in his when he did so, knowing freaks didn't get stories. The stories he listened to this way were stolen. He knew that. He also knew it wrong to steal. His aunt and uncle told him so. They told him when they caught him nicking food from the larder. When they caught him reading Dudley's books or standing outside Dudley's room, listening to Dudley's television shows, they told him that was stealing too. Sometimes at school, his teachers would read a story. That wouldn't be a stolen story, but it would have to be shared with all the children in the CL. It was never meant just for him. Someone was telling him a story now, though. Not a stolen story, either. Nor a story he had to share with a room full of CL mates. This was a story just for him. He knew this, without a doubt, because the teller was holding his hand tightly. And the hand was pressed against his cheek. A velvet sleeve trailed across his chin. The hand told him he was safe and wanted. Harry had had dreams like this before, but never one so real. Never one that included scents of ginger and allspice or the warm heaviness of blankets. Your mother said this was her favorite one, Harry. The teller of stories said, conspiratorially, she liked the ones that made her laugh the best. The storyteller began to tell the story of someone called Babbity Rabbity. Harry drifted on the words. After a while, he lost the thread of the story and he just knew that the voice continued to speak, letting him know that he wasn't alone. Later, sharp pains began to stab into his neck. He cried out, more in startlement than pain, and then bit back the sound, fearing that Uncle Vernon would hear. It would hurt like hell if Uncle Vernon gave him a smack on top of this. Harry, someone whispered, are you hurting? Harry tried to nod, but his head wouldn't move. Yes, he croaked. He felt fuzzy and he was beginning to be alarmed. He was not sure where he was or who was still holding his hand. It's not so bad, though. He didn't want the owner of the hand to think he was a baby. He couldn't help but clutch harder at the hand, though, as it tried to draw away. Let go. I can give you a potion for it. Harry did as he was told, reluctantly. Harry opened his eyes a little, but the room was dark. The head of his bed was raised, so he was half sitting. The someone was sitting beside him. In the dark, without his glees, he couldn't see a thing. The someone made some stealthy sounds. After a second, Harry felt the pain begin to ease. I've spelled something for pain into you. It's not safe for you to try to swallow anything until the Skelegro's finished, said the someone. It was a man speaking. It seemed like Harry knew the voice, but he couldn't place it. Did I fall off my broom? Harry wheezed, although he didn't feel that kind of hurt. His alarm decreased though. He must be at Hogwarts, if he'd just had some Skelegro and the someone was talking about potions. That was all right then, Uncle Vernon couldn't get him here. You don't recall? The someone asked, seriously. No. Now, Harry wondered if he'd been doing something stupid. The someone sighed softly. We'll talk about it later. He whispered, confirming Harry's thought that he'd been doing something stupid. He wondered how much trouble he'd be in when he was better. Is there anything else I can do for you? The pain potion made Harry rather more direct than he would normally be. You were telling me stories. He said, I've never heard stories like that. They're wizard stories. They seemed to make you feel calmer while Madame Pomfrey was sorting out your neck. Someone replied, a trifle stiffly. So, the someone was the storyteller from before. The one with the warm hand, that had a velvet sleeve. Thank you. It was important that Harry make the storyteller understand. Freaks don't get stories, you know. His words seemed a trifle slurred. Children that people want get stories. Aunt Petunia told me. What did she mean? That people want? Asked the storyteller, slowly. Promise you won't say anything? Harry asked. He knew he wasn't supposed to say these things to strangers. Although, the storyteller wasn't really a stranger, even if Harry couldn't place him, at the moment. You have my word. Harry knew somehow that the storyteller could be trusted to keep his promises. She told me that my mum didn't want me, even before she died. He said in a hoarse whisper. It was Harry's darkest secret. She said that my parents had to get married. She said it would have been better for everyone if it had been me that died in that accident. Your mother didn't die in an accident, Harry. The storyteller said, softly. Doesn't matter, she's still dead. Don't tell Aunt Petunia I told you what she said, okay? His throat was weirdly scratchy and sore, his voice raspy. It hurt to keep talking. I won't, agreed the storyteller. Oh, of course. The storyteller was a wizard. He wouldn't know Aunt Petunia. You know, Harry, the storyteller said hesitantly, your mother actually went to some lengths to bring you into the world. Harry didn't want to hear false comfort. Aunt Petunia would know, though. I know, Harry, I was there. The storyteller seemed very, very sure. Harry sat quietly for a second with his eyes closed, gathering his courage. Will you? Harry stopped, not wanting to upset the man. The storyteller had been terribly patient with him, but it was stupid to ask for more. The hand came back to take his. Harry raised it back to his face. It was the velvet sleeve that smelled like ginger and allspice. Will I? What? Tell me another story. A second hand reached over, coming into his limited field of vision, slowly. Harry cringed a little, nonetheless. The hand merely brushed his fringe out of his eyes. Yes, of course I will. The teller whispered, as many as you like. Eileen Snape née Prince had always been most adamant about living up to one's responsibilities. It was something she had impressed upon her son from an early age. Even more, Tobias Snape had instilled in Severus a strong sense of duty. Tobias was the perfect example of what happened when one did not meet one's responsibilities. For years, Severus had thought it was his duty to uphold his mother's honor. Originally, the Dark Lord had offered a way for a young half-blood wizard to gain honor and renown. A way to restore the nearly extinct prince name. When Severus found himself in too deep and discovered that the Dark Lord planned to exterminate rather than merely rule over the Muggle-borns, he had thought it his duty to gain the Dark Lord's trust and stature within the Death Eater ranks, in order to protect his best friend. Then, it was his duty to help the other side, in order to protect her and her little family. When he could not protect his friend, it fell to him to protect her son. He'd buggered all of it up, completely. He resolved that he would not do so, in future. He stayed the whole time Poppy was seeing to Harry's neck and then afterwards, while the potion was at its most painful. Insisting that he take the first watch on the boy. If the sound of his voice, telling childish stories calmed the boy, then Severus was not going to argue. He could not bring himself to leave his child like that, confused, distressed and in pain. Although, the sadly befuddled conversation they had, when Severus gave Harry his most recent dose of pain potion, destroyed the last of his composure. Dumbledore would hear of this, and Petunia would, most certainly, pay for her lies. Severus had to remind himself, forcefully, that revenge would not help the child. It might help Severus, however. The thing was, before he was a Death Eater, potions master, or even someone's friend, the man had heard words of that kind before, directed at him. From the time he was very small. Even after all these years, he could hear his father's voice. At the moment, his frayed occlumency skills did not help him clear his mind of one particularly painful memory. He remembered a door that was kicked open in the dead of night, waking him from a sound sleep. He was 11, 12. Eileen standing on the stair, white-faced and shaking. Tobias, she'd said, pleadingly. Severus hadn't been sure what he'd done wrong. Or, perhaps at the time he'd known, but he couldn't remember what the real or imagined transgression was now. I dunno why the hell I stay with you too. Tobias had yelled, get thee out here, you little bastard. Severus had stood at the end of the hall, careful to stay far away from his father's fist. Too bloody proud to go to school around here, the man had demanded, and the money we gotta spend on books and fancy clothes. Tobias, you know, began Eileen, softly. Sure up, woman. Tobias turned back to Severus. If hadn't have been born, I wouldn't have got stuck you, would I? Eileen took a step back. Toby, don't say that. That's not true. She was pleading, rather than urging. Tobias turned back to Severus. You know what? You're a bleeding parasite, you are. D'ya know what a parasite is, boy? He had been certain to make sure Severus understood the meaning of what he was being called. He'd asked for the meaning in several examples, just to be sure the point was driven home. So now, though he did try to clear his mind, Severus couldn't shake the memory, as he normally did. He put his hand over his face while his other hand firmly held Harry's, which the boy still pressed to his cheek. Poppy came in with some tea. Severus tried, without success, to pull himself together. She patted his shoulder. If it had been anyone but Poppy, even Dumbledore, Severus would have been completely mortified. As it was, Poppy had seen Severus in worse shape than this. However, that had generally been after Death Eater meetings at the end of the war. She was, of course, aware that half of his unwanted sentimentality was due to recovering from the Tribua spell. Poppy shooed him out of Harry's room, just as dawn was coming up over the horizon. The boy's owl had to be let in. Harry had locked it out, no doubt. Under protest, Severus slept for a few hours, coming back into Harry's room, after he'd showered, to relieve Poppy, sometime after 11 o'clock in the morning. She sat by the small dark-haired figure, reading an issue of the modern cauldron Severus had laying around, under the watchful eye of the boy's snowy owl who was perched on the back of the chair, rather than her accustomed spot. The owl turned and chirped worriedly at Severus. "How is he?" Severus asked Poppy, quietly. "He's been calm since the Skelegro finished." She replied just as quietly, "So, I've let some of the other potions wear off. He'll be less disoriented the next time he wakes." Severus nodded. Then the true trouble would begin. "Have you searched his things, yet?" asked Severus. "No," sighed Poppy, "I suppose it's best that we do it now." She stood and opened the trunk with her wand, both surprised that it was unlocked. Often it took a few minutes to get through a student's wards. The clothing was stacked more or less neatly. Not obsessively so, as Severus had feared, given the whole house cleaning thing, but neat enough for a boy who puts value in his possessions. Harry's trunk held heartbreakingly few personal possessions. They slowly took out each item, shaking them out and checking the pockets. They found no illicit substances, wizard or muggle, so that was something. Poppy took everything a rope could be fashioned from, shrank them and put them in a small bag. She took everything edged, the potions knife, his pen knife for his quills and an ever-sharp quill she found. These also went into a small bag. His potions kit, although that contained nothing toxic, went away. Severus left him parchment, and the pen he'd transfigured to make it easier to write with his damaged hand, although he spelled the tip not to be able to cut human flesh. They didn't find any books from the restricted section, nor anything else that smacked of the dark arts. After Miss Weasley's misadventure, they were leaving nothing to chance. Harry's wand and his broom, Severus took charge of. He locked the broom into his own upstairs broom cupboard and put Harry's wand in an inside pocket of his own robes. The last thing in his trunk was a battered shoe box made of cardboard. Severus opened it gingerly, only to discover it was packed with food. A quick check showed that the box had a very good stasis charm on it. "Well, this is why he can go so long between meals," remarked Severus dryly, though his heart contracted at what the stash of food might mean. "Oh, Harry," sighed Poppy, "and we all missed it." She looked up. "Do you know, even before the incident with blowing up the ant, Harry had sent notes to his friends asking them to send food. Molly told me. She said something to Albus at the time, but," Poppy shrugged helplessly, "Albus thought it just Harry's natural preference for Molly's cooking." "Should we take it?" asked Severus, a little unsure. Poppy shook her head. "The stasis charm is well done. Hermione must have helped him. If it makes him more secure, there's no harm. It might even be a good sign." She spread her hands in front of her. "It may mean that this was merely an impulsive act, rather than something he's been planning for a while." Severus nodded. "I'll watch him, now," he said firmly, "if you want to have an hour." Poppy gave him a searching look. "I'll go downstairs and wait for Remus, then. I'll have a sleep on the settee. If he," she indicated the sleeping Harry, "can swallow the healing draught, he can eat. Make sure it's soft food. After that, he can get up, if he wants to. Just to the bathroom and back, though. And leave the binding charm on his neck. If he still can't swallow, or he chokes on the potion, spell it into him and try again with another, in an hour." She stood and shook out her skirts. "Until we have a better sense of his mental state, he'll need to be on constant watch." Line of sight. Severus sighed. Harry was not going to be pleased, at all. He and Poppy had done this with one or another of his Slytherins every few years, since he'd started at Hogwarts, and he had helped other heads of house with suicide watches. If it was a wizard from a pure-blood family, they did their best not to let the family know that it was suicide they were watching for. Spattergroit and Dragonpox often required extended stays in the infirmary. It was always exhausting, for everyone. And unfortunately, Spinner's End was not furnished with anti-suicide, anti-self-harm and accidental magic-dampening charms, the way the infirmary was, so they'd have to keep Harry's wand away from him. Severus finished packing Harry's things back into his trunk after Poppy left the room in a rustle of skirt. His hands lingered on one of the few personal things that had been in the trunk, a photograph album. He sat down on his chair with it and opened it to a random page. Lily gazed up at him, holding a black-haired baby in a soft blue knitted jumper. She smiled and picked up the baby's hand to wave at Severus, giggling soundlessly. "Ah, Lily," he whispered, putting his hand on the photograph. "Put it down." A cracked whisper, dry as a bone, "It's mine." Severus started, looked up to see Harry's accusing green eyes looking at him, albeit slightly myopically. "Of course," Severus agreed, "my apologies," he said civilly. He closed it and put the album on the bedside table, next to the child's glees. "How do you feel?" "Throat hurts." The boy blinked. "Why can't I move my head?" he asked, still in that painful whisper. "You broke your neck. More precisely, you fractured one of your vertebrae," Severus said flatly, "and your larynx, that's why your throat hurts. Madame Pomfrey's mended the fractures, but the soft tissue still needs support. Do you think you can swallow some potions?" The boy seemed to try to nod, but couldn't, so he said, "Yes." He went to try and struggle to sit up. "Stay there, Harry," Severus told him, taking out his wand to lift the head of Harry's bed, so he was sitting up all the way. Severus uncorked the vial and handed it to the boy, who dutifully drank it. He sputtered a bit on it, but it all went down. The child swallowed again, as if surprised by the sensation. Severus picked up the boy's glees and handed them to him. Harry put them on and peered at Severus in some confusion. "How did I break my neck?" His voice sounded better. It also sounded wary and perhaps angry. "It's not an uncommon injury, in an unsuccessful hanging." Severus sat back to watch the boy's face. "You do remember, do you not?" Harry's face turned red, then white. Not being able to turn his head away, he closed his eyes. Severus noted his hands fisted in his sheets and the angry set of his jaw. "You should have something to eat," Severus said briskly, to forestall an outburst. That healing potion could use some time to work, before Harry started throwing tantrums. "Anything you prefer." "Doesn't matter," Harry said listlessly. He likely would have shrugged, if he could have moved his neck and shoulders that way. Severus had asked that the house elf Poppy had brought with her, if he knew what the boy liked. The house elf had claimed that the boy ate rather omnivorously, so Severus conjured a bowl of the soup from the pot that was downstairs on the stove. He set the tray on Harry's lap. Harry looked at the soup, sighed and ate a few spoonfuls. "Professor," he asked suddenly, turning a little red, "I need to get up." "I need the loo." "Of course," said Severus. He picked up the tray, helped Harry to his feet. Harry was still unable to turn his head or bend his neck, so that was a trifle awkward. Severus summoned the boy's dressing gown and slippers and helped him put them on. "Did you say that Madame Pomfrey came from Hogwarts?" asked Harry. "Yes," replied Severus, "she's downstairs." "What for?" "I'm fine," Harry said, confused. "You are a long way from fine," rasped Severus. "Tell me, is this the first time you decided to try to rid the world of your presence?" The boy was silent. Probably the wrong approach, but it seemed that Severus never found the right approach with the boy. They walked to the bathroom. Harry went in and tried to push the door shut. Severus put a hand on the door to prevent him. Sir," Harry said nonplussed, "can I shut the door?" Severus sighed. "No, you may not," he said, evenly. "You have just attempted to take your own life. Until we are sure that you will not attempt to do so again, one of us will have you in sight, at all times." "But I need," Harry began, turning beet red. "Yes, I realize," returned Severus. He turned his gaze upward toward the spot where the ceiling met the wall. "Oh, you are kidding me," snarled Harry. Severus crossed his arms, leaned sideways against the frame of the door, staring fixedly at his spot on the wall. "This way," Severus could keep an eye on the boy without embering both of them. Students always reacted badly to this part of the precautions. Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout kept the young women under observation, and Severus, or oddly enough, Hagrid, were generally called in to keep watch on the young men. "I really don't think I can, with you standing there, Professor," the boy said, mortified. Severus didn't change his posture, but he flicked his wand so that the tap on the sink turned on. The boy turned his back to Severus. The posture and the running water apparently gave him enough privacy, because after a moment the toilet flushed. Harry used the running water to wash his hands, turned off the tap and wiped them on the towel. "Before you ask," said Severus, returning his eyes to Harry's face, "Madame Pomfrey and I have searched your possession and confiscated anything with which you could injure yourself, including your wand." Harry's face was very white, now. Severus couldn't tell whether it was from anger, pain or fear. The child chewed his lips, as though holding back whatever he was going to say. "Now," Severus continued, "because your neck is held by a charm rather than a muggle device, you have your choice of showering or a refreshing charm. The charm is not nearly so thorough as a shower, but it is probably more suited to your modesty." "Charm sounds good," the boy said, in a very subdued voice. Severus nodded. Directing his wand at the boy, he cleaned the clothes and the child at the same time. "Back to bed," said Severus, "the healing draft isn't finished. When it is, we'll take off that binding charm." Harry's eyes narrowed in suspicion at Severus' tone. He was suspecting some trick. "Why's it so damp in here?" asked Harry as he climbed into bed. The bed's head was still raised. It was safer for the child's healing throat. "The humid air is easier on your airway. Are you warm enough?" "Yes," the sullen reply. This was going to be a very long day. "Would you like something to read?" Severus asked, attempting civility. "Why did you bother?" growled the boy. Not bothering to pretend to misunderstand, Severus replied, "Because I had to." "Because you didn't want the boy who bloody lived to die on your watch." Harry's fists were clenched in the bedclothes again. "Do you imagine that no one would be hurt by your death, Harry?" Severus asked, flatly. The child stopped. "No, not really," he said, quietly. He paused, looking a bit shocked by his own admission. He went on more loudly, "Who'd miss me? They all want Harry Potter. They don't want me. It's like you always say. I've just got a little fan club. They just want talk about me behind my back and..." He trailed off, breathing hard. Severus said nothing, for a moment. Then, "So, your friends, you're still angry with them?" "I don't want to talk about it," griped the boy. Severus consciously relaxed his jaw, trying to avoid a headache. "So, how long before you ship me off to St. Mungo's or wherever wizards ship off people who've gone round the bend?" Harry's eyes were lowered, even though he couldn't bend his head. "Is that what you think?" asked Severus, gently, "that you've gone mad?" Harry looked up with that narrow gaze, again suspicious of his tone. "Well, it's not exactly normal to go and do what I did, is it? I give you my word, Harry, I'm not sending you anywhere," Severus said solemnly. Harry's eyebrows drew together in a puzzled frown. "What?" asked Severus, wondering why the boy suddenly looked so confused. "Did we talk sometime last night?" Harry asked, slowly. "Yes, just a short conversation," said Severus cautiously. "Oh." Harry turned very red. "Were you telling me stories?" he asked hesitantly, as if doubting the veracity of his memory. Severus nodded once. "Yes. You were somewhat agitated when Madame Pomfrey was working on your neck. The stories seemed to help. We talked about Aunt Petunia, didn't we?" Severus didn't think Harry could blush any deeper. "Yes, as a matter of fact," Severus said stiffly, having a hard time keeping the anger he felt at that woman out of his voice. Harry must have mistaken his tone to be directed at him. His chin started to quiver. "I'm sorry," he said, shakily. "For what?" Severus watched Harry's eyes dart around looking for an escape, knowing he couldn't easily find one. Even turning over in the bed and curling up couldn't be done because of the charm that was holding his neck still for healing. "I'm so much trouble." "I didn't mean to be so much trouble," Harry whispered, quickly. "I guess Aunt Petunia was right. It would have been better if I'd died when I was a baby." The potions master very nearly apparated out of the room to go track down Petunia Dursley and see if he remembered some of the curses he learned in his Death Eater days. Instead he drew his chair closer to the bed. "Listen to me, Harry," he said, putting his hand on the boy's. "I know you were the best thing in your mother's life. She told me so." Harry's breath was in as a sharp gasp. He looked at Severus, his eyes moving over his face as though looking for signs of deception or mockery. Somewhere in the back of Severus' mind, it seemed that Lily was supplying him with the right words to say to her son, "James Potter and she were married 2 years before you were born. Your mother went to extraordinary lengths to bring you into the world. She would have done anything to keep you safe." "How do you know?" the boy asked, petulantly. "She was my best friend, Harry." Severus ached. "If you needed a delicate, sensitive potion, to whom would you go? You were not unwanted, nor unplanned. Quite the opposite. Your mother came to me for a potion to aid her in conceiving you," he said, telling the child as much of the truth as he was going to. Perhaps, someday. But this was not news a boy in a fragile state of mind needed to hear. For now the child needed to know that he was wanted, that he belonged somewhere. The boy went to pieces. Severus moved to sit on the bed, pulled him forward so that he was sitting up, with his forehead resting on Severus. Severus didn't want to risk him choking, with all the damage to his larynx. "Shish. But she's dead," a whisper as carrying as a shout. "Yes," Severus said, gently. There was nothing else to be said, after all. There were other words, but they were lost in the torrent of the child's tears. "Shish. We'll talk later," Severus told him. He rubbed the boy's back, trying to calm him. This wouldn't help his throat at all. The boy was only 13, he was recovering from some rather serious injuries and the healing potions he had taken tended to have sedative properties. It didn't take long before the child's breathing deepened and he went limp in Severus' arms. Carefully, Severus lay the child back down, plucking his glees off his face and putting them on the bedside table. After a moment's thought, he summoned his copy of Tales of Beetle the Bard, put it under Harry's glees. He sat back in the chair, contemplating whether he should call Poppy's house elf to bring him some tea. There was a soft knocking at the open door. Severus turned with a jerk, raising his wand. "Sorry," said Lupin, standing in the doorway. He held his hands palms out, in front of his. "Poppy let me in," he said by way of explanation. Severus' eyes narrowed. He wondered how long Lupin had been standing there, and how the man could move so quietly. "You seem to be doing well with him," Lupin said. "Oh, yes," sneered Severus, wanting to hit the man. He finally dropped his wand tip, so well, that he hangs himself, first chance he gets. "No, I mean just now," Lupin said. "He seems to have formed an attachment to you." Severus flicked his wand, incanting a silencing charm so he and Lupin could speak freely. "Chances were, the child feigned sleep well, a whipped puppy will come to the first hand that pets it," he snarled, making sure he was facing away. "And are, generally, the most loyal of companions." Lupin returned, mildly. "Poppy says you should take a break, for a few hours. Both of you have been up most of the night," she said. "Where is she?" asked Severus, suspiciously. "She's transfigured your dining table into a bed and your dining room into a guest room. You meant you'd want to stay close to Harry," Lupin replied. Severus nodded, seeing that it was inevitable. "Fine, I'm going to bed. Wake me, if anything happens. Or if he should need anything." Lupin smiled. "Of course. By the way, I did have a piece of good news. I found Harry's dog. I didn't like to bring him without speaking to you first." Severus felt like a small knot had undone itself. That was one less burden for the boy to carry. The child was devoted to both his familiars, even going so far as to make sure Hedwig would be cared for after his planned demise. Severus was sure that the UMed death of the dog had a huge part in Harry's seemingly sudden impulse to end his life. "Yes," Severus said, "by all means, bring the dog. I'm sure it would be very helpful," he said curtly, before going downstairs to make himself that cup of tea. "Harry," a voice called. "Madame Pomfrey said you should wake up and try and eat something." Harry didn't want to acknowledge the voice that was talking to him. He wanted to stay asleep, although his dreams had been uneasy. What he really wanted was for the last few hours to be a bad dream. Barring that, he wanted to go to sleep and never wake up. He carefully tried to turn his head. It would move now, and his neck didn't hurt. He cracked his eyes open, but he couldn't see the speaker. The room was dim, lit with the bedside lamp, rather than the overhead. It wasn't Professor Snape's voice. Harry was glad of that. He wasn't sure he could ever face Snape again. How many times was he going to go to pieces in front of the man? Oh God, why did he have to go mental in front of Snape? He took a deep calming breath, reminding himself that it could have been worse. At least he knew that Snape couldn't have a worse opinion of him. What? He rasped, his voice barely audible. He coughed, cleared his throat and tried again. What time is it? That time his voice was stronger, although still quite rough. 6 o'clock, replied the man. He was sitting in a chair, near his head, Harry realized. He placed the voice. It was Professor Lupin. You should really wake up, now. Professor Lupin said again, gently, you need some food to go along with all those healing potions. He leaned forward to shake Harry's shoulder. Harry scooted away from the hand. Professor Lupin pulled it back. Harry couldn't really see the man's expression and tried not to look at him as he fumbled to put on his glees. Not hungry, Harry muttered. He did need to use the loo, but remembering Snape following him there earlier, he didn't like to say anything about it. Well, Madame Pomfrey wants you to try to eat something. I'm sure you want to use the bathroom, as well. Lupin seemed like he was trying to be kind. Why don't you do that first? You'll probably want to get dressed as well. The headmaster is supposed to be here sometime this evening. At the mention of the headmaster, Harry's stomach dropped. Why's he coming? Harry asked. Most likely, after this latest fiasco, Snape was ready to be rid of him. Am I going to St. Mungo's, after all? Harry blurted. Lupin seemed to look at him in surprise for a moment. He shook his head and raised an eyebrow at him, giving Harry a mildly reproving look that was also somehow sympathetic. No, Harry. Professor Snape is most adamant about that. He told me to tell you to put your mind at rest, should it come up. Oh, Harry wasn't sure what to say now, so he didn't say anything for a few minutes. He just sat there. Lupin didn't speak either. At last, the silence became too awkward. He swung his feet out of bed to stand shakily. Lupin stood up to steady him, then summoned some clothes out of Harry's still mostly packed trunk. The professor handed him a pullover and a pair of jeans. Harry sort of expected the man to leave, but realized that Lupin was indeed following up on Snape's threat that they would keep him in sight, at all times. Much to Harry's relief, Lupin tactfully looked out of the darkened window. Harry got dressed in a hurry. I do need to use the bathroom, whispered Harry, when he was done, feeling completely humiliated. Lupin nodded, opened the door and followed him to the bathroom. Like Snape, he stood in the doorway while Harry relieved himself. Harry wondered how long this punishment would go on. This was probably something that Snape had devised to put him in his place. It was just Snape's style, to ember Harry as much as he possibly could. Why are you here? Harry asked bluntly, as they went back to his room. Lupin's kindly eyes regarded him. I'm here to help Professor Snape look after you. The bed had been made while they were gone. Harry threw himself onto his bed, having nowhere else to sit. The room only had one chair. I'm fine, Harry said, putting his back up against the headboard and crossing his arms across his. You are not fine, Lupin said softly. I can see that you've been under tremendous stress for some time. It would help to talk about it. Harry didn't reply. He was not going to talk about this with Lupin. Or anyone. He felt a terrible urge to cry, but he willed it back. He'd made enough of an idiot of himself in front of Snape, without Lupin witnessing it. Lupin looked into Harry's face and sighed. He seemed about to say something else, but a knocking came from the front door downstairs. Harry heard the door open, Snape's voice, too low to make out the words, and then the headmaster's voice. They'd probably told Dumbledore all about Harry's stunt. The man was probably coming to have a talk with him about it. Harry felt sick at the thought. He would have to rehash the whole thing. He drew his knees up to his and put his head on them. I don't want to talk to anyone, he muttered. Harry, listen. Lupin looked at him kindly and Harry averted his eyes. We do need to talk about what happened last night, but nothing you say will go beyond this room, if you don't want it to. Harry shrugged and turned his face down, onto his knees. He heard Snape's halting tread on the stairs. Harry. The man's use of his first name made Harry jerk his head up, in shock. Snape stood in the hallway, leaning heavily on his cane again. The headmaster wishes to speak with you. Snape's face was dark with anger. Harry wondered how long it would be before the man read him the riot act. Harry pulled his knees tighter to his. For all that Snape would probably shout at him the minute the other wizards left, Harry thought that was preferable than talking to the headmaster. Snape might rant and rave, he might be a complete bastard, but he hadn't sent Harry to live with the Dursleys. He hadn't sent the Minister of Bloody Magic to talk Uncle Vernon into taking him back. For all Harry knew, Vernon's ND of discipline was exactly what Dumbledore had had in mind when he sent him there. "Do I have to?" he asked, although he realized what the answer to that would be. Lupin looked questioningly at Snape. Snape replied, harshly, "No. As a matter of fact, if you don't want to see Dumbledore, at the moment, you don't have to." That shocked Harry almost as much as Snape using his name. "However, you do need to eat." Snape went on, "Lupin, will you give the headmaster Harry's apologies and see him out? I told him that it was probably too soon for Harry to speak with anyone, regardless. I'm sure you and Dumbledore can manage without us." He gave Lupin a nasty look. "Of course, Severus," replied Lupin, seeming not to notice Snape's angry tone, "and then, I wanted to pop back to the castle for a little while." Snape nodded, curtly, "Have you told Harry?" Again, Snape used Harry's first name. "Tell me what?" Harry asked. Lupin smiled broadly, "I found your dog. He was running loose in the Forbidden Forest. I'm going to go and get him, since Professor Snape said it would be all right." Harry stared, dumbfounded at Snape, who sat in the chair Lupin vacated. A warm light clicked on in Harry's. "Sir, Snuffles is alive." He could hardly believe it, "and I can have him here." Snape smiled a little, seeming almost human. Suddenly, "Yes, I think so." He flicked his wand. 2 bowls of soup and a teapot appeared on the desk. "See you later, then, Harry," Lupin told him, cheerfully. Snape used his wand to levitate the soup to Harry. "Eat," he ordered, "you hardly touched your lunch. I need to give you another healing draft and it may make you sick to your stomach if you don't eat." "Yes, sir," muttered Harry. He was more uncertain what to do around Snape than ever. Snuffles was alive and coming here, though. That fact alone was enough to make Harry want to cry again, this time with relief. Instead, Harry concentrated on getting the soup into his mouth. The warm food made him feel much more stable. He wondered if Snape had put a calming draft into it, although it didn't seem to smell of socks. Snape was eating his own meal at the desk. He looked deep in thought. "Tell me, Harry," began Snape, slowly in a low voice, "what were you thinking?" "Why, last night," Harry began to shake a little and his interest in food evaporated. "I don't know," he said, honestly, "it just seemed like a good idea at the time." "So, you hadn't been planning this long?" Snape caught his eyes with his penetrating gaze. Harry was completely sure the man was reading his mind. "When did you first start thinking about it?" Harry swallowed, put the remains of his soup on the bedside table, hugged himself. Snape wouldn't look away. The front door opened, closed. Lupin and Dumbledore must have just left. I guess when Neville died," whispered Harry, "at last, I just started wondering what it would be like. The parallels between your life and Mr. Longbottom's life are rather striking, I admit." Snape nodded. "Had you thought of a method, even at school?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. "No, not really. I just wondered about things, like how it would feel, and stuff." "How it would feel to die?" Snape asked in a low voice. Harry shrugged. "It never occurred to you that anyone would be upset by your demise?" Snape asked. Again, Harry shrugged. He met lots of people would talk about how upset they were, but really, they'd get over it. They all had their families and each other. His family was already dead, after all. He didn't have anyone who'd really miss him. Snape sighed. I myself was ecstatic that I was in time." Harry started to open his mouth to make some snarky comment, when he stopped, remembering how Snape hadn't hesitated to do whatever it was he'd done for Ginny. He changed what he was about to say. "I'm your responsibility," he mumbled. Snape nodded soberly. "More than that, however." Snape pulled up his left sleeve and leaned forward, showing Harry the inside of his arm. It was curiously scarred. There were rough places on it that almost looked like it was some kind of symbol, if you squinted at them. Overshadowing that, however, was a long, fine, white line. It was the thinnest of ridges, running from the base of his palm almost to his inside elbow. I begin to see that we have much more in common than I had imagined. Snape pulled his sleeve back down. Harry's gaze went back to Snape's tightly controlled face. The man's eyes looked hollow. Did you do that to yourself?" asked Harry, aghast. "Why do you still have the scar?" "It was a curse I invented," Snape said, his voice devoid of inflection. "I refused to give Madame Pomfrey the counter-curse, until it was too late to prevent the scar. It is harder than one would think to kill oneself, I discovered." "Why?" Harry's voice was no more than a whisper. Snape closed his eyes. "Nothing dramatic, in retrospect," he said. "My father had begun to suspect certain things about me. Things that were even worse than my being quiet, bookish and a wizard." His eyes snapped open. Thinking about how Uncle Vernon acted with Dudley, Harry could well believe that Snape's father might resent a swotty little Nancy boy, as Vernon referred to anyone with more academic achievement than Dudders, which meant almost everyone. However, that would lead one to other surprising conclusions. "Your father didn't like magic?" Harry asked, astounded. "But then, why did he marry a witch?" "Ah, it was something of a wand-point wedding. What your aunt accused your mother of doing, my mother actually did. My father had not desired my birth, you see. In those days, an honorable man married a girl he had gotten in trouble. My father fancied himself just that honorable. And there's a sort of man who loves the idea that he has fathered a son to follow in his footsteps. I was a great disappointment to him." Snape's mouth curved up at the corner in a self-deprecating little smile. "His views on it were only slightly less extreme than your uncle's," Snape finished quietly. He finally turned away, back to the desk. He poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Harry. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry asked, when he found his voice. Snape's black eyes were distant. Rather than looking at Harry, he gazed somewhere over Harry's right shoulder. Harry thought Snape looked older. Suddenly, Snape took a sip of his tea, swallowed. Just when Harry thought Snape wasn't going to reply, he said, "I suppose I'd like you to understand that you're not alone anymore." Spinner's End had always seemed to be under a bleaching enchantment. The whole street was a monochrome palette of grays. Tobias was always the grubby brown of the mill. Eileen had been faded blues and thin yellows. Severus always thought that, until he'd gone to Hogwarts, Lily Evans, with her red hair, green eyes and laughing pink cheeks, was the most vivid source of color in his world. Now, her son, he's yours. Now too. Sev lay in his upstairs guest room. The black dog at his feet, the white owl at his head. The color had been stolen from the boy's world as well, and Severus sat wondering how it could be restored. He thought, with some dry amusement, that it was unusual for him to think in such florid metaphor. However, Lily's voice continued to provide a running commentary in his head, and she had liked metaphor. Sometimes, when she had lived, he'd thought of them for the real Lily's amusement. Perhaps, he was doing so again, out of habit. They often weren't very good metaphors, but, as he remembered, to the mock indignation of the voice in his head, neither were Lily's. He supposed it was the only way he could come up with the right things to say to Harry. Listen to the Lily voice in his head, say whatever it was he imagined she would say. Because, Merlin knew, he was thoroughly out of his depth. Certainly, he would have never, ever, under normal circumstances, have considered telling a student, but Harry's not just a student, Sev, what he'd done to himself, all those years ago. Not even Dumbledore knew. Poppy had quarantined him to the hospital wing for a month, telling his head of house and the headmaster that he had been experimenting with spells and that the injuries were entirely accidental. For a month, Poppy and Hagrid had taken turns watching him, when Lily wasn't sitting by his side. For 2 days, he'd refused to tell Poppy the incantation he'd used. She'd had to spell blood replenishers into him, when he wouldn't take them voluntarily. And use a sticking charm to keep the bandage on his arm, when he'd sullenly pull it off. Unlike Harry, his had not been an act of impulse. The only reason he'd been caught was that Lily had come back from Hogsmeade early, finding the note he'd owed to her, on her bed. She guessed that he had gone to the top of the astronomy tower, the favorite retreat of morose students for generations. The next time he'd come that close to finishing himself off was after Lily's death. Then, it was duty that had stayed his hand. Duty to Lily, to Dumbledore, to the boy. Severus fingered the long white mark on the inside of his left arm, that disappeared under his sleeve, as his tea sat cooling on the table. He heard Poppy moving around in the other room. "Good morning, Severus," she said, bustling in. She was already dressed in a tidy set of yellow and white robes, while he had yet to make it out of his dressing gown. Lupin had taken his turn watching the boy overnight, after Severus had checked and double-checked that the moon was, in fact, still waning. He grunted. She was well aware that he was not one for speech in the morning. She poured herself tea from the pot and started putting jam on a slice of toast in the middle of the table. He looked up. Suddenly, "I don't believe I've ever apologized to you." Poppy stopped, mid-motion, for. She tilted her head, quizzically. "Putting you through finding me in a pool of blood." Severus appreciated it as never before, what she must have gone through. He'd helped with suicide watches before, but he'd never caught a student in the act. He had thought taking the dark mark was the worst thing he'd ever done to anyone in his life. Now he thought differently. Poppy put her knife down, stretched out her hand to grasp his left hand. It was the one with the scarred wrist, which he was again examining. "I'm very glad we were in time, that day," she said, softly. He gave her a faint smile. She squeezed his hand. "Severus," she said very seriously, "were you aware that your Patronus has changed?" Severus looked at her, blankly. "I beg your pardon. The Patronus you sent me. It was different," Poppy said evenly. "When you get a moment, you might want to look at it." Before Severus could reply, footsteps came down the stairs. Severus saw Lupin in the hallway. "Where's Harry?" Severus demanded, sharply, as the other wizard came into the kitchen. Lupin pulled out the chair next to Poppy. "I told him he could go on and have a shower and join us when he's done." "You left him alone," hissed Severus, standing quickly, starting out of the door. Lupin grabbed his arm. "Severus, stop," Lupin said, firmly. Poppy was up and on Severus' other side, otherwise he would have drawn his wand on Lupin. As it was, he merely pulled his arm out of Lupin's grip. "Explain," he said, tersely, with narrowed eyes, looking down on the slightly shorter man. Lupin looked at Poppy, as if for support. "I believe Harry's out of immediate danger, for the moment. It won't do any good to upset him further, with unnecessary precautions. I think 15-minute checks will be sufficient, today. I've also received a promise that he won't do anything foolish without at least speaking to one of us first." Poppy nodded. "I think that sounds reasonable," she said, looking at Severus. "Come sit down." Only because Poppy asked it, did Severus, reluctantly, retake his seat. "If you are wrong, Lupin, and that child harms himself, I will hold you responsible," he growled. Not only would Severus hold Lupin responsible, but he'd inflict every injury onto the wolf that the boy did to himself. Severus pulled out the fob watch, and set it on the table where he could keep an eye on the hand, while he drank his tea. He pointed his wand at it and spoke the incantation so that it would tell him exactly where Harry was. "How was his night?" asked Poppy, as Lupin took the seat next to her, and poured himself a cup of tea from the pot. "Restless." Lupin sipped on his tea, a bit, woke up a few times. "Nightmares. Didn't want to talk. I don't think he trusts me much." Lupin smiled, a little sadly. It seems that in his experience, adults have been rather unreliable. Severus and Poppy both winced. "When I think how many times I've sorted out his Quidditch injuries," muttered Poppy, "and I never thought to look for anything untoward," she admitted, shamefaced. She raised her eyes to both the men. "I remembered to say, I sort of assumed Harry was just one of those children who were a little, well, fussy about food. You know, you remember how Lily was." The men nodded, looking away from her and each other. "I just thought if he took after her, it wasn't that odd that he'd be thin and, well, a bit on the small side. And, if he was fast," she hesitated, "we like to tell ourselves these things are in the blood, don't we?" She went on, quietly, "I just thought it was James coming out in him." She glanced apologetically at Severus. Severus snorted, softly. "It seems, his speed is from spending most of his life dodging blows." Lupin looked up sharply. He said this. No. Severus shook his head. But, see how fast he moves if you raise a hand anywhere near him. Lupin sighed. What else do we know about his life with his relatives? He asked. Severus rolled his eyes. Does it matter? They're appalling people. Half the difficulty we've been having with Harry is through lack of information. Said Lupin, firmly, I'm beginning to believe that no one knows Harry nearly as well as they think they do. Severus couldn't argue with that. He didn't think he knew the bloody boy at all. It seems to me that the best way forward for us is to. Severus raised his hand, to quiet him, realizing the watch hand was moving. They heard the dog galumphing down the stairs, although the boy made no noise. Poppy and Lupin turned around to watch the boy come in through the hallway. Harry came into the kitchen, his eyes downcast. His hands dug deep into his pockets. He hovered in the doorway hesitantly, his shoulders hunched up around his ears. Hello, he said, not raising his eyes. It was hard to see his expression under his messy, damp fringe. The dog leaned against the boy's thigh. Harry took one hand out of his pocket to pet the dog. Severus stood and moved over to the chair near the wall, so that the child could take the chair next to him, across from Lupin. No one spoke. Harry wiped his nose with his sleeve, sitting down. The dog curled up in the hallway. Severus was pleased to see. He wasn't going to make an issue of it this morning, but he really did prefer not having to eat with the bloody great brute underfoot. He noted that the dog had a heavily patterned leather collar that Lupin must have provided. Poppy buttered some toast, putting it on a plate front of Harry. Here you are, dear, she said, kindly. Thank you. The boy muttered. Severus poured the child's tea. He felt Lupin's eyes on them both. How are you feeling, Harry? Lupin asked. Harry toyed with his piece of toast, but made no move to actually put it into his mouth. I'm fine. Not lifting his eyes from the tabletop. Severus tutted, pulled the ever-present potion vial from his pocket. He put it on the table, and slid it sideways, towards the boy. What is that? Asked Lupin, as the boy took the vial and drank it. Slow poison, snarked Severus, without thinking, irritated that Lupin was questioning him, in his own house. Lupin and Poppy both shot Severus nasty looks, before Harry nodded, taking a bite out of his toast. Rids the world of people who annoy their teachers. He said dryly, after he'd swallowed, don't worry, it takes about 150 years to work. Harry glanced sideways at Severus through his fringe, and took another bite. Severus looked back at the boy and smirked. Lupin's eyebrows went up. A small smile played at the edge of his lips, even as he looked at them both of them, as if he'd never seen them before. Poppy smiled into her teacup. You know, I never realized how like your father you are. Lupin said, slowly. Severus gave the wolf a warning look, but Harry only shrugged. Everyone says I look just like him. Harry began buttering more toast. He stopped suddenly, Lupin's words catching up to him. You knew him, then? He asked, in a small voice. Yes, there was the tiniest flick of Lupin's eyes towards Severus. Went to school with your parents. I was in Gryffindor House with James. Severus noted how very careful Lupin was not to perjure himself. Harry didn't ask anything else. That didn't bode well, that apathy. Poppy summoned the eggs and sausage from the stove, serving Harry and putting the rest in the middle of the table. It took a very short time for Harry to work his way through what Poppy had given him, and then she gave him another serving, sharing a little smile with Severus. Harry was not the first student they'd had to feed up. Every year there would be students who wouldn't or couldn't eat. Harry was just better than many at hiding it. When Poppy had finished her tea and had been sure that Harry had eaten enough for her satisfaction, she stood. I'm off to the castle. If you gentlemen need me, send for me. I'll see myself out, Severus. She smoothed her robes down and sailed out the door, being careful not to tread on the watchful dog in the hallway. Her sudden departure left the three of them at a bit of a loss. Said Harry, abruptly, I'll just clear up, shall I? He fit deed to word and started picking up plates from the table, taking them to the sink. He filled it with hot water and very efficiently began to do the washing up. Your dog will need a walk, soon, said Lupin, amiably. I'm sure some air will do you good. We should both go out with him. Harry shot Lupin a suspicious glance. What? He asked, a little hostile, so we can talk about what happened. We do need to discuss it, urged Lupin, gently. Why? Snapped Harry, snatching Severus' empty cup from the table. Magic crackled in the air. Severus felt the boy's wand heat up in his pocket, calling to its master's magic. Because it helps. Severus reached out to put his hand on the boy's, not wanting a repeat of the GL breaking, dish-throwing incident. Harry looked down at Severus' hand on his arm in confusion. Severus felt the tense muscles relax after a moment. The boy's magic stopped pressing against Severus' eardrums. The child's eyes sought Severus for the first time that morning. Severus wasn't sure what the child was looking for, so he endeavored to look worrying. When Harry pulled away, Severus let him go. He turned around and put the dishes in the sink, before shocking Severus by asking, very quietly, his back to the men, his head bent over the sink, "Do you feel up to coming, Professor Snape?" Lupin smiled broadly. He looked Severus with his eyebrows raised and nodded vigorously at Severus. "I think I could manage a short walk," replied Severus, completely taken aback. Snape made his slow way up the stairs to get dressed, leaving Harry alone with Lupin. This was the first time Harry had been alone with the man, although Lupin had been trying to get him by himself for a quiet word all term, it seemed. Harry dawdled over the washing up as long as he could. It meant he didn't have to turn to face the patiently waiting man. "So, how has your schoolwork been going this term, Harry?" the professor asked, picking up the tea towel to help dry and put away. "Professor McGonagall tells me that your marks have dropped a bit." Harry stared at the man, who took a wet dish out of his hand. After a second, he made sense of what Lupin was asking him. This was the sort of getting-to-know-you conversation he had been trying to have with Harry, since the start of term. It wasn't any less awkward now. Worse, there was no way to escape. He shrugged. Since Neville died, and with all the other business going on, homework just seemed like far too much trouble. "I know things have been very difficult for you, Harry. I'd like to help, if I can." Lupin's voice was soft, concerned. It was like that when he was in primary school. First, the nurse had wanted to speak with him, and then, after she had visited the Dursleys, she'd sent him to speak with the school social worker. The social worker had been very kind, and rather pretty, as he remembered. How could Harry have explained to her that he was just that freak who needed to be shut away? At the time, he'd brushed off her concern, not wanting another scene at the Dursleys. How was he supposed to explain to this oh-so-understanding man that it would have been better if he, Harry, had died, rather than his parents? That he suspected that Dumbledore had sent him to the Dursleys, because the old wizard knew the Dursleys would know best how to cope with him. Thinking about Dumbledore just made Harry want to be sick. A GL slipped out of his hands, into the sink. Lupin turned back around from putting up a plate. He put his hand out to stop Harry from picking up the GL again. "I think you should sit down. You don't look well." "I'm fine," gritted Harry. "No, come along," said Lupin. "Sit down." He made Harry put the dish rag down, and took him by the elbow, making him sit back at the kitchen table. The black dog came into the room to sit by Harry's side, and leaned against his leg. "You're looking very pale," said Lupin, putting the back of his hand against Harry's forehead, "and you're a bit clammy." The boy jerked away. "I'm fine," he muttered, again. In fact, Harry was feeling ill, right through Snape's potion. This was the first time the potion had failed him. Harry swallowed against the urge to throw up. He shut his eyes, putting his face in his hands, elbows on the table. He sat like that for a while. Lupin didn't try to touch him again, for which Harry was grateful. Snuffles whined and rested his head on Harry's lap, feeling warm and solid. After a few minutes, Harry took one hand from in front of his face, and put it on top of the dog's head. "Harry." Snape had come back into the kitchen, finally. Harry looked up. Lupin was sitting across the table from Harry, his chin resting on folded hands, watching him patiently. Snape stood at Harry's shoulder, leaning on his cane. "Are you all right?" the potions master asked. Yeah," Harry managed to croak, still feeling a little off balance. "Sir," he added, for good measure. Snape looked at him searchingly, repeating Lupin's gesture of pressing the back of his hand to Harry's forehead. Madame Pomfrey suggested that some calming drafts would not go amiss over the next few days. Harry pulled away, not liking that they were both treating him like an absolute infant. The tall man pulled out the chair nearest him, sat down, and leaned his cane against the table. He pulled his wand from his sleeve, flicked it, summoning a couple of vials of potions, which came to rest on the table at his elbow. Then, Snape scooted his chair over until he was a somewhat closer to Harry than the boy would have liked. Harry darted a look at Lupin, who smiled roaringly, although a slight frown appeared between his eyebrows. Snuffles growled low in his throat. "Harry, tell your dog I'm not going to eat you," said Snape, in a soft, indecipherable voice. "Take off your glees, and look at me, please." Obediently, Harry looked up, taking off his glees with one hand, while scratching Snuffles' head soothingly under the table, with the other. All Snape did was light the end of his wand to look into his eyes. He nodded sharply, as if satisfied. "Take this." He pushed one of the potions at Harry. "Do you have any pain in your neck or shoulders?" Harry shook his head, putting his glees back on. When he uncapped the potion, the smell was very strong, essence of sweaty sock. He muttered, "My favorite." "Yes, I have the house elves collect them after Quidditch matches," replied Snape, idly. Harry couldn't tell whether Snape was joking or not and decided not to ask. Very slowly, as if to make sure Harry saw what he was doing, Snape brought his hands up to prod the sides of Harry's neck, frowning when Harry pulled away. "Does that hurt?" Snape asked, sharply. "No, it didn't. Harry just didn't like people fussing over him." "Then hold still, and tell me if this hurts." Snape continued to prod the side of Harry's neck, moving his hands forward to touch the front of his throat. "It seems you're fairly well healed from this latest stunt," Snape said, when he was finished, "physically, that is." He pushed another potion bottle at Harry. "Drink that one, as well." "What's this one?" asked Harry. It was bright yellow, with gray sludge at the bottom. "Hypericum, crocus sativus and phosphate of potash," replied Snape, blandly. It tasted the way fresh hay and flow powder smelled. Harry dutifully drank it and handed the vial back to Snape, who banished it in the other somewhere, with a flick of his wand. After that, Snape picked up his cane and rose awkwardly to his feet, glancing at the other man. "Lupin, for God's sake, change into something that won't have the neighborhood TS marking you as someone to throw stones at." Lupin was still wearing his gray wizard robes, Harry realized. Snape was wearing black wool trousers and brown sweater, with his hair pulled back into a ponytail. Lupin hesitated, as though a bit flustered. "What would you suggest?" Snape rolled his eyes. "Allow me," he asked, raising his wand. Lupin stood as well, making a gesture of ent. The potion's master stood a moment, as though considering. With a mutter, he gave his wand a few complicated little flicks, and transfigured Lupin's clothes into a charcoal wool blazer, with leather patches on the arms, and dark gray trousers. "There, they might still throw stones, but the ministry won't need to make an appearance." Lupin gave Snape a half-smile, as though Snape's jibe amused him. The defense professor produced a lead for the dog, handing it to Harry. "I've found that Snuffles, did you call him, is quite well trained. It seems his former owner did a good job with him." Harry leaned down, and snapped the leash onto the heavy leather collar. "It looked expensive, Professor." Harry asked Lupin, "Where's this collar from?" Lupin waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I transfigured it from a belt." "Keep it." Looking at Lupin's wardrobe, Harry wasn't at all sure Lupin could afford to be giving away bits of clothing like that, especially not expensive ones. Even transfigured, his shirt collar was frayed, the sleeves of his jacket a bit threadbare. However, that was the professor's business, Harry supposed. Clipping on the lead, Harry noticed that there seemed to be runes carved onto the collar. Next time he saw Hermione, he'd have to see if she knew if they meant anything. As the three of them emerged into the late morning drizzle, Lupin walked to Harry's left, with the dog between them. Snape stalked along on Harry's other side. Oddly, there was something comforting to Harry about the man's presence. None of them spoke for a few minutes. Harry kept taking surreptitious looks at Snape, thinking about the long white scar on the inside of the man's arm. He also considered Snape in general. No one could ever say that Snape was a nice man, but it appeared it didn't matter to Snape whether Harry was that freak or the boy who lived. He'd look after either one, just the same. There was comfort in that, a solidity that Harry had never experienced. Before now, Harry had known he needed to be in people's good graces, needed to earn his keep, in order to get anything he needed. At the Dursleys, They made sure he understood how much he was disliked, how much of a burden he was. His existence depended on making himself less of one. There were teachers in primary school who disliked him, some of them almost as much as Snape did. One particularly nasty woman had a habit of making the students check each other's papers. Piers, Dudley's best friend, had sat beside Harry in her CL, so he always got to check Harry's. For the first 3 days of the term, Piers had changed all Harry's answers, so that it seemed that Harry hadn't done the homework properly. Harry tried to tell the woman, but she was in Aunt Petunia's book club, and was taken in by Aunt Petunia's "Harry is a nasty bit of work" speech. After that, Harry had just stopped bothering to complete the homework. Nobody wondered why, the next year, that he did so well in maths, with a teacher who did like him. It just didn't seem right, all of a sudden. The Dursleys treated him badly because they didn't like him. They hated him because he was a freak and a burden. The wizarding world treated him like he was special, because he had survived an attack by a dark wizard. Snape was no different, it seemed. He hated Harry in CL, even picked on him, from the moment they met. Unfairness was the way of things. If you were liked, you were looked after; if not, well, you shifted for yourself, as best you could. But he'd saved Harry's life, and he'd saved Ginny's as well, without hesitation. It was true that he disliked Harry, but it was for his own reasons, whatever they were. He was taking decent care of Harry, at the moment, because it was his job. He did it, because that was how responsible adults behaved. "Have I grown a second head?" Snape asked, the third time he caught Harry staring. No, sir." They walked on. People like Hermione and Ron might be able to fool themselves that adults were fair, and had their best interests at heart. Hell, Harry had wanted to believe that himself, but that just wasn't his experience. Harry had hoped that the wizarding world might be different, that he might be able to find people to help him there. He'd tried to explain the night he blew up Marge, but Fudge and Shacklebolt had told Harry straight out that Dumbledore said he had to go back to the Dursleys, even after Harry had told both of them that Vernon was going to beat the shite out of him. First it wasn't any big deal, and then 3 weeks later, they decided it was all abuse. Lupin finally spoke. "You look angry," he observed. They were stood in a little park. Like the rest of Spinner's End, it had a sad, ill-used look about it. Some of the swings were missing from their chains and the seesaws had been covered in graffiti. Someone had left some empty beer bottles lying about, under a metal table. The stubs of cigarettes littered the ground. It started raining in earnest, splashing into the puddles that stood here and there on the saturated ground. Snape pulled his wand out and the rain stopped falling on them. Lupin led the 3 of them to the metal park bench. Snape spelled it dry, before he sat. Harry stayed standing, while Lupin sat next to Snape. The dog sat next to Harry, rather than nosing around as one would expect. "What are you angry about, just now?" Lupin asked, mildly. Harry shrugged, crossing his arms across his. "Do you know why Dumbledore sent me to live with the Dursleys?" He found himself asking, suddenly. The 2 men looked at each other, uneasily. "Petunia was your last known blood relative." Snape said, slowly, "The wizarding world holds bonds of blood paramount." "Well, at least that was confirmation that it was Dumbledore." "Is that why you're angry?" Lupin pressed. "Because you were sent to the Dursleys. It would be natural if you were, you know." "I don't want to talk about it," snarled Harry. "Nobody's ever cared before. Bit late to start now." He uncrossed his arms and stuck his fists into his jacket pockets, keeping a tight hold on the dog's lead. The boots Snape had bought him were doing an admirable job of keeping his feet dry. Harry stared at his feet, poking at the wet ground with his toe. It was probably the first time he could remember walking in the rain, without getting his feet soaked. "There are many people who care about you," Lupin said, sadly. "No one in the wizarding world could imagine your relations would be anything but delighted to have you." Harry hunched his shoulders more. "Well, they weren't," he hissed. "They hated having me around. I bet they wouldn't have taken me at all if they weren't getting a small fortune. But I never knew anything about that. They told me they took me out of charity. Aunt Petunia used to tell me that my mum and dad were drunk when they smashed up their car and got themselves killed. She told me," Harry swallowed, "my mum was as common as dirt, and I'd have been better off if she'd gone to London to, you know, get rid of me, when she was pregnant. Snuffles whined and nosed at the boy, probably tired of being ignored. Harry took his hand out of his pocket to scratch the dog. Neither of the two teachers said anything, and Harry refused to look at them. He had the idea that they were silently communicating with each other, though. The anger drained out of him, leaving him cold and tired. He sniffed and rubbed his nose with the back of his hand. Look, he said, finally, what I did, I know it was stupid. I won't do it again. You won't have to worry about it. I'm sorry. I know I'm nothing but trouble. He trailed off, glanced up at the two men. Lupin still sat calmly, although he looked sad. Snape, though, Harry was shocked by the look of raw pain on Snape's face. It was gone so quickly that Harry wondered if he'd imagined it as Snape's face took on his customary imp of expression. Only half of Harry's attention was on what Lupin was saying. He was busy watching the other professor, trying not to look as if he was staring. Snape pulled a handkerchief from his inside pocket. He wiped both his eyes with it, muttering something to himself about, damn rain. He glared at Harry, as if expecting to be contradicted. Harry blinked. Hadn't Snape just cast a charm to keep the rain off? Was he upset about Harry? Professor, Harry said to Lupin, although he kept looking at his guardian, I think Professor Snape needs to get back to bed. Lupin looked at Professor Snape, with some concern. You may be right. He stood and extended a hand to the other man. Get off, Lupin, snarled Snape, I'm fine. He staggered to his feet, with the help of his cane. Lupin shook his head. No, I think Harry's quite right, actually. He took the taller man's arm, the one that wasn't holding the cane, much like he'd taken Harry's elbow earlier. Come along. Apparently, Snape needed help enough that he didn't protest again, but walked slowly between the other two. Professor Snape, said Harry, in a small voice, as they walked. Yes. The professor was leaning heavily against Lupin, Harry saw. You'll be all right. It was Lupin who answered. He'll be fine. He said, firmly, he needs rest, and some looking after, that's all. I do not need looking after, growled Professor Snape. Of course not, agreed Lupin, mildly. Perhaps, you'd prefer to explain that to Molly Weasley. Poppy told me, we could still arrange to have you both moved into her front room. Harry nearly laughed aloud at the picture that presented. The Hogwarts grounds were covered in snow. Great fluffy flakes were falling out of a low sky that was slowly turning black. Severus was using his wand to clear the ice from the astronomy tower. He set up the telescope he carried, although, in this weather, it seemed a trifle futile. Then, he remembered that it wasn't stars they intended to watch. Vaguely, he thought that Lupin needed a better telescope. Perhaps he'd ask Iris if she could make some better lenses. It was very hard to see Harry from here. Light footsteps clicked up the stone steps. Severus turned to see Neville Longbottom smile at him, from the archway. It was not an expression he'd ever seen on Longbottom's face before. For some reason, Severus felt a faint tinge of horror at seeing the child. Hello, Professor, the boy said, coming forward. He spoke to Severus without the cringing obsequiousness that had been such an irritant. He didn't say anything else, just came to stand beside the man, looking over the grounds. Severus tried to cover his discomfort by fiddling with the knobs of the telescope, and looking through the eyepiece. There was something very wrong with the boy standing there, but Severus couldn't think what it was. Thank you, sir, Longbottom said, finally. I beg your pardon, Severus asked, uneasily, glancing at the boy beside him. You saved Ginny. You didn't need to. Longbottom's voice was thick. Of course I did, snapped the older wizard. She's a student. I'm responsible, not for her. Longbottom contradicted him, softly. If you hadn't offered, Madame Pomfrey wouldn't have used Tribuo Vita. It wouldn't have occurred to her to ask you to. It's just too much to ask. Severus shook his head, irritably. Don't be ridiculous. Minerva offered, the same as you did. She understood what she was doing. Neville, when did the boy become? Neville looked pensively out over the grounds again. The boy nudged Severus' elbow. After a minute, there he is. The young wizard pointed. Severus looked through the telescope, turning it the way the child directed. On one of the black, leafless trees, a figure hung from a rope, several feet off the ground. Wingardium Leviosa, gasped Severus, flicking his wand at the figure, causing the rope to slacken. Spiro. He prayed that his spell would be effective, with him so far away. Cursing the anti-apparition wards, Severus leapt to the top of the wall, and threw himself off. Halfway down, he realized he could not remember a single hover or cushioning charm. Nor any other spell which would save his life from this fall. "I'm sorry, Harry." He groaned, to himself, "I'm sorry." The fear he felt wasn't for himself, but for the boy. Lily's boy. The boy was going to be alone again, and for some reason, that was unbearable. Much to his surprise, Severus' fall slowed, and he found himself set gently onto his feet, on the snowy ground. James Potter held out his wand, obviously responsible. "I'm sorry, Snape," the other man said. "I'm sorry." He looked so like Harry, it made Severus' heart lurch in his. "Tell Harry, tell him, I love him. Tell him that I'm sorry I couldn't stay." James dropped his wand tip, turned his face away and walked off into the swirling snow. The grim clouds swallowed James's figure and Dementors emerged from the blackness where he had disappeared. Without Severus casting her, his Patronus appeared at his side. Dementors swooped futilely, warded away by her influence. She turned to look at him, and Severus realized she was no longer a doe. He was a yearling stag, with small antler spikes, barely longer than his ears. Severus stared at the creature, unsure of the implications. Harry stood beside him, now. On the other side than the young stag. "I'm here, Professor." The child's voice was hollow, defeated. Severus turned to face the child. Pale as death, livid rope marks around his neck. "If I'd just died when I was supposed to, I wouldn't be such a burden on everyone." Harry tried to smile, but it came out as a grimace. "Maybe, you should have just let me go." Severus put both his hands on the child's shoulders. "I will not. You are my responsibility." The boy looked up, his eyes so shadowed, they were black, behind his glees. "You don't want me. You're just doing your duty." There were people standing around him, Severus sensed, watching them, judging his reaction. Another time, that might have made him retreat into reticence. Say less than he meant, for fear of ridicule, or exposing a weakness. There was no time for that, though. Lily's son stood there, demanding some answer. Pain written over every tense line of his young body. Severus gazed down into the boy's black eyes. "No, wait, that wasn't right. Didn't Harry have green eyes?" "Listen to me," Severus growled, softly. "Love can't exist without duty. Without responsibility, it's nothing but a greeting card sentiment." He squeezed the child's shoulders. "Love," faltered the boy, "love." Severus jerked his chin at the silver stag. "You see." The sound of a door opening woke Severus. "Professor," whispered the boy, "I brought up some tea. Did you want breakfast? You've been asleep since supper, last night." He sounded like he didn't like to wake Severus up, if he was really asleep. Severus struggled to sit up. The boy stood there, tea tray in hand. The curtains were half open and sunlight poured into the room. "Thank you, Harry," Severus said, feeling bemused, still in a fog between sleeping and waking. He looked closely at Harry. The boy's eyes were indeed green, not black. Harry smiled tentatively at Severus. It was a fleeting expression. He bit his lip, and looked away. After a second, "Should I put it in the bread box?" he asked, nodding at it. "No, I'll have it here, thank you," Severus said, shaking himself. Harry settled the tray onto Severus' lap. "I'll be back for the tray, in a bit," he said, quietly. "Wait a minute, Harry," the older wizard said. The boy turned around at the door, looking wary. "Have you eaten?" asked Severus. Harry shrugged. "Not really hungry," he said. "Professor Lupin said I could eat later." Severus rolled his eyes. "Did Lupin give you your potions this morning?" "Yes, sir," the child muttered, crossing his arms across his, sullenly. "Did you take them?" Severus asked slowly, as though addressing a 5-year-old. Harry shrugged. "Not yet," he admitted. Severus resolved to have a word with Lupin. "Those potions are not optional." "Neither is eating." He paused, looking at Harry searchingly. The child's eyes had dark circles under them, and he was still far too pale for Severus' comfort. There was a lid over Severus' plate of food. He assumed Lupin must have conjured it, because nothing like this existed in his kitchen. He slid it off, and eyed the exceptionally large portion. He pulled his wand from underneath his pillow. With a wave, he conjured a plate and extra fork from the kitchen. With precise movements, he dished half the omelet onto it. Here, he held the plate out to Harry, which the boy took. Sit. He indicated the end of the bed. Still wary, the child perched with the plate in one hand. Another flick of his wand summoned Harry's potions, which landed on the tea tray. Severus took the lid off of the little bottle with the blue potion, handed it to Harry. Take that one now. Yes, sir. Not the most polite tone, but the boy complied. With the child fed, Severus felt like he could attend to his own meal. After a few bites, he asked, "Did you make this?" Harry shook his head. "No, Professor Lupin cooked," he said thickly, with his mouth full. He put his hand over his mouth when he realized it, clearly waiting for a reprimand. Severus ignored it. Lapses in table manners were to be expected. "With this potion, I like yours better," he said, instead. "Oh, thank you," the younger wizard replied uncertainly. They ate in silence for a few minutes. Severus didn't have much of an appetite. He put his fork down and drank his tea. Harry looked at what Severus had left on his plate. "Shouldn't you eat more?" he asked pointedly. Severus smiled a little. "No, I'm merely in need of rest." The boy looked away. "I asked Professor Lupin why you're so worn out. He told me that you gave up a piece of your soul to bring Ginny back. I think Mrs. Weasley might have said something about it, too. He said it was a very dangerous spell." Harry looked back. "You were going to do it on your own, weren't you?" It was Severus' turn to look away. "If I'd had to," he admitted gruffly. "But, why?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. "She's not even in your house." A thrill of unease went through Severus, then. The conversation was uncomfortably like the one Severus had had in his dream. "Why would I allow a student to be hurt, if I could prevent it?" he snapped. "Or did you think that responsibility was somehow a Gryffindor trait?" "I didn't mean it like that." The child was defensive. "It's just that Lupin said. He said it damages your soul." Green eyes came to rest on Severus' face, again. "But, you knew that." "So, why?" "Because I was there, and I could, I suppose." The potion's master sighed. "It will heal." Severus looked sharply at the dark-haired child. "Why did you follow Ginny Weasley into the Chamber of Secrets, rather than go and find a teacher?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. "We did look for a teacher. We took Lockhart." "I should have specified a competent teacher." The older wizard snorted. "Nonetheless, why didn't you seek out one of the other professors, when it was clear that Lockhart was a fraud?" For some reason, that made Harry's mouth twist, as though he'd bitten something sour. "Because no one would listen." He hissed. "No one ever listens." His eyes were bleak. He wasn't merely talking about that one instance. "What happened the night they took you back to your uncle's?" Severus asked, gently. He'd been wanting to ask for a while. This seemed like a good opening. Harry stood, piled his finished plate onto the tea tray, took Severus' empty teacup and picked up the tray. He didn't say anything, just pressed his lips together, and then, "I don't want to talk about it. I would like an answer." Severus grated harshly. When it seemed like Harry was just about to take the tray and leave the room, "Sit down." Harry put the tray on the little table. He sat back down at the end of the bed, looking at his hands. "You already heard," he said, quietly. "I heard that you blew up your aunt, because she said things about your parents. I also heard that Shacklebolt found you, and Fudge took you back to the Dursleys." Severus said, going back to his gentler tone of voice, "It seems that your relatives had to be convinced to take you back. How did Fudge manage?" The boy sighed, clenched his hands together, studying his thumbs. The knuckles on his hands got white. Before he spoke, "I told him that Uncle Vernon was going to go mad." His voice barely above a whisper. "Fudge just told me that it served me right, running away and making everyone worry that something happened to me." A bitter smile curved the boy's lips. "Uncle Vernon would have been happier if something had happened." Harry paused, swallowed. "Fudge said to me, if I was his son, I'd get a hiding I wouldn't soon forget." Harry looked up at Severus. "I didn't hear a lot of what he said after that. I sort of tuned it out. I just remember him telling Uncle Vernon that I just had a little too much energy. That I needed to be taken in hand." Marge suggested a cane and Fudge said that it had never done him any harm, as a lad. Severus closed his eyes. It was entirely too easy to see how that was interpreted by Dursley. He swung his feet out of bed, scooting down towards where Harry was sitting. The boy's jaw was clenched, and when Severus put out a hand, he flinched away and put up his own hand, palm out, warding Severus off. The older wizard drew back. "I'm sorry," he said simply. Harry's cheeks flared red, and he dropped his hand. Severus and Harry both froze, as they heard a knock on the front door. The sound of footsteps, human and dog, as Lupin went to answer it. "Yes," Lupin said, politely. "Oh, hello," said Mrs. Cook's voice, uncertainly. Severus growled to himself. Lupin had no idea how to talk to muggles. "Are Severus and Harry still here?" she asked, sounding concerned. "I know that Severus has been ill and I haven't seen Harry in a few days. I was getting worried." He's fine," said Lupin, awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I just got here a few nights ago." "You are Mrs. Cook, from next door." "And are you Remus Lupin?" "I'm just here to help Severus, what with him being ill and Harry." "Oh, what happened to Harry?" Mrs. Cook was uncomfortably perceptive to Lupin's concerned tone. There was a pause. Severus looked at the boy to see how he would take Lupin's next words. Harry was white as a sheet, his hands fisted around the blanket. Lupin replied smoothly, "Nothing terribly serious. He's just, well, feeling a little isolated. I had another commitment, or I would have come with them from the start." "You're a friend of Severus, then?" Mrs. Cook put a bit more emphasis on the word than she needed to. Lupin, unused to Muggle customs and unaware of their prejudices, didn't catch her meaning. "Oh, yes. We've known each other since our school days. And I work with him. I teach at the same school, and I'm the school counselor." Poppy must have given him that phrase. "Oh, that's nice." Severus knew, if he could see her, she'd be beaming. It's good to see someone looking after Severus, finally. Severus knew he was going to have to shut Lupin up, sharpish. He pulled his wand from under his pillow and transfigured his pajamas into a sweater and trousers. He was not going to talk to the woman in his dressing gown again. He tucked his wand into his sleeve and snatched up his cane. He staggered down the stairs, to do what he could to salvage the situation, before it got any more out of hand. The dog brushed by him in a rush, looking for his master. Severus heard Harry's bedroom door shut, as the boy took the opportunity to escape the awkward conversation. Severus did his best not to growl. He made his slow way to the door, with both of them staring at him. "Mrs. Cook," he said, as politely as he could. "Hello, Severus," Mrs. Cook said, cheerfully. "I just wanted to remind you of my invitation to tea, this afternoon. As you're still here." Good God, was it Sunday already? Lupin jumped in to speak before Severus could stop him. "That's very kind of you." "What time?" The elderly woman beamed. 4 o'clock. She asked. Severus considered telling both of them to go to hell. For some reason, however, he found himself reluctant to hurt the old lady's feelings. He nodded, curtly. This soft-heartedness must be a result of the damned spell. He snorted to himself. Soft-headedness, more like. "I'll see you, then." Her eyes twinkled like Dumbledore's on a good day. Lupin shut the door behind her, when she turned to go. "You are an idiot," snarled Severus. The man at the bottom of the stairs turned to look up at him, eyebrows raised. "I'm not sure I understand, Severus," he said, in that mild voice that just infuriated Severus. A glance up the stairs showed that Harry's door was firmly shut. He'd taken his dog into his room, else the thing would have been still there, scrabbling at the door. Severus pulled out his watch. "Bedroom," the hand that had HJP said. Nowhere near either mischief or mortal peril. He'd modified the spell to include self-harm under the category of mischief. He tucked it back into his pocket. Deeming it safe enough for now, Severus beckoned Lupin into the front room. He closed the door, and cast a one-way silencing spell. "You do realize, you've given that woman the idea that we have an intimate relationship, do you not?" Severus hissed. Lupin looked at Severus blankly. "I beg your pardon." Severus threw himself down on his chair. He was trembling with anger. Terrible scenes with his father ran through his mind. Everything was so raw, as though it had happened yesterday. "Severus, Lupin stared at him with some concern. Are you all right? No, I'm not bloody all right. Severus snarled. And this afternoon, I will go and obliviate that conversation from that woman's mind. Lupin just looked confused, because, she thinks we're together. Why on earth should she care? Pure blood bastard, thought Severus, savagely. He kept his voice low, however, because it is not always particularly safe to prefer one's own gender in the Muggle world. Sorry. The other wizard took the chair opposite Severus, and leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. You've completely lost me. I have no wish to discuss it here. Severus shut his eyes. He could feel old Toby's presence oppressing him, although it was impossible that Toby could come back, even as a ghost. He was haunted merely by memory. Suffice to say, in many Muggle circles, it is as feared and reviled in the same way werewolves are in our world. He opened his eyes. Lupin stared at him, horror-struck. But why? It can't harm anyone. Like any pure blood, Lupin knew that UAL orientation was only the business of oneself and one's lover. There are people who believe otherwise. Grated Severus. My father was one. He admitted, painfully. He reacted about as well to the suspicion as Black's parents reacted to his being sorted into Gryffindor. Lupin paled, his young, worn face taking on a grim cast. How did you know about that? Regulus. He GGED about it to the whole common room. Severus said, darkly. Lupin looked away. So, your father had a problem with Lily told my parents she was my girlfriend. Severus said bitterly. After my father tried to beat the unnaturalness out of me. After I did this, for the second time that week, he pulled up his sleeve to bare his scarred wrist. He looked into the other man's hazel eyes. Lupin broke off the eye contact to look down at the long white scar. Lupin made a sort of choking sound, before he said, I'm so sorry. The other man's voice just oozed with sympathy. He made a movement with his hand, as though to reach out to Severus. He thought better of it, and drew it back. Shut up. This was not something Severus was going to discuss. Not in this house, that still had memories sunk into the very walls. Abruptly, all the adrenaline ran out of him. Pulling down his sleeve, he tilted his head back against the back of the chair, closed his eyes, just, shut up. It seemed only a second later, when he heard someone calling his name, Severus. Don't shake him, that was Harry, he reacts badly to that. He really did sound like Lily. Ah, all right. The voice called more loudly, Severus. He opened his eyes. Lupin held out a cup of tea to him. Harry was standing in the doorway with his dog. You fell asleep, again. Lupin told Severus. Severus rubbed one eye with the heel of his hand, took the teacup with the other. So, it's all right if I take Snuffles out for a walk? Harry was asking Lupin. Don't be too long. Lupin replied, absently. The front door opened and shut. Severus abruptly became more awake. Should he be going out alone, without his wand? He asked sharply. Lupin nodded calmly. The dog will keep him safe enough from most threats, I think. Including himself. There's still a bloody dark wizard after him, grunted Severus. Lupin seemed to start, as though he'd forgotten. Then, you did say he had a portkey that will bring him back here if someone breaks the wards, did you not? Reluctantly, Severus nodded. Well, there you are. Lupin smiled. His face grew grave the next minute, and he sat back down in the chair. I wanted to ask you, he said awkwardly, what did Harry mean, yesterday? When he said about his aunt saying Lily should have gotten rid of him. Right then, Severus felt like shaking the man. However, what Petunia had said Lily should do was almost unknown in the wizarding world. She's told him his mother should have had an abortion. At the man's blank look, Severus decided to be clearer. Muggle doctors can safely induce miscarriages in women who, for whatever reason, decide they cannot bear the child. The other man went absolutely gray. Severus nearly pulled his wand to conjure a bucket. Lupin looked so ill. What? Lupin gasped, and this is allowed. Since 1967. That's barbaric. Inducing a miscarriage in a woman can get you a life sentence in Azkaban, whispered Lupin. Not in the Muggle world. Severus snidely informed him, and, please recall that Muggle women have had reliable contraceptives for only about 50 years. And even they don't prevent all pregnancies. But, who doesn't welcome a child? Still whispering. Those too poor, too ill, without family or friends. Severus replied tonelessly. Oh, surely, when a man hears that he's going to be a father, he doesn't just abandon the woman. Lupin said, doubtfully. Lupin, you were raised among pure bloods. Have you noticed how most pure blood wizard families have only 1 or 2 children? Severus snarled. This interbreeding that the pure bloods take part in practically ensures that their family lines will fail, unless they take action, unless they introduce some muggle blood into their lines. He pushed his hair back from his face in agitation. Regardless, no pure blood woman would choose to terminate a pregnancy that her barely fertile husband managed to conceive. Even a woman out of wedlock welcomes a child by a pure blood wizard. She need only apply to the Wizengamot for a breach of promise suit, after all. Well, why don't they just? You are getting off the point. Severus shouted. Suddenly he was glad Harry was out of the house. Whatever you think of the practice, Petunia has been telling Harry for the last 12 years that he should never have been born. Lupin nodded. Yes, of course. He still looked ill, but no longer ready to spew on the carpet. It will take time to disabuse him of that notion. He paused. I wish I'd not taken Dumbledore at his word. I wish I'd checked on the child. And me, replied Severus. Both men went silent. The hollowed-out place in Severus' soul ached, but not so insistently, now. It seemed that the child's presence was slowly, but surely, filling the empty space. Harry supposed that, all things considered, he would rather have Professor Lupin come and help Professor Snape, rather than bother Mrs. Weasley. She had enough to deal with, and more than likely, she'd want to get Harry to talk about what was bothering him. Unfortunately, it seemed that his current minder was very interested in getting Harry to talk. Lupin kept badgering Harry about details regarding what was going through his mind when he tried to do what he did. Harry's mind still shied away from the ugly word. Escaping Lupin didn't stop the questions. This morning, after giving Harry half his breakfast, Snape had been intent on grilling Harry for answers to questions the boy did not want to think about. He didn't want to discuss with his guardian what had happened after he'd been taken back to Privet Drive. Anyway, Snape knew all about it. He'd seen the marks and the examination had apparently told him the rest. Why did he want to talk about it? Fortunately, Mrs. Cook had knocked at the door, interrupting them. When Snape had headed downstairs to talk to her, Harry fled to his room with Snuffles, escaping the embering conversation. No one had come after him, leaving him to sit and think for a while, with Snuffles to keep him company. Idly, Harry read the book that someone had left sitting on the bedside table. It was a book of children's stories, and it seemed that it had once belonged to Snape. Harry thought it was odd that Snape, of all people, would leave a book of fairy stories lying around. Still, the stories were oddly comforting. They were new to him, as they were wizarding fairy stories. Although some of it seemed familiar. He was well into the 4th one, before he realized that these were the stories Snape had been telling him the other night. Lupin came up the stairs about lunchtime. Harry, you need to eat, he said, gently, beckoning. And, you should know, we're going to Mrs. Cook's for tea, this evening. Really, all of us, Professor Snape too. Harry seriously wasn't sure Snape could stay both polite and awake, for long enough to have tea with the little old lady. Snuffles jumped off the bed as the boy stood up and stretched, carefully putting the book back on the night table. Lupin nodded, with a little smile on his face. Where is Professor Snape? Harry hadn't heard him come back up to his bedroom, and he didn't think he looked well enough this morning to really be up and around. Asleep in the living room. Should we wake him to eat, do you think? Harry asked Lupin, taking a peek into the living room, as he obediently came down for lunch, to make sure Snape was still breathing. Snape was sitting slouched in the chair with his hands folded across his and his head tilted back. Somehow he looked younger than he did when he was teaching CL. No, I don't think so. The professor shook his head. He needs the sleep, more than anything else. Harry nodded his head, following the other man into the kitchen. Why's he so tired? Harry asked. Lupin started putting the makings of sandwiches on the table. He looked up at Harry with haunted eyes. It's said that the casters of Tribuo Vita experience something very like near-death themselves. They say this spell changes people profoundly. One of the reasons it's almost never done. Madame Pomfrey is very weak, as well, and I understand Professor McGonagall still can't stay awake for more than an hour at a time. The younger wizard started getting the lunch things out of the cupboard, and putting them on the table. Snape seemed to prefer to keep using the mismatched crockery that was in the kitchen rather than the nice stuff in the dining room. Screwing up his courage to ask what he wouldn't ask Snape, Harry blurted, "Why's he been so?" "I don't know, weird." Lupin, who had been cutting the loaf of bread with his wand, looked up, tilting his head to the side quizzically. "Weird how?" The boy put the plates down, crossing his arms uncomfortably. He said, "Like he sort of." He stopped, shrugged, "Never mind." The professor sighed. "I think Professor Snape is very sympathetic to your difficulties, Harry. I think, in his way, he's become fond of you. It would have to change him pretty bloody profoundly for that to happen," Harry thought, disbelievingly. And yet, there was the copy of Tales of Beedle the Bard sitting on his bedside table. A book with love, from Mother, written in a cramped hand that resembled Snape's, on the inside front cover. It had been sitting there, underneath his glees, when he woke up. This all gave Harry a lot to think on. It was good to have something that might explain Snape's current, uncharacteristic, behavior. None of that explained Harry's own behavior. He'd never been like this. No matter what Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia or Dudley had served up, Harry had always been able to hold it together. Since Neville had died, it seemed like everything was coming apart around and inside him. It was highly embering to have Snape witness Harry's continued cracking up. "I know he was very worried and upset about your attempt at harming yourself." Lupin finished, softly. "I'm sorry," he muttered, realizing that Madame Pomfrey had been here, and she was apparently just as sick as Snape. "I didn't mean to cause such a problem for everyone. I should tell you." The professor caught and held Harry's eyes. "There are some rather serious consequences for this sort of action." He told him darkly, "It really wouldn't do to draw attention to it. I wouldn't mention it to anyone in the wizarding world." "Consequences?" Harry asked. Lupin frowned. "Someone your age could be forcibly confined to St. Mungo's indefinitely." Harry heard the qualifier, "your age." He didn't like to ask what could happen to an adult wizard. He remembered some of the things that Uncle Vernon used to say they should do about the nutters and freaks. He used to say that if someone botched the job of killing themselves, someone ought to hand them the knife to finish the job. No one would want to hear that the boy who lived was such a pathetic little freak. Does Dumbledore know?" Harry asked, very quietly. Lupin went back to cutting the bread. We actually told the headmaster you'd had something of an accident. Professor Snape felt that we should leave it up to you, what you wanted to tell him." The man avoided Harry's eyes. Harry felt himself sag with relief. Right now, he didn't know how he felt about the headmaster, so he was relieved that he wasn't going to have to explain this whole fiasco to him. He wasn't sure what he was going to say to Dumbledore next time he saw him, now that he knew for sure that it was he who'd sent him to live with the Dursleys. Lupin handed Harry the plate with the bread on it, and there was another plate with various lunch meats. Harry wondered if they were getting food from Hogwarts now, since he certainly hadn't bought any of this, and it looked a bit fancier than what the corner shops had. The potions Harry was supposed to take were also on the table. He downed them without comment, then set to eating his lunch. Neither of them spoke while they were eating. Harry was afraid if he said anything, Lupin would lead the conversation to topics he'd rather not deal with. When he was done, he took his plate to the sink and washed it. "Why don't you take Snuffles for a walk?" Lupin said suddenly, surprising Harry. "Can I?" the boy asked, hopefully. Lupin smiled. "Yes, I think it might do you good." The man turned serious. "However, I don't want you to be gone long. If you are longer than 20 minutes, I will come and fetch you." Harry nodded. "Yes, sir." He picked up the dog's lead from where it was hanging on a hook by the door. Snuffles gave a whine, and a hopeful little bark. Clearly he wanted a walk. Lupin looked sternly at the dog. "I expect you to behave yourself, too," he said to Snuffles. Harry gave Lupin a half-smile, which the man returned, looking a little shamefaced. Apparently, Lupin was a bit like Aunt Marge or Hagrid about animals. Dogs at any rate. Hedwig didn't seem to like him much, but she was often aloof with strangers. The man had been doing it that morning. When Harry had gotten up, he had walked to the stop of the stairs, where he heard Lupin having a one-sided conversation. "Get your bloody great nose out of it. I see him," Lupin had said, snappishly. Harry knew he couldn't be talking to Snape, or perhaps the man was a good dueler. Otherwise, Harry was sure that they'd be sending Lupin back to Madame Pomfrey in a bucket. I'm sure we'll get him, eventually. A pause. All right, get down. You're getting hair all over me, you shaggy thing, he went on. The boy crept down the stairs, wincing as the 5th stair creaked. Either Lupin didn't hear it, or he didn't take any notice, because he kept talking, and, you needn't look at me like that, it's not coming off. Now, his voice sounded full of good humor. At the bottom of the stairs, he turned the corner to see Lupin, his back to the door, putting what looked like a plate of eggs and sausage down for Snuffles and then put something else on the floor for the dog. Good morning, Harry, Lupin had said, turning, clearly hearing him in the hallway. It looked as though he'd been up for some time. He was neatly dressed in a button-down shirt and a pair of gray trousers. He seemed less tired than Harry had yet seen him. The man fussily put some parchments into a pile and banished them with a tap of his wand. When Harry came into the kitchen, he saw that Snuffles had a saucerful of tea he was lapping up. Harry had shaken his head, amused. My Aunt Marge gives her dogs tea, he said. Lupin's face turned sort of pink, like he was embered. Yes, well, my mother always did as well. Habit, I suppose. The man smiled sheepishly. At least he seemed aware it was a little silly to talk to Snuffles like he was a person. What was Snuffles trying to catch? Asked Harry, happy to have something to talk about that didn't include his feelings. Oh, he saw a rat, shrugged Lupin. Ew, Harry said, little horrified. Aunt Petunia would have thrown fits. If there'd been rats in the house on Privet Drive. We've got rats. Lupin had shrugged. Old house. I'll fetch a rat-away charm from Hogwarts. Would you like some breakfast? He hadn't sounded keen on discussing rats. Harry had claimed lack of appetite, and Lupin hadn't pressed him. He gave Harry his potions, and then a tray to take up to Snape. Snape wouldn't let Harry get away with missing breakfast. He'd summoned a second plate and given him half of the food from his own plate. Lupin may have expected that, though. He'd given Snape a huge portion. As eager as Harry was to get out of the house, he cautioned Lupin not to shake Snape awake before he left, not wanting Snape to explode the other man or something. There was quite a bit more than tea with Mrs. Next door on Harry's mind, as he and the dog wended their way to the little park at the end of the street. Harry wondered how Ginny was doing. He'd dropped Ron a note last night, to ask. He had considered calling Hermione, so strange that there was a phone here he was actually allowed to use, but he was afraid he'd start spilling everything that had been happening if he talked to her, so he contented himself with writing her a very bland note, as well. There was no way he was telling her what happened. He stood under a tree, while Snuffles discreetly did his business behind it. The dog was strangely fastidious that way, liking to go the length of the lead, and go behind something. Perhaps that was another trait of dogs who belonged to wizards. Both Snape and Lupin kept asking Harry what had been going through his mind. To be honest, Harry wasn't entirely sure. It had seemed like an excellent idea at the time. Harry couldn't even really remember how it had felt, after he kicked the chair away from him, except that it hurt. He remembered Snape sitting with him, though. That was so strange. He remembered Snape telling him stories and holding his hand, of all things. His guardian must have sat up all night with him, even as ill as Snape was. Every time Harry had drifted towards wakefulness, the man had been there. That was more than Harry could ever remember having. Even at Hogwarts, he'd never really had an adult who was willing to sit with him like that. He remembered Aunt Petunia telling Aunt Marge it had been their duty to take Harry. Clearly, Snape viewed the concept differently than she did. That long scar of Snape's haunted Harry, as well. The graphic evidence that he and the potions professor had a great deal more in common than either of them had imagined. Snuffles finished what he was doing, and came back around the tree. He grasped Harry's sleeve gently in his mouth, tugging towards Snape's and whimpering. All right, all right. Harry smiled at the dog's antics. He was probably hungry for his dinner. We'll go back. Snape and Lupin were having a quiet word in the living room, when Harry and Snuffles got back in. Whatever the conversation was, it sounded intense, but cut off when Snuffles gave a little yip. This was a mistake. Why he was going along with this, he had no idea, but here he was, standing with Harry and the wolf in Mrs. Cook's rose pink and ivory front hallway, handing her their coats. He hoped he wouldn't have to obliviate the whole meeting from her head. He was so damn tired, and he didn't trust Lupin not to make a mess of it. He was not going to risk the ministry getting involved in his affairs, as they surely would, if the woman spoke too loudly about the wrong things to the wrong people. He'd never been inside Mrs. Cook's house before. She'd asked him over many times, between the time his mother died, and when his father died. Every time she saw him, in fact. At that time, Severus had often been in and out of Spinner's End. Another obligation he was duty-bound to fulfill, to ease his father through his last illness. In the end, it had been a much quicker and more merciful death than Severus would have envisioned. One of the reasons the Dark Lord, knowing so little of the maladies that affected Muggles, had presumed that Severus had had a hand in it. The day old Toby died, Mrs. Cook had been there, when they'd taken the old man's body away. She'd asked Severus to supper that night, quite insistently, until he had snarled at her to leave him be. After that, he put Muggle-repelling charms on the house. These enchantments were delicate. When a house was taken out of the Muggle world, one couldn't just make the thing disappear. Commonly, the enchantments just caused the houses to fade from the minds of the surrounding Muggles. Sometimes, older Muggles held on to the memories of places longer than one would expect. Unfortunately, Mrs. Cook seemed to be one of those. Thinking about it, Mrs. Cook had seemed to pay more attention to Severus' comings and goings during the summer than any of the other Muggles. It occurred to him that she would often speak to him, and each time she had asked him to her home. This was the first time he'd accepted. Now, the woman would have to be shut up properly, before she started gossiping around the neighborhood. Severus wouldn't like to think that the old lady would get stuck in a nursing home, because she kept on about a house that didn't exist. Worse yet, her daughters might come and verify that the Snape house was still there. Obliviations all the way around, then. Probably, a fine for having broken the secrecy statute, to boot. A hand on his wrist made him jump. Severus. Lupin was standing much too close to him, while Mrs. Cook was hanging their coats. Are you all right? Severus squared his shoulders. Fine. He grunted, tersely. He tried to take a half step away from the other man, but met the wall. Come in, through here, lads. The Muggle woman was directing them into the dining room where she had their tea already set out. He irritably pulled his elbow out of Lupin's grasp, as he followed the elderly woman. He stumbled a bit, but Harry was at his side, and steadied him. The boy met Severus' eyes, and gave him an apologetic little half-smile. Severus stared at the boy, suddenly wondering why it had never occurred to him before. Harry's hair, although as tangled and prone to stand up as Lily's husband's, was black as pitch. James's had been a dark honey brown. No, Lily had not used James's whole hairbrush. Sir, the child said, quietly, you all right? He must look like absolute shite, if both the wolf and the boy were hovering. The dining room was, like what Severus could see of the rest of the house, decorated in shades of rose pink, clearly the woman's favorite color. The walls were painted a soothing off-white, so that the pink never became overwhelming. He couldn't help thinking of Petunia's living room. Obviously these pastels were currently fashionable. Mrs. Cook gave him a long, concerned look. Still not well, Severus? She said. Seems like more than a case of the flu. She pulled out a chair so he could collapse, rather gracelessly, into it. He wasn't sure what to say, but Lupin jumped in. Severus was traveling in the tropics this summer. Picked up some nasty bug while he was there. They've only just worked out what it was. Severus decided that, as lies went, that wasn't a bad one. He nodded, tiredly. Malaria. He grunted, lest the woman think he was carrying typhoid or something. She nodded soberly. Ah. Nasty thing, that. My brother, Reg, had that in the war, you know. Takes ages to get over. At least her manner hadn't changed after what Lupin had said to her this morning. She still seemed friendly enough. Severus was too damn tired to be doing this. He still wasn't sure what he was doing here. What he was going to do when school was reopened, he had no idea. 5 hours of being awake, and he was ready to crawl back into bed for another 16 hours of sleep. He supposed the stress of caring for Harry after his unsuccessful attempt at hanging himself was catching up. The boy stood next to him, looking as if he were prepared to catch Severus if he fell over. "Damn it, I'm fine, Harry," he said, in as civil a tone as he could manage, "don't fuss." "Yes, sir." The boy stepped back a bit. He had become incredibly respectful, all of a sudden. Perhaps Severus should look out the window to see if there were 4 horsemen standing in the road. Mrs. Cook went out to the kitchen and came back with a plate of sliced meat. "Harry, dear, would you fetch the potatoes?" Harry nodded, and headed into the kitchen, coming back out with a bowl of boiled potatoes and something else. Severus didn't pay much attention to what it was. Harry was as quiet as a mouse while they ate, perhaps pretending he didn't exist. Leaving the conversation to the adults, Severus had little to say, so that left Lupin to make small talk with the woman. It did seem that Lupin was staying away from personal topics, opting instead to answer the woman's questions about himself. I've spent the last few years studying in Canada," he was saying. "Only just returned, you see," he replied in answer to one of them. Severus felt Mrs. Cook give him a speculative glance, and then was surprised to see something like disappointment in her eyes. "Oh, yes," she said, returning her attention to Lupin. "And, with school being closed and Severus not being well, he asked me to stay with him until school reopens." Lupin went on smoothly. It seemed Severus wouldn't have to obliviate the poor woman, after all. Good, it was damnably hard to remove memories as specific as one conversation. Unlike the ministry, Severus was not convinced that obliviations were entirely safe. Especially on older muggles, he wondered how many poor bastards were walking around with presumed dementia, when in fact it was badly done obliviation. When they'd finished, Harry quietly offered to do the washing up. Mrs. Cook smiled widely. "That would be lovely," she said. "I'll help you, Harry," said Lupin, genially, standing up and clearing some of the plates. Severus and Lupin had discussed this afternoon. They were trying to break Harry's habit of acting like a house elf. The minute the 2 wizards were out of the dining room, Severus felt a tingling of magic across his skin. Both the door to the hallway and the door to the kitchen slammed themselves shut. Cursing himself and his stupidity, Severus drew his wand from his sleeve. The room was silent. The old woman didn't seem to notice anything was amiss. Her eyes were unfocused, and she remained perfectly still. "I have something for you, Severus," she said, gently. Her voice was a little hollow. After a second, her eyes focused on him, and she smiled apologetically. "Isn't that curious? I'd forgotten all about it." She laughed a little, as if at herself. She stood up mechanically, ignoring the wand Severus had aimed at her. Severus kept his wand on her, as she moved to the china cabinet. She opened the GL door, and drew out a box, about the size of a large jewelry case, that was covered in blue velvet. She didn't try to hand it to him, rather she set it on the table, in front of him. "Eileen gave that to me, before she died, poor thing," Mrs. Cook said, mournfully. "She said I should give it to you." The blue was his mother's favorite color. Severus extended his hand, then drew it back, warily. Mrs. Cook sat down again, folded her hands on the table. "She told me to tell you that it was a gift for the Half-Blood Prince. She said you'd know what that meant." The wizard stared at her, shocked. Did she tell you what was in it?" he rasped. Shaking her head, she said, "No, just that I mustn't give it to anyone else." You see, anyone else was presumably Severus' father, or the ministry. Severus did see, or, at least he thought he might. Very slowly, he tapped the box with his wand. The box glowed golden for a moment, and a tinkling strain of music, as from the Muggle music box that Eileen owned, drifted through the air. The tune was a lullaby that Eileen used to sing. Still moving slowly, he cautiously picked up the box from the table. Nothing exploded. The box was heavier than its size would indicate. The magic in the room evaporated. Suddenly, he heard Lupin banging on the door from the kitchen. The door fell open. Lupin flung himself into the room, brandishing his wand, ready to do battle. "Severus," he demanded, "are you?" Mrs. Cook was sitting with her hands folded and her eyes unfocused again. Severus gestured helplessly at the woman and then the box, not at all sure what he wanted to tell the other man. It's fine," he snapped. He hastily placed the box onto his lap, and then his wand into his sleeve, wishing he was wearing wizard robes, with their abundant pockets for hiding things. Lupin nodded tensely, but stowed his wand, as well. The woman shook herself. "Harry, dear," she called to the white-faced boy, visible behind Lupin, "could you put the kettle on?" She stood, as if nothing untoward had happened at all. "Now, I have a trifle in the fridge, if you lads are interested." She bustled into the kitchen to make some tea. Lupin looked back and forth confusedly, between Severus and the kitchen. They heard Mrs. Cook chatting away at Harry, not taking any notice of the fact that Harry was staring through the kitchen door, at his guardian. "What was that about?" demanded Lupin, in a whisper, coming to stand by Severus' chair. Severus took a deep breath. "Keep your hand on your wand," he whispered back. It was foolish to open it here, before he checked it for curses. But, only Eileen would have known about the half-blood prince, and only Eileen would know the significance of that particular little song. He CED'd himself for any number of disasters, as he lifted the hinged lid. In the box, lay a key, like a Gringotts vault key, an envelope that had Severus' name written on it in Eileen's narrow handwriting, and a golden signet ring embossed with a stylized letter P. Severus had seen such rings before. It was the ring the heir to an old pure-blood house might wear. The ring itself had wards on it. Old spells. However, Eileen had been a Snape when she died. The last of the princes, his grandfather, had died not long before Eileen herself, so the ring should have come to her, and should have had an S. Severus stared at the ring for a long moment, before the penny dropped. The last heir to the prince line, now that Severus had claimed the boy, was a Potter. There was absolutely no chance Severus was going to read the letter here. He closed the box, quickly. Lupin was still standing tensely by, his hand on his sleeve. "What is it?" he hissed. "It's fine," Severus repeated. He swallowed. "Something my mother left with her. That would be why Mrs. Cook persistently remembered the Snape house. Eileen had laid a haze on the woman, to deliver this box. In all probability, the minute they were alone in this room, "Go finish what you were doing." Lupin nodded sharply, went back to help the boy with the dishes. Severus needed the time to pull himself together. All these years, and he never knew that Eileen had thought to hide his inheritance from the ministry. His breath caught in his and he swallowed against the bite of old anger and old grief. "Now, Remus, sit down, dear." Mrs. Cook came in with the tea tray. Harry trailed behind her with the trifle. "Severus, are you completely worn out? You look very pale." She set out their teacups and poured, handing them around. She then scooped out some trifle. "Will you have some?" She looked enquiringly at Severus. He shook his head, taking his teacup in one hand. He tuned out the conversation again, holding very tightly to the blue, velvet-covered box in his lap. "Sir," Harry spoke in a very low voice, as Remus talked to Mrs. Cook. "What happened?" Severus shook his head. "So, how on earth did you get malaria, Severus?" He realized the woman was addressing him. His in wasn't working fast enough. "Oh, he was in Africa, doing some foreign aid work, you know." Lupin put in, carelessly. Severus decided he would have to strangle the man for the good of the wizarding world, at some point. However, it did divert her from asking him any more questions. Severus wasn't much interested in trifle, but he was very grateful when Harry took his empty teacup and refilled it. Snape retired to his room, the minute they returned from Mrs. Cook's. Not surprising, considering how tired the man looked. Whatever the old woman had given the professor seemed to have shaken him. Truthfully, the slamming door and Lupin's inability to open it left Harry feeling shaken. It had been stuck fast for less than 5 minutes, but those 5 minutes seemed like hours. Harry had stood motionless, feeling the panic rising up from his gut, feeling utterly useless without his wand, while Lupin banged on the door and tried different unlocking hexes. Harry was overwhelmed by the harsh realization that if something happened to Snape, he didn't know what he'd do. At that moment he hadn't had time to examine the thought. Now though, as he lay in his bed with Snuffles lying at his feet, he went back to it. Before the last 2 weeks, Harry would never have cared what happened to Snape. Well, he supposed he'd care, but in a vague, don't like to see bad things happen to people sort of way. This feeling, though, this was like the feeling he'd had last year when he'd seen Ginny lying still and motionless on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets. a cold, leaden knot in his stomach that threatened to rise up and strangle him. Harry sighed and flopped over onto his side. The room was very dark. Not even a sliver of a moon showed tonight, and Spinner's End had only a very few street lights. The only other light was a small night light in the bathroom that Snape said was there so they didn't break their necks in the dark. He'd put it there after the incident with the rope. Hedwig was out for the evening. Harry had sent letters for both Ron and Hermione off with her. She'd been in a bit of a bad mood since Professor Lupin had brought Snuffles. Harry hummed she was jealous of the dog, going so far as to clack her beak threateningly when Snuffles came too close. With a little half-smile, Harry thought that his familiars were well matched to his minders. They, like the two professors, only seemed to get along for Harry's sake. Each familiar had even picked a favorite professor. Hedwig seemed to like Snape, on at least one occasion accepting scratches and treats from the man, with a dignified air. Lupin seemed to frighten her. It had happened tonight when the professor came up to check on him. The owl had been sitting on the headboard, lazily preening. When Lupin had come in through the open door, she'd fluffed herself up, and rather than her usual hoot, she made an alarmed, "Crek, crek, crek," noise. Lupin was careful to stay a good distance away from her. On the other hand, Snuffles seemed to think it was possible that he'd need to protect Harry from Snape. He kept a very close eye on the man, never aggressive, but very wary. The professor was aware of it and was careful around Snuffles, always taking care to never look the dog in the eye, raise his voice, or move a hand too quickly near either Harry or the animal. Harry had heard Aunt Marge telling Dudley that those were things to be avoided around unfriendly dogs. The dog much preferred Lupin, but that was probably because the man liked to give Snuffles treats. Now that he thought about it, though, maybe Snape was just being careful of Harry. In fact, both the men were treating Harry as if he were fragile. As much as Harry hated to admit it, he felt fragile. If one of the teacher's voices even edged toward being a little stern, Harry could feel a lump in his throat and a flutter of panic in his. Harry rolled over to his other side, unable to get comfortable. Snuffles whined a little and laid his heavy head on the boy's hip. The dog's weight was calming, helping him feel more centered, less likely to lose it emotionally. The other bedroom door opened and closed. He heard Snape's slow footsteps in the hallway. Harry hadn't been allowed to close his door since the whole hanging thing, so he could hear every sound in the house, it seemed. The bathroom door opened, shut. The toilet flushed and the bathroom door opened again. Rather than heading back to Snape's room, the footsteps came into his room. The boy decided he wasn't going to chance getting into another conversation with the man, so he just closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Snape pulled the chair over and sat in it. For a long time, the potions master just sat there. It was getting a bit creepy to be stared at like this. It seemed to be a habit with the professor. He just couldn't stop looking at Harry like he was some kind of bug. Snape sighed. Harry nearly jumped at the sound, so loud it seemed, in the quiet room. "Harry, I'm so sorry," he whispered, so softly that Harry was almost sure he must be imagining it. "I swear." Snape broke off, sighed again. Snuffles shifted restlessly, picking his head up. "Yes, yes," muttered Snape, "I won't wake your master." "Stupid dog." The last was said with no rancor at all, the tone of his voice calming and gentle. Almost fond. "Bloody thing. If you weren't so good for the child, I wouldn't give you house room." Harry heard the man stand up. Snuffles' head came back down to rest on Harry's hip. Then, the man did the strangest thing. Snape gently pulled the blankets up so they covered Harry's shoulders. Snuffles' head went up again. Harry could feel the dog stiffen, but at least he didn't growl. The child was hard, pressed to lie still, realizing with some astonishment that the man was tucking him in. Done with that, his hand brushed the hair out of Harry's eyes, reminding Harry of how Snape had played the part of the storyteller the other night. Without saying anything else, the wizard slowly made his way back to his own room. The bedroom door opened and shut. Harry wasn't at all sure what to make of that. Something about the gesture made Harry feel, he wasn't sure what. It was such an oddly affectionate thing to do. Everything else Snape had done for Harry was done out of the man's sense of duty, to help keep him calm, or because he was ill. Those things made sense. This time, though, Snape seemed to be tucking Harry in the same way Mrs. Weasley had tucked Ron and him in last summer. Because Ron would always tell his mum he was too old to be fussed over, she'd give him a quick peck on the cheek before bed. About an hour after that, long after Ron was asleep, Mrs. Weasley would sneak in and tuck them in. Sometimes she'd stand and stare at them first. It was odd enough that Harry had actually asked Ron about it. He'd shrugged and said that his mum always said she felt like she wanted to make sure they were all still breathing. Harry wondered if it were just something parents did, then. He wouldn't know. It was odd that Snape should do it, too. Harry spent a long time staring into the darkened room, grateful for the little light in the hallway. The next day or two were quiet, as the three of them fell into a kind of routine. Harry and Lupin generally got up and made breakfast. Lupin would attempt to engage Harry in conversation and Harry would give the shortest answers he could, then he'd escape. To read tales of Beetle the Bard, or maybe write letters, or else just sit with Snuffles and stare at the wall. Around lunchtime, Snape would come down, eat something, spend an hour glaring at Lupin, and then go back to bed. He'd repeat it at dinner time, except he'd sit with them for an hour or two in the living room, watching the television. Clearly, Snape understood that the television was the best way to avoid conversation with people who had to live in the same house. Harry always preferred it, when the Dursleys were immersed in the thing. Although, it perhaps didn't work as well as Snape hoped. The man seemed to like police shows, and Lupin kept asking Snape to explain things. After a day, Harry thought he had regained his knack of getting adults to forget his existence. Not all the way, sadly. Lupin sometimes sent Harry outside by himself, to walk Snuffles. Mostly, he came with them. Being outside was less oppressive to Harry. It was easier to stop listening to Lupin when they were outside. For the most part, Harry just tuned him out, answering the man's questions in grunts and monosyllables, feeling like nothing was very real. Very likely, he could have gone on like this indefinitely, except that the professors apparently grew tired of his lack of communication. After dinner, about 10 days after the event, Harry still couldn't name it to himself. Professor Lupin stopped Harry, before he could flee back to his room. "Harry," the man said, "I wonder if we could talk." He beckoned Harry to sit back down at the table. Professor Snape was sat drinking tea at the table. He still looked worn, but he seemed a little brighter today. He'd gotten up for breakfast and it looked as if he intended to stay up for the afternoon. He and Lupin had had some sort of little conference in the sitting room that morning. Snape had some awareness of the acoustics of the house, because Harry had heard him hiss, "Not in here," when Lupin had tried to speak to the man in the kitchen. Obediently, the boy sat down. He folded his hands in front of him on the table, looked at his interlaced fingers, rather than Lupin or Snape. He wondered, distantly, if the two men were finally going to tell him that he was far too much trouble to have around. Conversations that began with, "We need to talk," were generally ones that would end badly for Harry. That impression was reinforced when Professor Snape slid a cup of tea that had a slightly sock-like odor in front of him. The child unclenched his hands and wrapped them around the mug of tea, instead. He glanced up at the man's black eyes as he sat across from him. Snape must have done his mind-reading thing again. He sighed and said, "Don't look like that, Harry. We're not planning on doing anything dire, and we're not sending you anywhere." Lupin pulled a chair around, so he sat at the end of the table. "No, of course not." He agreed, "I just wanted to talk about a few things I recovered from your aunt and uncle's house." Harry quickly took a sip of the sock-flavored tea. There was a slightly bitter taste to it today, that the milk and sugar couldn't quite cover up. He felt his hands relax and his heart slow. "All right," he said, quietly. There was a real advantage to being the ward of a potions master, Harry thought. The potions that Snape kept giving him helped him sleep through the night, without waking up in cold sweat. Now, the calming draft he'd spiked Harry's tea with was welcome. It would help getting through what would otherwise be a nerve-wracking conversation. Lupin produced a plain manila file folder, like Muggles used. He opened it. Inside were several photographs. Lupin handed Harry the top one. It was a picture of the inside of a tiny cupboard, cleaning supplies on shelves on the back wall. A bare electric light bulb illuminated the place. A dirty, crib-sized mattress lay on the floor, with a blanket folded up on top of it. The only motion in the picture was a spider crawling across the bare floor and another crawling on the tacked-up paper that read, "Harry's room." A few broken toys were neatly stacked on the milk crate beside the mattress. Harry's heart would have lurched if it wasn't for the calming draft. "Could you tell me about this, Harry?" Lupin asked, softly. "What's to tell?" Harry asked, dully. "That's where I lived until I got my Hogwarts letters. Uncle Vernon was afraid the wizards were watching us." He laughed. A short, harsh, mirthless sound. "Of course, they weren't. Or else they didn't care about it." He dared a glance at the two men. Lupin had a worried frown. Snape wore the look Harry recognized. It was the look he'd worn when he'd caught Harry and Ron sneaking in the castle after they'd borrowed Ron's dad's car last year. His face was white, his lips pressed together. "This is where you lived," he hissed in a low, dangerous voice. Harry stared at him. "I told you that," he said, a little defensively. "A freak like me needs to be locked up." He stopped. He hadn't meant to say that last bit. "You do realize how inappropriate that was, don't you?" Lupin put a restraining hand on Snape's wrist, but looked at Harry. "What was inappropriate about it?" asked Harry, unable, for some reason, to give his usual shrug, and the expected answer, "It's not like they wanted me there." "How often were you locked in?" Snape asked, in a deadly calm voice. "Every day, pretty much." Harry shrugged now, distantly. Some part of his in was yelling shut up, shut up, shut up. It didn't seem important at the moment, however. "I told you that. If I wasn't at school, or they didn't want me doing something for them." He paused, reflectively. "Sometimes they let me have my school books. The teachers called them, if I wasn't able to do my homework for too many days. If I had them, I had something to do." Harry sipped his tea some more, trying to remember where he'd tasted the bitterness before. Both the professors were looking ill. Lupin Veli soldiered on. He pulled out another photograph. "Will you tell me about this one?" This one was a picture of a door, with 7 locks on the outside. "That's Dudley's second bedroom," Harry replied. He'd never thought of it as his room, even when all the broken Dudley junk had been carted off to the tip. "I've slept there the past 2 summers. "Why the locks?" asked Lupin. Harry couldn't believe the man had to ask. "Well, to keep me in. To stop me from being a nuisance." "What were their complaints?" Snape asked, in that hiss. Harry smiled a little. "About the same as yours, Professor." Oh God, why had he said that? "I'm an arrogant little bastard, who thinks I'm better than everyone else. I'm not good for anything, I'll never amount to anything, and it would be better for everyone if I just cut my throat. I tried once, but it hurts a lot," he added, conversationally. The distant voice in his head was still telling him to shut up. He would have stopped talking altogether, if he could have. "I suppose you didn't want me to actually kill myself, while I was here, did you?" Harry couldn't seem to stop every stray thought in his head from coming out of his mouth. "I can wait until we get back to school. The astronomy tower is pretty high. Or, maybe I'll just make it look like an accident. You know, a fall from my broom." Harry didn't realize, until he said it, that he'd been thinking of that all term. The two men stared at him. He laughed, bitterly. The two professors jumped. "You said I've got a death wish, Professor. You're pretty much spot on about that. I wish the basilisk had gotten me, last year. At least then, people would have said nice things about me, when I was dead." He smiled a little. "I told Hermione that the Dursleys would be disappointed that I hadn't managed to get myself killed." Lupin stirred. "Harry, you know that what the Dursleys said and did was abuse." A word, again. "Well, yeah, if I'd been normal, I guess." Harry replied quietly. "I mean, it's not like they can hurt me, really, is it?" "What do you mean?" Snape asked curiously. "Just that." Again, Harry was surprised they would actually have to ask. "I can take it. You know, I mean, things just don't hurt me as much as they would someone normal." Snape's expression had gone blank. After a moment he said, "I assure you, Harry, wizards may heal more quickly than muggles and we may be a bit more durable, but we feel pain quite as acutely as they." Harry scoffed. "Don't be stupid." The voice of his better sense gave up telling him to shut up. Instead, it told him that calling Snape stupid would certainly grant his death wish. "I'm even a freak of a wizard. No one else ever survived a killing curse. I wish." He trailed off, suddenly feeling much less foggy than he had been feeling for days. With the ebbing of the numbness, a sharp pain seemed to lance through him. Physical or emotional, he couldn't tell, but his heart hurt. "What do you wish?" asked Snape, again in that weird, gentle way. Harry looked down at his teacup, surprised that it was empty. He swallowed against a sudden lump in his throat. "I just wish that I could be normal. I wish my parents hadn't died. I wish that I could figure out how to stop being such a up. I wish I'd never heard of the boy who lived." The lump spilled over. Tears started down his cheeks. Fortunately, it didn't seem like his lunch was about to make a reappearance. Lupin and Snape glanced at each other, while Harry swiped irritably at his face. How often did you go without meals?" asked Lupin, after a moment. "Not that often," said Harry. "Happy to talk about something else, just, once or twice a week." Molly Weasley said that the twins told her they were starving you. The frown line between the professor's eyebrows got deeper. "Oh, the twins," Harry replied. "They were exaggerating." Snape and Lupin both seemed to relax a bit, so Harry went on. "I got a can of soup every day." He stopped, thinking about it. Maybe not every day. "Most days." He yawned. "Sorry, tired," he muttered, "don't know why." The bit of Harry's in that had been telling him to shut up suddenly caught on. He looked up at Snape. "You gave me something, didn't you?" He said it without heat, because nothing much seemed that important at the moment. "Why did you do that?" Lupin looked guilty, but Snape nodded soberly. "I thought it would be beneficial to get some reliable information out of you. You haven't spoken 2 words put together, to either of us, in days. You really are a bastard, aren't you?" Harry said, irritably, not able to really get angry. Snape smirked. "I'll let the language and the disrespect go, for now. I am well aware that this particular potion removes one's internal censor. I promise you, I won't be so lenient any other time." At that, Harry felt compelled to continue. "Yeah, but you're the only one who's ever kept their promises. I appreciate that. I never had anyone sit with me when I was sick, or let me pick what I wanted to eat, or get me clothes. You're a bastard, but, well, you've done more for me than anyone else." Now that Harry was on the subject, he started rattling on some more. "I used to think that Dumbledore liked me. A bit, anyway. But I don't think he'd have sent me back if he did." Fudge said that Dumbledore said I had to go back. "You mean the night you blew up your aunt?" asked Lupin. He was white-knuckling his tea mug, now. Harry thought he ought to ask Snape for a calming draft. "Tell me, what happened that night?" Harry shrugged. "Everyone already knows. What's the point? I know that you ran away from home, and you were taken back." Snape's voice had gone back to its usual acerbic tone. "I don't know in detail what happened next." "You saw," muttered Harry. Then, the urge to keep talking overwhelmed him again. "Uncle Vernon backhanded me, after Fudge left. Aunt Marge didn't have a proper cane, so she found a bit of curtain rod, I think. Showed Uncle Vernon how to use it." "Curtain rod?" Snape asked. Both men looked aghast. "Oh, not the big rods that hold up the heavy curtains." Harry hastened to explain. "Just one of those ones that hold up the little lacy curtains in the kitchen. They're made of plastic and they have some bend in them. Aunt Marge broke the one on me. Uncle Vernon used his belt that night. Mrs. Fig saw the bruise he left on my face, the next day. He went and found a proper cane after that." Lupin swallowed. "How often?" he asked, sounding perfectly calm, but his jaw was taut and Harry thought he saw a gleam of something hard and sharp in his eyes. "Just once a day, usually." It was so tiring, all this questioning. Harry put his elbows on the table and leaned his head on his hands. You. The headmaster knew nothing about your uncle's treatment of you," Snape said, seriously. Harry wanted to scoff, but Snape hadn't lied to him yet, "You think?" he asked, in a small voice. The lump was back. "I just reckoned that he was tired of my ups. And Fudge did tell them I needed it." "Harry," Lupin seemed a little exasperated, "I don't think Fudge meant it the way your uncle interpreted it, at all. I think he'd be horrified at how you were treated. But I told Shacklebolt that my uncle was going to beat the hell out of me. He was really nice, but he said Dumbledore." Snape growled, low in his throat, so Harry stopped talking. Lupin gave the man a warning look. "How often did they feed you?" Snape was staring at him, again. The change of topic was a relief. Most days. Ah, perhaps I should ask, what did they feed you? Snape snapped. Tea and toast, mostly. Some days the tea was still warm. See, Fudge told them I had too much energy. They reckoned I was eating too much. Sometimes, Aunt Petunia gave me a sandwich, though. She'd leave it for me in my room. She's done that before, when I was on punishment, you see. Sometimes, I had sandwiches waiting for me in my cupboard. Lupin and Snape gave each other a sharp glance. You saw her leave the food. Lupin pressed him. Harry shook his head, weary beyond belief. He put his head down on the table, on his folded arms, tired. He repeated, feeling a pleasant weariness weighing his limbs down. That's all we're likely to get out of him, today. Snape's voice said. A hand gently stroked his hair. Severus. Lupin's voice was a harsh whisper. Did you use that truth potion on him? Don't be a fool. Of course, I did. Snape whispered back. They must have moved a little ways away. Harry heard them speaking in normal voices in the hallway. Curious, he fought back the wave of sleepiness, to listen to their conversation. We'll be lucky if he ever trusts us again. Lupin sounded furious. You shouldn't have done that without telling me, at least. You haven't had any luck in getting him talking, have you? Snape demanded. You had no right. I had every right. I'm the boys' FA. Snape broke off, suddenly. He started again, in a quieter, less angry voice. The child is my responsibility. I refuse to watch him self-destruct. I will get him through this, no matter what it takes. Hearing that gave Harry a strangely warm feeling in his. At the moment, he couldn't even find it in him to be angry about the truth potion. He heard Lupin sigh. Yes, all right. But, you do see my point now, don't you? Yes, Lupin. Tell Molly and Arthur that we'll visit them over Halloween. Snape sounded resigned. Clearly, we can't do without help while you're away. Harry turned that around in his head, wondering where Lupin would be going. He decided he wasn't all that interested and drifted further to sleep. Sometime later, Harry felt a tingle of magic across his skin, then himself being picked up, with an arm under his knees and another under his shoulders, to be cradled against someone's. Severus, I really think you should let me do that, Lupin was saying, very softly. Don't be ridiculous, Snape replied, just as softly. I made him quite light enough. The magic Harry felt must have been a hover charm or featherlight charm. He couldn't summon the energy to care, really. He was still so tired. He snuggled into the of the person holding him. Shish. Go back to sleep. You're fine. Snape's voice rumbled against Harry's cheek. Snape was holding him and he felt the man's unsteady gait as he climbed the stairs. A soft hoot greeted them as Snape lay Harry down on his bed. Hello, Hedwig. Quiet now. Your master is in need of his sleep. Snape said. You too, ridiculous animal. Harry felt Snuffles jump onto the bed. Then, Harry's jeans and sweatshirt became abruptly softer and looser. Snape had used a switching spell to replace them with his pajamas. The last thing Harry heard that night was the SC and creak of the chair, telling him that Snape had sat down in it, again. Yet another morning found Severus waking feeling as though he hadn't slept at all. After another night had been filled with dreams of the dead. Last night had been different, though. Instead of talking to the menagerie of unquiet spirits that insisted on occupying his dreams, he had been searching for Eileen. Every time he'd thought he'd caught up with her, she'd leave through a different door. He was always 2 steps behind her. He hummed it had something to do with the owls he was waiting to arrive. Waiting for owls from Switzerland was damned annoying. If it was a Muggle bank, he could have used the bloody phone. In the meantime, Severus had more immediate troubles. He couldn't quite put his finger on what had woken him at first, but then he realized the stealthy sounds were Harry, moving around in the next room. Severus picked up the fob watch from next to his wand and looked at the dial. Nowhere near either mischief or mortal peril. That was a relief. It was very early, not yet light. He considered going back to sleep, but he'd had enough sleep in the past month to last the next year, he thought. Instead he lay, listening the boys' early morning routine. Harry appeared to have all 3 types of insomnia. He fell asleep late, woke up early and slept badly in between. That would explain the amount of after-hours wandering he'd done in the last 2 years at school. He heard drawers opening and shutting, footsteps down the hall. The bathroom door opened and shut, and, after a moment, opened and shut again. Then, his son's footsteps down the stairs. Merlin, where had that come from? Apparently, his subconscious was out to get him. Every night, Lily or James told him that he had the responsibility of caring for him. That the boy was his, Severus, son. Not just in blood, but in spirit, as well. Severus sat up and hung his feet over the edge of the bed. Laying here in the dark, ruminating on what his dreams meant, wasn't going to get him anywhere. It was time to face the child. Severus pulled on his dressing gown and slippers. The heat hadn't come on yet, and it was a bit chilly. A wave of his wand put a warming charm on his dressing gown. He stopped at the top of the stairs. As usual, he could hear every word and sound from the kitchen. The pots and pans were rattling rather more loudly than usual. Not letting them cook for me again. I'm not trusting them as far as I can throw them. The child was saying resentfully. A slam followed. Bloody git. And Lupin, he's worse. At least if Snape is a bastard, it's because he's always a bastard. I'm telling you, I have half a mind to pack up and, he broke off. The dog whined. No snuffles, get out of it. That's not your breakfast, he went on in a depressed voice. Another thump. Well, it's not like I have anywhere to go. This is going to be enjoyable, thought Severus, sarcastically. The creaky fifth step announced the professor's presence. The thumping and rattling in the kitchen stopped for a moment, then began again. The sound of running water and the peculiar little poof of the gas burner being turned on announced that the child had put the kettle on. When Severus came into the kitchen, the boy was stood with his back to the room, cracking eggs into the pan. There'll be tea in a minute, Harry gritted. The dog that was sitting beside his master, waiting hopefully for something to drop, looked at Snape and growled, low in his throat. Quiet, Snuffles, snapped the boy. He really was out of sorts, if he was snapping at the dog. Good, that was much better than the apathy of the past few days. Severus had been afraid they were going to lose the child to his shock. It was rare, but wizards were capable of willing their own death. Longbottom's death had been largely a result of that, or so the autopsy had found. His magic had just stopped healing him, leaving him no more resilient than the average Muggle child. Harry said nothing else. With the efficiency of long practice, he made the tea and cooked the breakfast. The pans rattling, only a little as he worked. He put the breakfast on the table quietly. Admirable restraint, considering Severus was sure he could hear the boy grinding his teeth. They ate in silence. Severus did not feel like making the first move. Anyway, it appeared unnecessary. The boy was practically chewing his tongue to keep whatever he was thinking behind his teeth. When they had finished, Harry cleared up the plates, clattering them into the sink. Turning his back, he hissed, "You drugged me." "Don't be so melodramatic," sighed Severus. It was a mild truth potion. Perfectly legal for use in children. You said nothing that you truly didn't want others to know. For a minute, the child didn't say anything. He seemed absorbed in washing the dishes, but his body was tense and his movements sharp. "Why would I want to talk about that?" he finally asked, his voice low and furious. "That," Severus prompted, gently. "The Dursleys. How they kept me in." Harry's voice trailed off, then he made a movement as though steeling himself. When he began again, Severus had to lean forward to hear the whisper, "Why would I want to talk about being locked up in a cupboard?" Severus chose his words carefully, not wanting to cause him to either blow up or shut down again. "You have been making reference to that cupboard since I examined you. Whether you admit it or not, you do want people to know." He spoke in that coaxing voice he often found himself using on Harry these days. "There's nothing to talk about," Harry said, softly. He'd stopped washing the dishes. He leaned on his elbows, which rested on the edge of the sink, bowed his head, covering his face with his hands. Severus felt the pressure of magic building up in the kitchen. The boy's wand growing warm in his pocket, next to his own. Severus realized that the young wizard hadn't once asked for his wand to be returned. Another symptom of his depression, Severus supposed. Prompted by that inner urging that spoke with Lily's voice, Severus stood, walked closer to the boy. Cautiously, he put one hand on Harry's shoulder. Predictably, Harry flinched away from the hand. No wonder Hagrid was so close to the child. Dealing with Harry was a bit like handling one of the gamekeeper's baby monsters. Severus examined that thought, realizing that it was an apt comparison. All the behavior he'd been taking as defiant and arrogant for the last 2 years, and what the other teachers had been seeing as proof that the boy took after James, came into focus. The child was almost feral. If he went his own way, it was because there was no one to tell him different. He reached out again, very slowly, keeping in mind the analogy. The shoulder trembled under his hand. The magic moving about the room began to rattle the dishes in the cupboard and on the shelves. The professor gently turned the child around. Harry's eyes were tearless, although very red. He stared up at the adult wizard with an unreadable, frighteningly impish expression. "It doesn't matter," he said, dully, "it's not like I'm a normal person." His green eyes were flat, with deep circles under them. Severus wondered if that truth potion could still be active. No, even in double doses, it would only last an hour. Therefore, as he had hoped, that little bit of truth from last night had opened some kind of gate. He'd seen it in students before, and he remembered well how it had felt. After he had joined Dumbledore, Poppy had been the one to make him face truths about his own life. She'd recommended he see an actual mind healer, but he could never bear to. "You are a perfectly normal wizard child," Severus told Harry sternly. "I want you to stop saying that." The magic moving about the room spiked. The mugs on the draining board shattered. "Why?" Harry shouted back, "It's what everybody thinks." He backed up quickly, stumbling over the dog, who was behind him. Belying his claim of being clumsy, Harry recovered quickly. He skipped back 2 steps, until he met the wall. He set his back against the back door, looking cornered. "Sorry," Harry whispered, looking at the shattered crockery. He was, again, disproportionately stricken over the bout of accidental magic. He'd gone that pale color that presaged one of his panic attacks. His trembling became pronounced. Severus frowned. "Perhaps it would be better if you picked that up." Hoping that distraction would head it off, Harry lifted his eyes to meet Severus' gaze, biting his lip. He moved toward Severus slowly, his right hand half raised, palm out between them, ready to protect his face. Internally, Severus sighed. They were going to have to get over this. Impatiently, Severus reached into the pocket of his robe. Harry froze, his eyes wide, that hand going up, expecting Severus to cast something deeply unpleasant on him. "I think it would be better if you used your wand for that." More slowly, the professor drew it from the pocket where he kept it next to his own, holding it out to the boy. Harry reached out his shaking hand, looking furtively from beneath his fringe. "But I'm not supposed to use magic outside of school," he said shakily, when he wrapped his hand around the handle of the wand. "I think, in this particular instance, you'd better off if you did." "Sorry." The child's eyes narrowed, expecting a trick. "I got a warning last year, for using a hover charm that I didn't even cast." "Yes, so clearly it's not as though the ministry can tell who's doing the casting," returned Severus. "I just feel that your magic might be better behaved if you direct it, rather than trying to suppress it, as you have been." Oh, Harry blinked. He gave a tentative little wave of the wand and muttered, "Reparo." Obediently, the crockery returned to its normal state. Magic stopped moving so tensely through the room, looking for an outlet. "Harry, come sit down. Please." Severus took his own chair back. The young wizard stood there, staring at his teacher. Then he shook himself and came to sit back at the table. "I suppose you want my wand back," he said, sounding defeated. Severus refused to allow the child to sink into his apathy again. "No. Actually, I think it would be a good thing if it were returned to you. I just need you to promise me something." The wariness came back into the boy's face. "What?" he asked, suspiciously. The potion master hesitated, unconsciously squeezing his left forearm with his other hand. "I need you to swear to me that you'll come to me, before you ever do something like you did the other night." He stared straight into the Gryffindor's eyes. A little legilimency would ensure he'd know the truth or falsehood of the boy's next words. "I already told Lupin," Harry whispered. "I won't do anything stupid, while I'm here." His eyes were still fey and flat. Harry hadn't answered the question, but that was no matter. Severus incanted legilimens silently, a quick dip into the boy's mind, just enough to take in the surface images. The astronomy tower still figured prominently, but it seemed that, for the moment, the child wasn't planning on doing injury to himself. Fair enough, Severus grunted. He'd take what he could get. Now, he was at a complete loss as to where to go next with the conversation, but he knew, now that he had gotten Harry speaking, that there were some things they had to discuss. Harry didn't need to be drawn out that much, fortunately. Why do you care? He asked, softly. Care about what? Severus asked, in a neutral tone. About the Dursleys. Nobody else ever has. He dropped his eyes back to his hands. They were laced together so tightly that Severus could see the knuckles turning white. The thumbnail of the right hand was digging into the left, a gesture that was habitual, if the new scratches Severus could see at the base of the boy's thumb were anything to go by. Gently, Severus reached across the table to put both of his hands on the boy's. That made Harry look up. Severus carefully pulled the hands apart, pushed them to lie palm down on the table, with his own covering them. I care, because it is my job to care. He held the boy's gaze while he said this. You can do this, said the voice in Severus' head that sounded like Lily. Severus took a long breath, hoping that his carefully planned speech would work as he wanted it to. I must confess to you, he hesitated. Lupin had told Severus, just tell him. It will be much worse if he finds out on his own. Severus didn't believe it was that simple. He opted for a carefully edited version of the truth. Your mother, before she died, she knew that she and her husband were being targeted by the Dark Lord. Harry stared at him, confusion written all over his face, not sure what that had to do with anything, but too startled to pull his hands away. She asked me to look after you, if something should happen to her. Harry didn't move, except to clench his hands into fists. Your mother's Muggle solicitor informs me that I was named as your guardian in her will that she left with him. That much was true. The letter that Severus had shown Lupin 2 months ago had been from Lily, asking him to look after Harry. What he hadn't shown Lupin was the business card of Lily's solicitor. A solicitor who had sent the details of Harry's Muggle trust and a copy of the IGN of parental responsibility naming Severus. One of the school owls had brought it to Spinner's End, 2 days after their dinner with Mrs. Cook. Severus had written to inform the solicitor that Harry's circumstances had changed, back in September. The solicitor had replied with a note explaining that he'd tried to find Severus after Lily and James's death, since he was officially named the child's guardian in Lily's will. The solicitor had hummed that Severus had made informal agreement with Petunia, saying it had seemed quite the normal thing, given that Severus had been a single man without other children. In the Muggle world, Severus had always had legal authority over Harry's welfare. The former Death Eater turned spy didn't know what to make of that. He just knew that he hadn't felt this weight of guilt since he'd held Lily's lifeless body in his arms. That was a bitter memory. For the first time in many years, last night, Severus had picked the memory out of the jar he kept it in. He'd viewed it in a pensieve soon after Lily's death, so that he would only remember it secondhand, the way one remembered a film. The true memory, with its attendant emotions, he kept bottled up, in case he should ever need it. Last night, he'd taken the memory back into his own mind. He remembered now. He remembered, far too clearly. He had ignored the squalling child in the crib. His squalling child. And, why? At the time, he had only seen the child as the mechanism for Lily's death. Severus had lifted Lily's cooling body and sat up against the one remaining wall with her head in his lap. Only moments later, Hagrid had turned up. He hadn't spoken to Severus, merely patted him on the shoulder in rough sympathy. Hagrid had always understood Severus better than most. Words would have only thrown him into a rage. The enormous man had picked up the baby. He had been almost able to hold Harry in one hand. Severus had heard Hagrid speaking in soft tones. What's that on her forehead, then? Poor little mite. As Hagrid was leaving, he said, Dumbledore'll be here in a minute. He said over the wails of the child, will you? Hagrid sobbed once, then forced it back down, wiping his face in the shoulder of his coat, since his hands were full. Will stay with till gets air. Severus had nodded vacantly. For the moment, he had been out of tears. That was the point he should have told Hagrid that Lily had wanted him to take Harry. That was when he should have told Dumbledore about his relationship to Harry. But he hadn't. In the eyes of the Wizengamot, a Muggle document would not have trumped Petunia's blood rights. especially with Dumbledore making the recommendation that Harry go to his blood family. But, Severus being the boy's biological father would have. He decided he didn't need to tell Harry those details. The child was staring at him out of baffled green eyes. So, what does that mean? The question bringing Severus back to the present. It means that, Severus faltered, a lump in his throat. The reason I could change your guardianship without ministry involvement was that I had always had the right to do so. Harry withdrew his hands and Severus let him. So, you sent me to live with the Dursleys? He whispered. His breathing was rapid again. Another incipient panic attack. Severus wanted to offer the boy a calming draught, but he was sure, after last night, he wouldn't take it. No. That was indeed Dumbledore, and, like the rest of the wizarding world, I placed too much trust in blood. But, why didn't anyone? The child whispered. Check on you. Severus finished the thought for him. Frankly, because Petunia asked us not to. One of her conditions for taking you were that we not bother her. And Lily had loved Petunia. I never entertained the thought that her love was undeserved. Or, that someone could change that radically. Your grandparents were always kind people. I never thought a daughter of theirs was capable. Over the last few days, Severus had come to the conclusion that Petunia didn't consider wizards quite human. She must have justified her treatment of Harry by telling herself that he didn't have feelings as acute as a normal boy. You bastard, Harry said it quietly. His shaking had increased and he picked up the wand from where he'd laid it on the table. Severus sincerely hoped the child didn't hex him. He'd have to give consequences for that. He could overlook the language, under the circumstances, but the Lily voice in his head told him to get his head out of his ass. The boy stood, put the wand in his back pocket. His green eyes were vivid against his pale cheeks. The mugs shattered again, along with the dishes in the cupboard. The dog, whom Severus had forgotten about, whined, nosing at the child's hand. You treated me like shite for 2 years. Harry ignored the dog. He planted his feet and clenched his fists, ready for a fight. You let Dumbledore send me back to the Dursleys. You haven't given a damn about me, all this time. What's different now? For all that the boy's body was shaking with anger, his voice was still low. The kettle started whistling. Severus pulled out his wand and shut the noise up. He cast a quick magic cancellation spell and the kitchen became silent. If he and Harry were going to be here long, Severus would have to ask Molly about a permanent accidental magic dampening spell. You want to know how the Dursleys treated me? Harry snapped, not taking any notice of Severus' wand. I didn't know my own name until I went to school. I thought my name was Freak. Or whelp. Or boy. Petunia only ever called me Harry when she had to put on a show for someone. Everyone thought the Dursleys were so bloody respectable. They used to tell people I was mental. That was why they always left me with Mrs. Fig when they went on holiday. Or when they took Dudley anywhere. At least he was talking, thought Severus wryly. He wasn't sure he wanted to deal with all of Harry's anger, but he'd been the one to let the gin out of the bottle. They told me my father was a drunk and my mother was a slag. They locked me up, most of the time in the dark. They hit me if I cried, or talked too loud, or burnt the breakfast, or did better at school than Dudley or breathed wrong. Harry's voice started to rise towards a shout. Everyone thought it was all right the night the minister took me back. He told them I needed to be taken in hand. He said that the Dursleys had been doing the right thing. He told them Dumbledore reckoned the Dursleys did a good job with me. He paused for breath. I told him they were going to beat the shite out of me. He told me not to exaggerate. The boy was panting, nearly hyperventilating now, and then Neville dies and everyone's all freaked out. And it doesn't change anything. And Neville's still. At the mention of Longbottom, Harry's anger crumbled. His shouting trailed off into sobs. He covered his face with his hands. I wish it were me. Instead, he sounded furious, even through his crying. Severus stood, unsure whether he should go to the child or not. His problem was solved when Harry fled past him, thumping up the stairs, the dog in tow. That went well, muttered Severus to himself. He knew he dare not leave the child for too long. He put the fob watch on the table, so he could keep an eye on it, and fortified himself with a cup of tea. Harry fled up the stairs to his room, almost screaming in frustration when he found himself unable to slam the door that was held open with a spell. Hedwig flapped her wings and hooted in alarm, as the headboard she was perched on shook with the force of Harry's magic. The chair tipped over and the window cracked. Since slamming the door was unsuccessful, the boy balled his fist and slammed it into the plaster beside the door frame, leaving the plaster dented. It felt so good to lash out at something, that Harry did it again. After the third or fourth time, his knuckles came away bloody, leaving stains on the wall. If it hurt, he couldn't tell. Snuffles tugged and pulled at his master's sweatshirt with his teeth. When that did nothing, he began barking, frantically. Harry dimly registered that the dog had fled, yelping and barking down the stairs. "Harry, stop!" The distraught child ignored the voice, slamming his hand into the wall, again. Two arms wrapped themselves around him, pulling him back away from the wall. "Let me go!" roared Harry, kicking backwards. Hedwig screeched and flew at the man who had wrapped her master in a bear hug, pinning his arms. Ah, it was Lupin. Surprisingly, Lupin still held on, even as Harry continued to struggle and Hedwig swooped around the room for another pee. The dog's barking added to the chaos. Harry found himself with his feet off the ground, kicking to get free. Snuffles barked at both Hedwig and the professor. The owl screamed and dove at them again, scoring another hit, if Lupin's cry meant anything. "Hedwig, I'm not trying to." "Ah, enough," barked Snape's voice. "Hedwig, calm down. I'll look after him," Snape said, firmly. "Snuffles, sit." Hedwig stopped flying at Lupin. She flew twice around the room before evidently deciding to trust the dark man. She settled down onto the headboard again, fluffed up and wary. Harry stopped struggling, falling limp and looking at the floor, his breathing harsh and rapid. Snuffles had stopped barking, but he stood, tensely, with his hackles up. "Snuffles," Lupin said sharply. The dog sat, the arms holding Harry loosened. With an inarticulate cry, the child threw himself against the wall, turning to face the professors. Lupin's face had a gash from Hedwig's talon, narrowly missing his eye. It was a long cut, that was bleeding freely. The man was dressed in a set of gray pajamas. Apparently he'd only just woken and his pajama shirt was covered in blood. Ignoring the man bleeding beside him, Snape said softly, "Harry, you've hurt yourself." The boy looked down stupidly at the fist he'd been slamming into the wall. It was swollen, the knuckles SCD and bloody. He supposed it was going to start hurting in a minute. Snape took a cautious step towards Harry. "Let me see." He extended his hand, palm up. Harry tried to step back, but the wall was there. He slid along the wall until he was in the corner. "Leave me alone." His voice sounded high-pitched and not like his own. Snape stopped. Harry couldn't read his expression. He looked at the other wizard who'd just stopped him from mangling his hand further. Lupin had pulled his handkerchief out of his pocket and was pressing it to his face, trying to staunch the blood. Harry stared, shaking all over. All he could think was that Uncle Vernon would have killed Hedwig for that. "I'm sorry," he whispered, desperately. He closed his eyes, unwillingly picturing Vernon in his mind. Ungrateful whelp. When I get my hands on that bloody bird. It was as if he were back on Privet Drive. He pressed his back further into the wall, as if he could find shelter there. Vividly he remembered Vernon threatening his owl after the minister sent him back that summer. "Uncle Vernon, please. I sent her away. I won't write any more letters. I promise. If she comes back, just, don't hurt her." Harry tried not to blubber, it only enraged his uncle. His uncle had threatened to put out rat poison for her. "You best hope that she doesn't come back here, boy." Vernon had snarled, "I won't have that dangerous animal around my family. I'm warning you." Harry's reply had been nothing short of cringing agreement. "I'll make sure she stays away. I promise. Please." Harry had been cut off then, because Vernon had given him a backhand. It was all Harry could do to back into a corner and protect his head, as the tall man advanced menacingly. The terrified boy shut his eyes and waited for the first blow to fall. "Harry!" Professor Snape not quite shouted. He sounded far too close. Harry could feel someone beside him as he crouched in the corner with his arms over his head. Experimentally opening his eyes, he realized that he wasn't at Privet Drive at all. He was still in the bedroom of Snape's house. Snape was down on one knee, his drawn face about 6 inches away from Harry's. He didn't look angry, rather he looked concerned. "Let me see your hand," Snape's voice was low and soft. Abruptly, Harry remembered hearing Snape speak in just that tone the other night, when he was playing the part of the storyteller. Very slowly, Harry extended the hand he'd been using to protect his face. Snape took it in his own, looking at the scratches and swelling. He made a low noise in his throat. "Come sit up here, where I can see it properly." He tugged on Harry's wrist, gently. Harry didn't move for a moment. Snape let go of his wrist and grasped both his arms above the elbow. He stood and drew Harry to his feet. Snape's wand appeared. "If I summon some calming draft for you, will you take it?" he asked, gravely. Harry's expression must have shown his opinion on that, as he moved to sit on the bed. Snape sat down beside him. "Fine, then," he said, placidly. When had Snape ever spoken placidly? Lupin moved forward. "Harry, can you tell me what happened then?" The man had stopped the cut bleeding, but it was still nasty looking. Harry's right hand started to throb. He looked down at it. "Instead of Lupin, I dunno. It seemed like I was somewhere else." Experimentally, Harry tried to make a fist, only to discover that his fingers were now too swollen. That just wasn't a normal thing to do, Harry realized. "I'm going mad, aren't I?" he said softly. "You're not going mad," Lupin said firmly. "You're reacting in a perfectly normal way, for someone who's been through what you have." Harry bit back a hysterical giggle. There'd never been anything normal about him. Snape grasped Harry's hand by the wrist again, waving his wand above it, muttering an incantation. He sighed. "You haven't broken anything," he sounded relieved. He waved his wand and a potion bottle whisked into the room from the bathroom cabinet. "I'd like you to take this." Harry looked up into the man's face. "So you can interrogate me again?" he hissed viciously, the pain in his hand forgotten. Lupin and Snape exchanged a glance. The look on Lupin's face clearly said, "I told you so." Snape gave the other professor a sneer, in response. Turning to Harry, Snape's face cleared. "It's merely a healing draft, I promise." Filled with conflicting impulses, Harry just stared. The professor still looked worn, although the boy realized that Snape was looking much better. Oddly, he looked younger, too. That was funny. It had always seemed to Harry that Snape was much older than his aunt and uncle, but he couldn't be, if he'd been in school with Harry's parents. Shaking off the irrelevant thought, Harry considered Snape's words. He hadn't said yesterday that he wasn't going to dose Harry. In fact, it had been obvious that something was in his tea. Harry just hadn't bothered to ask what. "I promise." Snape had never gone back on a promise yet. Hesitantly, Harry took the proffered bottle. It was dark green, almost brown, and tasted like oily, bitter cucumbers, as he gagged it down. The effect on his hand was immediate. The swelling and pain began to ebb. Lupin had drawn his own wand, muttering an incantation and vanishing the blood on his shirt. Snape was sitting on the bed next to Harry, so Lupin picked the desk chair up off the floor to sit in. Hedwig made a clacking with her beak, almost as if in warning. Harry stared again at the long laceration, but Lupin smiled at him gently. "It's all right, Harry. Familiars are very protective of their wizards. No one is going to punish you or Hedwig for a misunderstanding." Snape had said something similar about Snuffles. Harry began to feel a hot, prickly blush rise into his cheeks. How many times was he going to lose it in front of these two? He scooted away from Snape to put his back against the headboard, wrapping his arms around his knees. Lupin was watching him attentively. "So, can you tell me where you thought you were?" he asked again, his voice very gentle. He sat calmly in his pajamas, as if the incident were a perfectly normal occurrence. Harry hesitated, not sure how to explain. "It was like I was at my aunt and uncle's." He stopped, hoping that answer would satisfy the two men. Neither one of the men spoke. Harry couldn't tell what they were thinking. Snape was looking at him like a bug and Lupin was trying his best to seem reassuring. Of the two of them, Harry decided he liked the "you're a bug" look better. At least it was honest. "Did your uncle frequently threaten your owl?" Lupin asked, apparently deciding that Harry wasn't going to say anything more without prompting. That startled Harry. "What do you mean?" he asked sharply. It was Snape who replied, "You were asking your uncle not to hurt her." Harry didn't realize he'd said that out loud. Yes," he said miserably. Then, although he wasn't under the compulsion of the Snape's truth potion, he found himself unwillingly saying, all the time. I think he was worried about me writing to my friends. I guess he thought that, after last year, Mrs. Weasley at least didn't like the way they were treating me. What do you mean? Lupin asked, curiously. She wrote them last year, I guess. Told them where I was. She must have said something they didn't like. Uncle Vernon said. He could tell she was a nosy busybody who only wanted to stir things and he didn't want me carrying tales to her. Harry shrugged. I sent Hedwig away after I blew up Aunt Marge. Told her to go to Hogwarts and stay there. Did they say what she said to upset them? Lupin asked, a frown creasing his eyebrows. Harry shook his head, probably that she liked me. They used to call the nurse at school who liked me a busybody, too. He shifted uncomfortably. Why do you keep asking about them? I'm not living with them anymore, anyway. You said so, this directed at Snape, so, what's the problem? The problem, Snape retorted, is that you cannot sleep a single night without a nightmare. You are prone to panic attacks at the drop of a hat. You have shut down so hard that you resemble an inferi. He paused for breath, when you are not cracking windows and breaking cups, magically or otherwise. Why do you care? Harry demanded, balling his hand into fists. I believe we covered this downstairs, Snape said, in that icy Snape voice that Harry recognized from Potions CL. Harry scoffed, while Lupin looked quizzical. Oh right, 'cause it's your job. I guess you're getting paid enough. Aunt Petunia certainly was. He hissed, harshly, I'll make really easy for you, Professor. Don't try to talk to me and I'll stay out of your way. Snape winced. Harry had never seen Snape wince before. That's not what I meant. He said hoarsely, I just meant that I intend to live up to my responsibilities. Well done, then. Snarked Harry, crossing his arms and looking away, you're only about 12 years too late. The professor flinched, as if he'd been slapped. Yes, he said hoarsely, I am. And I am sorry. His crossed his arms as well, holding himself stiffly, I cannot offer you any excuse. That was not something Harry expected him to say. Snape's black eyes caught his, holding them. In a voice of a man making a solemn vow, he continued, but, I'm here now and I don't intend to go anywhere. For some reason, that made Harry's go tight. He refused to give in to his impulse to cry, though. He was used to swallowing his tears, whatever. He said, in dismissive tone, imitating someone in an American film on the television. He hadn't actually seen the film, he was cleaning the living room while Dudley watched it on the video. Snape looked hurt. The expression was fleeting, however, the dour man's face rearranged itself to look determined. It doesn't matter what you say or do, Harry, he said softly, with his storyteller voice. As he spoke he uncrossed his arms and leaned forward, towards Harry. He put his hand on Harry's foot. I'm not leaving. I will get you through this. Normally, Harry drew away when people touched him casually, especially teachers. However, with Snape leaning so close, Harry could smell the scent of ginger and allspice that clung to the man. Perhaps he put it in his drawers, the way Petunia put lavender in hers. The scent was enormously comforting. Harry wanted to rage and shout at the man, but all at once his anger drained out of him, leaving him exhausted. He'd meant to say something clever and snarky, but to his shame, in a voice that sounded very young to his own ears. He asked, promise. Snape nodded soberly. Lupin, who had been sitting silent through the exchange, let out a long breath. That's why we need you to talk to us, Harry. He said, we need to know what you're going through. We can help, but only if you talk to us. Harry nodded and shrugged at the same time, putting his face against his bent knees. I just don't get why you think the Dursleys abused me. I just don't think it's as bad as what you're making it out to be, he said, into his knees. If Miss Granger told you she was experiencing the same things as you have, Lupin said, what would you call it? Snape's hand hadn't moved off of Harry's foot. The contact was strangely comforting. One problem Harry always had with both the school nurse and Mrs. Weasley was that, although it was nice to be hugged, too much felt smothering. Harry supposed it was because he wasn't used to it. It occurred to Harry that he had almost new white socks on. They didn't have any holes and they weren't gray with stains that would never come out. Snape had bought them for him. Enough socks so that Harry had a clean pair every day at the Dursleys. Sometimes he would only have a pair or two that were fit to wear. Snape had told the shopkeeper that Harry needed 10 pairs white and 10 pairs black. And a few pairs just for Quidditch. He looked up at Snape, who met his eyes again. Harry. Lupin was still waiting for an answer to his question. I don't know, admitted Harry, feeling befuddled, but, well. She's not a freak, is she? Snape made an irritated noise, withdrawing his hand and reaching into the pocket of his robe for his wand. He gave it a quick wave and a bit of parchment appeared. I will have you writing lines, if you don't stop using that word to describe yourself, he growled, shoving the parchment at Harry. I am not a freak. Written 100 times. Harry didn't know why that suddenly had him sniffling. He let go of the parchment to use his sleeve to wipe his nose. That's still disgusting, Snape told him, handing him a handkerchief. He took the parchment from Harry's other hand, waved his wand, levitating it over to the wall over Harry's desk, and sticking it there. I'll leave it there to remind you, he said. That did it for Harry. The sniffling turned to real tears. He buried his face in his knees, wrapping his arms tightly around his legs. A hand, Snape's hand by the scent of ginger and allspice, settled on his shoulder, not moving, just resting there. The three of them sat like that for a few minutes, before Harry gave a final sniff and looked up, mopping his face with the handkerchief. Perhaps I should go make some tea, Lupin asked, softly. Shall I bring it up? Harry suddenly felt claustrophobic. No, he said, hoarsely, I should come down. I'll help. As if making tea were some onerous chore. He got up and turned to face Professor Snape. Sir, he said softly, I'm sorry about your teacups, and whatever else I broke. He looked sheepishly at the window. Don't concern yourself, Harry, replied the man. Astonishingly, Snape gave him a tiny smile. At your age, one expects these things from time to time. He gave his wand a lazy wave and muttered a repairing charm. He stood wearily. Where's your cane, sir? Asked Harry, suddenly noting how unsteady on his feet the potion master was. HMMPH. I believe I left it downstairs, in my haste to see what the noise was all about. Snape replied, Don't worry, I'll manage. Leaning heavily on the banister, he made his way downstairs. Harry began to wash the dishes in the sink, but Lupin waved him off. I'll get it, go sit with Professor Snape. If Lupin was hoping that they'd start another conversation, he was disappointed. They sat around the table together, not saying anything for a few minutes. Lupin moved around the kitchen making himself food. Have you both eaten? He asked. Snape and Harry both nodded, so Lupin set teacups in front of them. They drank their tea in silence. Harry couldn't even say he was lost in thought, because right now, his mind seemed completely blank. Lupin sat down with his own breakfast, and neither Harry nor Snape had said a word. Lupin looked at them both and seemed to find something amusing, if the quirk of his mouth meant anything. The knocking at the door nearly made Harry spill his tea into his lap. I'll get it. Lupin stood to go down the hall. I'll wager it's Mrs. Cook. Be careful what you say, growled Snape. I do not want the ministry here. Lupin rolled his eyes, transfigured his pajamas into jeans and a sweater, and went to open the door. Good morning, Mrs. Cook, Harry heard him say. What can I do for you? Sorry to bother you so early, she said, sounding worried about something. I just thought you should see this. I imagine Severus doesn't have the paper delivered. Harry wondered what a Muggle paper could possibly have in it that Mrs. Cook would find compelling enough to bring over. More surprisingly, Professor Lupin's voice went immediately from friendly to worried. Oh my, he said, yes, thank you. We hadn't seen this yet. Harry turned around to look down the page at Lupin and Mrs. Cook. He was holding the paper in his hand. Mrs. Cook looked very uncomfortable. I'll be next door if you need anything, she said. Lupin shut the door. I'm not sure what we should do about this. If anything, he hesitantly put the paper down on the table. Harry nearly spat out his tea. Instead he swallowed it and it went down the wrong way. When he was done coughing, he looked at the headline again. Couple arrested for child abuse at Heathrow Airport. Under the headline was a picture of Vernon and Petunia, being led away by police. Lupin leaned over the table, his hands flat on the tabletop, scanning the news article. This particular paper was the type that had a great deal of celebrity gossip on the front and a bikini-clad woman on the inside page. Severus could see that the story wasn't on the front page, as it would have been if Harry had been in the Daily Prophet, but towards the back, with a few stories of true crime and other depravity. Severus watched the other man's brow furrow, tried to gauge how bad it could be. "Well," he snapped, having no patience to wait while the man read the damned thing to himself. Harry was shaking like a leaf. "You said no one would find out," whispered the boy. Severus gripped his wand in his pocket in case the child's magic acted up again. Carefully, he put his other hand on Harry's shoulder. That was becoming an increasingly natural gesture. It seemed to help. At least there were no exploding teacups. Harry scooted his chair towards Severus. "What are they saying about me?" the boy asked, tremulously. Severus realized distractedly that there was a small hand gripping his robe. "It doesn't name you." Lupin sounded relieved, his shoulders were relaxing by degrees. He pushed the paper over to Severus, retook his seat across from Harry. The potions master let go of his wand, pulled the paper over to him to read, while he kept that steadying hand Harry's shoulder. The young wizard made no move to read the article, looking at the paper as if it were a dead rat. The picture showed Vernon and Petunia flanked on either side by police. Petunia was trying to cover her face with her handcuffed hands, while Vernon snarled at the photographer. House of Horror, acting on information received from Scottish Child Care and Protection Network authorities, investigated the home of Vernon and Petunia Dursley, where they found evidence of horrific child abuse and neglect. According to files, the couple have been arrested for keeping their 10-year-old, mentally impaired nephew locked in the bedroom for over 2 years, only allowing the boy out to do chores and attend school. It appears that the boy was sent to live with his aunt and uncle after his parents died in a drunk driving incident 8 years ago. The young victim was only allowed to use the family bathroom for a few minutes in the morning and evening, according to reports. Neighbors say the boy, who has not been named, was only ever seen working in the garden. "I've seen the poor lad working out in the garden from morning till night," says a next-door neighbor, "skinny little thing, but Petunia just used to say he was fussy about food." Of course, with his problems, it was hard to know what was going on. He never spoke to anyone, wouldn't look you in the eye. Out of place in the otherwise immaculate house, 7 locks secure a grimy, ill-lit upstairs room containing an old desk and a camp bed, while the bedroom next door overflows with the latest in electronic gadgets. A few ragged and stained but freshly laundered t-shirts hang in a pressboard wardrobe that looks like it was salvaged from a skip. Brown stains on the floor and bars on the window convey the impression of a third-world prison cell, rather than a child's bedroom. Even the smell is reminiscent. A bucket in the corner gives silent testimony of the duration of the child's imprisonment. Worse evidence faced investigators, as they searched the house. In a boot cupboard under the stairs they found clear evidence that the child had been locked in there, possibly for a prolonged period of time. Children's scribbles and a few little stars, bright blue and lime green, appear to have been drawn across the walls in magic markers, sporadic flares of color on grimy ivory. A handwritten sign proclaimed it to be a boy's room, and a dirty crib mattress with a blanket lay in the corner, a few broken toys hidden underneath it. The abuse came to light during a routine health inspection at the boys' school, a secure facility for mentally disabled children. The exam found evidence of recent and past physical abuse, along with evidence of severe malnutrition. The Dursleys told police they were forced to keep the child locked up to stop him taking food from the fridge, and to prevent him acting out dangerously, alleging that he assaulted a family member this past summer. The couple's own son was apparently well treated, showing no signs of either neglect or abuse. When questioned, the older boy frankly stated that the other boy had been locked up almost every day since he'd come to live with them. Experts say that it is apparent that the nephew was the victim of target child syndrome. Targeting one child for abuse is actually more common than people would believe. Many parents single out one individual child for their negative attention and abusive treatment. Severus had read enough. He breathed a sigh of relief for sloppy reporting. "They've got your age wrong in the story." "How well known is the Dursley name?" Harry shook his head. "I hardly ever talk about them," he muttered. "I think only the Weasleys and Hermione know their name." "The situation is not dire, then," Severus told him firmly. "Very few wizards follow Muggle news, particularly this type of paper. Those who do aren't likely to connect a mentally disabled 10-year-old with the 13-year-old boy who lived. Dumbledore needs to be told, nonetheless, Lupin said, putting down his teacup. He stood up and summoned his cloak. I should go inform him. Tell Poppy, too, grunted Severus. I'll speak to Arthur Weasley. Should someone at the Ministry make the connection, he'll need to know. Quote. Lupin nodded curtly, then paused to say in a gentle voice, Harry. It'll be all right, really. The boy was looking rather green now. Too much drama in one morning. They must have talked to the Wilkinses, Harry muttered, ignoring Lupin completely. Mr. Wilkins always thought I was a lot younger than Dudley. Aunt Petunia told Mrs. Wilkins I was mental. Lupin caught Severus' eye over Harry's head. Will you be all right until Arthur gets here? He asked Severus solicitously. He gave a smile that Severus Umed was supposed to be encouraging. Wait. Harry shook himself, apparently taking in what Lupin said. You mean Mr. Weasley? At Lupin's affirmative nod he asked, why is Mr. Weasley going to be here? Severus replied, Professor Lupin has some pressing business tonight and tomorrow at Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey feels that we need some help while he's gone. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have invited us to stay with them. He peered closely at the boy to see how he'd react, somewhat relieved to see that the child was at least curious. Briefly Harry met Severus' gaze. The child's open face reflected uncertainty, distrust and something like pleading. Then his eyes seemed to go blank and he looked away. All right, he said quietly. He scratched Snuffles' head. What should we do with Snuffles? He asked. I don't know if they'll have room for him. Lupin smiled gently. I'll take him back to Hogwarts, shall I? He can stay with Hagrid overnight. The professor patted his hand against his thigh and Snuffles jumped up to go to the man. Harry nodded vacantly, still not meeting either man's gaze. Bereft of the dog, the child let go of Severus' robe as well, folded his hands in front of him on the table and stared at them. Pack up some clothes for 2 days, Severus told the child, hoping to distract him for 5 minutes. That vacant nodding again, but his trembling had subsided. Did you tell Mr. and Mrs. Weasley about? He trailed off. No, Severus replied firmly. They know I have been ill, but that's all. You may decide how much or little to tell them. I'd rather they not know, Harry said in a subdued tone. His hands and his shoulders slowly relaxed, so Severus Umed that he was at least a little worried. That's fine, Harry, Lupin urged him. Whatever you're comfortable with. Harry stood. All just. He made an uncertain gesture with his hand in the direction of the door to the hallway and then turned on his heel, fleeing the 2 men. Severus listened to the boy's light tread on the stairs. Taking his wand from his pocket he threw a one-way silencing charm on the door. Lupin watched him with interest. The dog sat next to the man, looking as interested in whatever Severus had to say as Lupin did. What do you think this will mean to Harry? It galled Severus to ask Lupin for advice, but he was out of his depth. The other man sighed. I'm afraid this is likely to hit him pretty hard once it sinks in. Lupin looked up at the ceiling and then crossed the floor to sit back down. He's been telling himself that his relatives weren't that bad. I think that this, Lupin spread his hand to indicate the headline, is likely to bring home to him how abnormal the whole situation was. It's better for most people if they're able to come to that realization slowly. Do you think he's in danger of harming himself again? Severus asked in a low voice, verbalizing the fear that most haunted his thoughts. A shiver passed through him as he involuntarily pictured again the scene of Harry, barely breathing, almost unconscious and struggling against the makeshift rope. The man looked uncommonly grave. I'm afraid we can't discount the possibility that this could send him right over the edge. He shook his head. But I think for now, a verbal agreement with him not to injure himself is the best we can do. Severus nodded his understanding. In his experience, sworn word was indeed a preventative to suicidal gestures. In his own students, he'd found that the very act of promising to speak to someone first was often enough to derail the impulse. Lupin went on, I would say that Harry's need for silence on this should be respected. Not to mention that although I trust the Weasleys' discretion, I shudder to think what would happen if the Ministry were to get wind of this. Don't talk to me about the Ministry, snarled Severus. Suddenly all the tension twisting through him seemed to come to an abrupt boil. You hardly need tell me what their views on fellow Seer, he spat. At the other man's blank look, he growled, "I'm sure you must have heard about my mother's death." Lupin shook his head. "I'm afraid not." That surprised Severus. He'd assumed that the whole mess had been common knowledge at school. Other pureblood students had certainly not been shy about discussing it. Although, now that he considered it, Lupin had never been one to listen to gossip. "My mother's death was determined by the ministry to be self-murder," Severus said in a deadly quiet voice. Lupin's eyes grew wide, his face paling. I didn't know that," he said, putting a hand out toward Severus. "I'm sorry." Severus wished he felt well enough to sweep from the room in a temper. He settled for snatching his hand out of Lupin's reach. "Spare me, Lupin," he hissed, crossing his arms over his. "The ministry, did they confiscate my mother's ETS?" gritted Severus. "Drag her name and the name of her family through the mud? Refuse her burial in her family crypt?" "Yes, on all counts." Lupin looked positively distressed. "Severus, never mind," Severus said wearily. He just didn't have the energy to sustain his anger. "That's neither here nor there. Getting back to Harry, I'll talk this latest over with Arthur. He sent me an owl this morning that he and his eldest son will stop here around lunchtime to escort us. I'll stay until then." "In that case," said Lupin, "Dumbledore can wait." Severus shook his head. "I disagree. I think you need to inform the headmaster immediately, and I certainly don't want to put this in an owl." He also really wanted Lupin to leave him in peace, rather than hovering over him like a nervous nursemaid. The other professor sighed, shifting uncomfortably. "If that's what you prefer." He stood again. "You can reach me until this evening. Moonrise is around 6. Severus nodded sharply. "Go check on Harry before you leave," he said, not having the wherewithal to climb the stairs again. "Anything you need before I go?" Lupin stood at the door to Harry's room with a leashed Snuffles, keeping a cautious eye on Hedwig, who was making low noises in her throat and bobbing her head threateningly. Snuffles lowered his head and gave her the slightest of growls. "Not from you," the young wizard thought resentfully, but all he said was, "I'm fine." He kept tossing stuff into his bag, refusing to look at Lupin. The man stepped forward into the room. Hedwig did not like that. She bobbed her head more deeply and made a sound halfway between a "creak" and a hiss, clacking her beak and spreading her wings. Snuffles yipped and growled at her more loudly. "Stop it, you two," Harry said sharply, looking up from his packing. Both his familiars subsided. Snuffles with that look of shame dogs sometimes get, Hedwig with more dignity, merely folding her wings and turning her head away from the intruders. Lupin gave him an evaluating look, nodded. "We'll see you day after tomorrow, then." Harry shrugged. "Whatever," he muttered. He sort of liked the way the word felt in his mouth. The minor insolence made him feel a bit more in control. The professor made to walk away, but Snuffles tugged against the leash and whined. Harry left his packing to come over and give his dog a scratch behind the ears. "Sorry about this," he told the animal quietly, "but you'll be okay with Hagrid." One last pat and a scratch and Harry let the animal go with the professor. The rest of the morning ped quietly. Harry heard Snape put on some of his music in the living room. The record was one he was apparently fond of, as Harry had heard him play it several times. It suited Harry's mood too, dark and angry. Some of the lyrics could have been pulled from his own head. "Cold as a razor blade, tight as a tourniquet, dry as a funeral drum." The boy smiled bitterly, as the next bit sounded like someone throwing things around and shouting at someone to musical accompaniment. The singer said something about looking for his favorite axe. Harry thought he'd quite like an axe at the moment. He threw the invisibility cloak into his bag, after some consideration. Hedwig, still alert on her perch, looked at him enquiringly. "We're going to the burrow," Harry told her. "You meet us there, okay?" She bobbed her head and nipped his fingers affectionately. Harry opened the window for her, then settled down onto his bed with tales of Beetle the Bard. He was restless, though, nervous about seeing Ron again. He was just happy not to have to face Hermione yet. The phone ringing startled Harry out of his thoughts. The music cut off. "Hello," Snape's voice said. "Yes, this is he." A pause. A longer pause. Then Snape's voice became too quiet to hear from where Harry sat on the bed. Curious about who could be calling, Harry crept out onto the landing. It didn't sound like Mrs. Granger. Snape's voice sounded very formal, as though he were speaking to a stranger. "We'll be in Ottery Street Catchpole tonight and for the next 2 days," Snape told whoever it was. "Yes," the man's voice was smooth and urbane, "I quite understand. That would be most convenient, yes. I beg your pardon, but could you hold for just a moment?" The sound from downstairs abruptly cut off. Snape must have cast a silencing spell. Harry settled himself to sit on the top step anyway. After about 15 minutes, Snape emerged from the kitchen. He turned and saw Harry sitting on the top step. He stood at the bottom. "Are you packed?" he asked. Harry nodded, thinking that Snape was looking very haggard from all the drama that morning. For a second, the boy felt bad for upsetting the man when he was still so clearly ill. Then he reminded himself that Snape and Lupin had decided that drugging him was a good idea. Snape also thought that leaving him with the Dursleys when he was a baby was a good idea. How often had Harry dreamed as a small child of someone coming to rescue him from the damned cupboard? Snape could have done so at any time. Whatever Dumbledore's game was, Snape hadn't needed to play it. A small voice in the back of Harry's head reminded him that Snape had said that he really had thought that Aunt Petunia would be a good guardian. Angrily, Harry dismissed that. Back in the summer, they all thought Aunt Petunia had been a good enough guardian, but now she was up on charges. Taking a chance, Harry took a deep breath as Snape climbed the stairs. "Did they say why Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia got arrested?" he asked as the man brushed past him. "The Scots Child Protection notified English authorities, who must have filed the charges," Snape replied, pausing on the stairs. "Scots," Harry repeated slowly. "Where does Scotland come into this?" Snape was standing on the same step Harry was sitting on. He walked down a couple stairs and sat next to the child. He looked at his hands as he spoke. "Hogwarts is in Scotland," he said quietly. "Madame Pomfrey had me give Mrs. Granger your file to take to a social worker friend of hers. The file said that your school made a report and that you have been put into my custody by Scots Child Protection. It meant that they would have to charge the Dursleys in England. Your file has a charm on it that ensures that it will find its way back to Arthur Weasley. It also has an obfuscation charm, which is likely why so many facts in the story are wrong." The man sighed heavily. "It never occurred to me that they'd be arrested so publicly or on a slow news day. You, and Madame Pomfrey." Harry felt befuddled and hurt. But, why? He never thought Madame Pomfrey would be added to the list of people who'd betrayed his trust. Snape's black eyes were snapping with anger when he turned to look at Harry. "Because what they did was criminal, Harry." His voice was soft, even though he looked murderous. "We cannot bring them to justice in the wizarding world, but we can have them brought up on charges in the Muggle court." "You gave me your word you wouldn't tell anyone," Harry said softly. "I didn't," Snape denied, but then he stopped, blew out a long breath. He started over in almost a whisper. "Sadly, not all promises can be kept, despite our best efforts." His voice gained volume as he continued. "You meant that what was most important to you was that the Ministry and the Prefect stay out of it." Well, yes, that was true, but Harry hadn't wanted to get into the Muggle papers, either. "Perhaps you should read what was written," Snape said, standing. Harry shook his head. He had no interest in reading the thing. "As you wish." Snape walked up the stairs, into his room. Harry ummed he was getting dressed. A few minutes later, Snape emerged in wizard robes rather than the Muggle clothes he'd been wearing around the house. He glanced down at Harry when he went past, but the boy wouldn't look at him. Harry didn't know how long he sat on the stairs. Long enough that the professor's album played all the way through. He feared to speculate on what Ron was going to say about this whole mess and Hermione was going to be impossible. His stomach hurt. He wondered if he should mention it to Snape, but then he thought about how the man had slipped him the truth potion and he put that thought right out of his mind. Someone knocked at the door. "I've got it," Snape called unnecessarily. Unnecessary because Harry wasn't planning on moving until he absolutely had to. Mr. Weasley and another red-headed man stood at the door. Mr. Weasley smiled at Snape. "Professor Snape, how are you feeling?" "Well enough," grunted Snape, stepping aside so the men could come in. Harry thought that this was the longest Snape had been awake since that night. When they came in, Mr. Weasley and the other man seemed to give Snape a long, appraising look. Harry wondered what they were seeing. After an uncomfortable pause, the man Harry didn't know said, "Dad told us what you did for Ginny, sir." His voice was low, as though speaking to someone who was deathly ill. "When I found out," he swallowed hard. "That spell hasn't been used in 50 years or more." As he spoke, Harry remembered seeing this man in the hospital wing the morning they left Hogwarts. That must be Bill Weasley, he surmised. The Weasleys had visited him in Egypt last summer. "I'm aware of that, but it is still taught to healers," Snape replied stiffly. There was something strange in Snape's voice. Defensiveness. The man nodded. "But it's not exactly normal healing magic, is it? Don't forget I'm a curse breaker." The way he said it seemed to imply that he had some special knowledge of the spell. Bill was not what Harry would have expected. He didn't dress much like a wizard, nor did he dress like a wizard pretending to be a muggle. Like Snape, he seemed to be consciously trying to project an image. In Bill's case, he wouldn't have drawn a second look from muggles on the street, unless it was to admire his style. His hair was longer than Snape's and also held in a ponytail. He had an earring shaped like a sharp tooth in one ear and boots to match his leather coat. He wouldn't have looked out of place at a rock concert or a posh nightclub. "Then in that case, I should say as well as can be expected," Snape growled. "I must admit, your expertise on this spell is probably superior to mine. I only have a few books that reference it, and without access to the Leary, I haven't been able to research it adequately." Snape shocked Harry by this admission of ignorance. Apparently he surprised the Weasleys, as well. They glanced uncertainly at each other and then Mr. Weasley said, "Bill has a great deal of knowledge about, obscure spells of this type. And, well, I just want you to know, we understand what you've done. Anything that is in our power to. At the moment, I believe that all I need is a quiet place to sleep for the next 48 hours, interrupted Snape, impatiently cutting off Mr. Weasley's hesitant speech. "Of course, Professor," said Mr. Weasley deferentially. "Where's Harry?" He looked around. Spotting Harry at the top of the stairs, he gave him an encouraging smile. "How are you, Harry? Do you need help with anything?" "I'm fine, Mr. Weasley." Harry smiled back at the man, trying to keep his nervousness from showing. "Harry," Snape turned to look up the stairs. "Would you retrieve my bag from my room?" "Yes, sir," replied Harry, standing up and doing what he was told. He picked up the small leather bag that Snape had left on the bed. It seemed too small to hold a change of clothes, but Harry supposed that was Snape's problem. He went to his own room, swung his own bag over his shoulder and hurried down the stairs. "I don't think you've met Bill," said Mr. Weasley when Harry reached the bottom. "Hello, Harry." Bill put out his hand to shake Harry's. "Good to meet you. Do we have everything?" Mr. Weasley asked. Snape looked at Harry appraising Ly before muttering, "Wait a moment." Accio Harry's broom. The closet in Snape's room banged open and Harry's broom zipped down the stairs to hover in the air next to him. Harry took it out of the air, staring at Snape in disbelief. He hadn't even bothered asking if he could take his broom, on the umption that Snape would never allow it. The tall man smiled slightly. "You nearly forgot that," he said, sounding like it had been a plan all along. "Right, are we fit?" asked Bill, as though nothing extraordinary had happened. "I'll take Harry then. Have you ever apparated?" The boy shook his head. "Well, just grab hold of my arm." Bill took Harry's free hand and wrapped it around the crook of his elbow. It happened too quickly for Harry to realize what was happening. He felt as though he'd been led into a black hole through a straw. Before he really had time to panic, he was on his knees in the front garden of the burrow. "All right there, Harry?" Bill asked kindly as he reached down to help Harry up. "It can be a bit unpleasant at first, apparition." Harry swallowed hard, hoping he wasn't going to puke on Bill. After a second the urge ped. "Harry." Mrs. Weasley swooped down on him, seemingly out of nowhere, and engulfed him in a brief hug. She backed off to hold him by the shoulders and stare him in the face. "You look a bit peaky," she said. "Have you been eating? Professor Lupin said you'd been feeling under the weather." The boy smiled a little and nodded. "Just haven't been sleeping well," he muttered. "Well, I'm glad you're here, dear," she said gently. "The lunch is on the table. You go on in with the boys, we'll be along in a minute." Harry gave her a grin and headed into the house. If nothing else, he could look forward to 2 days of her excellent cooking. Arthur Weasley politely held out his arm for Severus. Resenting the necessity of needing another's power for apparating, the professor gritted his teeth and took it. After a moment of suspended darkness, Severus' feet touched earth. His knees, then his 2 hands followed. "Professor Snape," called Weasley in alarm. Severus didn't answer, unable to speak while he vomited into the GR. He closed his eyes tightly, the spasms shuddering through him, leaving him utterly limp as they ped. He heard a quiet conversation between the 2 Weasley men. Mrs. Weasley's higher voice joined them. Fortunately, he didn't hear either his charge or the infernal voices of any of the Weasley boys. Taking a deep breath, he chanced to look around himself. It appeared they were alone in the Weasleys' yard. That was a mercy. "Professor." Mrs. Weasley was kneeling beside him. "Do you think you can get up now? I can conjure a stretcher." "No," Severus rasped, shaking his head. "Thank you," he added, grudgingly. "If you and Mr. Weasley could just—" he paused to breathe, "just help me up." Immediately, 2 sets of hands grasped him by the elbows and drew him up, steadying him as he stood on shaking legs. "I beg your pardon," Severus bit out, appalled by his own weakness. He'd never been this ill after apparating, not even coming home from a Death Eater meeting where Crucio had been liberally thrown about. "Quite all right, Mrs. Weasley said softly. She stood in front of him while the 2 men stood on either side. "Would you like a stomach-calming draft?" Severus shook his head, trusting more of his weight to his own feet. "It's ped now," his voice grated in his dry throat. Mrs. Weasley gave her husband a glance. "Do you think you could have some tea and see if it stays down?" "Yes, thank you." Severus took the cane that Mrs. Weasley bent down to pick up from the ground and offered to him. He pulled his arms from the grasp of the 2 Weasley men. "And then, if you could just show me where you'd like me to sleep, Mrs. Weasley." "Yes, of course, Professor," Mrs. Weasley said. "And please, call me Molly." She said this as though she were a little hurt that he'd forgotten that she'd already told him this. "Bill, I told the boys to start without us. See if your sister needs any help." The young man gave them all a doubtful look, almost as if he were afraid to leave his parents alone with the grim potions master, but all he said was, "Right, Mum," before heading off to the door of the house. Severus heard the young man raise his voice as he walked in, but didn't catch the words. Hopefully he was stopping the Weasley twins from having the kitchen down around their ears. "Come long then, Professor," said Molly. "Arthur and I can help you, if you need." "No, I'm fine," growled Severus, having had enough of the overly solicitous woman. He managed to stagger into the house under his own power. He was not going to appear in front of that pack of children looking as though he were ready to drop dead. The loud talk from the kitchen came to an abrupt halt as the 3 walked in. Percy, Ron, Fred, George and Harry were all seated at the table. Bill and Ginny were nowhere in evidence. The boys had taken Molly at her word and were already tucking into shepherd's pie. One of the twins jumped up out of the chair that was closest to the door and next to Harry. He took his plate and ped it to his twin, who put it at the empty place on his other side. "Take this seat, sir," he said, so politely that Severus immediately suspected a trick. Harry must have, as well. He gave Fred, this was the twin wearing a sweater with an F on it, a look of open-mouthed horror. Then his eyes flew to look at the adults. Molly didn't seem to bat an eye. She took Severus by the shoulders and steered him to that chair. His only choice was to sit there or get involved in an undignified struggle with the woman. He was far too tired for that and decided that he would be entertained by whatever hell Molly cooked up for her son after he embered the family. "Get the professor some tea," she told Fred, who was still standing, briskly. "2 sugars and extra milk, am I right?" she asked Severus kindly. He nodded numbly as he gingerly sat down. Absolutely nothing happened. Harry stared at him, then turned to look at Ron on his other side, mouthing something that Severus couldn't see. Ron shook his head minutely. Arthur took his own seat on the other side of the table, filling a plate with food and pinging it over to Severus. Fred came back with tea from the pot that was sitting on the sideboard, giving it to Severus with a smile. "Here you are, sir," he said politely. Severus heard Harry snort and cover it with a cough. He glanced up at Severus, his eyes holding an expression other than anger for the first time all day. Probably for the first time since Ginny had overdosed, come to think of it. Severus' own mouth twitched upward at the corner. Apparently that was enough for Harry's self-control to go to pieces, and he erupted in a fit of giggles. "What?" demanded Fred. Harry just shook his head, seemingly unable to get a grip, while he kept laughing. The surrealism of the whole scene struck Severus suddenly, and he laughed too. The room froze for a second, the children, except for Harry, staring at their humorless professor. Severus was so tired that their reaction set off more laughter. After a moment, he thought he had himself under control, taking a deep breath, but he made the mistake of looking at Harry. Harry, for his part, had almost got himself together and was trying to restore his composure by taking a sip of tea. At meeting Severus' eyes, he seemed to inhale over his mouthful and got the most peculiar look on his face, before involuntarily spitting the entire mouthful out, spraying the table, himself and Severus. Harry gasped in a breath, staring at Severus, clearly expecting the back of the man's hand. The boy's horrified expression drew another laugh from Severus. He couldn't help it. He couldn't have said what was so funny, but he started laughing again and didn't stop. The rest of the people in the room erupted in laughter too. "God, Harry," said one of the boys, over the laughter. "Can't take you anywhere." "No, you have to take him twice," called one of the others. "Once to apologize." Somewhere in the chaos, Severus felt his damp clothes dry. Molly had taken out her wand and, with an indulgent expression, she was cleaning up the spilt tea. Her eyes met Severus and her smile contained as much relief as the boy's laughter. The meal continued noisily, although the laughter seemed to have faded now. The boys were talking merrily and loudly to each other and Arthur. "I'm sorry, Molly," Severus finally had enough breath to say. She patted his arm as she sat down in the seat George hastily gave up to her when she gave his shoulder a shove. "Don't worry about anything, Professor," she said, happily helping herself after summoning a plate. "What did we miss?" Bill called. He and Ginny stood in the doorway of the kitchen. She looked wan and pale, but at least she was on her feet and dressed. The boys tripped over themselves trying to explain what had happened to Bill, who gave Severus another one of those worried looks as he and Arthur helped get Ginny settled into a chair and served. Ginny avoided looking at both himself and Harry, Severus noticed. Arthur filled her plate for her and she was able to pick up a fork, although her handling of it was clumsy. Her appetite still seemed to be off, for she chased her food around on the plate rather than put any of it in her mouth. Most of the boys had already finished eating, by now. Molly looked around at them and said, "Why don't you lot all go out to the orchard with your brooms?" This suggestion was greeted with great enthusiasm. The boys hurriedly started taking their plates over to the sink. Harry glanced at Severus, suddenly apprehensive. "You don't mind if I go on, Harry," Severus said, sighing. The fatigue was catching up with him. "Just be careful." The child nodded, biting his lip. "Go on, dear." Molly was still sitting next to Severus. She poured him some more tea. "I'll look after the professor." Harry smiled, looking relieved. He grabbed his broom from beside the kitchen door as all the boys thundered outside. "Professor?" Bill asked quietly from his seat beside Ginny. He glanced almost apologetically at his sister. We were wondering if you felt up to discussing." "I don't think we should talk about that now," Arthur broke in, his tone more decisive than Severus had ever heard it. "Professor Snape is clearly exhausted. I think this should wait until he's had some time to rest." Bill nodded, but his eyebrows were drawn together in a frown and he crossed his arms over his. Ginny looked up at Severus, meeting his eyes briefly. She hurriedly looked away. In point of fact, Severus was too exhausted to have any kind of conversation. "Come along," Molly said gently. "Let's get you lying down." She took him by the elbow and led him down the hallway. Severus was relieved that she seemed intent on putting him in a bedroom on their ground floor. Knowing that the Weasleys were not well off, and knowing how many people lived in their house, he'd worried that he would have to sleep on the couch in their front room. When she opened the door, it was clear that she was putting him into her and Arthur's bedroom. "Molly, there's no need for me to put you out of your bed," he felt compelled to mutter. "Don't worry, Professor," she replied. "I'm still sleeping in Ginny's room with her." Arthur will be perfectly all right taking Charlie's bed in Bill's room. We've put Harry in with Ron, so it's all fine. Severus just didn't have the strength to argue, although he did say, "It seems foolish for you to keep referring to me as Professor." "Severus will do," Molly beamed. "Of course, dear." She seemed to feel he needed help quite as much as he had done when he was in the hospital wing. Although she didn't attempt to support him, she stayed right beside him until he was sitting on the edge of the bed. She'd already turned down the blankets. He shrugged out of his outer robe and handed it to Molly. She took it and hung it on the back of the door. "Do you need anything else?" she asked. Someone had already put his bag on the end of the bed. Arthur or Molly must have conjured it here. Severus contemplated fishing around in his bag for a nightshirt, but decided against it. The woman might take it into her head to help him change into it. "No, thank you." He bent and pulled off his boots and lay down in his shirtsleeves and trousers, tucking his wand under his pillow. He was so tired that he fell asleep before Molly closed the door behind her. It was an undetermined number of hours later that he was woken by voices yelling. "Mum!" Harry fell off his broom. Was the only thing Severus understood from the cacophony. The boy's words of the day before echoed chillingly through Severus' mind, and he thought his heart would stop. 3 steps took him into the hallway, and 4 long strides took him into the kitchen, elbowing his way past the gaggle of red-headed boys who stood at the door. "Let me have a look then, Harry," Molly was saying. "How did you ever fall off your broom?" She was much too calm, by Severus' estimation. Harry was sitting with his back to the door to the hallway. The injury couldn't be seen from where Severus was standing. "I didn't fall," the child began. "Then what did happen, Harry?" Severus demanded, harshly. "Oh, Severus," Molly said, looking up from examining the boy's injuries. She had the audacity to smile at him. "Ron, get the professor a chair and a cup of tea." She looked back down at Harry. "Now hold still, dear, I'm rather good at this." She paused, concentrating. Apparently she was good at healing magic because she was using a nonverbal healing spell. Severus kept his mouth shut, not liking to disturb her when she was in the middle of fixing whatever damage the boy had managed to inflict on himself. He took the offered cup of tea in the chair, but sat on the edge of it, tight with anxiety. "There, all done. How does that feel?" she asked when she finished waving her wand in front of the child's face. "Better, thank you," Harry replied politely. "What happened, Harry?" Severus repeated his question. His voice was a little louder than it needed to be in the crowded kitchen. Harry finally turned to look at Severus. The front of his shirt was just soaked in blood. He fell off his broom, one of the twins urged. "I did not," Harry returned hotly. "You missed that bludger and it knocked me off." The child looked nervously at his guardian. "It was an accident," he said more quietly. "I swear." "And all this blood?" asked Severus tightly. "Bloody nose," the youngest Weasley boy put in. "He always bleeds like that when he gets one." Molly's Scourgify made short work of the blood on the shirt. "You lot go get cleaned up for dinner," she said, sounding completely unperturbed. She made little shooing motions with her hands. "Go on." The entire cavalcade of boys trooped up the stairs. Severus found himself alone in the kitchen with Molly. He sipped on his tea, feeling his shoulders relax slowly. He realized belatedly that he held his wand in his hand. He had snatched it up when he left the bedroom. Feeling slightly foolish, he tucked it into the pocket in his sleeve. The witch didn't say anything for a few minutes, puttering about in the kitchen instead. She put some biscuits in front of him. "You should eat something, you're too thin." "I'm fine," Severus sighed. He took a biscuit anyway. Molly gave him a sort of measuring glance. "Harry's put on some weight." She sat down at the table with her own teacup. She looked almost as tired as Severus felt. "It's good to see. How is your daughter?" Severus asked in an effort to be polite. "She's getting better. She limps and she's always tired, but the healers say that's normal." Molly shook her head. "She's still very quiet. We've had her seeing the mind healer Poppy recommended. I'm not sure if it's helping, but Arthur and we've been going with her sometimes. It's very helpful for us." She's been explaining some of what Ginny's been experiencing. "Where is Miss Weasley now?" Severus asked. "Sleeping." Molly indicated the large clock that stood on the end wall of the kitchen. There were many hands on it, each with a little picture of someone's face. Severus counted 11 hands in all. The hand that had Ginny's face on it was pointed to bed. After another minute of staring, Severus realized there were 2 raven-haired faces among the redheads. Sure he must be mistaken, the professor stood to look more closely at the clock. Molly seemed to be holding her breath. As that, "Did you put me on your family clock?" Severus asked, dumbfounded. There was his picture, sneering at him when it noticed he was looking. Molly came to stand beside him, twisting the tea towel up in her hands. "Ah, no. The clock is spelled to add family members automatically. It's only added the children before now. It was like that when we got back. Bill says that it's because of that spell." "And Harry?" Severus asked quietly. "He appeared at the same time," confirmed Molly. "Bill and Arthur should be home soon. We, wondered if we could speak to you about this, actually." She was still twisting the tea towel around in her hands. Her voice was a bit higher than usual. "About what?" he asked, feeling bemused. His knees started to ache, so he walked back to the table. "The spell. We've been conferring with a few experts Bill knows. On the quiet, of course." She followed him back to the table. "It's not something I knew much about and," her mouth twisted like she'd eaten something sour, "I really have no interest in consulting with Dumbledore about this." Severus nodded. The headmaster wouldn't be very popular around the Weasley household at the moment. "But, why aren't Minerva and Poppy there?" asked Severus after a moment of thought. "Bill says it's probably because Poppy's taken the healer's oath and Minerva's head of Gryffindor." That made sense. Heads of house were in loco parentis and had obligations to their students beyond merely a student-teacher relationship. Plus, the Weasleys had been sorted into Gryffindor since Weasleys attended Hogwarts. "Bill said that the spell goes back to the founders." "Did he?" Severus said distantly. "Helga Hufflepuff invented it." Molly poured herself some more tea. "Or so goes the legend. Bill wanted to lure us, I think. It's acquired a rather dark reputation since then." Yes. Severus wondered where this conversation was going, and how long it would be before he could in courtesy go back to bed. "If you don't mind my asking, where did you learn it?" "I mean," Molly was twisting the tea towel around her hands again. "Did you take any healing oaths?" The man shook his head. "No, I went as far as Medi-Wizard with healing, but no further." Severus found that small talk was always tiresome at the best of times, now it was outright exhausting. "You'll forgive me, Molly," he said, setting down his teacup. "I'm afraid I'm not up to conversation." "Oh, of course." She jumped up and followed him back the room he was sleeping in. "I'll fetch you in some dinner later, shall I?" she asked. "And we really do need to talk about things." She sounded quite concerned, Severus thought, but his was moving far too slowly to understand why. It was much later when he awoke again, the room dark and the house quiet. He levered himself up and lit his wand. Now, he was hungry. There was light and hushed voices in the kitchen. "Yes, but don't you think he knows that?" Bill Weasley was saying. His father replied, "According to Remus, he's been in quite a state." "Of course, now that I've spoken to him." The three of them fell as silent as first years caught out of bounds when the professor came to stand in the doorway. "Severus, how do you feel?" Molly was sitting at the table with Bill and Arthur. Severus shrugged dismissively. He wasn't interested in discussing himself. "Where's Harry?" he asked, much more concerned with his ward. "Harry went to bed about an hour ago," answered Arthur. He exchanged a tense look with his wife and son. "Is something wrong?" demanded Severus. "Harry, no, Molly said. She stood up and guided him to a chair, yet again. Severus was going to have to get her to stop doing that. "Harry's fine. He seems a little depressed, poor thing. Remus sent us a copy of that dreadful article." Well, that saved Severus from breaking the news. Molly went to the stove. "I have stew, if you're hungry." She picked up an empty bowl and looked at him inquiringly. "Yes, please." The Weasley men were staring fixedly at Severus. "You have something to say to me?" he asked as they continued to look at him, even after Molly had put the full plate of stew in front of him. Arthur cleared his throat and looked away, but Bill squared his shoulders. "We were wondering, Professor," he said, very seriously, "whether you were planning on exercising your prerogative in regards to Ginny." "I beg your pardon?" Severus asked, completely nonplussed. Obviously he was missing something. My Prerogative. Rather than give a straight answer, Bill picked up a very old book that lay on the table, opened it and gave it a tap of his wand. He then ped it over to Severus. The magically highlighted paragraph read, "Where the dark uses of the spell. It is said that it lends itself to necromancy as pieces of soul are traded to death and dwell beyond the veil. In balance, the casters should be either healer, blood kin or sworn kin, for the binding of one soul to another is irrevocable. A caster who is neither kin nor healer has rights of refusal in the apprenticeship, adoption or marriage contract. Do not cast without due consideration, as the consequences are thus." Severus stopped reading at the laundry list of side effects. Molly and Arthur reached out to take each other's hands, looking at him apprehensively. Bill leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowed in suspicion and challenge. "I'm afraid I don't understand your point," Severus said, feeling rather confused. He handed the grimoire back to Bill. "We just need to know, where you stand on this, Professor," Arthur said quietly, hesitating over his words. "We haven't said a lot to Ginny, but I know she understands the debt. The mind healer suggested we speak to you before we talk with Ginny. And naturally, we'd prefer that you held off anything, terribly physical, until she finished her education." Arthur's face turned a bit white, while Molly's cheeks colored. "We were wondering if it might be better to have her transferred to Beauxbatons, until she came of age, if you, felt awkward about it." Severus still wasn't following at all. "If your daughter wants to transfer for the remainder of her education, I fail to see what that has to do with me," he said slowly. This conversation was entirely nonsensical as far as Severus could see. He had no idea what to say. Molly apparently read the confusion on his face. "Professor Severus," she said softly, "the soul bond gives you the right to ask for Ginny's hand in marriage." "Madam, there are laws against that," Severus replied, appalled. Bill made an impatient noise in his throat. "Professor, according to the laws, Ginny's eligible to marry at 15. Obviously, we'd prefer she wait until she was finished at school, but the soul bond gives you the right to." "She is my student, Mr. Weasley," interrupted Severus hotly, "and a child in a particularly delicate state of mind. I hardly think being betrothed to the resident dungeon bat is going to be much good for her mental health." He realized his voice must have gotten quite loud when Arthur cast a quick silencio and an imperturbable charm for good measure. "Please put your minds at rest. I have no intention of exercising this particular prerogative." He said the last word as if it were an imprecation. Molly smiled brightly, giving her husband and son a look that said, "I told you so." Bill wasn't finished. "An apprenticeship, then?" he asked doubtfully. "She's a good potions student, but—" "God forbid," growled the potions master. "And I have my hands full enough with one ward, thank you very much." Bill shifted nervously. "What do you want, then?" At this instant, peace, quiet and perhaps another cup of tea. His voice came out petulantly. He realized uncomfortably that many wizards in his situation would jump at this chance. Never mind his personal inclinations, to marry into a respectable pure-blood family would guarantee his acceptance into certain wizarding circles. Although the Weasleys were considered eccentric, their name was older than the prince's name. It would make Snape a respectable house in itself. Molly jumped up and went to put on the kettle. "But surely, sir, enough was enough. Mr. Weasley, I am beginning to find this line of discussion rather insulting. I have no inclination to marry a woman, and I did not save your sister's life because I had hoped for some personal gain, but rather because it was my duty." "But it wasn't." "Not really," Arthur said quietly. "Yes, it was." Severus looked down at his bowl, pushing it away as he realized he'd lost his appetite. "Arthur, tomorrow go to the records office and look up the death certificate and inquest report of one Eileen Prince Snape." Bill latched onto a different part of the statement. Professor, should we be calling Charlie back from Romania?" He looked at his parents for confirmation. "I mean, Charlie understands what we owe you." The penny didn't drop for a moment. "Then, your brother wouldn't be any happier with me than your sister," Severus said gruffly, taking the tea Molly handed him. "If you must arrange a betrothal, I'm sure my ward and your sister are a much more appropriate pairing." Bill smiled for the first time since Severus had arrived at the burrow. "That'd make Ginny happy," he quipped. The burrow was almost the same as the last time Harry had visited. Ghoul in the attic, gnomes in the garden and Quidditch in the orchard. The house was, perhaps, a little more chaotic than last summer and Mrs. Weasley looked tired but, on the whole, it was the same cozy place. There was that bit of weirdness when they first got there. When Snape had walked into the kitchen and one of the twins jumped up to get the man tea, Harry had been convinced that some prank or another was in the offing. He couldn't believe the twins would be bold enough to do it right in front of Mrs. Weasley. Is he mental? Harry mouthed to Ron as George, he was the one in the sweater, but they hardly ever wore the right sweater, went to pour the man a cup of tea. The red-headed boy shook his head, with a definite, "We'll talk later," look on his face. Nothing had happened except that Harry's overstrung nerves finally snapped in a fit of giggles that ended in his spitting his tea all over Snape. With that kind of provocation, Harry reckoned he deserved a clip around the ear at the very least. Instead, the man had just laughed. Suddenly Harry understood what Lupin must have meant about profound changes. When Mrs. Weasley sent them all out to the orchard to play Quidditch, Harry was able to ask the twins, "What the hell was that? I thought the teacup was going to turn into a rat or something." Ron and the twins exchanged uneasy looks. "Mum would have had our guts for garters if we did that," Fred said gloomily. "Well yes, but you were, I don't know, like you were trying to impress him or something," Harry said, hefting his broom over his shoulder. George shrugged uncomfortably. "Dad said that Snape's part of the family now." He was unwontedly serious. "He's on the clock and everything." "So's Harry," Fred pointed out. "I am?" asked Harry, astonished. "Why am I on the clock?" He felt a warm little glow settle into his stomach, and he smiled properly for the first time in what seemed like forever. "Did your parents put me on there?" Ron shook his head. "No, the hand just appeared there. We reckoned maybe 'cause Mum and Dad put in to adopt you," said Fred. "I dunno how that works, but that's bound to be it." That made sense. Perhaps just putting in the paperwork or whatever made it happen. The little glow in his stomach became brighter. Maybe that would mean he could leave Spinner's End and move into the Burrow until Hogwarts wards were reset. Maybe he should ask Mr. and Mrs. Weasley what was going on. Perhaps he could come here for Christmas. That thought had an oddly melancholy feel. Harry wondered how Spinner's End would look, all decorated for Christmas. For some reason, Harry was sure that Snape would let him put up whatever he liked, if he asked, and Mrs. Cook would come over to ooh and ah. "So has Snape been all right to you?" Ron asked as the twins walked a little ahead. Had he? It was so complicated. The last 4 weeks were a blur and Harry didn't want to talk about it. Was giving him truth serum, being all right. He'd sat with Harry all that dreadful night telling him kids' stories and holding his hand. He came in and checked on Harry every single night and carried him to bed last night. Was it only last night? A dreamlike memory drifted to the forefront of Harry's mind. Sometime last night he had woken, or half-woken, into a horrible state where he could neither move nor cry out. He had known that Vernon or Voldemort, more likely both, must be in the room with him, but he could do nothing to defend himself. He wanted to scream or lash out with his fists, but he was held tightly in his paralysis. The only sound from him was high-pitched whimpers. How long he had lain like this was impossible to tell. It felt like forever. Even the dog had disappeared. Then, miraculously, the scent of ginger and allspice announced the presence of the potion's master. SSSH. The man's hand went to his shoulder, shaking him gently. "Harry, love, you're dreaming." The sleep-blurred voice of the potion master was rough. "It's all right." He remembered opening his eyes. Snape's tired black eyes were filled with concern, and then the bed was jarred when Snuffles had leapt back onto it. "Go back to sleep, son." Snape smiled at him, gently. Harry had closed his eyes, lured by the sounds of the chair being dragged across the room and the creak as the man sat down in it. He'd drifted into a deeper, more tranquil sleep, secure in the knowledge that nothing bad would happen to him while Snape sat there. "Yeah," Harry told Ron, trying to puzzle out whether that had really happened or if he'd just dreamed it. It had seemed real, but how likely was that? "He's been mostly all right. The truth serum thing had been a bit evil though. He's still a bloody bastard sometimes," Harry finished. The 3 other boys looked uneasy again, Fred and George stopping to turn and look at Harry and Ron. Harry was reminded of the times when he'd said, "Voldemort," out loud. Ron opened his mouth and then closed it. Said George. Fred shifted nervously. "What? demanded Harry. Ron finally broke the silence. Don't. You know, call him names in our house. I mean, Ron held his free hand up, palm out in a sort of surrender gesture. He's your guardian and all. Ron hesitated, looked at the twins. We ought to show him some respect. You what? Harry looked incredulously around at the other boys' dead serious faces. Where's this coming from? Last time we talked you were quite happy to call him all sorts of things. Yeah, but that was before. Ginny, Fred said quietly, not meeting Harry's eyes. Seeing that Harry still didn't understand, Ron took a deep breath. That spell. It's pretty dark, according to Bill. How can a healing spell be dark? Asked Harry, not following. It means that he's got a serious claim on Ginny, so he's got the whole family by the balls, George said bluntly. See, the casters give a piece of their soul to death. That's more than a life debt. That's like, I don't know, about as indebted as you can get. Well, what about Pomfrey and McGonagall? Harry asked. Ron shook his head. McGonagall's mum's fourth or fifth cousin and dad's I don't know, related somehow. Anyway, she's blood related. That means she's got right of kin and she's Ginny's head of house. It means that the spell knows she's already bound to us. Pomfrey's a healer. They take all those oaths to negate life debts. Sue. Harry hated it when he had to ask someone to spell out some aspect of the magical world. So, said Fred gloomily, it means that just like we have Auntie Muriel, we now have Snape. And according to Bill, George picked up, since Snape was the incanter and put the most power into it, the spell recognizes him as the master wizard. That means, George trailed off, having a hard time putting whatever it was into words. That means, Fred jumped in, that Snape can marry Ginny, or adopt her, or take her on as an apprentice or even a fill-in for his house elf if he wants. Harry's mind reeled. Snape doesn't keep house elves. He said numbly, but that's horrible. There was a burst of something hot in he felt it warm his cheeks. Snape adopt Ginny, that would leave Harry out in the cold again. Startled, he realized he didn't want to have to share Snape's attention. But, he's been all right to you, has he? Fred asked worriedly. He's not got you slaving over his house or anything. No, he's been fine. Harry thought about the storyteller. He's been really good, actually. Well, he hasn't been starving you, said Ron. You look like you've put some weight on. Harry nodded. Snape goes mad if I miss meals. They didn't talk about Ginny or Snape anymore, although Harry felt sure they had a million questions they wanted to ask. The rest of the day ped in a blur of snitches and bludgers. After a while, Bill came out with his broom to play with them. The only hitch to the day was when Bill hit a bludger at Fred, who dodged it instead of hitting it back. Harry was in just the wrong place at the time. Harry had been chasing the snitch and didn't see the bludger until he ran into it. Shit, Harry thought the next time he opened his eyes. He was lying on his back with a blurry circle of redheads surrounding him. His face felt mangled and he wasn't entirely sure he understood how he got here. My glees. Harry choked out, and then started coughing as something dripped down his throat. He sat up on his hands and turned over so he could spit onto the GR. Thick globs of red appeared. He really hoped he hadn't completely destroyed his glees. The red kept dripping onto the GR. His nose throbbed and every throb felt like it was making his nose expand. His cheek was so swollen that his left eye couldn't open. Well done, Fred, remarked Bill, sitting on the GR to have a proper look at Harry's face. Broke his nose. And one of his cheekbones, I think. Harry, let me look into your mouth. Obediently Harry opened his mouth. Oh good, all your teeth are still there. Mum hates putting those back, Bill said cheerfully. Do you think you can walk? Harry nodded. Bill helped him shakily stand, but didn't let go of him. Ron handed him his glees. Instead of the twisted pieces of wire Harry had been expecting, they were whole and unmarked. Right, Snape had gotten him glees with a self-repairing charm. He'd also gotten him an extra pair, just in case he lost the first. For no other reason than to make Harry's life easier. Harry's glees had always been a sore point with Petunia. Don't you break those, she'd say. You can go about blind if you do. I'll not pay for another pair. Of course, now Harry wasn't sure that she'd actually had to pay for the first pair. Snape seemed to imply that the NHS should have paid for them. Tears joined the blood dripping from his face. "Here ya go, Harry." George handed him a handkerchief. "Pinch your nose with that so you don't bleed out before we get you back to the house." Harry was glad he had the excuse of blood dripping down his face to explain away the tears. It did hurt, but he'd had much worse. He didn't want the Weasleys to think he was a baby. Snape was going to be so worried when he saw this mess. That simple thought seemed to hit Harry's unstable emotional equilibrium like a hammer blow. Snape was going to be angry with Harry, not because it was an inconvenience to him, but because it was his job to make sure Harry was safe. Because he'd be scared for Harry. Harry's breath hitched a little. Mistaking his idiotic crying for a gasp of pain, Bill said, "Take it slow, Harry. You fell off your broom, too." Remembering the conversation he'd had with Snape, Harry realized that the man would think he'd done it on purpose. It would hurt him. Don't let Snape see me like this," he gasped. "He'll be so upset." Bill stiffened. "All right, Harry," he growled softly. "Fred, run and get Mum. Tell her what happened. We'll bring up Harry." Wasting no more time, Bill simply scooped Harry up and carried him, leaving Ron and George to follow. "Will he punish you, Harry?" Bill asked in a low voice. "I expect so," said Harry miserably. "How?" Bill asked fiercely, surprising the boy with his tone. "Most likely take my broom away," muttered Harry, "and he'll have me writing long essays about broom safety or something." Bill's arms relaxed a little. "I'll tell him it was Fred's fault. He should have gotten that bludger." "Thanks," Harry said, relieved. "He's been so tired. I don't want to worry him." Something in Bill's face softened. "Sit him down here," said Mrs. Weasley, indicating a chair facing the door as Bill carried him in. "Let me have a look, then, Harry." She waved her wand and took the handkerchief away. No more blood dripped down his chin. Bill whispered something into Molly's ear as she worked, then he moved away. "However did you fall off your broom?" she asked, calmly. Harry hastened to correct her. "I didn't fall." Mrs. Weasley looked at something behind him. "Oh, Severus," she said, and smiled gently. "Ron, get the professor a chair and a cup of tea." She looked back down at Harry. "Now hold still, dear, I'm rather good at this." She waved her wand in front of his eyes and things shifted painfully in his face. Harry didn't cry out, though. He didn't want Snape to come around and look at him. His eyes dripped tears. "There, all done. How does that feel?" "Better, thank you," Harry replied. She gave another little wave and his face was suddenly clean and dry. "What happened, Harry?" Snape said loudly. Harry reckoned he could turn to look at his guardian now. He realized that there was blood all down his jumper. "He fell off his broom," Fred said. "I did not," Harry retorted, turning glaring at Fred. "You missed that bludger and it knocked me off." Snape sat stiffly, and Harry could tell that the man was grinding his teeth. "It was an accident," he said more quietly, turning back to his guardian. "I swear." He met Snape's eyes, willing him to understand that Harry hadn't broken their agreement. "And all this blood?" asked Severus tightly. "Bloody nose," Ron said casually. "He always bleeds like that when he gets one." Harry could have ed Ron in that moment. Snape relaxed minutely, even sighing. Mrs. Weasley muttered something and all the blood disappeared from Harry's jumper. "Go get cleaned up for dinner," she said, shooing them out of the kitchen. Harry was seized with the sudden mad impulse to give Snape a hug. For no other reason than he'd come running the instant he'd heard that Harry hurt himself. Of course, Harry didn't. Snape would have probably hexed him. When they all got back to the kitchen, Snape had already gone back to bed. Harry followed suit, going to bed far earlier than he normally would. Mrs. Weasley came to his rescue when the twins started teasing him. "You go on, love," she said. "Bludgers to the face take it out of you." That was 2 loves, from 2 different people in 24 hours. That had to be a record. That thought seemed to warm him right through. The bustle of Molly Weasley's house began early. Her footsteps could be heard coming down the stairs long before daylight. Arthur and she spoke in the kitchen in soft tones for a while before the back door opened and shut. Back up the stairs went her footsteps. Her voice was still soft, as though she were trying to avoid waking up the house. A younger, higher voice answered, "Ginny." The footsteps that came down the stairs with Molly's were halting, uncertain. A few minutes later, quick male steps came down the stairs. That had to be Bill. Percy always walked very deliberately and the younger boys still sounded like a herd of colts. Only 3 voices in the kitchen. Arthur must have gone to work. The measured tread of the head boy came down the stairs. The young man's voice in the kitchen confirmed it. Molly was cooking. The scent of sausage wafted through the air. 15 minutes after that, the expected galloping of a herd of lanky teenage boys thundered down the stairs. Severus lay on his back listening to the house's waking up sounds and wondered if he could get away with hiding in here all day. Perhaps if he pretended to sleep every time someone came in. A little knock made up his mind. Yes, come in, he called, resigning himself to being fussed over and invited to breakfast. It was the boy, your son, Severus, said Lily's voice, loudly, with a tray full of food and a mug of tea. Professor, the boy said quietly, Mrs. Weasley thought you'd probably want to stay in bed for a bit. Severus sat up. The child put the tray down on the bedside table and hurried to help arrange the pillows. The man sighed. Pee me my cane, he said, I'll be back. Fortunately the bathroom was right next to the room Severus was sleeping in. He was so stiff these last few mornings. He'd have to see if there was something he could take for it. He was tired of feeling as though he were older than Dumbledore. It was some time before he emerged. The boy was waiting in the hallway for him. For God's sake, Harry, Severus said in exasperation, there's no need to hover. The child smiled a little. Mrs. Weasley said I should make sure you're okay. He lowered his voice after a quick glance up the pageway. I don't want to get on her bad side. Severus found himself sharing the conspiratorial smile with the child. Certainly not. So the boy would behave for Molly. He didn't seem afraid of the woman. Lily's voice sounded amused. You can catch more flies with honey, Sev. The teacher in him decided to ponder that. His Slytherins were generally more well-behaved for him than other students. He'd always assumed it was merely house loyalty, but thinking on it, he realized that his interactions with his own students were marred far less by his temper. Perhaps he should ask Minerva about how she ran her CL room. His Slytherins seldom complained about her and some of them had real affection for her in spite of her stern manner. Thinking on it now, he realized he'd always had a small measure of affection for the old cat. She was strict, but she never played favorites with students. Come to think of it, although she loved them, she never used to favor James Potter and his friends over himself in matters of discipline the way certain others did. Remember what she did to them after that stunt at the lake? Lily's voice asked in his head. He didn't for a moment, but then he vaguely remembered seeing Black and Potter mopping and polishing the floor of the Great Hall for months, even into October of the next school year. He remembered it particularly because some of the Slytherins took to maliciously spilling stuff onto the floor. That was actually a good deal more punishment than they had received for nearly killing Severus. He'd gone to the headmaster after that escapade. Perhaps he should have gone to Minerva first. It seemed that he had more allies than he'd always thought. When he began teaching, Minerva had always been cautiously friendly. They had occasionally had words over students from their respective houses, but all in all their relationship had been pleasantly collegial. Things had been tense between Minerva and Severus since the truth of Harry's parentage came out, but perhaps their relationship would thaw now. Harry followed him back into the bedroom. Someone, Severus hoped it was Molly, but suspected it was actually Harry, had made the bed and turned down the blankets. You are not a house elf, Severus growled softly, and I don't need you acting like one. The man nonetheless allowed the child to draw the blankets up over him and put the breakfast tray on his lap. The boy shrugged and didn't answer. Did you at least eat? Severus sighed. The child nodded. Mrs. Weasley said I'm still too thin, he muttered, crossing his arms as he straightened. Giving him a critical look, the teacher nodded. I'd have to agree. Did you take your potions? Another nod. Do you need anything else, sir? Severus wasn't sure he trusted this respectful pose, but he merely shook his head. No, thank you, Harry. Go spend the day with your friends. The child gave him a half smile and a muttered, thanks. Severus applied himself to his egg and toast, wondering if he wanted to get up after breakfast. He was so tired. That refrain was beginning to get old. Severus, called Molly's voice on the other side of the door. Can I come in? Yes, the potions master called back, resigning himself to more Molly fussing. She was dressed in a traveling cloak and held 2 letters in her hand. These just came for you, dear, she said, handing them to him. She spoke with an almost fond note in her voice, as though he were an old friend. Now, I'm taking Ginny to the healers this morning. Bill is around and he'll get you anything you need. She handed Severus a small bell from her pocket. Don't get up unless you feel up to it. Bill will hear this. I'll be back by tea time. I hope you'll feel up to joining us. We can explain to the children what we've decided then. I should speak to Harry first, Severus said firmly before she could close the door. The words, "are more likely," the tone made Molly pause and look back at him quizzically. Being Muggle-raised, the boy would have no context for this betrothal nonsense. Most likely the boy would assume he'd be forced to marry your daughter, whether he wanted to or not. That's not something he needs to be worrying about in his mental state. Molly came fully back into the room and shut the door. Is he all right, Severus? She asked seriously. No, Severus admitted. He's nowhere near it. Molly opened her mouth to ask another question but the man cut her off. I can't tell you about it. That's for him to do, if he wants to. She nodded solemnly. All right, whatever you think best. She glanced at the little clock on the table. I'll be back later. We'll talk some more. Oh, and I forgot. Remus Flo called this morning. Apparently Albus, her voice dripped disdain all over the headmaster's name, needed him for something today, so we won't see him till tomorrow or the day after, at the latest. Bloody old man, she hissed. He's not happy unless everyone's running around after him. Molly's brown eyes flashed with anger. Severus sighed. I'm sorry, Molly. We'll be out of the way in the morning. Oh my dear, I didn't mean that I wanted you to leave. She leaned over and patted him on the hand as though he were one of her sons. You're not going anywhere. You can hardly get out of bed. She looked at the clock again. I must go, we can't be late. With that she crossed the room and closed the door behind her. Severus finally looked at the letters in his hand. One had the familiar Hogwarts crest and was addressed in Albus handwriting. The other was a rich cream envelope addressed to him in a beautiful script. He'd only ever seen envelopes like it on Lucius' desk. The seal had the crest of Gringotts Suisse. With shaking hands, Severus slit the envelope. Sir, I trust this letter finds you in good health. Attached is the full accounting you requested. I had the pleasure of serving the Prince family for many years, and I am delighted that the heir to the Prince fortune has resurfaced. Impatiently, Severus skipped over the obsequious groveling in the letter and flipped to the accounting on the next page. The writing was tiny, the paper enchanted to magnify the print as he put his finger to each line item. As he went over the list, the reason the goblins were corresponding with him on the luxurious parchment and ink suddenly became clear. If this was accurate, and goblins were never inaccurate when it came to the contents of their vaults, Severus was more than well off. He was the Malfoy type of well off. He had never really believed his mother when she used to tell him stories of her prince relatives. He had always assumed she was embroidering the truth or outright fantasizing. The proof that she had been truthful seemed to bring on a wave of painful memories. It brought to mind that last Christmas holiday, when Tobias and Severus had fought almost continuously. Toby had lost his job at the mill, and the more Eileen tried to appease him, the worse he got. Severus was as tall as his father and refused to let the man take out his temper on his mother anymore. The worst was the day Eileen had received an owl. She hardly ever got owls, but this one had tapped on the kitchen window, causing Toby to throw an almighty fit, demanding to know why her relations couldn't use a bloody phone like ordinary people. Of course, Severus had shouted back at the man that wizards weren't like bloody muggles, and that was a good thing. She'd not been able to read the letter for hours after it came, as she was trying to calm both Severus and Toby down. It was only after Toby had drunk himself into a stupor that she had been able to open it. Her face had gone very white as she read it. She had bundled herself up in her winter cloak and left the house without a word. She never told Severus or Tobias where she'd gone when she returned the next morning, but after that, she seemed different. Since Severus had first started Hogwarts, she had become increasingly reclusive, until she hardly ever spoke, but she suddenly became almost loquacious. At the time, Severus had felt relief because it appeared that Eileen had become the mother he remembered from when he was very tiny. She sang and laughed for the first time in years, not even caring when Tobias missed Christmas dinner because he was ped out drunk in the living room. She'd merely served up dinner for herself and Severus. He remembered that they'd had some elf-made wine with dinner. The first Severus had ever had. The last time he'd seen her was before he got on the train back to school. "Don't worry about me," she'd said, with a serene smile, "I'll be fine." That spring she had sent him a letter that told him he shouldn't ever worry about her. She'd worked out how to make everything better. He'd taken that to mean she'd finally gotten the courage to leave her drunken sod of a husband. She meant something very different, as it turned out. 2 weeks after that letter, Dumbledore, Slughorn and Poppy had called him into Slughorn's office to tell him that his mother had been found dead that morning. These conferences were sadly commonplace because of the war. However, his mother was no war casualty. His hands shook harder and he felt wet tears slide down his cheeks. He squeezed his eyes shut against the tears and the memories, but the memories refused to stop, as did the tears. The ministry inquest had found her guilty of self-murder and confiscated every last canute from her vault at Gringotts. Eileen Prince had to be buried in a Muggle cemetery, because no wizarding cemetery would take the body of a suicide. Severus remembered that the first people he had seen when he returned to the castle after her funeral had been the Marauders. Black had started in on him. Severus couldn't remember what he'd said now, and Severus had only stopped short of casting an unforgivable because Lily had gotten into the middle of it. She'd been furious at him. He'd been furious at her because she so clearly took the side of Potter and his friends, even as he'd just finished burying his mother. He remembered how hard it had been not to break down in tears in front of his old friend. "I swear I didn't know until later," Lily in his head said sadly. He knew he was making that part up. The Tribuo spell had unsettled his mind and his subconscious was making up comforting things for the Lily voice to say. Everyone at school had to have known. Slughorn could barely look at him, as though the taint of his mother's suicide would rub off. When Lucius had written him the next week, saying that the Dark Lord wanted to meet him, Severus had been astonished. The Dark Lord had seemed so understanding of Severus' pain. He'd given Severus a way to redeem his family's name and a way to strike out at the ministry. NH1OT until later did the broken-hearted young man discover what the Dark Lord's plans were really about. All those years he'd spent being so angry at Eileen, at least some of the anger appeared to have been misplaced. She had obviously realized what was likely to happen to her pitiful life savings if she killed herself and had taken steps to prevent it, hiding her wealth in the Swiss bank. But that didn't explain how this wealth had come to her in the first place. He'd worn second-hand robes to Hogwarts, paid for out of his mother's meager earnings from selling dark charms and love potions to merchants in Knockturn Alley, or else out of whatever Eileen could stop Toby from drinking down the pub. Severus glanced back to the letter. Heir to the prince fortune. So the old bastard had not disinherited Eileen before he died, after all. Eileen was their only child, but Severus had Umed old Tiberius had left his money to Saint Mungo's or something. A soft knock interrupted his thought. Severus wiped his face with the handkerchief he had sitting on the side table. When he was sure his face was dry, he said, "Come in." It was Bill. "How are you, Professor?" he asked, picking up the tray with the half-finished breakfast. "Well enough, thank you," Severus replied gruffly. "The boys are out on their broomsticks this morning," Bill said. "Can I get you more tea, or something? Or maybe something to read? Mum says you're staying with us another day or two." The dour man grunted in the affirmative. After a second he said grudgingly, "Another cup of tea would be welcome. And perhaps you can get me a quill and parchment. I have some letters to write." "Yes, sir," Bill replied cheerfully. It was only a minute or two before Bill was back. He came in and shut the door behind him, before handing Severus a fresh cup of tea and the quill and parchment. "Thank you." Bill stood there as though gathering his courage. "I owe you an apology, Professor," he said hesitantly. "I thought, well, since you haven't taken any healing oaths," he hesitated some more. Severus cut him off. You meant that I could not have learned that spell through legitimate channels. That I had in fact been taught that spell by someone with nefarious intent. He snarled caustically. It felt good to vent some of his feeling on a safe target. Bill's face went almost as red as his hair. "Well, I spoke to some of the other cursebreakers when I heard." One of them said that you know who was experimenting with it during the war, and I heard, well, one of the goblins actually told me you had Death Eater ties and I'm sorry, it was wrong of me to you. You would not be wrong in your umptions, Severus said quietly. I have had connections to the Dark Lord. I spied for Dumbledore in the war. And it was indeed the Dark Lord who taught myself and several others that spell. I'm afraid my knowledge of it is quite incomplete. I am aware that it will save a life when other means will not, and I know it is best done with 3, but I'm afraid I wasn't aware of the side effects. He paused to consider. It certainly explains why the Dark Lord wanted to experiment with this particular healing spell. Bill stared at the professor as if he'd never seen him before. Shaking his head in wonder, he pulled his wand from a pocket and conjured a chair to sit on. You mean you didn't know what it did? His eyes were huge. I knew it saved lives. At the time, it was all I needed to know, Severus snapped, or would you have preferred I let your sister die? No, I told you, I'm sorry. But didn't you know it worked as a necromantic spell? And a bondage spell, Bill said, very quietly. Necromancy, scoffed Severus. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not, Bill urged. There are books in Gringotts that they never show to wizards who aren't under oaths of secrecy. I looked it up in a few of them. Tribua allows you to speak to the dead. His voice dropped to a whisper. Severus was irresistibly reminded of films he'd seen with his father that invariably starred Christopher Lee or Vincent Price. Any minute now, someone was going to play a theremin in the background. If I want to talk to the dead, he said contemptuously, I need only wander the halls of the castle until one of the ghosts wants a chat. Bill shook his head again. No, I mean it lets you talk to the dead who've gone on. Not ghosts. Have you had anything like that happen? Not so you'd notice, Lily whispered, and she laughed. Severus felt all the blood drain from his face. Professor. Bill reached out, as if to stop him from falling off the bed. He quickly grabbed the mug of tea that was in danger of slopping all over the coverlet. I'm all right, Mr. Weasley. Severus tried to stop his hands trembling with no success. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. I think you better lie down, sir, Bill said. He put the mug down on the bedside table and helped rearrange the pillows to get Severus lying down. It was much better to be horizontal. The room didn't seem as likely to spin. He tried to process what he'd just heard. The idea that the voices in his head, the people that he was meeting in his dreams, that they could be real was almost too much to bear. Severus, calm down. It's all right, Lily told him. Get out. Severus' voice was choked and thick. He wasn't sure whether he was talking to Bill or Lily. All right, sir, Bill said, sounding worried. I'll check on you in a bit, shall I? Get out. He turned onto his side in order to turn his face away from the young man, appalled that the tears threatening should fall while he spoke to his former student. The door opened and shut. Severus curled up and sobbed as he had not done since Lily died. Halfway through the morning, the November sky opened and dumped what sounded like buckets of water on the roof of the Weasleys' house. From the thumps and good-natured noise, it seemed the rain had driven the boys indoors. Mrs. Weasley hadn't returned yet. It sounded like Bill was organizing them all into making the lunch. Bill had knocked on the bedroom door, very quietly, about half an hour ago. Severus had steadfastly ignored it, feigning sleep when the young man had peeped around the door. Severus was sitting up now, contemplating everything that had happened in these few days. He sincerely hoped the solution they'd worked out last night would satisfy the soul bond. Magical debt was nothing to be trifled with. And one of this magnitude. If they didn't do something about it, it could hang over the girl's head her whole life. It was quite possible it would prevent her from ever being able to enter into any magical contracts. Then too, according to Bill's goblin sources, it was possible that gold from any magical employment or inheritance would simply end up in Severus' vault. The spell had been created as a healing spell, but apparently there was good reason that it was so highly restricted. Tribua was normally only ever taught after healers had taken their oaths of binding, silence and non-harm. Gods only knew how the Dark Lord had gotten the spell from a healer. Severus had made the comment about betrothals in jest, but Molly had seized on it. She'd come up with a solution that would hopefully appease the spell and gave Harry one more layer of protection from both Dumbledore and the Ministry. It was strange that Molly was so devious. She'd have done well as a Slytherin. Perhaps that was where the twins got their propensity to mayhem. Certainly Arthur had always seemed far too straightforward to have fathered such a pair of troublemakers. The voices in Severus' head were remarkably quiet now. Lily had tried to speak with him earlier, but Severus had closed his mind to her, as he would have to a mental attack. It had never occurred to him that her voice and the dreams he'd been having were anything other than the products of his own overstressed imagination. The noise the Weasley boys were making was cut off abruptly. It seemed that Bill had cast a silencing charm on the bedroom door. Although Severus appreciated the thought, he didn't care to be unable to hear what was going on outside his door. He cancelled the spell with a quick flick of his wand. A female voice that was not Ginny's or Molly's added itself to the din. It sounded like Granger. Molly must have invited the girl over for the day. The greetings must have been what prompted Bill to cast the spell on the door. The children's noise grew less after a while. It sounded like they'd drifted off to other parts of the house. Finally deciding he could hide here no longer, Severus dressed himself and hobbled out to the kitchen. Bill was there, doing the washing up with precise little flicks of his wand. Clearly he was a man well used to looking after himself. For some reason, it made Severus think of Toby. The old drunk could barely find the fridge when Eileen wasn't around. All at once, he felt lightheaded, his vision graying around the edges. If his father started talking to him in his mind or his dreams, Severus realized he didn't know what he'd do. Hopefully, the only dead a necromancer could speak to would be wizarding dead. Oh, Merlin, Morgan and Circe, thought Severus a little hysterically, I'm a necromancer. Necromancy, like spells of bondage, was one of the darkest of dark arts. There was debate about whether those spells were even real. Severus had never really believed they were. Severus knew he was fortunate street. Mungo's healers had all UMED that Poppy was the incanter and she had not disabused them of the notion. That meant that Severus wouldn't be penalized for an illegal use of a spell. He shivered a little. Necromancy. The very word set sensible wizards quaking. That would be why the Dark Lord had been so interested in the damned spell, but the mad bastard hadn't dropped that little bit of information when he taught it to his most trusted servants. Severus, like the others, had UMED that it was another of the Dark Lord's schemes to keep himself alive at any cost. The Dark Lord had also spoken of capturing one of his particularly annoying opponents and testing the technique on them. Of course, the Dark Lord would have loved old Mad Eye, Crouch, Minerva, or gods forbid, Dumbledore himself, bound to him. His robes felt very cold and clammy. Professor. Bill took a step towards him, as if afraid that he was going to collapse. You all right? Severus felt himself sway on his feet. He looked down. The hand not gripping his cane was white-knuckling his wand. He didn't remember even pulling it out. The hand shook. Trying to get a hold of himself, he tucked it away. Fine, he grunted. He took a seat at the table. I trust there were no untoward incidents this morning. Bill set a cup of tea down in front of Severus, who nodded his thanks, then said, No, they were fine. Stayed out of trouble the whole morning, for once. Did Harry eat something? Severus asked, trying to occupy his mind with the prosaic. Bill nodded, a little smile playing on his lips. Yes, everything I put in front of him. And he took the potions Madame Pomfrey prescribed. The man's face sobered. He said that Madame Pomfrey said he needed to gain weight, but what was the other one for? It looks like the one Ginny's been on for. Bill paused, looking discomfited. You know, Severus held the other wizard's gaze. These were things one didn't speak of openly in pureblood households. He decided he could dare a little honesty with Bill, given that the younger man was remarkably mature and was fairly clear on his sister's situation. I'm afraid that Harry has also had a touch of. He paused to arch one eyebrow meaningfully, you know. Bill got it. He sat down with a thump. What happened? He whispered. That is not my tale to tell, Severus returned, but you need to understand that Harry is in quite as delicate a state of mind as your sister. He looked into his teacup, not liking the turn the conversation was taking. Speaking of which, he stood, picking up his teacup. Will you tell Harry that I need a word? Of course, Professor. Bill jumped up. Do you want me to make you something to eat? I could bring it in. Severus shook his head. Tea is fine. Slowly he made his way back to the bedroom. Once there, he conjured a second chair to sit on. He didn't want to have this conversation from his bed. He heard Bill thumping up the stairs. Harry's resentful voice answering. Severus hoped that the tone was provoked by being dragged away from his friends, rather than having arguments with them. It would be much healthier at this juncture for Harry to be resentful of Severus than lose the support of his long-trusted friends. That was a new thought. Perhaps the ghost of Bloody Freud had gotten lonely and started whispering in his ear. One set of light footsteps tripped down the stairs. Harry really did walk quietly. Part of pretending he didn't exist, Severus supposed. Harry's knock was timid. "Come in." The door opened. Severus sighed at the sight of the child. Harry's cheeks were pale and the corners of his mouth turned down. He looked like he had the day they'd had lunch together at Hogwarts. That seemed years ago now. "You wanted to see me, sir." The child's voice was quiet, uncertain. "Yes, Harry, I needed to talk about some arrangements I've made on your behalf." Hopefully, Harry would let him get through the whole thing before throwing a tantrum. "Close the door. Sit down." "Arrangements," Harry muttered resentfully. "Ha." He did as he was told, crossing his arms across his, not meeting his guardian's eyes. "You're his father, Severus," James Potter's voice whispered in his ear, making him start. "Stop playing games with yourself." With a growl, Severus redoubled his efforts at closing his mind. Harry flinched a little at the growl. Severus ignored it, in favor of getting through this conversation. "Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and I have been discussing the after effects of the Tribuo spell and your situation, especially in light of the newspaper article." The boy just shrugged, looking off to the side. "Whatever." Severus wondered what he'd done this time to arouse such hostility. "Anyway," the boy's voice was thick with contempt, "the twins told me all about it. They heard you in the kitchen last night." The professor promised himself that the minute those miscreants got back to Hogwarts, he'd have them cleaning the dungeon floor with toothbrushes. All he said to Harry was, "What precisely did they tell you?" That made Harry meet his eyes. "They said you were going to marry me off to Ginny. Without even asking me. What if I don't want to marry her? What if I don't want to marry anyone?" He snarled. "But what I want doesn't matter. No one ever cares what I want. I've never even ed anyone and now I'm supposed to. He grimaced, unable to continue. That fine trembling was back. No, not the dungeon floor, Severus decided. Fred and George would be cleaning the Ollery floor with toothbrushes. Their own toothbrushes. No doubt they had no idea that what they saw as good-natured teasing had been taken deadly seriously by the muggle-raised and ill-used child. Clearly, they misunderstood the whole arrangement then, Severus said softly, trying to be unthreatening. "This contract is merely for betrothal, first of all. Not all betrothals necessarily lead to marriages. Either party might veto the arrangement when they come of age." Harry looked confused. "So, what's the point? One part of the standard betrothal contract allows each of the parties to be fostered by the other's family. If it should so happen that the wizarding world were to discover that your muggle relatives were unfit, this prior contract would prevent certain families from petitioning for your custody. It would also prevent people ferreting around in the records office and finding out the truth of Harry's parentage," Severus avoided mentioning. "This fostering isn't done very often anymore, you understand. Growing up in the same household tends to produce rather, sibling-like feeling between the parties." He watched Harry to be sure it was sinking in. "But," the boy went bright red. "Ginny's going to be, what if I, and the Weasleys will get all?" Severus was sure he knew what the boy was asking. "No one will be offended if, the minute you turn 17, you tell them that you feel far too brotherly towards Miss Weasley to consider marriage to her. That is the formula, you see. Conversely, Miss Weasley can say the very same thing. Because this arrangement protects you and you are my ward, arrangement also satisfies the debt Ginny owes to me." The man also wasn't going to explain to Harry that, under the contract he and the Weasleys wrote out, no matter what Harry decided, Ginny would always have similar status to a daughter-in-law to Severus, making her binding to him much more benign and appropriate. The protection this betrothal would provide could be literally life-saving to Severus' son. Were something to happen to Severus, Dumbledore or the Ministry would have to go through the Weasleys' legal and magical claim on Harry. Ginny would always be a link between the Snape house and the Weasleys. Harry seemed to mull that over. "I still don't get it. How does it protect me?" The potions master sighed. "Harry, The reason you were sent to live with your aunt in the first place was that the ministry was going to sell your custody to the highest bidder, but as you know, the wizarding world considers blood bonds paramount. If it is discovered that the Dursleys were unfit, Lucius Malfoy will be at the ministry before you can blink, swooping in to provide the boy who lived with a proper pure blood upbringing. Harry paled. But, why does this stop him? The fine shiver became an all-out shudder. Because Mrs. Weasley will provide proof of prior claim. She doesn't have to allow anyone but the judge of the Wizengamot to examine the document, and the judges are bound with oaths of silence. To everyone else, the tale will be that your father provided for this betrothal out of fear that your mother's Muggle-born ancestry would be a problem in your finding a mate. The Weasleys are well known to be Muggle-born sympathizers. Shamefaced, the boy said, I should have known the twins were just winding me up. Suppressing a smile of pure relief that Harry hadn't blown up in his face, Severus risked asking, how so? The boy's face flared bright red. They said I needed to, give Mr. and Mrs. Weasley grandchildren. Doubtless the twins had put it in much cruder terms. They seemed put out when I didn't like the idea. I think they thought I was insulting their family, mumbled the boy. I shall have to remind them that Muggles view this sort of thing in far different terms than wizards, Severus growled. Thinking on it, when Molly heard that they'd been giving Harry a hard time about what they'd overheard, the twins would be wishing they were back at Hogwarts before the week was out. Severus was beginning to become quite fond of Molly. Sir, Harry asked hesitantly, did you want anything else? There were a number of things that they could talk about, but none were time-sensitive. I did, but honestly, he trailed off, feeling the now familiar litude overwhelm him quite suddenly. He closed his eyes and tilted his head against the back of the chair. The warm weight of a blanket fell on him. Dimly, he heard the door open and shut as the child slipped from the room. Hermione and Ron found Harry where he sat cross-legged on the floor, leaning against the wall of the pageway, sometime later. Well, Hermione demanded. When the twins had come into Ron's room earlier to tell them what they'd heard the night before and give Harry a hard time, Ron had rolled his eyes but hadn't gotten particularly bothered. Hermione, on the other hand, had surprised all the boys by shouting at the twins not to talk stupid. She'd said no one civilized did that sort of thing anymore. Harry felt the knot in his stomach begin to unclench, but not completely. I think it's all right, he said softly. So the twins were just having you on. Right, she asked slowly. She crouched to sit beside him. Ron slid down the wall to sit on the other side. Well, sort of. Harry sat on the floor in the page because he hadn't wanted to go back up to Ron's room where the twins might be lurking. Bill had thrown a silencing spell on Snape's door earlier so they wouldn't bother him. It's just, well, there really is a betrothal. What? Demanded Hermione, looking outraged. She jumped back to her feet. Harry stood too, so he didn't feel like she was towering over him. That's, you have to talk him out of it, Harry. I can't believe that Ron's parents would allow that. Her face turned white and then red, then white again. Her voice rose in pitch and volume as she spoke. My parents, they send all sorts of money to human rights agencies to put a stop to forced marriage in the Muggle world. This is Britain, not. She seemed so angry that Harry thought she was going to blow up like Marge had. You're 13, Ginny's 12, that's. She seemed to lose the ability to speak. The lone picture on the wall of the page and the big mirror began to shake ominously. The red-headed wizard in the picture looked alarmed and then hastily exited the portrait. Ron and Harry exchanged a startled look. Hermione, what? Ron began. Neither of them had seen Hermione so angry that she was losing control of her magic. It's horrible that you and Ginny should be married off like that. It's barbaric. It's like rye. She was nearly throwing off sparks. Harry felt his hair rise on his head and Ron's was standing straight up as though with static electricity. And Ginny, what's she going to think? Like she hasn't been through enough. This could be enough to send her right over the edge again. She stopped, took a deep breath, and the magical energy in the hallway seemed to be ed back into her. I bet you can get out of it, Harry. Her voice was low now, conspiratorial. He's not your blood family. I bet he doesn't have the authority. I bet if you spoke to one of the judges on the Wizengamot. The bedroom door opened. Snape stood there, leaning heavily on his cane. It suddenly occurred to Harry that perhaps Snape had cancelled Bill's charm. "Miss Granger, lower your voice," the man said softly, his inflection almost kind. That had her going quiet with shock more than anything. Harry blinked. The caustic potions master was using that tone more and more often. No one is forcing Harry and Ginny to marry. Perhaps the man was too exhausted to shout. His voice sounded rough and hoarse. But he said you. Hermione managed to sputter. "I realize that wizarding law is very strange to the Muggle-born," Snape interrupted. "You must understand," he turned to Harry, "this is a legal fiction. The very existence of the contract would bind the houses of Snape and Weasley. It need not change how you live your life." Harry finally asked the question that had been floating around in his mind for the last hour. So I can see other girls." Snape smiled. The sight was startling. If Harry didn't know better, he'd say the expression was almost fond. "Girls, boys, whomever you like. The important part is that the spell is appeased this way. Otherwise," Snape shuddered, "I am likely to find myself burdened with Miss Weasley's firstborn child." Harry wasn't sure if he was serious or if it was that one of Snape's snarky jokes. The man sobered. In the next breath, "According to the goblins, unless something I am willing to give my soul for is offered by Miss Weasley or her family, her life is bound to mine. Should I become ill," he stopped, sighed, "more ill. Miss Weasley would share my illness or injury. It's possible that she is not recovering as quickly as she should because of it. I could even inadvertently magic from her in a parasitic way. Apparently the spell was in fact used for that several times in the last century. More than likely, if I were to become mortally injured or ill, she would die at the same moment I do." He paused. "Not that I intend to die in the near future." Snape closed his eyes, resting his head against the doorjamb. "You see, since we had no prior relationship, our magic is seeking to find a balance. Fortunately, this contract gives me something that I would trade my soul for." He seemed to be almost talking in his sleep, and the children looked from one to another in astonishment. "What's that?" whispered Hermione. Snape eased himself down the wall. Harry recognized it as one of the man's sleep attacks. Instinctively, Harry helped the man sit down gently. He couldn't help but push his luck on this. "What would you trade your soul for?" he asked, his voice a little high-pitched with his own temerity. Snape opened deep black eyes to look into Harry's as the boy knelt beside him. "Your safety, you silly child." The man's eyes sagged shut. Hermione's eyes went huge. "Harry," she whispered, "when did this happen?" "What happened?" asked Harry blankly, not seeing the significance. "Never mind." She leaned down to shake the professor. Harry caught her arm. "Don't," he cautioned, while wondering how they were supposed to get the man back to bed. "What's he doing there?" Bill came up behind them. He shook his head, looking amused. "Come on, Professor." He reached out and shook Snape's shoulder before Harry stopped him. The professor's wand snapped out and pointed squarely at Bill's nose. There was a flash and Bill froze, a victim of the same hex Snape had used on Harry before. Professor." Harry couldn't tell whether Snape had fully woken yet, so he scooted a little way away. Snape blinked owlishly at them. "What, Harry? I think you hexed Bill." "Oh." He pointed his wand at Bill, who staggered upon being released. "Come on, Professor," Bill said, shaking the last of the spell off. Harry helped Bill help Snape to his feet. "I've got him, Harry." Bill was a lot more cheerful than someone who'd just been hexed usually was. "You lot go on, now. I'll look after him." They walked back up to Ron's room. Suddenly, Bill shouted from Snape's room, sounding furious. "Fred, George, get your asses down here." Ron grinned as the twins came barreling down the stairs. "What did we do this time?" they heard one of them say to the other. When Ron's door was closed, Harry told Ron and Hermione what Snape had told him. "See, Hermione," Ron said when Harry was finally finished. Hermione was sitting on his bed, and he sat on the floor next to her with his back up against the bed. "It's fine. Harry doesn't have to worry about being stuck with Ginny. He can see who he likes." Hermione still had her arms across her in that frown. "Is that all you're worried about?" she hissed. Something about what Ron said really bothered Harry, but he couldn't think what until Hermione said, in a very low, angry voice, "Snape didn't say anything about Ginny." "Huh." asked Ron, looking up. He'd already gone back to reading his comic books, which were his favorite rainy day activity. Anyway, snapped Hermione, as if Ron hadn't spoken, even if it is just a legality and can be broken off. Even they won't force Harry and Ginny to marry later on, it will affect their lives. You can't live with something like that hanging over you like the sword of Damocles without it influencing your decisions. He's making decisions for Harry that he has no right to make. She turned to Harry, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, too. How do you think Ginny will feel if you break it off? Do you think she won't be hurt? Knowing you'd end up marrying her just so she wouldn't feel rejected. Harry tried to picture telling Ginny he didn't want to marry her, and realized he'd feel terrible. What's the sword of Damocles? Ron asked, curiously. Look it up, snapped Hermione, showing how upset she was by not even trying to explain the reference. But what can I do? Harry asked dully, not as though Snape will listen to me. And won't that upset Ginny? Listen, Hermione said in a calmer voice. Didn't you hear what Snape just said? He'd sell his soul for you. She gave him the look she always gave him when she thought he was being particularly thick. She took a deep breath. When she spoke again, her voice was oddly gentle. Harry, I don't know why or how it happened, but he clearly loves you. If you tell him how unhappy this makes you, from what you've told me, I think he's enough of a muggle that he'll come to his senses. There has to be another way to handle it. Harry's mouth hung open. Don't be stupid, he said after a second. Snape well, he feels responsible is what it is. He's got a serious thing about his duty. Anyway, won't it upset Ginny? I don't want to hurt her feelings. Not after. He trailed off, not liking to talk about what happened to her. It might lead to talking about what happened to him. I think Ginny would be relieved, honestly. Hermione leaned forward earnestly. She's been writing to me a lot. She won't be ready for something like this. I'm sure she wouldn't want to do this. Ron scoffed. Oh, come on, Hermione. People do it all the time. Charlie was betrothed to some girl before he decided that it wasn't going to work for him. He saw lots of people, too. His betrothed was from some family that Dad worked with. Anyway, she wasn't really keen on him, either. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Thank you, Mr. Sensitivity, she sniffed. Look, it's just not the same if you're muggle raised. All right, Harry, go tell him now, before this gets any more tangled, please. Hermione, he's just doing what he needs to, Harry said quietly. He wants to take care of the spell. It's okay, I'll cope with it. Can you honestly say that you're happy with this? She asked, exasperated. Well, no, but Ginny needs the spell appeased, doesn't she? And that's your job, how? She snapped. If you can look at me and tell me you would honestly feel about it the way Ronald obviously does, I won't say another word. Harry looked at Ron, who just shrugged and rolled his eyes. This whole thing was taking on the features of a nightmare. One of those where he was sliding down a hillside into a crev and he couldn't stop. Harry, really, go talk to Snape. Hermione always made things seem so bloody reasonable. He sighed, knowing that she was right, but he honestly didn't believe it would do one iota of good. What's the worst Snape would do? I really think he would listen to you, she encouraged him. Harry sighed and stood up. I'll go talk to him, then. Coming downstairs, Harry heard voices from the kitchen. It sounded like Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were home. Snape was in there too. I would suggest you think before you exercise your tongues in the future. He sounded as cold as he ever had in potions CL. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, muttered Fred and George's voices in unison. Bill's voice sounded sharp. Take these two to apologize to Harry and then they can get started on mucking out the chicken coop. With these, looking decidedly chastened, the twins walked out of the kitchen on either side of Bill. Oddly, they each held a toothbrush. They stopped in front of Harry looking uncomfortable. Sorry, Harry, one said, not meeting his eyes. The other one nodded. Yeah, we didn't mean to upset you. We just were being stupid, finished Bill firmly. Don't worry about it, muttered Harry, confused as to what they were even apologizing for. It was maybe the first time he'd been apologized to by someone for giving him a hard time. They hadn't even hexed him. Come on, you two, growled Bill. That co-op won't clean itself. They stomped out of the front door. Harry took a deep breath and went into the kitchen. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley sat at the table with Ginny between them. Snape sat next to Mr. Weasley. Harry nearly turned around and left. He wasn't going to be able to do this. Harry, dear, said Mrs. Weasley, we were just explaining to Ginny about the betrothal contract. She summoned the teapot and another cup. Ginny looked at Harry. Her lips were compressed as though to keep from crying. I wanted to talk about that, he whispered, sitting down next to Snape. I understand that you're trying to protect me and everything. He spoke in a rush because if he stopped, he wouldn't finish. But, I just don't think this a good idea. I couldn't just not, and I don't think I could. I mean, it's not that I'm not grateful or anything, but, he stuttered to a stop, vividly remembering Petunia ranting about his lack of gratitude. Snape was going to have a fit. The adults were silent. The ticking clock seemed very loud as he waited for the explosion. Harry, dear, Mrs. Weasley encouraged him gently. What are you trying to say? He felt himself start to tremble. With a supreme effort, he began again, talking to the tabletop. I don't think I can do this. It's not that I don't like Ginny and I know you're trying to help. I just. Mortified, Harry realized his voice was shaking. He'd faced a basilisk, for Merlin's sake. Talking to these four people seemed to take all his nerve. He forced himself to continue after taking a few deep breaths. I don't want to be betrothed, or anything. I mean, if there's any way around it. It's not right, and it's not fair to Ginny. While he was speaking, he didn't look up from studying the marks on the table. Now, he chanced a glance at Snape, who frowned harshly. Hastily, he looked back down. Is this really how you feel? Snape asked sharply. He put his cup down on the table with more force than necessary. Harry winced and shrank into his chair, knowing what was coming next. Snape would tell him to just get over it. He'd be told to stop his whinging and be grateful. I just feel like it would be hanging over me, us, he said helplessly. He wished he'd brought Hermione. He didn't know how to explain what he was feeling. He looked at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who were staring at Professor Snape. He was glad they weren't looking at him. He felt miserable enough that he was scorning their help. They'd probably never speak to him again. Ginny gave him a little smile. At least she wasn't angry with him. Rather, she was looking as relieved as Hermione said she would. Snape stared at Harry with narrowed eyes. He seemed to come to some kind of decision. I'm sorry, Harry, he said at last. Harry ced himself for Snape's next words. I suppose I've spent too long in the wizarding world. I'd forgotten, the man said softly. He turned to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. I will have to withdraw my consent from this contract. Of course, Severus, said Molly gently. Harry, we never meant to make the two of you unhappy. She wrapped her arm around her daughter. We'll work something out. Ginny smiled brightly at Harry. Perhaps there is a retroactive healer's oath I could take to renounce my claim on Miss Weasley. He sighed and ped his hand over his eyes as though it were all too much to deal with. So, this means we don't have to be betrothed or whatever. Harry checked, hardly able to believe it. For the first time in his life an adult had changed a decision for no other reason than Harry didn't like it. Snape nodded. That is precisely what it means, Harry. I had been congratulating myself for living in the 20th century, he smiled rather ruefully. However, apparently I am more a resident of the 16th than I thought. Harry's stomach unclenched. He was trying not to do or say something stupid, but he had to wipe a few stray relieved tears away. Mr. Weasley fished a bit of parchment out of his robe. He looked at it, then spoke very slowly. You know, Severus, I was just going to tell you. I did as you suggested and found Eileen's inquest report. I noticed that your family had no legal representation. Snape shook his head sharply. There was no money for that, he grunted. What does it matter? Well, I'm certain that this verdict must have been a source of a number of difficulties for you. Snape snorted. One could say that. Well, looking at the case. You see, Auntie Muriel has an excellent solicitor. Mr. Weasley looked at Mrs. Weasley, as if for support. I imagine if we told her what it was for, Muriel would help fund an appeal. Snape seemed at a loss for words. He cleared his throat, swallowed. You'd be willing to get involved in that? Mrs. Weasley took the bit of parchment from Mr. Weasley, which she read. When she looked up again, her eyes seemed very bright. Oh, Severus, I am sorry. She put her hand across the table and patted his hand. Of course we can help. Ginny, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said suddenly, go and get cleaned up for tea, dears. They both nodded. As Harry was leaving, Snape caught him by the elbow. Thank you for telling me that, Harry, he said solemnly, his voice sounding a bit thick. I know that was difficult. Harry nodded, not sure how to respond. He headed out into the hallway. Ginny was already halfway up the stairs. She stopped, turned to him. Thanks, Harry, she said awkwardly. Not that I'd hate the idea or anything, but... Harry smiled. He'd still been afraid she'd be mad. Yeah, he agreed. Hermione and Ron came barreling down the stairs as soon as they heard Ginny and Harry. Well, demanded Hermione, much as she had an hour or so ago. Ginny gave Hermione a relieved smile. Harry got Snape to cancel it. Just like that? Ron asked, stunned. I didn't think he'd ever change his mind. He's so... Harry could see Ron trying to come up with something to describe him that wouldn't be insulting. Yeah, Harry agreed. Maybe the spell made him nicer, suggested Hermione. Ginny shook her head. She laughed a little. I don't think so. He went spare at Fred and George because they were teasing Harry. They're out cleaning the chicken coop with toothbrushes. It was frightening how perilously close Severus had come to losing the boys' trust. What Molly had suggested had seemed so reasonable and expedient. It had seemed the perfect way to avoid the child's being haired by the ministry, and not incidentally, to keep Harry's true parentage a secret. When Harry had come into the kitchen looking so drawn and unhappy and mumbled his way through the explanation of how he was feeling about a betrothal, it had been on the tip of Severus' tongue to tell Harry that this was the way things were done in the wizarding world. He very nearly told the child that it was just something he'd have to get accustomed to. Severus, stop. Several of the voices in his head seemed against the idea, but the words were Lily's. He's never asked for anything before. Then, more softly, don't you remember what I was like the first time I'd heard about this particular custom? Lily had thrown an almighty fit one day when one of her Gryffindor housemates had come into school talking about the betrothal her parents had just arranged. It was in exchange for some magical debt or another. Down by the lake, she had told Severus in great detail how it made her recoil in horror. Lily's rant had started with how her grandmother had been a suffragette and had gone to work in a laundry when she refused to go into service at 14. Lily had gone on to talk about politics and unions, most of which Severus didn't follow. The upshot was that muggles with this sort of background did not see betrothals as a proper thing to do. Don't do this, Sev, she finished. With that request accompanying it, there was no way Severus could deny the child. As sensible a plan as it might seem to wizards, the boy's muggle background probably made it entirely unpalatable. It was almost worth it just to see the shock in the boy's eyes. Sadly, it also reinforced the impression that no one had ever listened to the child before. Molly was a little too easy to convince. That seemed suspicious, but the girl seemed to relax after he agreed to cancel it. Perhaps she'd had objections, too. Can't imagine why, Lily's voice remarked sarcastically. His occlumency seemed able to keep everyone but Lily out right now. Another note came from Lupin after tea, ping on his regrets that Severus would have to stay with the Weasleys a few more days. Apparently Albus needed him for ward setting. Severus mentioned again that he and Harry could be gone from under Molly's feet. She merely glared at him and then behaved as if she hadn't heard. Although this little veranda outside the back door of the burrow she had conjured and that he currently was sitting on was probably Molly's acknowledgement of Severus' need for solitude that didn't require him to lock himself in the bedroom. It wouldn't last more than a day or two. It was nothing more than a rain-repelling charm and a warming charm that had an illusion of roof, floor and windows. Arthur had informed him cheerfully that this was something Molly did when the boys were suffering from cabin fever in the winter and driving her around the bend. Sometimes she'd lock the boys out here, sometimes herself. Arthur had brought out an actual chair, side table and ottoman for Severus to use. It's hard to be around the boys when you don't have a retreat, Arthur said cheerfully. He'd left a tea tray and a plate of biscuits on the little side table. Right now, Severus was using the welcome quiet to converse with Lily. Or rather get a lecture from Lily. You know what you need to do. Her voice was so clear that it sounded like it was coming from outside of his head. You should tell him. Lily, I can't, he muttered. It would devastate him. Maybe so, she replied, but it will be much worse if he finds out for himself. His friend already said she thought only blood relatives could make betrothal contracts. She's smart enough to find out. And then she need only go to the records office. If it gets out, it could ruin your good name, Severus protested. We don't care about that. We, James and I told him, not long before we died, what you'd done for us. Severus could almost see her, sitting next to him in a chair that matched the one he occupied. No, he could see her, clear as the dismal November sunset. Rather than a ghostly silver, she was dressed in a becoming green robe that matched her eyes and contrasted beautifully with her auburn hair. Why don't you look like a ghost? He asked her curiously. Because to you I'm not one, Severus, she said gently. A third of your soul dwells here, on the other side. There's no veil between us. That was not in his head. Perhaps he'd drifted to sleep again. Not this time. She smiled and rocked in her chair. After a moment, she used her wand to produce a second cup and helped herself to tea. Although you'd be better just thinking at me, you wouldn't want to advertise that you're a necromancer. Or to have everyone thinking you've lost your mind. The ministry would hunt him down like a dog if they found out about this latest thing. Considering that I'm fairly certain I have lost my mind, he replied lightly, although without moving his lips, I'm not sure it matters. Lily smiled, but the expression was a little bitter. Yes, but I won't have you locked up in St. Mungo's or Azkaban. Harry needs you. Harry doesn't need me. He needs someone who can love him, Severus scoffed. Someone who can look after him properly. Molly and Arthur are much better suited and Harry will be much happier. Harry needs much more attention than Molly and Arthur can give him. Especially right now. Lily stared into the sunset. And you do love him. Don't be ridiculous, I'm only. Severus, don't, Lily interrupted, it's all right if you're fond of your son. She held up a hand to stop whatever he was going to say next. I know you never intended him to be yours. I know that you have always thought of him as James's and mine. If things were different, that would be the best thing you could do. She turned to look him fully in the face. But things aren't different. If my sister hadn't been such a hateful little, her face twisted, if I wasn't dead. If James wasn't, if Sirius hadn't run off half-cocked, if Peter hadn't sold us out to Voldemort. I beg your pardon, Severus sputtered. Lily, you're mistaken, it was Black who gave your whereabouts away. Lily sniffed and wiped her eyes with a white handkerchief from her sleeve. No, it was Peter. He shook his head. Black confessed. Greatly daring, he reached over and put his hand on hers. It felt warm and alive under his. When Albus visited him in Azkaban, the only thing he said to him was, "It was my fault." She sighed and sniffed. He thinks it was his fault, but he never sold us to Voldemort. He blames himself, but it was Peter who betrayed us. She looked up, intense again. Things have changed, Severus. You've reached a turn in the road. Her face took on an eerie spirit glow. Tonight the traitor is revealed and everything begins. Harry needs the truth from you. He needs one person he can trust, and he'll never be able to trust you with secrets separating you. She stood and bent down to put her arms around him. I know you'll do the right thing, my friend, she whispered. He returned her MC, only to discover the next second that he held nothing. Sighing, he poured another cup of tea. Professor, a quiet voice said behind him. Miss Weasley, he acknowledged, wondering what the child could possibly want. He sat on the urge to snap at her to leave him be. Lily would not be impressed and he would likely never hear the end of it. She came around to stand in front of him. She looked dreadful, almost swaying on her feet with fatigue. Not unlike how Severus felt. She took the chair Lily had been sitting in. The professor was startled to realize the chair was real, not an illusion Lily had created. I wanted to thank you, Professor, the girl said in a rush. You've been really, she hesitated, looking for a word, good about this whole spell thing. She looked down at her hands. Then raised her gaze back up. Bill told me, he was really worried. Mum didn't want to tell me, but Bill did anyway, he said that the best I could hope for is that you'd be willing to marry me. That way I'd at least have some rights under the law. He said that the spell could be used as a bondage spell. I didn't think that you really would, she hastened to tell him, her eyes wide and worried. I told him weren't like that, but Bill thought you might want to marry me, because, well, you know, she turned bright red, he said that the goblins reckoned you might want an heir. Miss Weasley, I am very tired, Severus replied quietly, not wanting to keep having this conversation. And, if I may say so, you look like you need to get yourself back to your bed. He addressed her as he'd address one of his Slytherins who was ill and denying the need to see Madame Pomfrey, equal parts sympathy and common sense. I imagine this whole thing has been quite the ordeal for you. Please dismiss from your mind any obligation you feel towards me. I believe your parents and I have decided on a course of action that should appease the spell without any further disruption of your life. He stopped for a moment to sip his tea, before adding, I apologize for leaving you with this anxiety. I honestly didn't take into account that part of the spell. I told Bill that you weren't like that, she repeated, her eyes wide. I knew you couldn't be because of what you said to Death, she whispered. Do you remember? No, actually he didn't, but he didn't like to tell her that. Miss Weasley, I doubt it matters. She stared for a few more seconds before relaxing. No, sir, she agreed, then she said, sir. Yes, I should tell you, I looked up betrothal contracts when Bill mentioned them. The book's still in my room. It said only close kin can make those sorts of contracts. And it wouldn't have appeased the spell anyway, if Harry wasn't your close kin. She had the good grace to blush at her own temerity. I won't say anything to Harry, but Hermione, she trailed off. Ginny, Molly called from the kitchen. Why don't you go have a lie down for a while, dear? Severus sighed. Go on, child, he told her, when she rolled her eyes and opened her mouth to protest, do as your mother says. Yes, sir. Ginny stood and gave him a little smile. Molly gave her daughter a pat on the shoulder as she went past. You are a devious woman, Molly Weasley, Severus said as she sat down. Sorry, she asked all innocence. He looked at her with narrowed eyes, realizing that she had the same deadpan expression the twins wore when they were caught out, but her eyes sparkled with the expression of triumph they had when they'd gotten away with a particularly clever prank. Never mind, Severus couldn't find it in him to be angry at Molly's machinations. All she's truly done was fail to remind him of things that should have been at the forefront of his mind. By her lights, she was doing everything possible to help himself and his son. Harry was his son. That was the crux of everything, wasn't it? Auntie Muriel's solicitor just sent back an owl. Molly was unaware that Severus' whole world had just shifted on its axis for the umpteenth time since September. She says she can take the case. The inquest was actually handled most irregularly. It's entirely possible that the confiscation of the Prince ETS was not legal. That didn't matter as much as it once might have. And it may well be that in the rush to settle the case, the ministry wrongly convicted your mother. That did matter. Severus remembered the rejection letters he'd received from various apprenticeships, unable to take him because of his family history of mental instability. Axis Malfoy had finally stepped in after Severus had joined the Death Eaters to find him a potions apprenticeship. It hadn't been his first choice, but fortunately it was something he was very good at. Molly was continuing. She said that extenuating circumstances can generally be found for this type of thing. She's going to do some more research. Thank you. What do I owe her? Severus asked. Molly looked at Severus as if he'd grown a second head. Don't be silly. Muriel's taking care of it. It's a matter of family honor now. She shifted in her chair nervously. To that end, Muriel said she'd heard you asked for permission to bury Eileen on the Prince grounds and been denied. Severus nodded, his insides squirming as he thought about his mother, her ashes resting in her urn on top of the bookshelf in the living room. He just couldn't bear to bury her in a Muggle cemetery. Ah, you know that Muriel and I are the last of the Pruitts? Molly asked quietly. No, I didn't, Severus replied. Muriel and I, we wondered if you were still unhappy with where her grave rests, and then, well, we wondered if it was the Prince Cemetery in particular you wanted her buried in, or if you would accept any wizarding family cemetery. We could have her moved to our family cemetery. She paused. If you wanted. That was unexpected. That's very kind, Severus said huskily. Molly patted his hand. No need to decide now, dear, she said softly. Severus felt like he was standing on an uncertain precipice. He looked at her kind eyes and asked, Molly, how can I tell him? She didn't mind the rapid shift in topic. Just tell him, Severus, she said softly, not removing her hand from his. He'll be angry, but one thing I've noticed about our Harry is that he never stays that way. Mine, they'll carry a grudge till the next doomsday, but your boy. She might have put the slightest emphasis on, your boy. With him, it's a flash, then it's gone. Severus nodded. Things are always complicated, aren't they? He said softly. Molly nodded soberly. Generally, you very likely want to get it over with, and if I may say so, while you're here. She hesitated. I think I'm right in umming you might need help keeping an eye on him. Severus nodded, closing his eyes. Yes. Shall I send him down? She asked gently. Finally, Severus bowed to the inevitable. Yes. Just don't go far. I have an idea that he'll not be talking to me for a while after this. Hermione sat in the corner reading a book she'd found in Ginny's room while Harry and Ron played a few games of exploding snap after tea. Ginny stuck her head in to give them a wan smile and a little jerk of her head at Hermione, who got up and followed her. There hadn't been much conversation between them all afternoon. Hermione had been relieved to hear about Snape's about-face, but she kept giving Harry those oddly furtive looks. He began to wonder if she might have guessed about his little hanging stunt. Snape was still being a puzzle. There was no way he should have given in that easily, and so Harry felt on tenterhooks, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Hey, where's Scabbers? Asked Harry suddenly, realizing that he hadn't seen Ron's rat since he'd gotten to the burrow. Ron looked up at him and sighed, frowning morosely. He disappeared the night Ginny got sick. I think Crookshanks got him. Oh, mate, I'm sorry, replied Harry, meaning it. I didn't know. The other boy shrugged. He was a bit pathetic. And after everything else. Yes, but that's rough, Harry said, upset with himself. He couldn't believe he'd been such a rotten friend that he hadn't noticed until now that Ron's pet had disappeared. He remembered how bad he felt when Snuffles was gone. An idea occurred to him. How do you know Crookshanks got him? That cat's had it in for Scabbers since Hermione got him, Ron said darkly. He glowered at the cards for a moment, before sighing. Well, I know she feels really bad about it. It's not her fault that Sirius Black got into the tower and her cat got in too. He paused and then added more softly, she's been good for Ginny to talk to. And we owe her a life debt. She's been over about once a week since we got home. You know, Harry said slowly, Snuffles went missing and turned back up. Maybe all the stuff happening just made Scabbers hide. Could be. Ron's face brightened a bit and Harry was glad he'd spoken. There's lots of places for him to hide in the tower. They played quietly for a few more minutes. Harry looked at Ron. So how are life debts different from the Tribua stuff? Ron shrugged, throwing out a card, which exploded with a little pop. I guess it's more ordinary, you know. Basically, it means Ginny owes Hermione her life, but it's not a bondage spell. It doesn't make her forfeit her rights or anything. What do you mean? Ron glanced up as if to make sure no one was listening. Bill was doing his nut on the quiet. He and Dad, they wanted to get Snape to marry Ginny so he couldn't turn her into his house elf or something. Huh, Mum kept telling them not to worry so much. Ron smirked. That was funny. Usually it's Mum who's worrying. Dumbledore had said something to Harry at the end of his first year about Snape owing James Potter a life debt and how that made the man save Harry's life. Did that mean he owed Snape a life debt now? He owed the man something, he was sure. So, it was okay, living with Snape. It was the first time Ron had asked outright. Yeah, Harry said, trying to sound offhand. You know his dad was a muggle. Ron goggled at him. No, really, Harry nodded. He's even got a telephone and a stereo at his house. He watches television too, sometimes. Wicked. Ron grinned. I'd have thought he had a drafty old castle or something. No, it was pretty nice actually, Harry said. Once I cleaned it up, he didn't add. He threw out another card and this time his was the one to go off with a bang. Hermione would love it. He's got books everywhere. Some of them are good. I found a copy of The Hound of the Baskervilles. He didn't mention Tales of Beetle the Bard. He wasn't going to tell Ron that he'd been reading a kid's book. That was hidden in the bottom of his bag still. He wasn't sure why he'd brought it with him. It just seemed like if he had it near, the storyteller from that night couldn't be far away. He knew that the storyteller had been Snape. The man's voice was unmistakable. It just seemed so weird. Snape would probably laugh like hell if he found out how much those stories meant to him. Snape's really different away from school, then? Ron asked. Thinking of the storyteller, Harry nodded. He wasn't about to tell Ron about that, though. He's been different all year. He shrugged. Neville. He hesitated. This was the first time he'd spoken of Neville to Ron since he died. I think Neville really upset him. That was really the only reason Harry could imagine for Snape's change in attitude towards him. Ron nodded, not meeting his eyes. He swiped one of his eyes with the heel of his hand. Tactfully, Harry pretended not to notice. Harry, Mrs. Weasley stuck her head in the door. Professor Snape wonders if he can have a word. He's on the back porch. Harry nodded, getting up from where he'd been sitting on the floor. At Ron's quizzical expression, Harry said he had other things he wanted to talk about. The boy trotted down the stairs trying to quell the nervous flutter in his stomach. Professor Snape was sitting on the little porch. Mrs. Weasley had spelled into existence. A huge silver animal was standing in front of Snape's chair. A deer, Harry realized. It lifted its head to gaze at him as he came out of the back door. It had huge eyes and tiny antler spikes no larger than the ends of its ears. It must be a stag, then. The thing would have been too large for the space if it had been solid. Snape seemed to be just looking at it. The professor looked over his shoulder to follow the deer's gaze. Harry, he said, come in. He turned and banished the creature with an absent flick of his wand and a muttered, finite. What was that? Asked Harry, as the beautiful phantasm faded. It's called a Patronus, Snape said softly. It's especially useful against Dementors. Oh, Harry wasn't sure what to say to that. A second chair was separated from Snape's by an end table that had a tea tray with tea and biscuits on top of it. Snape waved to it. Sit down, Harry. He paused a beat. How are you doing? His voice was soft. A little nonplussed at the question, the boy shrugged. Fine, he said automatically. That was the kind of question Lupin kept asking him. He'd been relieved that Lupin hadn't shown back up, thoroughly tired of the man's constant questions about Harry's feelings. Snape usually asked questions about practical or specific things. The man turned his "You're a bug" look onto him. Something about his face made Harry very uneasy. His eyes glittered with something that Harry didn't recognize. After a minute, he realized that Snape looked almost frightened. That was a stupid question, I suppose, Snape muttered irritably. Harry kept quiet, figuring it was rhetorical. I wanted to speak to you about a few things, Snape said, but he didn't say anything further. The boy sat quietly, his stomach clenching. He had no idea what could be the reason for a build-up like this. The man's face went from that weird frightened look to almost horrified. It occurs to me, Harry, he said in a low voice, I really don't know how well acquainted you are with certain facts about, well, Snape cleared his throat. That is to say, I have no idea what the state of UAL education would be in the Muggle world. The man's cheeks flushed to an almost painful-looking red. Oh dear God, thought Harry, mortified. Does he want to give me the talk? Nothing would be more embering than that. Harry had listened in on Vernon's discussions with Dudley, usually when they were sitting in front of the telly and Petunia was out for the evening. That was awkward enough, but this. It's okay, Professor, Harry said quickly, before the man could continue. They tell us all about that in Muggle school. That was stretching it a bit, but that was all right. Vernon had gone on at length to Dudley about not letting some girl trap him into marriage. He went on so Snape couldn't interrupt, and the twins apologized for teasing me and I didn't really get that freaked out, and since I don't have to be engaged to Ginny, I don't even have a girlfriend. Aunt Petunia. Well, she said. Anyway, she was pretty, graphic. The boy's face started to heat up. You know, about how my mum got herself in trouble, and if I ever did that to some girl, I wouldn't need the girl's father to kill me. She'd do it for him. Snape stared at him, with that unplaceable expression. It occurred to Harry that he actually didn't know much about the wizarding world when it came to this stuff. He'd just found out that arranged marriages were apparently common. Who knew what other customs no one had mentioned to him? So, yeah, I sort of have some idea of the, mechanics, he finished lamely. Snape sighed, maybe in relief. This is awkward enough, the man muttered, without having to explain the plumbing. What? Asked Harry, feeling completely baffled. The professor's black eyes caught his. In the dim light of a single lamp, the man's eyes seemed bottomless. He looked at Harry very seriously before saying, I need you to listen to what I have to say to the very end. It is something that will undoubtedly upset you. What? Demanded Harry, before catching himself. Sir, he added grudgingly, reckoning it wouldn't hurt to be polite. Snape looked away, directing his gaze out of the windows, though it was fully dark now. Do you remember me telling you that your mother went through some effort to conceive you? He asked in a low voice. Harry felt his face pale. That night, he'd babbled at the storyteller about what Aunt Petunia used to say, not realizing he was spouting off to Snape. And then again when Snape had slipped him a truth potion. The memory of the man holding his hand gave Harry a funny, tight flutter in his. If you needed a delicate potion, to whom would you go? Snape had asked. Numbly the child nodded. He just knew that Snape was going to tell him it was all a comforting lie, just to get him through that night. You should know that the trouble they had conceiving lay with James Potter, not your mother. They'd been trying for over a year. The potion I made for her. Snape trailed off, caught Harry's eyes, then looked away again. It is commonly used by women whose husbands are infertile. He was speaking more quickly now, as if to just get it out. It's not unlike a polyjuice potion. However, the effects are permanent. The woman takes it so that her child will resemble her husband rather than the child's biological father. So, what? Like sperm donation. Harry had seen something about that on the telly once. The professor relaxed a little. Yes, precisely. The man's speech took on the tone of voice he usually had when one of the Slytherins answered a question correctly. According to wizarding law, a man's wife's child is automatically counted as his magical and legal heir, unless he disinherits the child. However, your presumed father, well, given that he is deceased, only a blood relative can take custody of you without it going before the Wizengamot. I was the only one who could do it, and do it quietly. Harry remembered those words from a lifetime ago. His mind slowly churned into motion, as he tried to decipher what the man was trying to tell him. So, you're related to me somehow. Harry said the words quietly, only then remembering some of the odd things Snape had said, especially since the whole hanging incident. Go to sleep, son. I have every right. I'm the boy's F.A. The boy's father. A wild fit of hysteria nearly made Harry burst into giggles. He remembered an American film Dudley and his friends were fond of. The black-shrouded villain told the hero in some climactic scene, I am your father. As Harry remembered, the poor hero had ended up hanging in space by his knees. He couldn't remember the rest of it. He choked the giggles down, managing to only give voice to a snort. He looked down at his hands, took 3 or 4 deep breaths before looking back up at his guardian. Snape sat rigidly upright in the comfortable chair. His hand was curled around the top of his cane, gripping it so hard that his knuckles were white. His mouth was a tight-lipped line. Very slowly, feeling the need to be absolutely clear, Harry said, So, you're saying that James Potter wasn't really my dad? Something twisted in Snape's face. No, I'm saying that, had Potter lived, he would have been your father in every way that counted. He paused a beat, but since your placement was unsuitable, I have exercised my rights as your closest living blood relative. To answer your question, I am your biological father. Since I have officially claimed you, you are now my legal and magical heir. Did James Potter know about this? Harry asked in a low voice. No, Snape said, although I do believe your mother told him before they were killed. So, you and my mother, you did some magical rite or something. And made my mother pregnant that way. Harry's stomach was starting to tie itself in knots. I made the potion for her, Snape said, his eyes averted. So, you and my mother, you and her. The man's bright red cheeks were answer enough. So Marge was right, Harry hissed. The teapot cracked. She was just a common little slag who'd sleep with anything that looked at her twice. Snape's expression darkened to something thunderous. At any other time just his glare would have silenced Harry, but after the last month, he'd gotten reckless where Snape was concerned. Why are you telling me this? Harry growled. It may be that, Given that the Dursleys were so publicly arrested, it will get back to the wizarding world. If that happens, there would be petitions to put you with a wizard family. In all likelihood, this would get out. So, the whole world will know that my mother was a bloody little slut. Harry jumped up from his chair, his fists clenched. Snape rose too. Don't you speak of your mother like that. He snapped. Why not? Shouted Harry. That's what she was. His heart was racing and angry tears were leaking from his eyes. You put one over on my father because you hated him, didn't you? I bet you laughed like hell. Yeah, you never competed with. The child realized he had no idea what to call James Potter now. With him for her affection because she was a tart just like my aunt said she was. Did you pay her too? I bet you had to pay to get her. And then when she gets knocked up you figure out some way to fix it so I look like. The breath in Harry's caught as Snape took one step towards him, one hand outstretched. Harry jumped away, protecting his head. Any second now he was sure that Snape was going to lash out with either that cane or his wand. Harry. Snape didn't move another muscle, his face was colorless. Please, listen. No. The boy was beyond reason, beyond fear. Like that night with Aunt Marge, it didn't seem like he could rein in his fury. A wind whipped up from nowhere and blew the furniture across the porch. You have been lying to me. Pretending that you wanted to look after me. Why didn't you just let me die? You never wanted me. You could have come for me. You left me with the Dursleys. Your mother loved Petunia, Snape said quietly. It never occurred to me that Petunia didn't return the affection. Harry couldn't stand being here anymore. He turned and tried to open the back door, and found it locked. Let me go. Harry yanked on the doorknob. Not yet, Snape said softly. I need you to let me finish. The man's quiet voice held something more compelling than his harsh tones. Unwillingly, the boy turned around. He lifted his chin and glared at the tall man. There's not anything left to say. Snape leaned heavily on his cane. He looked older than Dumbledore at that second. Harry, listen, it wasn't supposed to be like this. I never wanted you to know. Of course not. You didn't want anyone to know you were somebody's wife. Mind your tongue. Snape drew himself up and took a step towards Harry. You can do it, but I can't say it. Tired of the man's games, Harry recklessly disregarded the man's warning tone. You and her. His stomach turned over at the very thought. Petunia had been right all along. Not knowing what else to do with his ire and his humiliation, Harry turned around and slammed his fist into the wall. Stop that, now, growled Snape, moving more quickly than he had been of late. He caught Harry's wrist in a firm grip, preventing him from hitting the wall again. He turned Harry around to face him. The man was much too close. Harry suddenly became sensible of the danger he was in. Vernon would have already throttled him. Harry, you can't keep doing this. Snape sighed, still holding Harry's wrist. Madame Pomfrey fixed it when she did your neck, but you'll break it again if you continue. Mrs. Weasley will not appreciate fixing self-inflicted injuries. Damn it, Snape did not play fair. Harry felt sick. He leaned against the wall behind him and slid down to the floor, pulling his arm from Snape's grip. He put his head on his knees and hid his face in his arms. He felt the air stir in front of him and felt a hand on his arm. I'm sorry. Snape sounded like he had knelt down in front of him. I know you won't believe me yet, but it wasn't like that. Your father suffered from a genetic defect that made him unable to have children. It's not uncommon in pure blood houses. Your mother came to me for help. She was my best friend. He paused, but Harry didn't move or speak. Think of how many wizard families have only one child. Isn't that strange, when they all value family and lineage as they do? Harry shrugged. I do have proof, should you need to see it. The boy shook his head. It was all too much to take in. The horrible things the Dursleys said about his parents rang in his ears. Why didn't you let me go? He whispered. I will not. You are my responsibility. The man's voice sounded choked. Finally Harry looked up. You don't want me. He tried to snarl, but it came out as a defeated whisper. You're just doing your duty. Snape seemed impossibly pale, like he was going to pee out at any moment, but his voice was steady. Love can't exist without duty, he rasped, reaching out with one hand to curl it around Harry's shoulder. Feeling a bit like he did after Vernon backhanded him, Harry shook his head to clear it. There was no way Snape meant that the way it sounded. Love, what are you talking about? I don't know if you can believe me. I have grown fond of you, I think. As declarations went, it was weak, and the tone was stiff, but for all that it was as if a small explosion had gone off in Harry's. And then he pulled his hand away. I realize that you will be much happier here, of course, and I certainly won't alter the plan to turn custody over to the Weasleys at the earliest convenience. However, that was enough for Harry. So fond you want to get rid of me, at the earliest convenience. He jumped up and crossed the little porch to the outside door. This one opened when he twisted the knob. He ran out into the dank night, heedless of where he was going or the shouting of his guardian's voice. Cursing himself for a fool, the potions master summoned his cloak and Harry's. He'd forgotten about that back door. Between that and his ridiculous displays of emotion, it was becoming apparent that he was suffering some variety of damage. He flicked his wand and growled a couple of charms. The kitchen door swung open with a slam. Both cloaks flew into his outstretched hand. Molly stuck her head out, but fortunately there was no evidence of the Weasley boys. Oh, he's never gone out without his cloak, has he? She asked, looking concerned. Of course he has. Severus pulled out the pocket watch. The hand was at sulking, rather than mortal peril, or mischief. A quick locus filius revealed Harry's location, Broom Shed. Severus relaxed marginally. I'll go get him. He thought he'd better get him before the child did something stupid again. Molly nodded. You'll be all right. You'll let me know if you need help, she asked, wringing her hands a bit and staring out at the back garden. She turned back to Severus. I'll leave a pot of tea on the table for you both. There's bread in the cupboard if you want to make some toast or a sandwich. Don't stay out in the cold all night, neither of you need that. She seemed to take comfort in practicalities. Everyone else is in bed. I'll just get out of the way, shall I? Thank you, Molly, Severus sighed, pulling his cloak on and picking up his cane. Seeming to make up her mind about something, Molly caught Severus in a sudden hug. The man held himself stiffly for a few seconds before bending and patting the woman on the back. The last time anyone had said him like this was when Eileen had seen him off at the station that last Christmas. Molly, Severus said gruffly, thank you. Don't be silly, dear. There's nothing to thank me for. She let go of him and patted his shoulder the same way Severus had seen her pat Bill's. Now, you just pull yourself together a bit and then go on and get Harry before he gets even more confused than he already is. She pulled her wand out and produced a handkerchief that she handed to him. Utterly mortified, Severus realized that tears were leaking from his eyes again. I'm sorry. This is quite out of character. His voice was harsh. I don't know what's wrong with me. This was getting embering. The witch's eyes were understanding. Bill said that the books all say it's rather normal to be a bit maudlin, histrionic, idiotic. Severus grated. He was able to count on his fingers the number of times he'd been reduced to tears as an adult before these past 2 months. More emotional than usual, Molly said firmly. Minerva and Poppy are the same. Minerva told me the last time she wrote that she can't get through a day without sitting down and crying at least once. And the things that come out of her mouth. Remus says she swears like a navvy. Her voice dropped to a confidential murmur. I suspect she's taking advantage of it, though. Remus tells me she shouts at Dumbledore every time she sees him and puts it all down to the spell. Horrified, Severus realized that he really did know very little of the Tribua spell's effects. He couldn't believe he'd used it without so much as a second thought. That was no doubt why Bill had been so shocked. It was just such a Gryffindorish thing to do. Molly was going on, again giving him one of those encouraging pats of the shoulder. Poppy said that the fits will peace soon, you just need to recover your strength. Hopefully, now that we've balanced the spell, that will happen a bit more quickly. He really hoped so, or else how was he going to teach Cleese when he was apt to break down into laughter or tears at the drop of a hat? There was nothing to do for it now. He lit his wand so he didn't trip over anything in the garden while he went to the shed. He made no effort to be stealthy, so perhaps Harry could be forgiven for not realizing it was he. Off, Ron, the boy hissed as Severus opened the door. Tell your mum I'm fine, Harry chattered. It was freezing in there and all Harry was wearing was his jumper and jeans. In the dim light Severus could see the boy, sitting on a box, facing away from the door. He had his arms wrapped around himself and he was shivering. Quietly, the man slipped into the shed, put his wand into his pocket and the cloak around Harry's shoulders. The child gasped in surprise and jumped away, turning to face him. He dropped the cloak onto the floor. "Harry," Severus sighed, leaning down to pick it up, "it's cold out here." He sat down on the box, holding the cloak out. Eyes huge with trepidation, the young wizard reached out for it. Seeming as though he was waiting for it to turn into or explode, he held it as though he didn't know what to do with it. Severus sighed again. He stood, took the cloak back and handed his cane to the child. Shaking it out, he wrapped it around the youngster's shoulders. Harry didn't say a word as Severus retook his cane and sat down on the box again. "Do you know," Severus began contemplatively, "when I was about your age, my mother put a silencing charm on me for a whole week." He smiled a little at Harry's rapt attention. He wondered if the child had always hung on his words like this. "She heard me call some girl a slag. I couldn't speak unless spoken to at all, and then only to give an answer. She told me that if I ever spoke of a witch that way, being silenced would be the least of my troubles." He paused for effect. "I imagine Mrs. Weasley would have something to say about that sort of language used under her roof." "Oh," Harry said in a distressed gasp, "she didn't hear me, did she?" Severus shook his head. "No, but I don't want to hear you say such things again. Especially not about your mother." He took the tone he generally did when issuing detentions. "I'm not above casting a week-long silencing charm on you. I found it was quite effective in teaching me how to curb my tongue. And it would allow Miss Granger ample time to explain in detail how offensive those words are to witches and muggle women alike." Perhaps this was the wrong time for it, but Severus felt he really needed to talk about both the language and the misconceptions implicit in the words. "I realize your aunt and uncle said dreadful things about your parents and you were only repeating them, but you will not speak so again, do you understand?" "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. An automatic response. Severus doubted he really meant it. The boy was exhausted and the upset of the day was wearing on him. He showed how tired he was the next second by dropping to sit on the floor, taking the posture he'd had on the porch, with his arms folded on top of his knees and his face hidden in the folds of his cloak. "But why did she do it?" he asked, sounding defeated. Severus leaned towards the child, putting his elbows on his knees and resting his chin on his fists. The inner prompting that he now realized was indeed Lily's coaching told him that he needed to reach out to the boy, but with the utmost caution. With all the care that he would use when handling petrified cobwebs or incendiary potions ingredients, Severus placed his hand on one of the child's. It was exceedingly cold. He needed to coax the child into the house, but they needed to get some things out into the open first. "She wanted a child, Harry. She would have gone to any length for you, as indeed she did when she faced the Dark Lord." He was encouraged that the youngster didn't pull away. "Why didn't you take me, then?" Harry asked forlornly into his knees. Severus sighed. "There were many reasons, not least of which is that I would not have been a fit guardian." The young wizard mumbled indistinctly into his arms. "What was that?" Severus said, scooting forward so that he was almost knee to knee with him. "You wouldn't have been as bad as the Dursleys," Harry said with more volume, although he didn't raise his head. "No, but I had no way of knowing that." "Severus," Lily's voice ordered him, "you need to explain. Better than that." Having her in his head was going to be damned inconvenient, he could see. He hoped she had better things to do than spy on him all the time. "Harry, please, look at me." After a hesitation, Harry looked up. His eyes were very red and he wiped his nose on his sleeve. Sitting on his urge to find a handkerchief for the boy, Severus said very seriously, "My father was little better than your uncle and he often hit my mother as well as myself. He had a wicked temper and an evil tongue. I knew I was no fit father for anyone. I think my treatment of you and Mr. Longbottom in the CL room will attest to that." Eyes huge, Harry hesitated then spoke slowly, seeming to be thinking his way through something. "You've been really good since this whole thing began, though," he offered as if to appease his guardian. "You got me clothes and glees and everything." Unconsciously he pushed the glees up the bridge of his nose with his free hand. Interesting that the boy should try to console Severus when 10 minutes ago he was furious with him. Molly was correct about his temperament. That had to come from Lily. Severus himself had carried grudges for years. That is kind of you, Severus replied, feeling profoundly sad. Clearly a testament to your guardians, ill treatment if you consider my bungling to be really good. His voice was bitter to his own ears. It has only recently been made clear to me how very wrong my approach has been. Harry tilted his head to the side as though having trouble following. I never intended to take custody of you. You see, I did not wish to become my father. It is not a reflection on you at all. I had thought. He stopped, closed his mouth for a moment to organize his thoughts. Harry made no more move to interrupt than a CL full of his 7th-year Newt students would have. I was aware that there was ample money to take care of your material needs. If Petunia was not an unnatural shrew, they would have been met, as would your emotional needs. I was willing to the world was ordered the way I wanted it to be. I was willing to pay off my obligations to someone I deemed more fit, without ever bothering to verify the matter for myself. Severus looked away from the boy, ashamed. I fear I have become my father in many ways. The admission was a knitting needle through his heart. Only as he said it did he realize how true it was. He might not be a drunk, but his foul temper and vitriolic tongue damaged those around him quite as much as his father's drunken rages. His neglecting to even check on Harry was far worse than anything Tobias ever did. You and Mr. Longbottom, I'm afraid you both brought out the worst in me, Severus said, still looking away from the child, but the smaller hand under his own had not been withdrawn. It was tensed to pull away, but for now the boy allowed the contact. That had to be an encouraging sign. If he wasn't getting through, Harry would be on his feet and out the door again. Retreat was one of the boy's major survival strategies. I think I saw in you both some reflection of myself. And you. Had you been any other student, I would more than likely have thought to look for the underlying reasons for your behavior. As it was, I only thought you had everything I never had. How dare you behave like I did? I don't understand, Harry said. No, of course you don't. Severus felt stiff sitting here and, as they had been since he used that blasted spell, his emotions were far too close to the surface. It's cold out here, and it's late. Everyone else went to bed. With a groan, leaning heavily on his cane, Severus stood. He held out his hand. After a bare hesitation, Harry took it and pulled himself up. You're still far too cold. Come here. Severus pulled the boy to his side, draping his cloak and his arm over the child's shoulders so that his cloak covered them both. The man had a vivid memory, suddenly, of his mother doing the same to him when they were out together in the wizarding world. Severus always thought it was because they could never afford cloaks with warming charms on them. Now, though, he remembered the amazing feeling of security it gave him when he was small. He drew the child closer to him so that his arm fully encircled those thin shoulders, feeling the small body stiffen, then relax. As they walked back to the house, Severus realized that the boy's trembling was not shivering from cold. Harry was using his sleeve to wipe his face again, although he made no sound. As on the night Severus had comforted the child during his long crying jag after he'd shouted at Dumbledore, his weeping was very quiet. No doubt the result of being told to shut up his noise or else be given something to cry about. In the light of the kitchen, Severus saw that Harry's face was awash in tears. Here, he said quietly, producing a handkerchief. Harry took it with a small murmur that was probably a thank you. If he was going to keep needing this many handkerchiefs, Severus reflected, he would start buying disposable tissues. Molly had left the teapot on the table with a warming charm and the kitchen was toasty, soothing Severus' aching joints. With a tired groan, the wizard took off his cloak and sat. Harry cleaned up, splashing his face at the sink. He took off his own cloak, hanging it and Severus on the cloak tree before he came the table. By this time Severus had the tea poured. Are you hungry? Severus asked solicitously. Harry shook his head. Severus chose his next words carefully, pitching his voice to be as roaring as he could. There is far too much we have not yet discussed. I would like to do that now. However, I need your word that I will not have to chase you down again. I am very tired of this game we've been playing. Clearly it is long past the time for this conversation. A sort of noncommittal grunt was the answer. That wouldn't do, Harry. I need your word. Otherwise, I swear I will stick you to that chair. Severus allowed his voice to creep towards the stern one he used on people who melted cauldrons. Yes, sir, Harry replied meekly. That was probably the best he was going to get. He rubbed his eyes, propping his elbows on the table. When he looked up, Harry was staring at him as if he'd never seen him before. Questions were forming in the back of the child's eyes, but he was biting his tongue. "What is it?" asked Severus as gently as possible. He clasped his hands together and gave the child his full attention. The boy flinched. A second later he squared his shoulders and raised his chin. "So, when are you planning on getting the Wizengamot to let you get rid of me?" He seemed to be going for a defiant tone, and failing. Severus shook his head. "I told you, we can transfer your custody to the Weasleys at the earliest convenience. We need only speak to one of the judges privately." Harry looked away and took a deep breath, looking unpleased about something. The only thing Severus could think of was that it wasn't soon enough for the child. "There's no reason you can't stay with them now, if you like." He strove to make his voice gentle and non-threatening. "I only brought you to my home in the beginning because, well, Ginny." Harry glanced back at him, then away again, his hands clasping his teacup and looking into it as though trying to read the leaves. "Precisely. I was attempting to sort out a way for you to stay with them permanently that wouldn't involve the ministry, but since that proved impractical we'll have to." Severus trailed off. The child was doing it again, sniffling and trying to pretend he wasn't. They were a fine pair. At this rate they were going to end up drowning themselves in salt water. "What is it?" He tried not to snap. I don't." Harry sputtered as though he couldn't formulate what he was thinking. "What if I don't want to go to the Weasleys?" he finally whispered. Severus opened his mouth and shut it again, not quite understanding what the child was saying. After a moment, he said, "Well, I'm not at all sure who you would prefer. Perhaps the Grangers." He wondered if it was possible that the Muggle-raised child might not be as comfortable in the wizarding world as they'd always supposed. The child just sighed sadly. Using his most persuasive voice, Severus said, "Please, Harry. I'm trying to help. You need to tell me what you're thinking. You could keep me." The child's voice was barely more than a whisper. Severus stared for a full minute, feeling like someone had just cast a confounding charm on him. "Sir." Harry's concerned voice finally brought him out of his stunned silence. "Why on earth would you want that?" Severus finally asked, blankly. The boy looked much younger than 13 at the moment. Short and skinny, although he had put on some weight and was no longer drowning in his clothes, he looked like a Dickensian waif. Still not looking up, he gave a jerky shrug. It wasn't often in his life that Severus felt completely baffled. This was something he'd never even considered. Perhaps Molly would have some idea of what bizarre impulse might have prompted this request. It could be that with the child's overdeveloped sense of responsibility, he felt that the Weasleys' plate was too full. It was even possible that he felt that he needed to look after Severus. Certainly, that whole housecleaning thing pointed that way. "Harry," he prompted, when it became clear that the child wasn't going to say anything further. "Never mind." The boy firmed his chin as though he'd taken a major blow but was determined to bear up underneath it. That was just too much. When Harry's green eyes met his, he silently incanted Legilimens. The images from the boy's mind were confused and full of conflict. Foremost in them was the night of Harry's unsuccessful hanging, the ginger allspice scent of Severus' robes, the feel of Severus' hand and the sound of his voice. The feel of a book in the bottom of the boy's bag that meant security. Unsettled, Severus cancelled the spell. Nervously, Harry averted his eyes and fiddled with his teacup. "We certainly don't have to do anything you don't want to do." Severus tried to think his way through the impressions he'd gained from the child's mind. He was feeling grateful to Severus for the saving of his life and, being 13, he was easily swayed by such things. "If that's what you prefer, of course you can stay with me." The child's gratitude was encouraging in that it meant that the boy was less likely to do anything rash at the moment. Severus himself had been resentful of his own rescuers for weeks. Really, of his own accord, Harry sought Severus' gaze, searching his face for something. "I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it," the potion's master said stiffly. Harry nodded. "You can certainly change your mind," Severus urged him, knowing the child would change his mind when he was feeling less vulnerable. "Nothing is irrevocable right now. Riley," he added, Given that we both seem to be in the custody of the Weasleys currently, perhaps it's of no great matter." The boy returned the smile. "That being settled, for the moment, perhaps we can move on to other things." Severus said gently. "Like what?" The wizard supposed that the child couldn't be blamed for his apprehension. "I fear that since you have rejected the betrothal idea, this could get messy. If the Dursleys' arrest comes out, there will be petitions for your guardianship." Severus said nothing of the potential for violence against Muggles that might follow. There are quite a few old families that can claim some distant relationship to the Potter line. Another thing Severus wasn't going to mention: the Malfoys, the Blacks and the Lestranges could all claim kinship. Fortunately, the Blacks and the Lestranges were out of the way. Lucius, on the other hand, would love to get his hands on the child, and it would not be the first time a Malfoy had bought a judge. If that happened, the records would be examined and the change in guardianship would possibly be leaked to the press. "I may be able to have the records sealed due to your presumptive father's family name, and we can claim some relationship through our Muggle ancestors. You are not the first child conceived this way, nor will you be the last." "What?" Harry looked shocked. "I told you, Harry. It's a genetic trait common in pure blood houses. Most witches of pure blood are carriers, and many of the wizards who can conceive are also carriers. If there were not Muggle-borns and half-bloods, we would die out in a few generations. Most of the wizarding families with several children have a Muggle relative in the recent past." "Oh." The boy rubbed his eyes under his glees with one hand. He looked drained and gray. There was one more piece of business to discuss before he sent the boy to bed. "I received a phone call from a social worker before we left Spinner's End. Your cousin was taken into care as well." Harry paled at the mention of his cousin. "He's okay, isn't he?" he asked anxiously. "Yes, and fortunately for us he has supplied ample details of the Dursleys' treatment of you. The English authorities feel that the written affidavits from us and your cousin's testimony are sufficient for now. They might, however, need a statement from you in the future." Harry's brow wrinkled. What did Dudley say? He told the truth. Actually, according to the social worker, he didn't seem to understand that the treatment you received was in any way abnormal. He told the authorities that there was something deeply wrong with you and his parents had to lock you up. He then described how you lived in a way that left no doubt that you had been abused. "Oh, but," Harry began. Severus held up his hand to forestall the maddening claim that the boy never really experienced abuse. "Harry, please, we can argue that later, if you don't mind." Harry nodded, looking chastened. "Your cousin has asked for permission to contact you. He'd like to either be allowed to speak to you in person or phone you." Harry shook his head. "Not if I don't have to. Not right now. I thought as much. I told the woman that it was likely you would feel that way." Severus hesitated. "I did tell her that he could write to you." He can write," Harry muttered. "Wait, how can he write to me? Wouldn't he need an owl?" Tiredly, he folded his arms on the table and put his head down on them. "No, letters addressed to Hogwarts generally find their way to the school even from the Muggle post." "Oh." The child's muttering sounded half awake. He'd done this once or twice in CL this term. Severus supposed he hadn't been sleeping since Longbottom's murder. Severus sipped at his tea, watching the child doze off. By the time he'd finished, Harry was breathing slowly and evenly. It seemed a shame to wake him. A quick charm made the child light as a feather so that the tall man could pick him up. A little maneuvering and Severus had the youngster arranged on his hip so that he could use his cane for balance and carry the child with one hand. There was no way he was going to carry the boy upstairs tonight, so Severus just took him to the bedroom he was sleeping in. He hoped Molly wouldn't be bothered by his transfiguring the chair into a small bed. A switching spell and Harry was clad in his pajamas. He tucked the child into bed. "Good night, son," he whispered. "Harry." Ginny's voice was soft and a little worried. "Professor Snape says he doesn't want you missing lunch. He says you should come in and eat." She'd just opened the door to the broom shed. "He says he knows you're here. You should come in before he decides to look for you himself." Harry didn't reply and didn't move out of the corner he'd tucked himself into. "Come on, Harry." That was Ron. Harry couldn't see them from the niche he was sitting in, and they apparently couldn't see him. "What are you in here sulking for, anyway?" Ron went on, frowning in puzzlement. Harry could hear it in his voice. "Not sulking," Harry called back, still not moving. He sounded rather pathetic to himself. He cleared his throat, tried again, I'm just thinking. He thought that was almost a normal tone of voice. Yes, well, think inside. It's cold out, snapped. It was cold out. It was the first morning that the garden had been covered in a blanket of frost. The sky was clear for once, but that only seemed to make it colder. Ginny sounded like she was starting to shiver. Her teeth chattering a little bit, I'm going in. Professor Snape's not going to be happy if he has to drag you in. Harry wasn't cold. When he woke up that morning in the spare bed in Snape's, his guardian's, his father's Christ, what was he supposed to call the man now? Room. He'd dressed quickly, trying not to think too hard about how he'd gotten into his pajamas. He really hoped magic had been involved rather than being undressed like a baby. As it was, he was embered enough at the dim memory he had of being carried to bed. That was twice now, as if he were 3. The professor and Mrs. Weasley were sitting talking quietly when he went into the kitchen. He'd stood awkwardly with his hands in his pockets, not looking at either until Mrs. Weasley had served him up some breakfast that she put in the spot next to Snape. While it was closer than Harry would have liked, it was good because sitting next to the man meant he didn't have to meet his eyes. He ate quickly, not listening to the 2 adults talk until they mentioned the Wizengamot. Harry looked up sharply, but neither one looked his way. Mrs. Weasley said something about the Prince family and Harry relaxed, realizing they weren't talking about him. When he heard the rest of the house moving around upstairs, he'd stood abruptly. Oddly panicked at having to talk to Ron or Hermione, he'd muttered, I need to. I'll be outside. Snape turned his head quickly and fixed him with a sharp stare. You remember the agreement we had? He frowned. Agreement, sir? Harry asked distractedly, and then, oh. His face flushed with uncomfortable heat. Yes, sir. He remembered he'd given his word that he would tell someone if he felt like doing something stupid. He fully expected to receive a lecture right in front of Mrs. Weasley. Snape stared at him with narrowed black eyes. Harry had that feeling that Snape was reading his mind again. After a second he relaxed. Off you go, then. He turned his attention back to his breakfast. Surprised, Harry had put his plate in the sink and had turned to leave when both Mrs. Weasley and Snape had said, nearly in stereo, don't forget your cloak. Yeah. He grabbed the cloak from where it hung and made a quick getaway just as he heard several Weasleys thunder down the stairs. So, he'd spent the entire morning in the broom shed, but at least he wasn't cold. Ron said something to Ginny that he couldn't catch. The broom shed door closed. Before Harry could get his hopes up that they'd all gone, Hermione said in a hesitant voice, what did Professor Snape say that's got you so upset? Nothing, Harry replied. You can't hide in here all day. Hermione's footsteps came closer. She stepped around the set of shelves Harry was sitting behind. Not hiding, Harry muttered, putting his head down and not looking at her. He knew he was acting like he was 3 rather than 13, but right now he wasn't up to putting up a good front. Hermione pulled up a box and sat down, wrapping her cloak around herself. She didn't look cold at all and he wondered if her cloak had warming charms too. Harry, she said cautiously, what's wrong? Don't tell me. Nothing. Obviously something's got you worried. He couldn't say it out loud. His insides squirmed at the thought of explaining to Ron and Hermione what Snape had told him. They'd think his mum was what Marge had called her. But how long before they found out anyway? Ron sat down next to Hermione. Snape wasn't too hacked off at you last night, was he? He asked very seriously. His voice dropped low. He didn't bring you out here to give a good hiding or. His cloak didn't have a warming charm by the way he was wrapping his arms around himself and scooting up close to Hermione. Cloaks with warming charms must be expensive. Snape hadn't let Harry look at the receipts when they went shopping, and with all the Weasleys it seemed that their cloaks were the basic ones that Harry had bought himself his first year. Hermione elbowed Ron hard in the side and gave him a glare. Harry realized he'd not really taken in the question properly. Ow, what? Ron scooted away from her and returned her glare. I was only. She frowned fiercely. You can't just ask somebody something like that, she hissed. What? Why not? Harry can tell us. Ron turned back to Harry, trying to look encouraging. Can't you? I mean, he faltered. See, The thing is, his face started to turn red and he seemed to steel himself. After Neville, Dad said that the ministries really started to take reports about this kind of stuff seriously where they haven't before. So if he's, well, not as good to you as he should be, I bet he'd listen to Mum and Dad if they told him he'd get in trouble. Ron was very careful not to say anything insulting about the man even while accusing him of mistreating Harry. No, it wasn't anything like that, Harry said honestly, although the way his mouth had run on last night he'd have deserved it. He felt a little offended that Ron would think that Snape was like Uncle Vernon. Then he was surprised that he cared. He really did just want to talk. I just didn't like what he had to say. What did he say? Hermione asked patiently. You can tell us anything. Is it? She hesitated. Has it got to do with the betrothal? Did he change his mind? No, it's just. Harry wasn't at all sure he could tell them anything. Anything might include what happened at the Dursleys, or his attempt at hanging himself, or the truth about his parents. He really didn't think they wanted to hear any of that. The broom shed door opened again. Harry. It was Snape. The three of them started at the voice. Harry jumped up, accidentally thumping his head hard enough to see stars on the shelf above the box he was sitting on. OWW. That was almost as hard as Petunia would hit him. Ooh, mate, that looked like it hurt. Ron said. Is it bleeding? Asked Hermione. There were flashing lights in front of his eyes for a moment. He pushed Hermione's hands away as she tried to look. Are you all right? Snape demanded sharply. Yes, fine. Harry's eyes watered as he reached up to feel a goose egg swelling on the top of his head. Hold this, Granger. Snape handed his stick to Hermione. Let me see. With surprisingly gentle hands, Snape probed the lump. What am I to do with you? Youngest Seeker in a century and yet you can't seem to get through a day without injuring yourself. He didn't sound like he was annoyed with Harry, despite his words. His voice was low and soft, almost his storyteller voice. It seemed like he was teasing Harry a little, but not in a mean way. Mr. Weasley sometimes spoke to his sons like that. That thought brought a lump to Harry's throat. It's not anything really, he said thickly, bending his head as Snape examined him. I'll be the judge of that, if you don't mind. Snape replied, almost absently. Hermione and Ron were looking worried, standing to the side of him where he could just see them. Harry didn't know why they were so concerned. Aunt Petunia usually hits me a lot harder than that when she gets me with the frying pan, he said dismissively. Hermione's little intake of breath and Ron's sharp, what, made him realize that he'd just done the opposite of worrying them. He tried to backpedal. I mean most of the time she misses, but it's not really any different from getting a bludger to the face, is it? He turned his head to look at them. Something in both Ron and Hermione's faces seemed to say that it was different. Ron looked horrified and Hermione a little green. Before Harry could work out what to say next, Snape left off probing the lump, his hand coming to rest on Harry's shoulder and giving it a brief squeeze. I'm sure the three of you can discuss this after lunch. Turning away from Harry, he took his stick back from Hermione. Thank you, Miss Granger. Come along, all of you. His casual tone seemed to break Hermione and Ron out of their staring. Wondering how he could get out of conversation with these two, Harry trailed after the professor, catching up after 2 steps, while Ron and Hermione walked behind, talking in whispers. Very quietly, Snape said, it would likely do you some good to confide in your friends, but please impress upon them the need for discretion. Harry glanced sidelong at the man. I don't want to talk about it. Especially not to them. The boy hunched his shoulders under his warm cloak and stuck his hands in his pocket. Snape's profile was harsher than usual. The man's nose and cheekbones were jutting out more than they were before. It was hard to judge when he was wearing robes, but Harry thought he was getting too thin. However, he seemed to be walking better, his gait not so unsteady. It's not good to cut yourself off from them. I think they sincerely want to help you, the professor said, still in a low voice. An ache of loneliness made a cold lump in the pit of Harry's stomach. He missed the easy talks he used to have with them. Ron and Hermione had been the only friends he'd ever had and the closest thing to family he knew. He'd never had anyone else. The thought made him feel very pathetic and alone. He looked at the potions master again, thinking back to last night. It suddenly seemed very clear that the man couldn't arrange his own life, How dare he try to tell Harry what to do? It's none of your business, Father, Harry hissed in a whisper, his anger flaring up out of nowhere. You haven't given a toss in 12 years, so I don't need your advice now. Harry knew as the words left his lips that he'd gone too far. Snape seemed to stagger as though he'd taken a physical blow. The wizard caught himself, turned to the others and snapped, "You two. Go inside. Weasley, tell your mother we'll be up in a minute. I need a word with Mr. Potter." Harry's breath hitched in his. Snape hadn't called him Mr. Potter in weeks, and for some reason, it hurt. One look at Snape's face had Ron nodding and making off to the back door. Hermione hesitated. "Sir, what?" She rocked from foot to foot, glancing at the house as though afraid to leave Harry alone with Snape. The man's black eyes glinted with rage. "Miss Granger, I wish to speak with my ward privately. For once in your life, mind your own business." Snape's voice rose to the one he used when someone spilled something in CL. When she hesitated another second, he snapped out, "Do as you're told." She gave Harry one more worried glance and scurried up to the house. Snape closed his eyes, seeming to struggle with himself. A panicked part of Harry realized that he had ruined his chance to get the man to keep him, but he couldn't understand why he had asked him to in the first place. He took a step away from Snape. He didn't know why he was pushing the man. It was as though his internal censor had just stopped working. Perhaps the damn truth potion was still in play. No, it was more likely his death wish. Last night the professor had shown remarkable forbearance, but Harry could see that wasn't going to be the case today. The silence stretched for a long time, while Snape stood with his eyes closed. When he finally opened them, he took a step forward to close the distance between them. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw him start to raise his hand. Harry could have easily dodged the blow, but at the moment he felt he'd earned it. He set his teeth and closed his eyes, waiting for a swat around the ear or a slap to the face for his mouth. "Harry." The hand settled on his shoulder again. "Stop that." Snape's voice was tired. "I keep telling you, I will not strike you." He paused, sighed as Harry opened his eyes. "I don't know what it will take for you to believe me." Harry didn't know what to say, so he blurted out the first thing in his head, "Why not?" It wasn't as though the wizarding world was against corporal punishment. He'd seen Mrs. Weasley swat Ron or the twins once in a while when they got mouthy with her. Okay, so he'd gotten the idea that Snape wasn't going to beat him like Vernon did, but Harry couldn't believe that he meant he'd really never raise his hand to him. The hand on his shoulder didn't withdraw, "Because I will not become my father." Snape's eyes were red-rimmed, like he hadn't been sleeping, which seemed strange because the man did very little other than sleep. "Clearly, I am far too much like him as it is." His voice was heavy with some emotion Harry couldn't identify. "The next time you use the word, father," the professor held Harry's gaze with his tired eyes, "should you indeed ever decide that you want to, I do not want it flung at me as invective." The unwanted sadness in his tone suddenly made Harry feel about 3 inches tall. It would have been better if Snape had used his cane. Ashamed, Harry hung his head, looking at his boots. He noted that this was the first November he could remember that his feet weren't freezing. He'd just always taken for granted that from November to April, everybody's feet were cold all the time. Even after he'd started Hogwarts, it hadn't occurred to him to buy boots, since they weren't on the list. Every time they got into one of these confrontations, he noticed yet another thing the professor had done for him, something unnecessary. For some reason, those unnecessary things caught his attention. They felt wrong. Well, not wrong exactly, more like they were strange and unsettling. He didn't want Snape to be kind to him, he realized. Somehow the cold, snarky potions master was easier to deal with than the guardian who kept making sure that Harry was looked after. Just like in first year when it was easier to believe that Snape was out to get him rather than Snape being out to protect him. On the heels of that epiphany, Harry also realized Snape had been on the receiving end of one of his tantrums almost daily in the last month, and not once had the man done more than stop him from hurting himself. Doubly ashamed now, he wished the ground would just swallow him up. "Sorry," he whispered, I shouldn't have said that." He didn't look up. "Yes, well," Snape trailed off, making an irritable noise in his throat. He seemed about to say something else, but then he appeared to change his mind. The hand on Harry's shoulder squeezed. That's neither here nor there. Isolating yourself is, he seemed to search for a word, unhealthy. They were still talking about his friends. What if they find out? Harry asked in a strangled whisper. He wasn't sure which part of the whole mess he was referring to. He'd kept secrets from everyone for so long, it was second nature. If they are truly your friends, it won't matter. That smooth voice was so certain, Harry could almost believe it. Of course it would matter. How could it not? Harry didn't say that, he just shrugged and looked away. Listen to me, Snape's voice was low, I don't want you to. Professor, Bill called from the back door, cutting him off, you've got an owl. Looks like it's from Professor Dumbledore. It's marked as urgent. Of course it is. Snape growled deep in his throat. What does the old fool want now? He muttered, turning towards the house. He paused, seeing that Harry was just standing there still. Come along, then. Harry followed. Sandwiches were already on the table and everyone else was already eating. Snape went and took his letter from Mrs. Weasley. Harry took the professor's cloak and hung it with his own. He slipped in between Ron and Hermione in time to see Snape break the seal on his letter and shake it out. Whatever was in there made his lips tighten. Damn the man. He swore softly. That didn't sound good. This impression was confirmed when he held the letter out for Mrs. Weasley to look at. She made a face as though she'd bitten something sour. They both left the kitchen, speaking in the pageway where Harry couldn't hear them over the noise in the kitchen. What happened? Hermione asked. Ron paused in his wolfing down of his lunch to look at Harry and Ginny was on the other side of him and it was clear her ears were perked up too. Harry shook his head. Nothing. Hermione glared at him disbelievingly. Well, he told me off for being cheeky. He corrected himself. What did you say to him? Asked Ron, his eyes wide. I haven't seen him that scary since last year. He took a bite of his sandwich and then asked, does he want you to clean the co-op now? He grinned, nodding at the twins who were being uncharacteristically quiet and looking very put upon. I expect Fred and George could do with a hand. Harry smiled a little, shook his head. No, he just sort of told me off and then. I don't know. Just told me not to do it again. That spell really did something to him, then. Ron asked in a low voice. Bill said it would. I heard him talking to Mum and Dad the other night, before you got here. He just didn't know if it would be a good change or a bad one. Harry nodded. Yes, I mean, he's still Snape. He was careful not to say anything insulting about the man, not at the Weasley table, but he's been different since that whole thing. Ginny suddenly looked very pale. Excuse me. She stood abruptly. Hermione gave Ron a nasty look. Ginny, she asked tentatively. Ginny smiled at Hermione wanly. I think I need to lie down. Do you want? Hermione started to scoot her chair back, but Ginny shook her head. She practically ran to escape the kitchen. Harry felt his face heat up. He couldn't get through a morning without upsetting people. He should have known better than to talk about Snape in front of Ginny. Hermione looked over her shoulder after Ginny, biting her lip. They say near-death experiences can really change people, she said quietly. Near-death. Ron shivered. He also was looking over his shoulder at Ginny. From what Bill says, he wasn't just near death, he had a bloody conversation with him. What do you mean? Asked Hermione, turning back around. She picked up her sandwich and started to nibble at the edge of it as though her appetite had suddenly gone. Bill told me. Ron looked around to make sure no one was listening. Bill was saying something to Percy about work and Fred and George were deep into a debate about how long it was going to take to finish cleaning the co-op. Bill told me that this spell lets you talk with death. You have to offer death a piece of your soul, don't you? He spoke in an almost awestruck voice. Ridiculous. Scoffed Hermione sharply, in a high-pitched voice. Her face was pale and she looked frightened. I read about it when Mum took me to Diagon Alley last week. We went to the Leary there. Someone has to donate some of their magic, but it's like when you donate blood or maybe bone marrow. There's nothing supernatural about it. The last sounded as though she was trying to convince herself. You what? Ron turned to stare at her. What do you mean donate blood? Well, you know, when someone's lost too much blood they can use someone else's to replace it. Hermione explained patiently. They do it at the hospital all the time. Ron's stare turned horrified. He looked at Harry as if to confirm Hermione wasn't having him on. So, they have you drink it. That's. Hermione rolled her eyes and pushed her hair back over her shoulder. Don't be stupid. They put it into your veins. Oh, my God, I'm glad I'm not a muggle. Ron looked sick. Hermione huffed impatiently. Oh, for goodness sakes, it's not that bad. Anyway, the Tribua spell operates on the same principle, doesn't it? The donors donate a piece of their magic. Ron shook his head. Not just some of their magic, their soul. He said the last word with some awe. They had to trade some of their soul for guineas. Oh, come on, Hermione sniffed. It's not like death is a person you can bargain with. That's just a fairy story. Harry thought of the tales of Beetle the Bard. There was a story in there about meeting death. As Hermione said though, it was just a fairy story, even if it was a wizarding story. Anyway, muggles bring people back from clinical death all the time. Hermione went on earnestly. That's why they teach CPR. Mum got me some books all about it. And we found a documentary about it. They say people have all kinds of strange visions when they have a near-death experience. So, obviously Professor Snape had something like that happen. You're not serious. It was Ron's turn to scoff. Bill said this spell hasn't been used in Britain in 50 years. You mean to tell me that muggles learn to do it somehow? Of course they don't use spells. Hermione returned scornfully. Harry tuned them out as they started to bicker about muggle medicine and spellwork. Snape came back out to the kitchen, stopping at Harry's chair. A word, Harry. He snapped. Wondering what he could have done wrong in the last 30 seconds, Harry followed him back into the bedroom. Snape closed the door with a little click and sat on the chair. Apparently I am needed at Hogwarts today. I may in fact be a day or two according to the headmaster, he said with a grimace, and honestly, I worry that I am imposing upon the Weasleys. So, I've decided I will be going back there to stay until school opens. Harry's stomach had turned and the little lunch he'd eaten suddenly felt far too heavy. He leaned against the closed door and crossed his arms. Stop that, Snape said softly. Stop what? He wasn't sure he could take another one of his own meltdowns, but his heart was already speeding up along with his breathing. He remembered then that he left the kitchen this morning without taking his potion. It might have occurred to Snape too. He looked sharply at Harry's face. This is not a ruse to abandon you, Harry. Snape used his storyteller voice then. I merely wanted to know if you preferred to stay here or to join me at Hogwarts tonight. The headmaster said the wards were firm enough for that. He waved at the chair opposite him. Sit down, please. Shakily Harry sat. I don't know what's wrong with me. This is stupid. He leaned forward and put his head in hands. I must be mental. Accio potion, Snape said. Harry heard rustling and the soft slap of a bottle against a hand. Some shifting of the chair until Harry felt the man had scooted over to sit almost beside him. A muttered spell and the two chairs turned into a couch so that they were indeed sitting beside each other. Then Harry felt a hand around his shoulders urging him to sit up. Harry did so, turning to meet the man's eyes. You're suffering from quite understandable anxiety, Snape said, his voice low. He hesitated, his mouth twisting, as though he didn't like what he was saying. When we return to school, I want you to at least attempt to speak to Lupin. He's been trained as a mind healer. Also, I think I must insist you attend Professor Burbage's group. Lupin had said he was the school counselor to Mrs. Cook. Harry suddenly remembered. He must be like a wizard social worker. That would be why the man kept asking all those uncomfortable questions. No way in hell was Harry going to talk to him. As for talking with a group, that was completely out of the question. It'd be all over the prophet before he could blink. Snape shook the vial a little impatiently. You do think I'm mental? Harry accused. Is this going to make me spew out whatever you want to know? He asked resentfully. Snape's mouth quirked up at the corner. I promise that this one is merely slow poison. The man hadn't gone back on one promise he'd made yet, and the potion he held looked like the one Harry had been taking every morning since that night. He decided that it wasn't likely to be spiked with anything else, so he took it and swallowed it down with no more protest. He relaxed as the potion slowed his heartbeat and settled his stomach. He smiled lopsidedly at their private joke. He hoped Snape would let the Lupin discussion and the idea of joining Burbage's group go for now. Given how he seemed to dislike the man, he was surprised to hear Snape encouraging him to confide in Lupin. Snape took his hand off Harry's shoulder and leaned back on the couch. "So, can we get through this conversation without further incident?" he asked tiredly. Yes sir," muttered Harry, feeling embered now, as well as ashamed of his earlier outburst. He also realized that it had been very good to have the professor's arm around his shoulder. Bereft of the support, he hunched in on himself, hugging himself as though he were cold. Snape closed his eyes and Harry wondered if he was going to fall asleep. After a moment he opened them again. "I don't think you're mental, by the way. Merely overawed and depressed. It will thought Harry, as if he knows anything about it." Unbidden, the memory of the long scar on Snape's arm came to mind. "So, you're going back to Hogwarts?" asked Harry awkwardly. "Yes, I had thought to bring you back with me, but I'm wondering what you'd prefer to do. Stay here until school starts or stay at Hogwarts?" Snape asked just as awkwardly. "Apparently school will be opening in the next few days. The issue of security has been resolved according to the headmaster." He was asking Harry. It would be a good way to avoid talking to Ron and Hermione, and for some reason, being away from Snape somehow felt scary. He wasn't going to admit that though. "Whatever," he said, shrugging. Snape watched him through narrowed eyes. "In that case, I'll have you flow to Hogwarts after dinner, shall I?" Again with the questions. Why didn't he just tell Harry what he wanted him to do and be done with it? Not sure what the right answer was, the boy nodded guardedly. "Will you be all right until then?" "Yes, sir." More staring, like the man was going to crawl inside his head. Something occurred to Harry. "Why couldn't we flow from Spinner's End?" he asked. Snape gave a thin smile. "I prefer to hide my home from wizards and muggles alike." "Oh, that made sense if you were a paranoid potions professor," Harry supposed. Or, maybe Snape was ashamed of where he'd come from. Perhaps he didn't like it generally known he wasn't a pure-blood wizard. "Professor Dumbledore was adamant that he wanted to see me right away." Wearily, the professor stood. "I'll see you later," he said, picking up his cane and bag. "So, you'll be back for me then?" Harry said. "Just to check, tonight. After dinner." He stood up and the couch sprang back into the two chairs it had been. The professor nodded, gave Harry another one of those searching looks. He hesitated, then said in a soft voice, "If you change your mind, that's also fine." Harry nodded, looking away. He felt like he ought to do or say something. Instead he stood with his hands deep in his pockets. Once again Snape stepped forward, raising his hand, and once again Harry flinched. The wizard didn't say anything about it this time, he just hesitantly settled his hand on the boy's arm. Harry looked up at the tall man's careworn, thin face. "It will get better, I promise," Snape said. Harry shook his head, looking down so Snape wouldn't see the threatened tears. He could see that Snape was really trying to be kind, so why did it hurt so much? He stiffened as the man did the most unexpected thing possible and drew Harry into a hug. Like the night he'd shouted at Dumbledore, the contact seemed to make something inside him break. The threatened tears turned into a torrent, although Harry clenched his teeth and held his breath to keep in the sobs. He couldn't still his shaking, and the tall man patted his shoulder and said, "Shh, it will be all right." Harry could count on his fingers how many times someone had held him like this. It was like he'd seen at the playground or primary school when someone's dad would console them. After far too brief a time the man let go. Harry wiped his face with his sleeve and didn't look up. Someone knocked, making both of them start. "Severus, Mrs. Weasley called through the closed door, "You haven't had any lunch. You are not leaving this house until you eat something." Feeling oddly bereft after Snape left the house, Harry made his way up to Ron's room, where he, Hermione and Ginny were all gathered. Ron and Ginny were playing a game of chess on the little table while Hermione sat on Ron's bed reading a thick tome called Magical Contracts, an introduction to reciprocal magic. The other three glanced at each other as he came in. Harry threw himself onto the bed he'd been sleeping in. "So, what did Snape want?" asked Ron in a would-be casual tone. He kept his face turned towards the board and took one of Ginny's pawns. She wasn't paying much attention to the game. Rather, she was biting her lip and looking worriedly at Harry. "Dumbledore wants to talk to him about something. He wanted to let me know he was leaving, but he's taking me back to Hogwarts tonight. I guess school is reopening soon. Harry shifted the pillow around to prop himself against the wall. Idly, he thought he'd better pack. He'd only brought a few books and a couple of changes of clothes that Mrs. Weasley had laundered, so it wouldn't take much time. How come he's taking you with him? Asked Ron. Why can't you stay here? He looked up from the game, his brows pulled together, then he turned back to the board and sighed with exasperation. Are you planning on making a move, or are you just going to stare at it? He asked Ginny rudely. She started, seeming to need to tear her gaze away from Harry. Shut up, Ron. She looked at her pieces, which began yelling advice at her. Harry wasn't about to tell them that it was his choice. They'd think him out of his mind. I think he wants to make sure I don't get into any more trouble, he replied offhandedly. Ron's worried expression gave way to a little half-smile, as if he found that rurring. After another few seconds of dithering, Ginny moved one of her rooks. Ron immediately took it. Ginny scowled at the board and crossed her arms. Any more trouble? Ron asked, sounding interested. Have you been getting in trouble since school closed? Harry mentally kicked himself. No, not really, not as such. Just, he trailed off, not sure how to explain what he'd been going through. Just the usual stuff. Ron nodded sympathetically. It must have been boring, all on your own. Trying to think of something innocuous to say, Harry said, Snape did think I was a house elf the first couple days we were there. That was almost funny now. Why would he think that? Ginny asked, tilting her head to one side. Harry smiled a little. You know how he keeps falling asleep. He never realized I was the one doing all the cooking and cleaning because he couldn't keep awake for more than 10 minutes. He said that house elves had followed him home before and he just thought one had done it again. Ron gave Harry a funny look. You clean as well as a house elf. He shrugged. I guess. Dumbledore thought so, too. Then Dumbledore accused me of using magic to clean, he finished resentfully. That still rankled. In fact, thinking about Dumbledore at all made Harry's stomach sour with anger. Fred and George do, if they think they can get away with it. That's why Bill keeps going out to check up on them, Ron replied reasonably. Well, I didn't. Harry sniffed, feeling insulted. He crossed his arms across his. I don't need magic to do a little housework and put a kettle on. Something must have been off in his tone. Ginny and Ron looked at each other uncomfortably. You must have been doing a lot more than putting the kettle on for him to think it was a house elf, Ron said slowly. Ginny scowled at him. Well, he must have done, Ron told her defensively. Snape's been pretty out of it, said Harry, feeling a little desperate to change the subject again. It seemed like there were no safe subjects. Where did he think a house elf came from? Hermione looked up from her book. I thought. Only big estates had house elves. Like the Malfoys. Harry realized he hadn't thought of that. Well, from school, of course, Ginny replied matter-of-factly, turning to her. Who else do you think does all the cleaning? There's house elves at Hogwarts. I didn't know that. I've never seen one, Hermione said in surprise. Ron shook his head. You're not supposed to see them, are you? Not unless they need to do something for you. Mum would love one, but Auntie Muriel's got the Pruitt Manor, and the house elf goes with it. Mum says Muriel needs the help. Hermione nodded, looking unsatisfied about something. Again the three glanced at each other. Wordlessly. Both Ginny and Ron nodded at Hermione. Harry, Hermione said sounding tentative. Can I ask you something? What? Snapped Harry, ching himself for a Hermione-style interrogation. She was probably going to ask if he was losing his mind or something. He'd been waiting for weeks for her to ask about his meltdown in the train station. The truth was, he was pretty sure he was crazy, no matter what Snape said about that. Ginny and I. Well, Bill gave her this book because it had a bit on the Tribuo Vita spell and I've been reading it in. Well, we were wondering. She started to turn red and she looked at Ginny and Ron as if for rescue. We were wondering if. She trailed off, biting her lip. Ginny looked at Ron and nodded at him. He shook his head at her. Don't look at me, he said stoutly. I don't reckon it's any of our business, although he looked back at Harry with an odd expression. Ginny just ducked her head, looking away from everyone. What? Harry demanded. Hermione drew in a breath and on the exhale asked, "Did you know you're related to Snape?" Harry went cold. What? He tried to stall a little. Why would you ask that? Well, first, because only a blood relative can arrange a betrothal. Hermione's voice was still soft, but it had that tone of surety she had when she was absolutely certain of her answer. Second, because I looked it up. Only a blood relative can take over custody without a hearing. She stopped. There was more. Harry could see it in her eyes, but she faltered and bit her lip. Ginny and Ron stared at him, as though trying to gauge how he was taking her words. He knew they wouldn't ridicule him probably, but their pitying looks would be much worse. Marge used to call him, "that little bastard," sometimes, saying that an overdue wedding didn't change the facts. How she would laugh to discover that his mother's husband wasn't actually his father. He ed in his breath and said, "Yeah, he told me." His voice didn't sound like his. "So, what did he say?" asked Ron when Harry didn't go on, belying his earlier none of our business attitude. Harry's stomach turned over. Mortified, he realized that the damned potion was failing on him again. "Harry, you all right? You don't look good." He stood up quickly and fled to the bathroom before he spewed all over the bed. He didn't throw up this time. He sat on the bathroom floor, calmed his breathing, and the nausea ped. Ginny yelled for Mrs. Weasley. The three of them were just outside the door by the sound of it. He looked just like that at the train station when he thought we were taking him back to his aunt and uncle's, he heard Hermione say in a low voice. "My mum said it was an anxiety attack." "All right, dear. I'll look after him," Mrs. Weasley replied. "Harry, dear," she called, knocking on the door. "Are you decent?" Harry just sat with his back up against the wall and his eyes closed. "Am all right," he muttered. After a moment she said, "I just want to check on you, all right?" A soft alohomora and the door opened and shut. Mrs. Weasley's cool hand pressed up against his forehead. "You're all clammy." Her voice was hardly more than a whisper. "I dare say you've had too much excitement these last few days." In a softer voice still, she said, "Does this have anything to do with what Professor Snape told you?" His eyes snapped open. She was on one knee in front of him so she could look him in the face. Her expression was kind and concerned, but there was no pity in it. "You know what he told me?" he asked in a strangled whisper, angry again. Mrs. Weasley sighed and brushed Harry's damp hair back from his forehead. She summoned a flannel and poured water on it from her wand. Then she sat down on the floor next to him, pressing it to his forehead. "Professor Snape told me all about it," she said. "I'm sure it must be very hard for you to hear right now." Very gently she nudged him to lean against her. "He said that he and my mum," he trailed off, unable to say it out loud. Why would she do that?" Harry demanded, scooting away from her. "Listen to me, Harry," Mrs. Weasley said slowly. "You have to understand, your mother loved James Potter. His parents had been killed by the other side just after the wedding and James was the last Potter." She hesitated. "He was also in a dangerous job. If he died, the Potter name would die out. He wanted to have a child." Harry didn't get what she was trying to say for a minute. "Then, Professor Snape said he couldn't have kids." Mrs. Weasley nodded. "Yes, it's one of those diseases that runs in families. So your mother asked him to help her." "That's what he said." He felt wrung out. He squeezed his eyes shut. Mrs. Weasley put her arm around him again. He gave into the gentle pressure against his shoulder, gradually trusting his weight to her. After a few moments, he felt less fragile. "Better now?" she asked kindly. He nodded, shamefaced. She stood up, waved her wand and muttered, "Finite." Harry realized she'd had a silencing spell up. "You need to get packed now. Professor Snape said he'd be back by 6:30. Mrs. Weasley, Harry said in a rush, looking up at her. "Did you really put in to adopt me?" She turned to look at him, her face very gentle. "Yes, we did." He had to take a breath around a lump in his throat. "Why?" She sat back down on the floor. "Because we'd love to have you." She raised her hand to stop him when he opened his mouth. "You can come to us any time, but, you know, Professor Snape and I talked it over. He said he thought you and he should have some more time to get to know each other, if you're willing." Harry nodded, relieved that the professor had told Mrs. Weasley that it was his idea that Harry should go back to Hogwarts. He didn't like to think that she'd be hurt. She beamed, looking pleased. "I'm so proud of you that you're willing to try." She glanced at the door, then said, "Perhaps getting to know your mother's cousin would be a good thing then." She winked. "He's obviously not as close as your aunt, but he's still blood, now isn't he?" Harry stared at her, confused. She rolled her eyes. She looked exactly like Fred and George when she did that. Like they did when they were trying to get you to go along with a prank but you weren't cottoning on fast enough, then patiently tried again. "You know, I realize it must be rather shocking to discover that your grandmother and Professor Snape's father were brother and sister," she said. "The Ministry wouldn't have those records, and I understand there was a Muggle war when your grandparents were young. Many Muggle records were lost, you know." The penny dropped. "Oh, yeah." He looked at the door, too. It's an awful shock. That makes him sort of my uncle, right?" He said it a bit more loudly than he intended. A small noise of comprehension, so faint that Harry wasn't entirely sure he'd heard it, came from the other side of the door. Suddenly life seemed a lot easier. Snape had said something about saying they were related through Muggle relatives if the whole mess came out. This way his friends wouldn't have to lie for him. "Yes, I think it does." Mrs. Weasley nodded, smiling. "I think your Uncle Severus wants some time to get to know you properly." Something Harry had been wondering for days crossed his mind. He asked before he could lose his nerve, "Why is he so different now?" "Different how? He always acted like he couldn't stand the sight of me before, and now all of a sudden he's almost nice." The witch sighed, her face becoming very serious. She said, "People are complicated. He and your mother were very close, from what I understand." "Yes, the lady next door said he and my mother were inseparable." Harry couldn't help but sneer the last word. "Grief is strange," Mrs. Weasley told him quietly. "Sometimes we get angry at people who survive because we're so angry at the people who didn't." Harry nodded. This he could understand. "Yeah, my aunt always told me it should have been me that died." Mrs. Weasley went white as a sheet. "Harry, don't ever say that," she said, sounding fierce. Harry flinched at the sound of her voice. Reflexively he ducked his head and raised his hand as he always did when someone made a sharp movement too close to him. There was a little silence. Slowly Harry looked up at Mrs. Weasley's face. "Oh, Harry." Her eyes were very bright. "I am sorry. I didn't mean." She blew out her breath and shook her head. "Never mind, love." She brushed her hair back from her face and stood up again. Harry scrambled to his feet. Mrs. Weasley reached into the bathroom cabinet and pulled out a bottle of potion in a little measuring teaspoon. She poured some out and held it for Harry. "Professor Snape said you could have some of this, if your stomach got upset," she said. Harry nodded and took it, grimacing a little at the taste. She gave him a watery smile. "You know, I think that part of the reason Professor Snape has never really wanted to know you is that he reckoned that there was no chance he could have you with him. Sometimes, if we want something we can't have, we try to convince ourselves that we don't really want it." He thought he understood that. A fire was burning happily in the grate when he flowed into his own quarters at Hogwarts, much bigger than was strictly necessary. Severus stepped into the warm room, automatically brushing the ash from his robes and looking about his familiar quarters with relief to be home. The house elves had been busy. The stone floor shone and the window looking out onto the lake bottom gleamed. The dim green light danced eerily over drys and carpets that looked as though they'd been taken out for their first cleaning in over 100 years. Belying Molly's fear that he wouldn't get anything to eat if she didn't feed him, a tray with a teapot and sandwiches that someone had thoughtfully ordered sat on the table. This didn't look good. The old man must be really up to something. A note confirming Severus' thought sat next to the teapot. "Severus, I understand how very difficult things have been for you lately. I can only hope that I can begin to make up for it. When you've had a chance to refresh yourself, please flow to my office and we can discuss the most recent developments." "Albus." Severus sighed and brushed his hair back from his face with one hand. The old coot must need some huge favor if he was going out of his way to be that conciliatory. If he didn't need his job and Dumbledore's support so bloody much. "But, you don't need his help anymore," a voice in his head reminded him. He made his way to his bedroom to pick out some fresh robes. He was going to pick up the child at 6:30 and it was nearly 3 now. He'd have to tell the headmaster to be brief, or they'd both face the wrath of Molly Weasley. Snape. Severus jumped, whipping out his wand to train it on the source of the voice. He knew precisely whose voice that was. Before he'd even fully focused on the intruder, he'd shot off a nonverbal stunner. The jet of red light went right through the far too solid-looking James Potter. Sorry, Snape. The dead man held his hands up at shoulder height with his palms out as if to show that he had no wand. His face was very grave and held no mockery. Indeed, if Severus didn't know better, he'd say James Potter looked actually remorseful. I'm sorry. Get out, Severus hissed. Get out, now. Egretter. Another jet of light, this one dark purple, head through the other wizard, whose form shimmered, but, although Potter backed up, he didn't leave or disappear. No, his voice was flat and certain now. Not until you hear me out. I don't care what you've got to say. Severus snapped. Get out. He clenched his fist and sent more jets of light against the apparition, trying various banishments that were equally ineffective. Severus, a different voice said from behind him. Please, stop. He stopped. He was frozen and powerless against that voice. No, he whispered, shutting his eyes. His wand hand dropped to his side and he hung his head. Please, just go away. Severus, breathed the voice, his name a benediction. He felt his clothes stir as the woman brushed by him to stand in front of him. Two small hands settled themselves on his shoulders. For a long moment they stood like that while Severus ran through a series of occlumency exercises. The other person never moved her hands or stirred. If she were living, Severus would have been close enough to feel her warm breath. Finally, he felt steady enough to raise his head, meet the woman's dark eyes. She smiled up at him. He was startled to realize he was taller than she was now. He had gained several inches since his 17th year. Severus. Again she spoke his name, as though she had no other words in her. Mother, he whispered. He kept his back straight and his face impassive. He would not break down in front of Potter, who still stood gaping at them. Eileen seemed to search Severus' face. She turned to James Potter. I assume you have somewhere else to be. She asked him coldly. I am quite able to fill him in on the particulars without help. The phantasm seemed to blush. Yes, ma'am. He backed away looking sheepish. He waved his hand vaguely. I'll be around. His expression was that of a schoolboy scolded by a teacher. He faded out. It occurred to Severus suddenly that James Potter looked very young. Hardly more than one of the teenagers he taught on a daily basis. He realized that he had outlived his rival by more than a decade. Dismissing that thought, he looked back down at the woman who stood in front of him. She wore robes of blue trimmed with green, with her black hair loose down her back. She looked younger than Severus remembered her, less careworn. He was the same age she had been when she had died. She had been married right out of school and he had arrived promptly 6 months later. So young to have a child and to be disowned by her family. She stared up at him with a hungry expression, never taking her hands from his shoulders. You look so tired, she finally ventured, softly, haven't you been sleeping? The statement was so incongruously prosaic that he started to laugh, a harsh, bitter sound. No, mother, he ground out, when he got the better of himself, I haven't slept well since the headmaster and my head of house told me that you'd murdered yourself. He swung away from her, laughing mirthlessly again. Or perhaps since father told me that he'd found you stone dead in the living room by your own hand and that the ministry had been there to tell him that they were taking what little magical inheritance we were due. Given that you didn't care much for my welfare then, I fail to see how my physical health can possibly interest you. He crossed his arms against his and looked steadfastly away from her. I'm sorry, she spoke softly into the silence, crossing the room on feet that didn't quite touch the ground, he noticed. She stopped, looked down. I thought, you'd find the key I left you. The money she'd carefully hidden so that she might leave him without guilt. How could you? He rasped, looking at her, finally. I don't know, she admitted. I had planned to merely leave Toby. The war was frightening me. People, pure bloods had been killed for marrying muggles. Their children, she shuddered. Their children were being targeted. I thought you and I should get right out of the country before things got very bad. Severus had heard rumors of such atrocities, but he had assumed his place in Slytherin was protection enough. She was going on. After my father died, I took the money out of his vault and sent it to Switzerland in dribs and drabs so that the ministry wouldn't be alerted to large amounts leaving the country. The goblins told me that was safest. She paused, looking thoughtful. Axes Malfoy started talking to me again, after father died. He invited me to tea that week. He wanted to see how you and I were getting on. He was very impressed with you, you know. Eileen smiled wistfully. I hoped perhaps his connections could get you an apprenticeship on the continent. Do you know, Axes and I were engaged at one point. He broke it off when he met Clotho. But he was always good to me. Even after I married Toby, he used to send me owls. Yes, so good to her that he walked the other way when he saw her with her half-blood spawn in public. Eileen's gaze became sharper, more present. I went to see Axes and then, well, I'm not sure what happened. It just seemed like everything came crashing down on my head. The idea of just not being, she sighed. It made so much sense. You would have my father's money. Your father would find a wife who could make him happy. You would finally be free of my stupidity. Her eyes filled with tears and she sniffed. Meanwhile, the hair on the back of Severus' neck went up. This only happened after you saw Axes? He asked in a low voice, her story striking an uneasy note. She blinked. Yes. Well, no, I mean, she stopped to gather her thoughts. I'd thought about it before, of course. But not like this. It just seemed to make sense. I took the box to Mrs. Cook and she paused, wrinkling her eyebrows in thought. I found that potion in my hand and, well, she looked away. Severus blinked, his thoughts suddenly racing. You killed yourself with glove cleaner. It was a highly restricted and complicated poison. Untraceable, save if the container was found in the victim's hand, as it was with Eileen. They called it glove cleaner because it was said to have been invented by a man who'd first invented an irreversible love potion. He had wanted to get rid of the wife whom he'd married for money. The love potion formula had been long since lost, but the poison still could be found in certain dark grimoires. Where did you get it? She shrugged, looked away. In a small voice she said, as if to herself, that's the thing. I don't know. Are you saying that Axes? Severus demanded, his heart speeding up. She shook her head and then spoke as though addressing a child. I wasn't in an imperious dream where throwing myself from a window seemed like a good idea and I just forgot to catch myself. Imperious can't be used to make someone kill themselves. I mean, not with that as the express intent. Her dark eyes were still cast down to the floor. I just realized suddenly that everyone would be better off without me. I knew in my heart that I was the reason everyone's life was so. She stopped with a sound like a sob, then she swallowed, continuing with an obvious effort. Imperious doesn't work like that. Not normally, no, Severus said, but in someone who was already struggling. He stopped, thinking through this new piece of information. Someone who was already somewhat off balance can be compelled to commit acts of outright suicide. One of the problems with Eileen's suicide was that, from her note, she had clearly understood that she was doing. They only need the right push and to be given the means. Certainly Imperious could cause someone to take a dangerous potion home with them. I'll have to speak to the solicitor, he said slowly. Perhaps there is a record of your meeting with Axes Malfoy. Eileen shrugged and gave him a little smile. I owled some things to Switzerland before before. You might find something there. Just a few notes I wanted to make certain you or Toby didn't read. Shifting uncomfortably, she said, there's some letters to Axes. Severus nodded. He'd need a plausible way to bring the meeting to the attention of the ministry without divulging that he was dabbling in necromancy. Whatever evidence he produced needed to be very concrete. You have a son, Severus, his mother said suddenly. Yes, he replied, heavily. He wasn't sure how she would take the whole mess, but apparently she had already been told. I'm sorry, I was not a good mother to you, she said softly. I hope you can be better than I. Mother. Severus did not want to be audience one of her self-castigating soliloquies. You were fine. She held up a hand, suddenly looking very ghost-like indeed. No, love, no lies between us now. I failed you. Her eyes were swimming. You're right, I have no right to judge your life. But I needed you to know that I'm sorry." To that he could say nothing. He wasn't sure even how he felt about Eileen standing here, apologizing, but something shifted within him. He swallowed hard against the lump in his throat, opting to say nothing rather than indulge in histrionics. She smiled again as if in understanding and then spoke more urgently. "We needed to talk to you before Dumbledore did," she said. "Everything's changed. You and the child will be in horrible danger. The Dark Lord's servant is returning to him. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid." "Black," demanded Severus. "Not black," Eileen told him impatiently. Black was innocent. He was a reckless fool, but he was innocent of this crime, at least. The traitor was Peter Pettigrew. Lily said that, Severus said slowly. "But what?" A knock at the door interrupted them. "Wait a moment," Severus called. Eileen shook her head. "I better go. But listen to me. Sirius Black has been protecting the boy since term began. Don't let your old rivalries." "Rivalries?" Severus hissed, appalled. "He tried to kill me when I was 16. Eileen looked stricken. "I know. I should have done more, but right now he can help you with Harry." She was wringing her hands and looking at the door. "I have to go." "Severus, it's Minerva," called the person on the other side of the door. Eileen faded away to mist. Severus shook his head sharply, vowing to continue that conversation later. "A moment," he said again, irritably. He'd been hoping for time to shower, but instead he opted for a quick cleaning charm and a glance in the mirror. He wasn't nearly as disheveled as he would be after spending all day in the lab, so he supposed he was just fine for meeting with the headmaster. He opened the door to his colleague. "Minerva," he gasped. She looked almost as ghostly as his mother had. Where her hair had sported a white stripe, it was now entirely stark and snowy. She was thinner than ever and she seemed nearly transparent. But she smiled at him as she never had before, her entire face lighting up. "Severus," she said warmly, striding into the room and shutting the door behind her. Before he knew what she was about, she had her arms around him in a hug of greeting. He stood there stupidly, his arms dangling at his sides, until she let go of him. She backed up to look at his face, her eyes going somber as she took in his confusion. She let go of him with a strangely regretful little smile. "Poppy told me you and Harry had been sent away alone, without even a house elf to help you. I'm so sorry, dear. I feel terrible that no one told me. I certainly would have insisted that Albus send someone. Damn these women." Severus closed his eyes, employing all his self-control. It would do no good to shout at Minerva and he was too tired to throw a tantrum, anyway. After a deep breath he opened his eyes and said in his iciest voice, "I fail to see how that's any of your business, madam." The woman flinched at his tone, then lifted her chin. She was as tall as he and she gave him that forbidding look that never failed to make him feel as if he was still 15 years old. He thought she was going to retort angrily, but instead she said, "I wanted to thank you for your help with Miss Weasley, Severus." Her voice was much more formal now, but it still contained that confusing note of warmth he had never heard directed towards him before. "Whatever." The word was Harry's, but it fell from Severus' lips before he had time to think of it. She suddenly sagged, as though exhaustion had caught up with her. "May I sit?" she asked, looking unsteady on her feet. Severus lifted his wand and summoned 2 chairs from the sitting room. She collapsed into one and he settled into the other one. Minerva had not failed to notice that she had still been invited no further into his home than the foyer. Her only comment was the wounded look in her eyes. A few of Toby's choicer epithets crossed Severus' mind. How dare she act so surprised that he wasn't immediately fawning at her insincere apologies. "Severus, Dumbledore wants to speak with you because he's found Sirius Black," she said after a moment. "Under rather mysterious circumstances, too. I wanted to go with you, in case, well, just in case." "If you must," he said slowly, wondering what her game was. "That's a wonderful idea, Professor." Potter's ghost was back, grinning like a schoolboy. It was clear that Minerva could see the man just as clearly as Severus could. "James," she said wearily, "I don't think you're welcome here. And given how very much you owe Severus, I would suggest you go out of your way to make his life less difficult." She glared at the young man. "Given the tales I've heard lately, I also suggest you keep out of my way for a while. If you keep it up, I swear I'll IGN you a long overdue detention, she finished in full professorial mode. Ah, yes, ma'am, James Potter muttered. Apparently he hadn't expected that kind of greeting from his old head of house. But I need to tell you before the old man does. Sirius is innocent. Dumbledore's got his name cleared. They're in Dumbledore's office, waiting to talk about Harry. What? Severus shot to his feet. Minerva put a hand on Severus' arm. I was afraid it was something like this, with the build-up Albus is giving this meeting, she sighed. He was dropping hints, that perhaps Black wasn't in league with you-know-who, after all. You must be ecstatic, Severus snarled, shaking off her hand. He began pacing, wondering what this turn of events meant. How Albus managed to get one of his favored students off of a sentence in Azkaban. I must admit, she paused as if having a hard time putting her thoughts together. I would be far more animated about this if I wasn't so bloody tired. She sighed and closed her eyes, appearing to doze. After a moment she opened them with an effort and seemed to shake herself. Sorry, dear, where was I? She sounded for all the world like Trelawney, before getting her bearings and going on in a much more focused tone. Severus, Sirius will want Harry. That is, if they really have cleared his name. He's Harry's godfather. His heart contracted painfully. Of course, that's what would happen. Obviously, the bloody man would demand his rights. Just as obviously, Albus would support him. Severus nearly retorted that Black could bloody well have Harry in good riddance. He had no illusion as to how the rest of the wizarding world would react to Sirius Black with his name cleared. Chances were, the Wizengamot would agree with Albus and move heaven and earth to grant Black's petition. He'd have to confess everything and it would be all over the papers. Fighting Black for the child would only bring Severus more misery. But the memory of the boy's eyes when he asked Severus to keep him haunted him. No matter how Harry's feelings would inevitably change, Severus couldn't find it in himself to abandon the child a second time. Eventually Harry would tire of being the ward of the resident dungeon bat, but Molly and Arthur were willing in a much more appropriate placement. Until then, he had given his sworn word to the boy. If the ministry wanted the boy, they could go over his dead body. Minerva's voice was very quiet, as if fearing being overheard. If it does turn out that Black is innocent, I wonder what Azkaban will have left of Sirius' mind. She whispered, he was always reckless, and they say that Azkaban left him quite mad. I fear what it would do to Harry, left alone with him. It would be well to get the I-stand headmistress, support for the plan he'd worked out with the Weasleys. Minerva, he began, slowly, Molly and I were speaking. She feels that we can explain our blood tie through our Muggle heritage. She says that Harry is hungry for security and that being open about my place in his life would be beneficial. Molly had come up with the second cousin story that morning. What do you think? It would prevent Albus from meddling. Minerva nodded crisply. No one will look further than the surface. The man nodded, thinking. I think you are the best person to be Harry's guardian, in any case. Minerva said decisively. Severus sat down again, staring at the woman. You do. He had expected her to jump to her former student's side immediately. She had isolated herself in her study for weeks after Black had been sent to Azkaban. He had only just moved into the castle himself, but it had been evident that Minerva's seclusion had been very worrying to the other staff. Severus remembered several conversations where some of the others had remarked that Black's betrayal had hit her harder than Potter's death. She smiled at him, lopsidedly. Yes, Severus, before Miss Weasley's misadventure, I admit to having my reservations about your role in Harry's life, but since then, she spread her hands in a gesture of submission, I have seen my error. In particular, I have had some interesting intelligence from both the living and the dead. Her expression changed to one of grim determination. Let me say again that I am very sore. It's fine. Severus cut her off shortly, feeling that if he had to hear another apology, he might scream. She smiled more sincerely. You know, your son is very like you. She shook her head, chuckling a little. It's so obvious when you know. Minerva suggested they walk to the headmaster's office rather than flowing. Severus was not at all sure it was a wise idea for her to walk all that way, but he was in no real hurry to see the headmaster. Professor Snape. Yes. Severus paused at hearing his name called. The Slytherin house ghost appeared in the center of the corridor, barring their way. Disconcertingly, the Bloody Baron no longer looked like a silvery projection. His green frock coat was stained with rusty blood stains and the chains that he carried were an all too solid black. His voice was still hollow as he said, "I came to pay my respects to you." He gave a courtly bow. "And to pledge you my support, should the headmaster's latest scheme not be to your liking." "Thank you, Baron," Severus said, taking a startled step back. "Although why?" The Baron merely smiled. "There has not been a necromancer in these halls since Helga herself walked them." Minerva nodded. "I had quite a good talk with Madame Hufflepuff a few days ago." She turned to Severus. "Did you know that Hufflepuff invented this spell to save the life of Salazar Slytherin?" The three founders took back Slytherin's soul. The necromancy was a great secret. "And, of course, Salazar could not bear to live his life so beholden," said a woman's voice sadly. Minerva and Severus turned. A plump woman was standing behind them. She wore black robes with gold trim, her hair caught up in a black lace snood that was decorated with pearls. Madame Hufflepuff," stuttered the Bloody Baron. If Severus didn't know better he'd swear the spectre sounded frightened. The woman smiled gently. "Hello, Waldo," she said softly. "How are you?" The Baron looked frightened. His already pale face gleamed with a thin sheen of sweat. I'm fine." His voice sounded strained. "How nice to see you." The witch extended her hand towards the other ghost. "You know, whenever you're ready, you could come with me, Waldo." "You needn't stay here." "I could not," the Baron hissed. He glanced quickly at Severus and Minerva. "I have responsibilities." Severus felt sure he would have said something else, had he and the Transfiguration Professor not been standing there. Madame Hufflepuff sighed. "You have long since discharged those responsibilities, Waldo. It is only your own choice that binds you now." The Baron took a step back, shaking his head. No. Not now." He faded away quickly. The woman sighed. "I wish he wouldn't do that." Her voice was wistful as she stared at the place where the Baron had disappeared. "I wish I could make him understand." Minerva nodded her head sympathetically. "I am sorry, madam. It's so hard when students have difficult transitions to their next stage." "Well, nothing to be done about that now." The woman shook herself, turned to Severus and Minerva. "I'm sorry, Professor, that I have been unable to have speak with you before now. You left Hogwarts so precipitously and I am bound to my earthly haunts." She smiled in a way that told him her pun was unintentional. As it were, Severus could think of nothing to say. "I don't understand," was all he could gulp out. "Rules." Madame Hufflepuff looked away. "Others may find you because they have a personal connection to you, but I have only the castle left to lead me to you." "Oh," Severus said blankly, as if he understood. The woman smiled. "You have rejected binding the child to you. A wise choice." The potions master gave her the look he normally reserved for cauldron-melting students. "It was the only choice," he said icily. Her face turned grave. "It was not your only choice, but it was the best choice. Not many wizards would reject such a thing out of hand. You have a most unselfish heart, sir." "As you say, madam," Severus said in his coldest, most civil tone. "Although I doubt any share that opinion." Minerva spoke up. "Severus, Molly has been writing me daily since she took Ginny home." "What has she told you?" demanded Severus angrily, cursing his own weakness. "She has told me that you have refused any and all direct repayments." The old woman looked at him over her spectacles. "The only things you seem willing to trade your soul for are your son's safety and, failing that, your mother's good name. Although a hot cup of tea seems to draw a close second." Severus opened his mouth, shut it again, cleared his throat. He felt weirdly embered by her praise, since nothing he had done was particularly praiseworthy. Minerva patted his arm. "Don't worry, Severus, we needn't talk about it now." She turned to Madame Hufflepuff. "Can I count on your help, madam?" "Of course, Professor," the ghostly founder said graciously, and then faded out. Minerva and Severus walked on in silence until they reached the stairs to the headmaster's study. Severus was too mortified to ask Minerva what she'd meant. Minerva muttered the P-word when they reached the gargoyle. It sprang aside and they made their way onto the moving staircase. When they reached the top, she gestured to Severus to precede her. He knocked. "Enter," Dumbledore's voice called. Lupin sat in one of Dumbledore's squashy armchairs and, next to him in a matching one, drinking tea, sat a thin bedraggled figure. Black, said Severus coldly. He was glad he had been warned. So, the headmaster has caught you, has he? The man gave Severus an unreadable look. Snape, he said, his voice perfectly neutral. His dirty hair was hanging into his gray eyes. Apart from those glittering eyes, Black could have been a statue or a waxwork. His cup was held halfway to his mouth, but he seemed transfixed by Severus' presence. Lupin made a movement as if to leap to his feet, perhaps to get between the two of them, but the headmaster made a small motion with his hand. Slowly, without changing his expression, Black set his teacup down on the desk and leaned back in his chair. Actually, his voice was gravelly with disuse. You missed the orders. I've been cleared. Perhaps, in this one instance, the weakness from the damned spell was an advantage. Severus waited for the tide of rage he felt against this man and his cohort to rise up in his, but really all he felt was a faint disappointment that the ministry had bungled again. Dumbledore stood up from his chair behind his desk. Please, Severus, sit down. He waved his wand and added two more of the squashy chintz armchairs. You as well, Minerva, since you so kindly accompanied Severus. Fack off. Why, stupid old bugger, Minerva said in an accent like an Edinburgh dock worker. She put her hand to her mouth as she sat, with an expression of patently artificial remorse. I beg your pardon. I mean, of course, headmaster. She looked towards Severus. You'll have to forgive me. I sometimes. Dumbledore jumped in. It's fine of course, Minerva, he said gently. You see, gentlemen, she seems to have developed a sort of aphasia. She can't always control what comes out of her mouth. Madame Pomfrey assures me that it is not permanent. Severus didn't miss the little wink Minerva sent his way. The old wizard retook his seat, apparently satisfied that Severus was not about to lunge across the room and kill Black. Well, I must tell you the news. We have discovered that Sirius is innocent of the charges brought against him 12 years ago. Dumbledore paused, as if he were expecting questions or opposition. When none came he went on, seemingly discomfited. So, yes, it seems that the real culprit was Peter Pettigrew, who has spent all this time as a rat. You see, he is an unregistered animagus. Another bombshell that didn't go off. Severus was surprised, but too tired to say much beyond HMF. It seemed that Minerva might have heard this from her ghostly informers. So, the wee little bugger paid more attention to my CL than I imagined, she said thoughtfully. And here I only thought. He ped my CL because you let him copy, Remus. Lupin half shrugged. He did have help, he said, looking shamefaced. So, we need to talk about Harry, said Black bluntly. Now the anger did come, but it was a cold, calculating thing, edged with fear. What do we need to talk about? Asked Severus tightly. Well, a few things actually, Lupin put in smoothly, cutting Black off. You see, Sirius is aware that you have been looking after Harry. And of course he's very grateful, but he is capable of speech himself, is he not? Minerva interrupted gently. She smiled fondly at Black. Severus ground his teeth. Now, why don't you tell us what it is you wanted to talk about, my dear? She suddenly seemed to have morphed into Molly at her most maternal. Lupin, Black and Dumbledore looked at her as if she'd grown a second head. Black cleared his throat. Well, I'm the boy's godfather. And the closest known blood relative. Minerva nodded sagely, and her voice was almost cloying. It seemed that Gryffindors did not care for their head of house when she was in this mood. Lupin looked as if he would prefer to be anywhere else in the world. Black, to Severus' surprise, grew more agitated. The scraggly man appeared to be sweating now. He stood, paced up and down the office once, as if collecting his thoughts. I escaped from Azkaban when I found out that Peter was alive and stalking Harry. I wanted to protect Harry. And after that other boy. He wiped the palms of his hands on his trousers as he began pacing the room again. Well, after I saw in the Eye Prophet that the Longbottom boy had been killed, I started watching Harry, you know. Just keeping an eye on him. I didn't mean for it to happen. For him to actually start talking to me. And then, after he started, I didn't want him to stop, now that he was opening up to someone. I certainly didn't expect him to start looking for me every single day of the week. He's so affection-starved. It seemed harmless enough at the time. I never meant to deceive him, but I suppose I needed some human contact, too. I guess I let it go too far. Do you mean to tell me you've been meeting with the boy secretly? He's been talking to you?" demanded Severus, rising from his chair at the rambling, decidedly creepy confession. If Black had laid a hand on Harry, he was not going to be responsible for his actions. Lupin apparently realized what Severus was about. He jumped up between the two of them. "No, Severus, he didn't mean it like that." Putting both hands on Severus' shoulders and holding them with unnatural strength, he said, "Just show him, for God's sake, serious." With that, Black nodded, and in a twinkling morphed into Harry's huge black familiar. For a bare second, words failed Severus. Then, "You bastard." Severus tried to push the shorter wizard out of the way, but Lupin fought to keep him away from Black. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Incensed at how neatly he had been tricked, Severus struggled to get his wrists out of Lupin's firm grip. He realized that Lupin had asked him 3 times if he might bring Snuffles to Spinner's End. When Severus had finally gotten tired of Lupin's hairment, he had cordially and sarcastically used the ritual words of invitation. As long as Black remained a dog, Severus wards had recognized him as an invited guest. If he could have reached his wand in that moment, he would have used an unforgivable on the both of them. "Severus, calm down," Dumbledore said loudly. "I'm sure that once we explain." Snape turned sharply, rounding on the headmaster. Lupin let him go, apparently not nearly as interested in protecting Dumbledore. "Not 2 weeks ago, I found the boy after a very serious attempt at killing himself. No doubt it was at least partly because this. Words failed Severus for the moment. He couldn't think of a bad enough word to call Black. Creature I was missing and presumed I dead. Now he will have to discover that the only living being he's chosen to put that much trust in has been deceiving him the entire time." Dumbledore stepped back. "What do you mean, Severus?" "I mean that the accident I told you about was no such thing," the potions master growled. He stepped forward to stand nose to nose with the man. "You have no idea what the child has been through." "I do, though," Black said softly from behind him. Severus wheeled. "And, pray tell, what do you think you know?" He sneered. "Do you know how you're going to explain this latest to him? Do you know how he's likely to take yet another revelation of adults keeping secrets?" Black crossed his arms over his. "I know that you're his father." He looked grim. "I know that Lily, she told you," gasped Lupin. Black broke off, staring at Severus. "No, but it's obvious, isn't it? I'm shocked you didn't put it together." He gave a little bark of a laugh. "James was my cousin, remember?" At their blank expressions, the man sighed, ran his fingers through his hair. "James's parents came from pure blood lines. Both only children. I was going to speak to James about it, but just after his father was killed, Lily announced she was pregnant. One night, before we found out about Voldemort targeting them, Lily was working, so we went to my place. James had a little too much to drink and told me that he was pretty certain the child wasn't actually his. He said he'd found a Muggle pamphlet about infertility in Lily's things. So he asked me to do the testing spell." "How would you know that sort of spell?" asked Lupin in surprise. Black smiled bitterly. "I never told you why my parents chucked me out, did I?" "You just said that you argued with your parents," replied Lupin, clearly not seeing how that was relevant. "I don't understand. My mother wanted me to marry Niobe Selwyn, remember?" said Black. "But the Selwyns wouldn't have it unless they were sure I didn't carry the blight. My mother did the spell and, as it happened, I do." He shrugged. "A lot of the pure blood families have it that the blight comes from." He cleared his throat, glancing at Minerva uneasily, youthful indiscretions. Severus snorted. "You mean she thought you caught it from?" He also paused to glance at the Transfiguration professor, opting for a more euphemistic way of putting it, sleeping with Muggle girls. "Chance would have been a fine thing," Black grumbled bitterly. "But yes, she decided I must have spent my seed, as she put it. Of course, my dear brother had no such defect. But he disappeared before his wedding." He turned away, then, to pour himself more tea from the pot on Dumbledore's desk. "Anyway, it's not a difficult spell. So, I tested James." "So, you knew then?" breathed Lupin. "How did James take it?" "How do you think he took it?" asked Black impatiently. We spent the rest of the evening getting blind, stinking drunk. He sighed, his shoulders sagging. I had to spend the next day talking sense into him. Lucky for him, Lily had a patient with some problems and she didn't get back until the next evening. Lucky for him? Asked Severus, confused that Black hadn't shared Potter's outrage. Black nodded. It was the only chance of continuing the Potter line, after all. Lily knew that. First we couldn't work out who she'd asked. Then we were worried I gone and slept with a muggle. Neither of us could figure it out until Lily told us about Harry had showing his first magic to you. The magic always knows, said Minerva quietly. That's just an old wives' tale, muttered Severus uncomfortably. Well, it made sense actually. Black was being far too reasonable about this, in Severus' opinion. We all knew how close you two were in school. And then she happened to drop that you're not particularly interested in women. Black looked almost remorseful for a second. She said she used to let people think you and she were an item because it made it easier for you at home. I'll be honest, that put James a lot more at ease with the whole thing. Severus had no interest in a dead man's mental health. When James and Lily were killed, Black's voice got very thick. He cleared his throat. I thought for sure you'd come forward. And Peter, well, I didn't want him getting away with it. But he faked his death and I got sent to Azkaban. Lily had told him that it was Pettigrew not Black that had betrayed them. But you confessed, Severus cried. My fault, Sirius said quietly. I told them to use Peter as their secret keeper. He went straight to Voldemort with the information. As for going to prison, I didn't get a trial, remember? And really, for a while I felt like Azkaban was all I deserved, anyway. Dumbledore nodded gravely. So you see, Sirius was convicted on the strength of one illegal confession. The Ministry owes Sirius an apology. Oh, cum Wyfaken, ol wanka, Minerva shouted suddenly, standing and pointing her finger at Dumbledore. Why, Faken canny say Iasani them. Yonley went thonce and wise lot, nay to be doon. She waved her hands dismissively, then her voice dropped and she erded, ya Faken ol bastard. She sat back down in her chair. You're given me the boke, she finished, disgusted. And then she looked at Sirius. I'm sorry, Sirius, she went on much more intelligibly. I knew there was something odd going on, but at the time. She trailed off. Well, regardless. Her voice trailed off and she sniffed. Severus was getting another headache. This whole meeting was going rather differently than what he'd envisioned. Getting back to the point, he said after a long minute in which everyone seemed very intent on not meeting anyone else's eyes. What did you want to say about Harry? Sirius cleared his throat. Dumbledore leaned forward in his chair while Lupin and Minerva both seemed to hold their breaths. The scruffy man leaned against Dumbledore's desk and stared into his teacup as he spoke. I just wanted to say that I don't want to get between you and Harry. And I certainly don't want to get this dragged through the press. The boy has been through too much already. I just wondered. The man grimaced as if he was tasting something very bitter indeed. I wondered if you might allow me to be some part of Harry's life. Finally he lifted his eyes to meet Severus. Please. For one mad second, all the humiliation he'd ever taken at this man's hands welled up in his mind. All the petty pranks and the one that nearly killed him. The night Potter had rescued him from the werewolf's clutches while Black had jeered and laughed. All of it burned like a newly opened wound in his. This one moment could pay it all back. Severus straightened up in his chair and looked straight into the other man's tortured eyes. He could hurt Black in a way that allowed for no retaliation. It took only a moment to come to a decision. Yes, Black, he said softly. If you truly want to help the child, and you're amenable to certain conditions, I'm sure we can make some arrangement. At 6:15, Harry was packed and waiting in the sitting room, near the fire. He tried not to be nervous as the seconds ticked by, but he couldn't help but anxiously look at the clock. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Bill were in the kitchen talking quietly. The twins had just come in and gone directly upstairs to change their clothes. Hermione had gone home at 5 and Ron was sitting with Harry reading his comics. At 6:20, there was a small flurry among the adults as a post-owl flew through the kitchen window. Another special edition, Bill said, sounding irritable. So what is it this time? Rita Skeeter dragging another poor sod's miserable home life all over the front page. I swear the profit is getting lower every day. I notice you still read it, observed one of the twins as they came noisily downstairs. There was the sound of the paper opening, Merlin's beard. Mr. Weasley gasped, "You won't believe this." For one awful second, Harry worried that it might be an article about him like the one that was in the Muggle newspaper. He turned to look through the doorway at the three in the kitchen. Mr. Weasley was sitting at the table, holding the paper so that Harry couldn't see the headline. Bill and Mrs. Weasley were sitting with him. Sirius Black was cleared of all charges. "You're joking," exclaimed Mrs. Weasley. She stood to read the paper over Mr. Weasley's shoulder. Harry might have gone in to see what all the excitement was about, if the flow hadn't flamed green at the moment. Professor Snape stepped out of the fire, looking tense. His eyes swept the room, taking in the little commotion in the kitchen. So involved with the news about Sirius Black were the Weasleys that they didn't actually notice the professor coming in. He sighed and made a little HMPH noise in his throat. "Well, I had hoped to get here before that did." Something about Snape's face didn't look right. He didn't look angry or sneering, he looked curiously sad as he gazed at the Weasleys. As if feeling his eyes on her, Mrs. Weasley whipped her head around. "Severus," she smiled and bustled over. "Right on time, dear. Do you want a cup of tea before you leave?" Snape smiled slightly, wiping away the melancholy of a moment ago. "No thank you, Molly." The expression was startling on his harsh face. "Thank you for your hospitality." Mrs. Weasley made a little scoffing sound in her throat. "It was nothing, Severus." "Nothing at all." Her voice was warm and pleased. She hesitated. Then she leaned forward and hugged the professor as though he were one of her sons. Snape reached up to awkwardly pat her shoulder, looking a lot like Harry always felt when she did this, pleased, but befuddled as to why anyone would be hugging him. Snape cleared his throat when Mrs. Weasley released him, hurriedly indicating that Harry should precede him. Mrs. Weasley gathered Harry into a tight hug. "You take care of yourself, all right?" Her voice dropped, "and see if you can't get Professor Snape to look after himself too." Harry smiled, "I'll do my best." When she let go, he picked up his gear and took a pinch of flow powder. Where are we going?" he asked, not wanting to call for the wrong fireplace. "My office," Snape supplied. "Lupin is there already." Was it Harry's imagination, or did Snape suddenly look nervous? He took a pinch of the flow powder and tossed it into the fireplace. A second later he was tumbling onto the carpet of Snape's office. "Harry!" Lupin exclaimed, smiling as he came forward to help Harry with his bag and hurry him out of the way as Snape emerged from the fire. Snape stumbled as he left the fire. He would have fallen had not another man reached out from the shadows beside the fire to steady him. "Unhand me," snarled the potion's master. The man let go and held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Sorry. I was just trying to help." His voice was gravelly. "Well, don't," Snape hissed in a tone he hadn't used since they'd left Hogwarts. "We're going to explain the situation to Harry and then the both of you can get out." He brushed off his robe, his face taking on that odd nervous tension again. Crossing the room, he sat down at the desk and indicated to Harry that he should also sit. "Did you eat?" he asked Harry. "Yes, sir," Harry said, uncomfortable under the stares of Lupin and this other man. "Mrs. Weasley made me have something." Lupin pulled up another chair, as did the stranger. A tea tray sat on the desk, and without asking him, Lupin poured a cup of tea and set it in front of Harry. "What's going on?" asked Harry, suddenly twigging that something was very wrong even though the tea didn't smell of old socks. Snape made an irritable noise in his throat. "Harry, I would like to introduce you to Sirius Black." Isn't he the one who the Ministry has been hunting all this time?" the shaggy-haired man asked in his gravelly voice. "Yes, that's me," he smiled wryly. "But, as of 6 hours ago I was cleared of all charges. And more importantly, he has been protecting you all term. Unknown to all of us." Lupin smiled at the man fondly. "You see, he had information that one of Voldemort's minions had gotten close to you." "Not a safe situation." "Gotten close to me?" asked Harry, unsettled. "Not to worry," Snape said, catching his eyes. "That man has been taken away by the Aurors." "Oh," Harry said, pretending to understand. He waited while the three men exchanged glances. You see, Lupin went on, your friend Ron's rat was actually a wizard in disguise. An unregistered animagus. What? He looked around at the three adults. If it had been anyone but Snape saying this, he might have suspected them of teasing him. But, how? That rat's been in Ron's family for 12 years. The scruffy man growled. Rather a long time for a rat to live, don't you think? He was biding his time, waiting for the right moment to act. He looked directly at Harry. His gray eyes were almost feverishly bright. As soon as I found out I had to come, I knew I needed to protect you. I knew he was here. I escaped from Azkaban and came here. In disguise. I've been watching over you all term. What do you mean? What disguise? Harry asked slowly. In answer, the man stood up. Then he seemed to melt, taking the shape of a giant black dog. No bloody way. Harry stood up so fast the chair tipped, his stomach clenched up into a tight hot knot and his heart pounding in his head. He backed up, intending to flee the room. He wasn't sure where, but he needed out of this room right now. Naturally the door was locked. Let me out, Harry said quietly, holding the doorknob with one shaking hand. Harry, said the man who used to be Snuffles, listen, I'm... Harry whirled. Don't you dare say you're sorry. I'm tired of people saying they're sorry. Nobody's sorry and nobody gives a toss about me. They never have. They only care about something they think I did when I was a baby. He gasped for breath. Snape cleared his throat. Harry, he said softly. Stop. It was the storyteller voice. For some reason, it stopped Harry cold before he could really get into his rant. Snape walked forward a pace, holding Harry's eyes with his own. He reached out, as though to put his hand on his shoulder, but seemed to think better of it. I can't change the past, but... The stern man hesitated, looking supremely uncomfortable, but I assure you that many people do care for you. He paused to swallow and dart his eyes at the other men. I've made terrible mistakes. I should have taken up my responsibilities much sooner. You are quite right. Harry swallowed hard, then sniffed, willing the lump in his throat away. Sirius Black sat back in his chair. I should tell you. I don't know if anyone's told you, but I'm your godfather. He glanced at Snape. I don't want to cause you trouble, but I'd like the chance to get to know you. You already know me pretty well. Harry crossed his arms across his, resentfully. I told you enough. When you were lying to me and pretending to be my familiar. He burned with shame at some of the things he'd admitted to the dog. Private things. How the Dursleys treated him. How he felt about Neville. The man brushed his hair out of his eyes. Well, yes. But I was a dog at the time and what I mostly heard were the feelings. It's hard to remember the words from when I was a dog. That would make it slightly less humiliating, but Harry wasn't at all sure he was ready to believe that. So, what Black would like, Snape jumped in, is to be allowed to spend time with you. It is completely up to you. Up to me? Asked Harry puzzled. Black nodded. Harry, for all I don't remember the specifics of the situation, I know it's been difficult for you. You don't need to decide now. Think about it. Sirius has told the press that he doesn't want custody of you because he hasn't dealt with the stress of Azkaban. Lupin put, he has told them that he is going to insist on your custody going to your closest wizarding relative because he doesn't think you should be with Muggles. Why do you get to decide? Harry asked confused. Because your fathers will specify that you were to come to me, if something happened to them. I'm your godfather. Everyone knows it. This way, it won't look odd to anyone. Black said simply, since your closest wizarding relative is, apart from me, none other than Severus Snape. Your mother's. Black gave Harry a sly grin and cleared his throat. Cousin. Harry was having a hard time keeping track of all these new relationships he apparently had. But he's really my... He paused, not sure if he should go on. Black nodded. Yes, I know. I've always known. He said quietly. It's actually a fairly common issue with pure blood families, though most of them won't admit it. Oh, so, we're going with this cover story. Lupin said, gently. This way, even if people do find out about the Dursleys, you won't have half the wizarding world trying to get custody of you. Harry nodded, hoping the conversation was over. He just felt like he couldn't take another thing. He slumped with his back against the door. For some reason he still felt like he wanted to sit down and cry. Snape came to his rescue. "Gentlemen," he said, "I think we can finish this conversation later. I do believe that Harry and I are in need of some peace and quiet." The two other men looked at each other and stood as one. Black looked at Snape, then said, "Let me know if you need any help." Snape's lip curled, but all he said was, "Of course." To Harry, he said, "Until the other students return, you'll be sleeping in my quarters. I've had the house elves furnish one of the spare rooms for you." Harry pushed away from the door he'd been leaning on to get out of the two men's way, realizing that although it was barely 7 o'clock, he was ready for bed. Snape looked done in too. He didn't even see Lupin and Black to the office door. Instead he beckoned Harry to the inner door. Snape's personal apartment was furnished in the same lavish gray and green as the Slytherin common room, with the window showing out onto the Black Lake bottom. It was tidier than Spinner's End, and the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves were polished and dust-free. An enormous fire was burning in the fireplace. Snape didn't give Harry any time to really look around. "Come along, Harry." The professor was already halfway down a little side page. "This is your room." He opened the first door on the right and went in, seeming to trust that Harry would follow. Inside was a 4-poster with red bed curtains that looked exactly like the one he slept in Gryffindor Tower. His trunk was at the end of the bed and his broomstick leaned up against the wall. There were tapestries depicting Quidditch hung on the stone walls and velvet curtains were drawn across a large window. Harry was glad the curtains were drawn. He thought he'd find looking out at the lake bottom at night kind of creepy. Otherwise, the room was actually very pleasant. The fire burned brightly on the hearth, lent the room a cheerful air, and a merry-looking, red-haired young girl waved at him from a small framed picture on top of the mantelpiece. It was the only photo in the room. "Who is that?" asked Harry, stepping closer to take a better look at the photograph. The moment the words left his mouth, the penny dropped. "Wait, is that?" But he knew who it must be. "Your mother," Snape said stiffly. "It's the only photo I have of her." The man shifted nervously. "I thought you might like to have it." He paused and averted his eyes. "If you don't want it, I understand." Something like a small explosion went off inside of Harry's. His throat was too tight to speak. He peered at the photo. The girl stood in bright sunlight and she laughed soundlessly as she waved at Harry. Without realizing it, he'd taken the picture down from the mantel and was staring at it. "Professor?" he asked thickly. "Yes, Harry." Snape was standing right behind him. To Harry's horror, he felt tears slide down his cheeks. He wanted to ask the professor why he'd given him his only picture of Lily. The frame was expensive looking and the picture looked as though it had been there a long time, so it wasn't an old photo the man had just dug up. Or at least it didn't seem that way. It was one of Snape's own treasured keepsakes, of his best friend. Of the girl he'd confided in and laughed with. The girl with whom he was inseparable. There was no reason for Snape to give him this, not a single reason, except. Harry pushed the thought away before it formed. Immediately, another thought took its place. One that was almost as unbelievable, but less uncomfortable. There was no reason to do it except to be kind. Strange as that seemed, he did want to make Harry's life better. "Harry." Snape's arm slipped around his shoulder. "Are you?" The boy clutched the photo to his and turned his face away, embered. "It's all right," the tall man said. Harry shook his head and tried to step away, but Snape wouldn't let him. "Sit down." He steered them to sit on the bed. "I didn't mean to upset you." Giving Snape a jerky shrug, Harry tried to get a grip on himself. Fortunately, the man didn't seem to expect an answer. They sat there silently for a long time. When Harry felt like he could say something without bawling like a child, he said, "Thank you, sir." "You're welcome." Snape's voice was soft. "All right, now." Harry nodded. "Well, I should let you get ready for bed, then." He stood and then said hesitantly, "My room is right next door." He went over to one of the tapestries and pushed it aside to reveal another bedroom. "If you need me, you can ring this bell." He let the tapestry fall and flicked an embroidered bell. It gave a clear, two-toned, ding-dong, that sounded like a doorbell. "I'm not." He cleared his throat. "I don't think it's a good idea to put a door here, right now. Eventually we'll want one. The bathroom is the same." He indicated the other tapestry. "For the moment, I don't feel good about you being able to lock me out. Turning back, he said, I realize this might seem like punishment. I'm sorry, but I couldn't. He caught Harry's eyes. I wish I'd thought to be more careful sooner. I regret that I wasn't. They stared at each other for a few heartbeats more, before Snape seemed to shake himself. Well, good night, Harry, he said, walking through the opening in the wall and letting the tapestry fall closed behind him. Harry shook his head. This evening was just one more weird stressful evening in a year of weird stressful evenings. He unpacked the little rucksack that had his pajamas and books in it. He was surprised at the size of his bathroom, but he didn't do more than brush his teeth. Tomorrow he would investigate his new room. He was asleep almost the minute his head hit the pillow. It was some hours later when he woke up out of one of those horrible dreams he'd been having lately, his bed soaked in cold sweat. For a few minutes, he lay in the dark, trying to sort real from dream. Longingly he wished that Hedwig was here, but she was all the way up in the Ollery. His mind turned to Snuffles then, and that great black wave of grief threatened to cover him again. It didn't matter that Snuffles wasn't actually dead, he was just as beyond reach now. He thought about the night he'd tried to hang himself. He wondered if there was any way to off himself that didn't hurt. He thought about the promise he'd given Snape. He'd sworn he wouldn't hurt himself. If he were dead, did promises matter? They mattered now, though. He heard sound from the other room. Yes, I know, Snape said, as if in answer to someone, but I'm sure the boy doesn't need to hear such sentiments from me, of all people. It sounded like Snape was talking to someone, but Harry didn't hear a second voice. He crawled out of bed and one of the torches kindled itself, apparently spelled to do so when someone was moving about. Being careful not to touch it, in case it made a noise, Harry got right up next to the tapestry that led to Snape's room. A pause, and then, Lily, I appreciate. Snape stopped speaking, as if he'd been interrupted. Snape was talking in his sleep apparently. He spoke very clearly, for all that. No, I have no desire to speak to my father, thank you very much. A long pause, then, no. Absolutely not. You can just put that idea right out of your bloody mind. He couldn't help it. Hearing that out of the mouth of his stern guardian, Harry snorted softly with laughter. Snape was a light sleeper. Harry, he called, is that you? Seeing nothing for it, Harry called back, yes sir. He backed up, towards the bed. Snape pushed aside the tapestry and came through, looking far too awake for someone who'd just been muttering in their sleep. Are you all right? He asked sharply. Nodding, Harry hurriedly got back into bed. Bad dream, he admitted, not wanting to talk about the thoughts he'd just been having. The wizard came over to his bedside and pulled the chair from the desk to sit in. I had one too, he said, gravely. Harry nodded again. I heard you talking in your sleep. To my mum, I think. Then, greatly daring, he asked, what was it about? For a minute, Harry thought Snape wasn't going to answer. Then, quietly he said, I did dream of your mother. She was saying I should make peace with my father. A lost cause, even in dreams, I'm afraid. He sighed. Frankly, I have always been glad the old bastard's dead. How can you be glad of something like that? Asked Harry, appalled that Snape would speak of his father so. Smiling thinly, Snape said, because my father treated me much the same as your uncle treated you. Of course, with my mother to protect me, he never dared to lock me in the cellar for more than punishment. If he had had his way, he would have locked me in the cellar day and night. I was always a great disappointment to him. The man gave Harry a long, measuring look. Then, when he was dying, I looked after him. I was always relieved that it was not a long illness. Why did you look after him, if you hated him? Asked Harry honestly. It seemed as if that question had never occurred to the man before. His eyes narrowed and his mouth tightened into an expression that Hermione wore when she was trying to puzzle out a complex arithmancy formula. Duty, I suppose, he said at length. I looked after him because it was my duty as his son. Did you love him? Harry asked. His face grew hot as he realized how emberingly sentimental he sounded. It didn't seem to bother the professor though. I suppose I did. I suppose. He trailed off, then restarted. I suppose it was less for him than for me. I didn't want to see myself as the kind of person who abandons my responsibilities. He sounded very thoughtful. Then his mouth pinched up, like he had swallowed something bitter. Although that is apparently precisely what I am. In the dim torchlight, the man's black eyes gleamed mournfully. It's okay, Harry muttered, not sure what to say. When I first saw you at school, Snape said softly, you seemed so sure of yourself for such a young boy. I assumed that Toonie had spoiled you the same way she spoiled her own son. I just assumed that you. Sir, don't worry about it. Harry interrupted, desperate to make Snape just stop talking. There was something horrible about all this honesty. Somehow, it made his whole experience at the Dursleys 10 times worse. Something softened in the professor's face. I'm sorry, I'm maundering. You had a bad dream, too. Don't want to talk about it. Harry muttered, bringing his knees up to his. That's fine. After a moment, Snape started to stand. The same sense of desperation he'd felt a moment ago when Snape was talking made Harry's stomach clench. Don't leave yet. Please. He was lonely, and the way his thoughts had been going a few minutes ago was actually kind of scary. All right, Snape said, seeming at a loss. He sat down again, though. For about a minute they both looked at each other. Harry felt like he wanted to say something, but if he did he knew he'd come off like a pathetic little infant. Would you like me to read to you, Harry? Snape finally asked, tentatively. He picked up one of the Sherlock Holmes books Harry had stacked on his night table before he fell asleep. Sir. Harry wasn't quite sure he'd heard right. The professor dropped the book. Never mind. He said irritably. Clearly he regretted speaking. I know you're too old for that sort of thing. Actually, sir. Harry didn't think Snape would laugh at him, considering that he'd given Harry the book, but really he was far too old for it. He knew that, but he also knew that he wanted he needed the storyteller that Snape had become that night. Slowly, he drew the picture book from where he hid it under his pillow. Would you read this to me? He asked in a rush, not looking at Snape, fearing to see an expression turn to mocking derision. Of course I will, Snape said softly, taking the book. Harry looked up and smiled happily, before snuggling down into his pillows. Snape smiled too and pulled the covers over Harry's shoulders. It was like a scene out of the fantasies that he had had in those miserable nights in the cupboard. Snape sat in the chair reading for a long time, until Harry's eyes slid shut and the storyteller's words merged with his dreams. Good night, the storyteller whispered as he stood, at last. Sleep well, son. Love you, Dad, Harry whispered back, surfacing from sleep for a moment. In his dreaming mind, he thought he'd always known that the storyteller was his father. And, at long last, his father had brought him home. There was a pause before the storyteller replied. I love you too, Harry. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.